Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Haha, King Kai, you know me, I thought the old Supreme Kai was so unreliable. Sohan smiled slightly, then glanced at King Kai. Although Sohan just glanced at the other party, but after seeing Sohan's eyes, the old Kai King trembled with fright, and then hurriedly fell to his knees on the ground. I'm sorry, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, it's my fault that I didn't recognize you at the first sight. At this moment, King Kai was already sweating profusely. Although he didn't know what the law enforcement officer was before, after hearing the old Supreme Kai's explanation, all of them panicked. Originally, King Kai still had a fluke heart, thinking that it was absolutely impossible for this matter to happen to him. But what I didn't expect was that Son Goku actually brought people here directly. This time it was really messed up by Son Goku. What? Master Kai, what's wrong with you? Why are you kneeling on the ground? And what is the law enforcement officer you just mentioned? Son Goku scratched his eyebrows and said in a daze. How could Son Goku, a stunned young man, know something about the law enforcement officer, and even if he knew, he wouldn't react too much. Idiot, Goku, come here. When King Kai heard how powerless Son Goku was, he was so excited that he quickly pulled him to his side and knelt down. I'm really sorry, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, Wukong's temperament is like this. 27. Okay King Kai, we still have something to do this time, and I'll settle the score with you later. Sohan waved his hand casually and said, Okay, thank you for your forgiveness. Hearing this, King Kai stood up slowly, and then showed a humble smile. Master Kai, what are you talking about? What is a law enforcement officer? And why is Sohan now a law enforcement officer? Son Goku frowned slightly, apparently he hadn't heard of any law enforcement officers. Fool. Boom. It was said that this time King Kai couldn't take it any longer, and directly knocked Son Goku hard on the head. This guy is really a fool, why doesn't he know anything? And it's fine if you don't know, but you're still talking nonsense here. Don't bring yourself if you want to die. Okay Son Goku, you can start practicing now, Sohan urged. Yes, what you said, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, is that you can use the entire King Kai star as you please, as long as it satisfies you. King Kai came to Sohan's side, rubbed his palms and said with a smile. Sohan nodded, then began to guide Son Goku's practice. But as for the content of the training, it is natural for Son Goku to stimulate the strength of Super Saiyan 3 to the limit. If you want to permanently become Super Saiyan 4, although the tail is very important, the basic strength itself is also very important. So if you want to permanently have the strength to become a Super 4, then you must have a Super 3 full attack rate or even the limit level. Son Goku in the original book obviously has such strength, so he can rely on his own strength to become a golden giant ape, and then perfectly become a Super 4. And Vegeta is another way, because Vegeta has no way to become a Super 3 relationship. It is almost impossible to surpass Super Saiyan 3 and change from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 4. So even Vegeta, through Bulma's high-tech device, finally became a Super 4. But it's not a permanent Super 4, once the energy is exhausted. He will immediately lose the ability to become a Super 4. So if you want to master the permanent Super 4, the requirements for basic strength are still obvious. Use all your strength Son Goku, unleash all the power in your body. Sohan looked at Son Goku who was practicing and pointed. Under the guidance of Sohan, after about half a day, Son Goku's strength finally reached the peak of the Super 3. Now there is no possibility of improving strength. And now the final step is of course pulling out Son Goku's tail. Master Sohan, do I have what it takes to become a Super 4 now? Son Goku came to Sohan's side excitedly, and asked anxiously. Sohan shook his head and said, No, if you want to become Super Saiyan 4, you still need to meet the last step requirements. One last request? What's that? Tail. Hearing this, Son Goku scratched his head. That's right, the opportunity to become Super 4 is the tail. Saying that, Sohan pointed to the tail behind him. Although the tail is a weakness, it is also a strength of Saiyan. Only a Saiyan with a tail can burst out with greater strength. So that's why Son Goku can't feel the Super 4 relationship. Because his tail has been cut off. What? The tail is the opportunity to become Super Saiyan 4? But my tail is gone now. Hearing this, Son Goku became anxious. Although their Saiyans all have tails, but almost as long as the tail grows out, they will be pulled out by him. So now except for the root of a tail, there is no shadow of any tail at all. It's not important, you answer my question first, do you really want to become a Super Saiyan 4 and gain the power of a Super Saiyan 4? Sohan looked at the other party and asked seriously. Of course, Master Sohan, I really want to become Super Saiyan 4, because I know that only in this way can I become stronger. And only in this way can I use my own strength to protect the entire earth. Son Goku said it almost subconsciously without any hesitation. Very good. If that's the case, then there's no problem. King Kai, find a way to pull out Son Goku's tail. Hearing this, Sohan set his sights on King Kai in the distance. And King Kai also didn't hesitate after hearing Sohan's shout. Fly over quickly. Respectfully said, My Lord Law Enforcement Officer. I don't know if you have anything to order, Help Son Goku pull out the tail. Sohan said again. What? Tail pulled out? Hearing this, Son Goku's eyes widened. Just now he wondered whether he heard it wrong or Master Sohan said it wrong. But now Son Goku is very sure, neither he heard it wrong nor others said it wrong. I really want to pull out my own tail? Pull out the tail, is this really okay? King Kai wiped his sweat, feeling a little overwhelmed for a moment. Why, do I need to say it a second time? Don't tell me how simple things you can't do well. Hearing this, Sohan frowned slightly, and an endless chill emanated from his body, and King Kai froze in place, then nodded hastily. Yes, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, just don't worry, I will definitely be able to do such a simple thing. Goku, why are you running? Come back to me quickly, this is the arrangement of the Law Enforcement Officer, you must not escape, or I will die with you. Asterisk 393 Come back to me quickly. Babris, Gorgoli what are you doing? Hurry up and catch Son Goku. Hurry up, help me with the pliers and pull hard. Babris, hurry up. While roaring, King Kai held the pliers in his hand vigorously. On the other end of the pliers, Son Goku's cry came out immediately. Ah. It hurts. Although Son Goku was in great pain, he didn't fight back. Because he knows that Master Sohan will never deceive himself, and this is his only hope to become stronger. As long as I can become Super Saiyan 4, I will be able to protect the people around me and the whole earth. And that's what Son Goku wants most. So he must succeed. No, Goku, we don't have enough strength at all, we can't pull it out at all. King Kai said out of breath while exerting force. Master Realm King, otherwise, let's switch positions. Babris, you two helped Lord Kai here, and then I ran hard. My speed is fast, and it must be more effective than your hard pulling. Perhaps because of the pain, Son Goku, who never liked to use his brain, unexpectedly came up with a pretty good solution at this time. Then Babris switched the positions of the two according to Son Goku's request. Ha ha ha. Then Son Goku turned directly into Super Saiyan. Call out. The whole person flew out like a golden streamer, and the tail behind him was completely pulled out at this time. Even the three of Babris and King Kai were dragged abruptly on the ground for hundreds of meters before slowly stopping. Goku, stop it. Are you trying to kill me? King Kai, who was dragged behind by Son Goku, was already bruised and swollen from being dragged. It was only at this time that Son Goku reacted and stopped hastily. Then he looked at King Kai with a look of embarrassment. Hey, I'm so sorry, Lord Kai, I didn't notice. Son Goku scratched his head. But after waiting for a while, Son Goku also found that his tail had been pulled out. Yo, my tail was actually pulled out. Son Goku grabbed his own tail and said excitedly. Because Master Sohan has said just now that the key to becoming a super cheap Asian is the tail. And now that his tail has been pulled out, he should be able to become Super Saiyan 4 right away. Master Sohan, my tail, the tail has been pulled out. Excited, Son Goku stopped paying attention to King Kai, and flew directly to Sohan's side. Very well, now that the tail problem has been solved, then I can help you become Super Saiyan 4. Sohan looked at Son Goku's pulled out tail and said with a smile. Great, great. Hearing this, Son Goku jumped up excitedly on the spot. Don't be too happy. Although you have now met the conditions to become a Super Saiyan 4, you need to become a giant ape first if you want to become a Super Saiyan 4. But these are not problems, I will help you get rid of them. Sohan said lightly, and then a white energy bomb gathered in his hand. And this ability is naturally the artificial moon. Call out. Before Son Goku could answer, Son Goku threw the artificial moon into the sky by himself. A moment later, an artificial moon appeared in the sky above Kai Wang. This is the moon? But how could it appear on Kaio? Wait, if it's the moon, then wouldn't Goku be turning into a giant ape on Kaio? It's over. If Goku turns into a giant ape and loses control and accidentally hurts the law enforcement officer, it's over. Thinking of this, King Kai became tense. Son Goku will get out of control when he turns into a giant ape, and then his house and his planet will be destroyed, but King Kai doesn't care about it now. The house is gone, and it can be built. But if you offend the law enforcement officer, I'm afraid your life will be over. Goku, don't look at the sky. King Kai shouted loudly. However, Son Goku didn't hear the other party's words at all, but looked at the artificial moon in the sky stupidly. Suddenly his eyes became dull. The pupils turned from black to off-white. Plop plop. Son Goku's chest began to throb violently. And at this moment, a vein popped out on Son Goku's forehead, and the clothes on his body exploded in an instant. The body also turned into the state of a giant ape at this moment. Ho, ho, bang bang. Son Goku, who turned into a great ape, let out an angry roar while beating the chest of time. And King Kai in the distance froze in place after seeing the scene in front of him. Finally, he sat down on the ground and muttered to himself, it's over. It's over, Goku has really turned into a giant ape, now it's over. Roar. Son Goku in the giant ape state roared, and his body changed again. The black hair turned golden yellow at this moment. With the golden light flashing, the body of the giant ape Son Goku was actually the main force before it shrank to the point of inadequacy. But the momentum on his body is much stronger than before. Golden Giant Ape, it looks like Son Goku has the ability to become Super Saiyan 4, but now he may need some help from me. After seeing Son Goku transform from an ordinary giant ape into a golden giant ape, Sohan also showed a satisfied look on his face. This is exactly what he wanted to see. But at this moment, the out-of-control golden giant ape Son Goku let out a roar. Then he opened his huge mouth and shot in the direction of King Kai. At this moment, King Kai has fallen into regret and annoyance, and even feels that he is hopeless. He didn't even notice Son Goku's energy cannon was fired at him. Call out. But just when the energy cannon was about to fall on King Kai, a figure suddenly appeared. With a light wave of the arm, the energy cannon was directly sent flying. Boom. Finally, the energy cannon landed in the distance and made a loud noise. Thank you, Mr. Law Enforcer. King Kai was completely dazed at the moment. He didn't understand what happened at all. But when he looked at the deep hole that was blown out in the distance, he finally understood. Don't thank me, hide in a safe place. Sohan responded without looking back. Sure enough, because Son Goku was sent to Earth since he was a child, he has never been trained by the Vegetastar Great Ape, so he can't rely on his own power to maintain consciousness, but this kind of thing is hard to master Angel's omnipotence me. Saying that, Sohan's body flashed and disappeared in the same place. When he reappeared, Sohan's body was already on top of Son Goku's head. Ho ho! The golden giant ape, Son Goku, roared angrily, as if very angry that someone stood on his head. Then the red energy cannons shot out one by one. But without exception, all attacks have no effect on Sohan. However, at this moment, Sohan's head suddenly emitted a green light, and with the green light, it poured into Son Goku's mind. Immediately, the opponent's body slowly calmed down. In the end, he didn't continue to struggle. The great ape Son Goku opened his eyes again, as if he had regained consciousness. He actually looked at his hands like a human being. Son Goku, I've already done everything I need to help you. As for whether you can fully control your own consciousness and become a Super Saiyan 4, it depends on your ability. Seeing that Son Goku had regained some consciousness, Sohan came to the other party in a flash and spoke. I know Master Sohan, I will not let the giant ape control my consciousness, I will become the man of Super Saiyan 4. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by the low roar from the mouth of the great ape Son Goku. Immediately, Son Goku's entire body exuded endless light. For a moment, the entire King Kai planet seemed to be enveloped by these rays of light. But after the white light faded away, a familiar figure appeared in front of Sohan. Red hair, black hair, and sharp eyes. It was Son Goku who became Super Saiyan 4. I made it. This is the power of Super Saiyan 4, it's incredible. Son Goku looked at his hands with some excitement, and his whole body became excited all of a sudden. The power is simply unbelievable. Son Goku moved his body briefly in the air, feeling as if he had inexhaustible power in his body. Although the momentum exuded by Super Saiyan 4 is not as exaggerated as Super Saiyan 3, but this also makes Super Saiyan 4's consumption of body energy very small. Even Son Goku feels that the consumption of physical energy may only be a little more than normal. At the same time, Sohan in the distance also saw this scene. At the same time, the system in my mind rang at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the sign-in task, accepting Son Goku as an apprentice, and helping the other party become Super Saiyan 4. Mission reward, Super Saiyan 4. Additional reward, 10% erasing supernatural power. When Sohan heard the notification sound in his mind, his whole body trembled. Then a look of shock appeared on his face for an instant. It's actually erasing supernatural powers. After repeatedly confirming that it was correct, Sohan's hanging heart was relieved. Because I only learned 10% of the erasure magic power in the Grand Priest before. I didn't expect that this time the system would directly reward 10% of the erasing magic power. I have to say that this is already very difficult. Because even angels erasing supernatural power probably wouldn't exceed 10%. As for the Grand Priest, it must not exceed 30%. After all, this ability is Xeno's exclusive ability, so it is naturally impossible for others to master too much. And after obtaining 10% of the erasing magical power, Sohan's life-saving ability has undoubtedly become a lot stronger. At the very least, Grand Priest's supernatural power of erasing is not so terrifying to him. As for Super Saiyan 4, it is actually dispensable for Sohan. Because of the ability that Sohan has now, whether it is Super Saiyan God Pink, Rose Purple, or the most powerful Grey. Which one is stronger than Super 4? But since the system offered such a reward, Sohan naturally wouldn't refuse it. After all, the charm of Super 4 is irresistible to a Dragon Ball fan. Call out. Seeing Son Goku in the distance who was still excitedly trying the power in his body, Sohan flew over directly. How about it? Are you shocked by the energy in your body? Sohan looked at the other party and said lightly. And Son Goku stopped his actions immediately after seeing that the person who came was Sohan. Then he hurriedly came to Sohan's side, and said respectfully, Chabe, yes, Master Sohan, the power of Super Saiyan 4 is too powerful. At least it's much stronger than Super Saiyan 3, and I even wonder if I'm dreaming. As he said that, Son Goku pinched his face, and after finding some pain, the smile on his face became even more excited. Super Saiyan 4. I can finally rely on my own strength to protect the Earth. Dream? Hihi, how about competing with me? Let me wake you up from your dream. Saying that, the corners of Sohan's mouth rose slightly. Immediately, he clenched his fists tightly, and then the black hair suddenly grew a little longer, the black combat uniform on his body disappeared instantly, and then a whole body of red hair grew out. For some reason, Sohan felt that the Super Saiyan 4 he had transformed into was even more handsome and cooler than the Super Saiyan 4 transformed into by Son Goku, whom he had always liked. Maybe it's because of the Black Goku panel, but these are no longer important to Sohan. After all, handsome is the end. Super Saiyan 4. Gilo. I knew Mr. Sohan that you can also become Super Saiyan 4. Now it seems that my guess is indeed right. Seeing that Master Sohan turned into Super Saiyan 4, who was so much more handsome than himself, Son Goku became a little excited. It's natural, otherwise why do you think I can make you into Super Saiyan 4? Sohan nodded and said with a smile. It is good. Master Sohan, I just want to see how strong Super Saiyan 4 is. Why don't you just make 2 moves with me symbolically? Of course, you must not use your full strength. After all, I have just obtained the power of Super 4, and I don't want to be hit so soon. Son Goku looked at Sohan pleadingly. He naturally wants to try the power of Super 4, but Vegeta, the current strongest person on Earth, can't even win against his own Super 3, so it is undoubtedly meaningless for the opponent to fight with the current self. So if you want to try your current strength, then fighting Susiang is naturally the best choice. It's just that Son Goku is somewhat worried. After all, the opponent's strength is too abnormal. Son Goku didn't want to be slapped in the face anytime soon either. As you wish, I will try my best to suppress my strength to the same level as yours. This way, it should also help you quickly stabilize the strength of Super Saiyan 4. After finishing speaking, Sohan suppressed the power in his body, trying not to let himself burst out with too strong a force zone. Just like Gods of Destruction Beerus at the beginning, suppress your own strength to the point where it is not far behind the opponent, so that you can play, otherwise you will be at full strength when you come up. It is estimated that one punch can defeat the opponent. It is no fun at all. It is good. Then I will offend Master Sohan. Seeing that the other party agreed, Son Goku's face showed an expression of excitement for an instant. Then he spread his legs and took a stance. What the hell happened? Gilo. King Kai looked at the 2 people in midair with a dull expression, and at this moment he was extremely puzzled in his heart. And didn't Son Goku turned into a golden giant ape just now? Why did he suddenly become like this now? And I don't know why. King Kai feels that although Son Goku in this state looks very ordinary, it makes the Lord of the North Realm feel that he must be stronger than the previous Super Saiyan day. Let's inform Supreme Kai first. Master Sohan, you are ready. I will attack now. After finishing speaking, Son Goku's face instantly became serious, and his whole body exuded an inexplicable attraction. Bring it on. Sohan nodded slightly, with the same expression on his face. But because of the blessing of the Black Goku template, Sohan looks more attractive than Son Goku. Call out. Seeing the other party nodding, Son Goku rushed towards Sohan without stopping. The speed was so fast that it even made it impossible to catch any figure for a while. But Sohan, who is also the 4th Super Saiyan, can clearly capture it. Well done. Saying that, Sohan clenched his fists tightly, and slammed up against the heavy punches coming to him. Boom. After the fists of the 2 collided together, the powerful no immediately reverberated throughout the Kaiwang planet. Even Kai Wangxing shook violently at this moment. Is this the power of Super 4? It's really powerful. The fist fight with Master Sohan just made me take a small step back. Son Goku looked at his hands in shock, with excitement written all over his face, and facing Son Goku with such an excited expression. Although Sohan wanted to tell the other party that he was deliberately suppressing his strength to become the same as the other party, otherwise you would be gone with the punch just now, but in the end Sohan held back. After all, Son Goku, who has been frustrated repeatedly, really needs some confidence. Come again. Come again. After Son Goku roared, he rushed out quickly, and this time Son Goku shot even faster. Even Sohan, who suppressed his strength, became serious at this moment. Facing Son Goku's heavy punch again, Sohan didn't take anything lightly. Looking directly at the opponent's fist with both eyes, he blasted it out with Zonli. Boom. The moment the 2 fists clashed together, a powerful energy shock wave suddenly set off around them. And under the energy wave, even the meteorites around the 2 of them burst instantly. The King Kai star under their feet shattered at this moment. Click. It's good. What a terrifying energy. Why did Goku suddenly become stronger? King Kai looked at Son Goku and Sohan in disbelief. It was just a simple fist fight, but such terrifying energy could erupt, which made King Kai a little unbelievable. Although Son Goku's previous strength was also very strong, but it did not reach this level. Master Supreme Kai, come and save me. If you don't come again, my Kai Wangxing will really be gone. King Kai shouted helplessly. But how could the old Supreme Kai come? He wished Sohan would stay away. Because Sohan couldn't help but have a strong status, even his strength was terrifying, and he even possessed the destructive power that Gods of Destruction can only have. This makes the old Supreme Kai fear Sohan even more. The strength of Super Saiyan 4 is more than that. Son Goku, you can burst out with even stronger power. After knocking Son Goku away with one punch, Sohan frowned slightly and looked at him to remind him. Sohan, who has read the original book, is very clear that the power of Super Saiyan 4 is far more than that displayed by Son Goku. At the very least, it can explode with stronger power. Yes, Master Sohan, the power of Super Saiyan 4 is indeed more than that. But since you know all about it, there's no need for me to hide it. After finishing speaking, Son Goku clenched his fists again, and then powerful energy spewed out from Son Goku's body. The golden flames also spewed out at this time, rustling, crackling. Outside the golden flames, there is also a layer of lightning. At this time, Super Saiyan 4 undoubtedly became more domineering. Very good, it looks like you have mastered the power of Super Saiyan 4 now. Then if that's the case, I'll come too. Saying that, Sohan clenched his fist slightly, and then powerful energy burst out from Sohan's body. The golden arrogance enveloped Sohan's body in an instant, and the sky was dark and dark for a while. And the golden arrogance emanating from the two of them, like two swords, pierced straight into the sky. I'm coming, Master Sohan. After finishing speaking, Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, stepped on the ground with his right foot, and shot out of his body instantly. Like a golden arrow, it shot towards Sohan. The two fists launched a frenzied attack on Sohan's body like a pair of machine guns. And Sohan also waved his fists and launched a storm-like attack. One after another, booming circles flashed continuously over the entire sky of Kai Wangxing. Because of the powerful energy emanating from the fight between the two, the entire King of Realms shook violently. It seems that it may fall apart at any time. Son Goku, don't you only have these strengths? Don't forget that I have been suppressing strengths. Even so, you can't take any advantage. Seeing that Son Goku's attack gradually slowed down, Sohan couldn't help frowning slightly. Of course not. Since Master Sohan, if you want to see it, then I will let you experience my strength. Saying that, Son Goku knocked Sohan back with a punch. Then quickly distance yourself from the opponent. After opening his legs and taking a horse stance, he immediately put his hands on his waist. Then began to gather energy crazily. 10 times Kamehameha wave, if that's the case, then I'll come too. Saying that, Sohan directly put his hands on his chest, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Big bang. Kamehameha wave. Finally, under the roar of the two in unison, all kinds of Kamehameha waves with powerful energy were released. Boom. After the two powerful energies collided together, a burst of huge energy waves spread rapidly throughout the entire Kaiwang planet. The surrounding meteorites were instantly crushed into fine powder under the power of the energy wave. It was even the same for King Realm. Under the power of this huge energy wave, it was completely shattered. What? Kaiwang planet was actually destroyed. This. King Kai looked at the Kaiwangxing that had gradually disintegrated under his feet, and became speechless in shock. Even for a while, he didn't know what to say. Before, because I accidentally offended gods of destruction Beerus, my huge Kaiwangxing became the palm-sized small planet it is today. Ask for flowers. And before I thought that I didn't recognize the relationship between the law enforcement officer at first sight, but now I completely destroyed my own planet directly. Boom. Along with the energy of Son Goku's 10 times Kamehameha wave gradually weakening, the Big Bang Kamehameha wave directly swallowed it completely. In the end, even Son Goku's body was slammed into the air. After breaking through several small planets in a row, the body was directly embedded in a huge meteorite. Sohan, Master Sohan, is really unbelievably powerful. I thought I could fight with you for a while longer when you were suppressing your strength, but I didn't expect that I would be defeated by you so quickly. At this moment, Son Goku has returned to normal, and even because of the blow just now, Son Goku looks extraordinarily embarrassed. You can even clearly see the high and swollen eyelid of the other party's left eye. Call out. After standing up, Son Goku hurried back to Sohan's side. Don't be sad, you've already done a good job, you just became a Super 4, and you can play to this stage, which is already very good. But if you want to protect the Earth with your own power, I think your current power is not enough. You need to get stronger. Sohan patted Son Goku on the shoulder, then took out a fairy bean and threw it to Son Goku. Gilo, is the strength of Super Saiyan 4 still not enough? Will the opponents in the future really be so strong? After receiving the fairy beans thrown by Sohan, Son Goku didn't eat them right away, but the witnesses were stunned. I thought that the power of Super 4 should be enough to protect the Earth. But he never thought that Master Sohan would actually say that Super 4's power is still not enough to protect the Earth. Could it be that the Earth will usher in more powerful enemies in the future? That's right, your understanding of this world is too one-sided now, and you don't even know how big our world is. Anyone who is stronger than you is everywhere, your current strength. Saying this, Sohan suddenly stopped, and then sneered. Although the strength of Super Saiyan 4 is not weak, but if you look at the 12 universes, it is obviously not enough. At the very least, there are many strong players whose strength surpasses Super 4. Master Sohan, if the power of Super Saiyan 4 is not enough, what about Super Saiyan 5? Kuang. If the power of Super 4 is not enough to protect the Earth, what about Super Saiyan 5? Son Goku looked at Sohan with fiery eyes, hoping to get an answer from the other party. Although he has just become Super 4 for only a few hours, but for some reason, Super 4's powerful power makes Son Goku feel that Super Saiyan's power has no limit at all. And Super Saiyan 4 seems to be another kind of beginning. There must be a stronger existence behind Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 5. Seeing Son Goku's fiery eyes, Sohan was stunned. I didn't expect that Son Goku would think of Super Saiyan 5. Sohan really didn't think of this, but I have to say that Son Goku could think of this. It should be the relationship between becoming Super Saiyan 4. Not only Son Goku feels this way, but Sohan also feels this way. That is, Super 4 is definitely not the end, and behind Super Saiyan 4, there must be a stronger state. Although Super Saiyan 5 comes from Dragon Ball's 820 work Dragon Ball AF. But that doesn't mean they can't become like this. If you can become Super Saiyan 5, maybe you can really protect the whole Earth with your own power. But Super Saiyan 5 is not easy to achieve, Sohan said with a light smile. While Son Goku hoped to be able to reach Super Saiyan 5, it's not possible right now, because it takes time. The current Son Goku has only just entered Super Saiyan 4. I will definitely let my strength reach the level of Super Saiyan 5. I want to protect the Earth with my own power. Son Goku clenched his fist firmly on his face, and then swallowed the fairy beans in his hand in one gulp. As the fairy beans entered his throat, Son Goku recovered from his injuries in an instant. By the way, Master Sohan, what kind of training are we going to do next? Although Son Goku obtained the power of Super Saiyan 4, Son Goku was not satisfied because he also wanted to obtain more powerful power to protect the Earth. After all, Master Sohan also said before that the Earth may have new enemies in the near future, and relying on the strength of the current Super Saiyan 4 is not enough. If you want to protect the Earth with your own power, you have to keep getting stronger. Wait. Master Sohan, Kai Wangxing, why is it gone? It was at this time that Son Goku noticed that Kai Wang planet under their feet had turned into fragments all over the sky. Even the three of King Kai and Babras are standing on a slightly larger fragment. Looking at the fragments of the King of Realms around him, he looked aggrieved. Oh, it seems so. It should be because the power we exuded during the battle just now was too strong. Sohan smiled helplessly. Thinking about it, King Kai is really unlucky. Because of offending Beerus before, the huge Kai Wang has become the size of a palm. And now it's even more exaggerated. The battle between me and Son Goku just now directly exploded his planet. Master Kai, I'm really sorry. Son Goku came to King Kai's side with a face full of embarrassment. Goku, forget it, it's too late to say anything. King Kai exhaled helplessly, with mixed emotions in his heart. Come on, now even the small planets are gone, they were simply blown up and exploded. But at this moment Sohan also flew over. I saw Sohan's arm shaking slightly in the air, and then the surrounding debris seemed to be attracted by some force. It was unexpectedly gathered together quickly within an extreme time. In the end, Kai Wangxing, which had been turned into fragments, actually returned to its original size. King Wangxing has returned to its original state. Master Law Enforcement. Lord Law Enforcement. Seeing King Kai who returned to its original state in that instant, King Kai was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. The excitement in my heart is beyond words. King Kai couldn't even say a word of thanks. Don't thank me, I'm not gods of destruction. Sohan just said something lightly. No. Lord Law Enforcement Officer, I still need to give you a good rest. King Kai was kneeling on the ground at this moment, weeping bitterly. It actually restored the broken planet to its original form in an instant. Master Han's strength is really strong. No, I want to continue to strengthen my practice, and I must follow in the footsteps of Master Sohan. Looking at the scene in front of him, Son Goku felt a wave of turmoil in his heart, and then the whole person froze on the spot and thought secretly. Call out. But at this moment, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and immediately a familiar figure appeared in front of the master. It was Angel Whis who came. However, it was not difficult to see from the expression on the other party's face that Angel Whis seemed to be in a pretty good mood, because he always had a bright smile on his face. Wei Whis. Mr. Whis. When King Kai saw that it was Whis, he immediately felt a chill down his back. Because Mr. Whis has always been inseparable from Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus, he suddenly came to me now. Does it mean that Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus has woken up? Gilo. Thinking of this, King Kai swallowed even more. So it's King Kai. Whis glanced at the other party and nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Whis, is there something important for you to come to me suddenly? That Master Beerus came along? King Kai asked with some concern. No, Master Beerus is still sleeping. Whis said very casually, but his eyes were already on Sohan. Great, so Master Beerus is still sleeping. That's good. After hearing the other party say that Gods of Destruction Beerus was still sleeping, King Kai felt relieved. Take a deep breath. Whis, why are you here? Seeing Whis who came suddenly, Sohan asked. And Sohan felt that the smile on the other party's face must have something important to tell him. After all, Sohan has lived with Whis for several years, so Sohan naturally has a clear understanding of Angel Whis' character. Ho. Mr. Sohan, no, I should call Mr. Sohan the law enforcement officer now. Angel Whis slowly came to Sohan's side, and a very mean smile appeared on his face. Damn, Whis, there's no need for the two of us to deal with such nonsense. I know you should have something to tell me. Tell me quickly. As for how comfortable it is to call you, then you can call it whatever you want. I won't care about this matter. Sohan said lightly. Seeing how cheap the other party was smiling, Sohan knew that his guess must be right. Ho. As expected of Mr. Sohan, I can't hide anything from you. I really have something to tell you this time. I went to the temple in 0.6 before and told Mr. Grand Priest the results of your cultivation over the past few years. Mr. Grand Priest is very satisfied with your cultivation and my work. That's why Mr. Grand Priest hopes that you can properly understand the content of your work in advance, and at least go to other universes for a symbolic inspection. Angel Whis came to Sohan's ear and whispered. After Grand Priest heard the news that Sohan's strength had improved, he was naturally very satisfied. It was not easy to surpass Whis' strength in 5 years. And if this is the case, then Sohan is equivalent to possessing the strength to officially become a trainee law enforcement officer. Phew, it's exactly as I guessed. Are you going to inspect the 12 universes? Sohan nodded slightly, but he didn't show any surprise at what Whis said, because it was his job as a law enforcement officer to inspect the universe. He's been in the area long enough now. It's perfectly normal for Grand Priest to have Whis rushing himself. That's it, Mr. Sohan. After all, you are a trainee law enforcement officer now, and you will become a temple law enforcement officer in the future. Inspecting the situation of the 12 universes in advance can be regarded as laying the foundation for your future work. Angel Whis still said with a smile. Although there was suddenly an additional law enforcement officer responsible for supervising their work, it made Whis feel weird. However, thinking of the relationship between this law enforcement officer and himself, Whis' mood became better again. Because no matter what, the law enforcement officer is his half-apprentice, and he is also a member of his 7th universe. It must be much better than other universe people doing this position. Okay, Whis. Since it's the Grand Priest's request, I'll go and inspect the 12 universes. Sohan nodded lightly. Anyway, there is nothing important recently. Moreover, Sohan is still not confident that he can defeat Grand Priest, so for now, it is better to keep a low profile as much as possible. Because no one knows exactly what the Grand Priest is planning. Ho ho, that would be great, Mr. Sohan. Hearing this, Whis burst out laughing again at 27 degrees. But soon Whis gently nudged Sohan with his elbow, and then said together, Mr. Sohan has one more thing. The food in the Gods of Destruction world is about to run out. Sohan looked at Whis' wretched smile, then shook his head helplessly. Fine. Sohan didn't refuse. Although Whis likes to eat a little bit, his character is still acceptable, and also helped Sohan a lot. As for food, for Sohan, he just needs to go to Bulma's house and ask for it. No matter how much food he took, Bulma would never refuse. After all, he is the hero who saved the Earth twice. Master Sohan. Are we going back to Earth now? Son Goku scratched his head, although he didn't quite understand what they were talking about. But Son Goku feels that it is time to return to Earth. That's right, but I thought for a while that you can go back alone. Here's this list for you, and go directly to Vegeta's house to buy. If he doesn't give it, you can directly report my name. If you still don't give it, don't say that I will directly destroy the Earth. After speaking, Suguo quickly made a shopping list and gave it to Son Goku. After Son Goku heard Sohan's words, he swallowed his saliva in a daze. It was too late to check the contents of the list, so I used instant transmission to return to Earth. Son Goku laughs. And the opponent has such strength. After a while, Son Goku came back with a large box of food capsules. But the process was naturally the same as what Sohan thought. After seeing that it was Son Goku, Vegeta naturally wouldn't let him take away the food capsule so easily. But Son Goku's mind is full of Sohan's words. So there is no martial arts at all. Without giving Vegeta any chance to react at all, he became super blind and punched the opponent flying out of the doctor. In the end, before Vegeta could react, Son Goku forcibly collected the food capsule, and then returned using instant transmission. This process was so fast that even Vegeta doubted if he was dreaming. Kakarot, this guy is crazy? It's fine to break into his home rashly and beat himself up, but he ran away when he raped something. Mission completed, Master Sohan. Saying that, Son Goku handed over the food capsule he had snatched to Sohan. How much? Great, this should be enough to eat until Master Beerus wakes up. Angel Whis looked at the food capsule in Sohan's hand and swallowed. That, Mr. Sohan's old phlegm sauerkraut that I love the most, you must not have forgotten it. Whis swallowed, looking at the capsule in Sohan's hand, his eyes shone with light. No, I specifically asked Son Goku to bring a full capsule of old phlegm shabu shabu, this should be enough for you next time. Saying that, Sohan directly threw the capsule in his hand to the other party. Awesome. Then Mr. Sohan, I won't bother you anymore, don't forget to inspect the universe. Angel Whis held the capsule in his hand, and his whole body became excited. Then, after saying goodbye to Sohan briefly, they flew directly towards the Gods of Destruction world. Now he can't wait to taste Laotan sauerkraut. After Sohan saw the other party leaving, he set his sights on Son Goku. Then he said with a serious face, Son Goku, you should have heard the general idea of the conversation I had with Whis just now. As the Temple Law Enforcement Officer, my duty is to supervise the gods of the 12 universes, and now I am going to inspect the work in other universes. If you want, I can take you there with me. Of course, this will be of great help to your cultivation, and it will also allow you to see the powerhouses of other universes. And Son Goku was stunned after hearing what the other party said. Temple Enforcer? Supervising the gods of 12 universes, doesn't that mean that Master Sohan's priesthood is even better than Supreme Kai? Gilo. Thinking of this, Son Goku couldn't help swallowing. And since it is the first time Son Goku has heard of the concept of 12 universes, does it mean that there are not just one universe but 12? That, Master Sohan, since I can improve my strength and fight against other strong players from the universe, I am naturally willing to go with you. But what do you mean by the 12 universes 983? Does it mean that our world is not the only universe of ours? Son Goku scratched his head and said with a slightly embarrassed face. You are right, there are 12 universes in this world, and our universe is the 7th universe. Then Sohan told the other party about the 12 universes. But Son Goku's expression changed from dull to shocked a little bit. Even the whole person's mouth almost fell to the ground. He never thought about how big the world he was in was. There are actually 12 universes. This is something Son Goku has never thought about, and even Lord Kai has never known about it. 12 universes. Although I am a little surprised, but anyway, since other universes also have powerful opponents, then I must fight them well, said Son Goku. The whole person became excited. Very good. You prepare now, we can set off to the 6th universe. The first target Sohan chose to go to was the sister planet of the 7th universe, the 6th universe. The first is because the distance is relatively close, and it is more convenient to inspect. Of course, the second is because Kompa came to the 7th universe to steal the Dragon Ball before, which caused the two of them to have some festivals before. And now Sohan naturally doesn't intend to let the other party go easily. Prepare, what is there to prepare for? Master Sohan, I can enter the 6th universe with you anytime now. Son Goku scratched his head, not understanding what Sohan was referring to. But that's normal, because Son Goku is such a person. Sure enough, it's the same idiot as the original book. Sohan covered his head and exhaled helplessly. Then he said slowly, I'm leaving the 7th universe this time. I don't know when I'll be back. Son Goku, you really don't need to say hello to your family. And what I told you to bring, you still need to go to Vegeta to bring back a copy. Although I have the status of a law enforcement officer, no matter where I go, there will be endless food, but everyone knows it. In the entire Dragon Ball world, except for the normal food on the Earth, things on other planets are simply unsightly, let alone swallowable. Anyway, Sohan couldn't eat it just by looking at it. So if you want to live without relying on fairy beans during this time in other universes, you must bring some dry food. That's right. If you leave for too long, Shishi will definitely be angry. Master Sohan, thank you so much. And I'll go to Vegeta right now and bring back another food capsule. Saying that, Son Goku placed 2 fingers between his eyebrows, and then disappeared into the distance. Earth? Capsule Company, Vegeta's home. Call out. With a flash of white light, Son Goku's body appeared in Vegeta's house immediately. Fuck. Kakarot, you bastard, how dare you come back? You are finished, even if you become Super Saiyan 3, I will not let you go, I must teach you a good lesson. Seeing Son Goku reappearing, Vegeta was extremely angry. It never occurred to him that Son Goku would go and come back. But this is better, I have a chance to take revenge. Aha! Vegeta roared and turned into Super Saiyan 2. Call out. A punch to Son Goku's body was sent out. Snapped. But in the next moment, he was directly blocked by the normal Son Goku with one hand. And at the same time, it's not hard to see that Son Goku's other hand is still rummaging around in his house. Blanche. Kakarot, you really don't think much of me, Prince Saiyan. Seeing that Son Goku dared to distract himself to search for other things in the face of his own attack, the veins on Vegeta's forehead jumped violently. Asshole. Ha! Vegeta let out a roar, and a powerful aura burst out of his body instantly. For a while, huge spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground. And at this moment, Son Goku seemed to have just noticed the other party, and then showed a bright smile. Hey, so it's you, Vegeta, I thought who it was. I'm so sorry, this time I need to borrow some food capsules. After finishing speaking, Son Goku's modest face suddenly became serious. Call out. The body suddenly appeared behind Vegeta in a flash. Boom. Without giving Vegeta any chance to react, Sohan's fist had landed on Vegeta's neck. Kakarot, Kakarot. All of a sudden, Vegeta's whole person changed from a super game state to a normal state. Then he rolled his eyes, and the whole person passed out. Hey, Vegeta, I remember that before you fought Majin Buu last time, you knocked me down like this, and now I will return it to you in the same way. Seeing Vegeta fainted on the ground, Son Goku just ignored him, then seriously rummaged through the food capsules. And just when Son Goku had found all the things he needed, Bulma's voice suddenly came from outside. Vegeta, what's wrong with you, Vegeta? Seeing Vegeta fainted on the ground, Bulma shouted anxiously. Don't worry about Bulma, Vegeta will wake up later. At this time Son Goku also came out. Sun Jun, why are you here? Bulma covered her small mouth with an unbelievable expression on her face. It's a bit troublesome to explain, but all I do is for the Earth, and Bulma, can you lend me some money first? Saying that, Son Goku scratched his head in embarrassment. Go back and talk to Shishi directly. If you want to leave the 7th universe and go to other universes to practice, Shishi will never agree. But Son Goku naturally thought of countermeasures. That's money. As long as you have enough money, no matter how long you leave, the other party will not refuse. So Son Goku thought of asking Bulma to borrow money. Borrow money. Sun Jun, what do you want to do? Bulma frowned slightly, even though she was the richest man on Earth, and she once wanted to give money to Son Goku. But the other party all refused, because money really has no effect on a fighting arrogance like Son Goku. For Son Goku, the only thing that makes him happy is fighting a strong opponent. And now Son Goku would take the initiative to ask him to borrow money, which made Bulma have a shocked expression on his face. Things are a bit complicated, because I want to follow Master Sohan to practice in other universes, but Shishi will definitely not agree, so I want to ask you to lend Shishi some money first, so that if so, she might agree to let me practice. But I did this for the sake of the Earth. Although Majin Buu was defeated, our Earth is not really safe. Maybe we will encounter stronger enemies in the future. Only by cultivating by Master Sohan's side will make me stronger, and then I will be able to protect the Earth with my own strength when the Earth is in danger again. Son Goku looked at Bulma seriously and said. But Son Goku really thinks this way in his heart. He knows very well that the Earth will definitely encounter more powerful enemies in the future. The enemy is 100 times or even 1000 times stronger than Majin Buu, so if he wants to defeat the opponent, the only thing he can do is to work hard to become stronger before the enemy comes. Mr. Sohan. Well, Sun Jun, if this is the case, then this card is for you. As for the money in it, you can say that it is the bonus you won in the game, and Shishi will definitely agree with you to practice with Mr. Sohan after seeing this card. Bulma nodded. She naturally understood what Son Goku was thinking. And Bulma also learned from Son Goku and the old Supreme Kai that Yin Pi defeated Majin Buu and saved the Earth again. So she is still very grateful to Sohan. And now that the other party is willing to guide Sun Jun to practice, it is naturally a good thing. Because no matter how powerful Mr. Sohan is, it is impossible to protect the Earth for a lifetime, so they are still needed to protect the Earth in the end. And at that time, it can only rely on the power of Son Goku. Great! As expected of you, Bulma. After receiving the purple card from the other party, Son Goku immediately became excited. But Son Goku didn't stop here, instead he returned home directly using instant transmission. Dad, have you met Mr. Sohan? I really thank him for this incident. Son Gohan, who was studying his homework, hurriedly asked after seeing his father Son Goku come back suddenly. Yeah, see you, and I'm now a teacher of Mr. Sohan. Where is Gohan Shishi? Tell me where Shishi went. Kitchen. Son Gohan was stunned, he had never seen his father before, so why was he so anxious? I'm going to follow Mr. Sohan to practice in other universes, you must protect Mom and Goten at home. After finishing speaking, Son Goku ran towards the kitchen without waiting for Son Gohan to respond. Only Son Gohan was left in place. What? To worship Mr. Sohan as a teacher, and to go to other universes to practice, what the hell happened? Son Gohan scratched, Li's Hao, scratched his head with a dazed look on his face. But at this moment, Shishi's exclamation came from the kitchen. What is 10 billion? Goku, is this money really the bonus you got from playing the game? Shishi held the purple card in his hand, the expression on his whole face was extremely shocked. Because there are a full 10 billion in the purple card, so in this way, there is no need to worry about running out of money in the future. Yes Shishi, can I follow Mr. Saiyan to practice in other universes? Son Goku froze for a moment, it was the first time he had seen such an expression from Shishi. But Son Goku still asked again. Go. Remember to go for a while longer. Shishi held the purple card in his hand, and the expression on his whole face was indescribably happy. As for Son Goku, he couldn't keep the other party anyway, and since playing games can make a lot of money, let him practice hard and make more money. It is good. Hearing this, Son Goku nodded, and immediately used instant transmission to return to Sohan's side. Everything is ready Master Sohan, we can start now. Son Goku looked at Sohan expectantly and said, as if he would be able to fight with other universe powerhouses soon, General Sunday. Sohan nodded slowly. Then the arm was raised, a light blue light flashed, and immediately a white passage appeared in front of the two of them. Let's go, this is the universe space passage leading to the 6th universe. Sohan looked at Son Goku and said, is it possible to directly lead to universe passages of other universes? It's amazing. Son Goku exclaimed, and then stopped talking. He followed closely behind Sohan. Your speed is too slow. At your flying speed, it will take us almost half an hour to resist the 6th universe. Put your hands on me. Looking at Son Goku's flying speed like a turtle, Sohan said. In fact, Son Goku's speed is already very fast now, but Sohan's speed is even faster. Because of Angel's supernatural powers and super speed, Sohan can fly at super high speed like Angel, and these passages can be said to be tailor-made for Angel. If an ordinary person flies with all his strength, it may take 3 or 2 days to reach the destination. But with Angel's super quick support, it's completely different. Because of Angel's super speed assistance, it is absolutely possible to fly at the fastest speed, so as to achieve the effect of reaching the goal in the shortest time. Although using instant transmission, it may be faster. But before Sohan really entered the 6th universe 840, it is very unsafe to use instant transmission to transfer there rashly, and it is very prone to a series of problems. Naturally, Sohan would not try rashly. Is it alright to put your hand on your body, Master Sohan? Brush. Not giving Son Goku a chance to react at all, it started the moment his palm landed on Sohan. The bodies of both of them flew out quickly, and the flying speed is very fast, so fast that it is unimaginable. Even Son Goku felt a sudden cardiac arrest at that moment. Good, so fast. Son Goku swallowed, forcibly suppressing the disbelief in his heart. He can clearly feel that Sohan's speed is at least 1,000 times faster than his. After waiting for 20 minutes, the two rushed out of the spacetime tunnel, entered the 6th universe. Call. It finally came out. Wait for me to speak for a while, I'm afraid I'm going to vomit. After leaving the tunnel, Son Goku immediately felt his own might be overwhelmed, violently tumbling. In the end, one couldn't hold back a mouthful of sour water and spit it out. Here is the 6th universe, but it doesn't seem to be different. Son Goku looked at everything around him, and then spoke. This is the 6th universe. Besides, Son Goku, I'm giving you an ability. Saying that, Sohan's finger poked lightly between Son Goku's eyebrows. Then it can be clearly seen that Son Goku's expression immediately became sluggish, and then the sluggish expression suddenly became shocked again. This amazing ability. Son Goku looked at his hands in surprise. And at that moment just now, Sohan sent a small portion of God's breath into Son Goku's body. In this way, ordinary people should not feel the sudden arrival of the two of them. It's just that Sohan has never tried to hide Angel Vados, so it's not very clear. This is the breath of God. I also taught you the other cultivation method just now. As for whether you can learn it or not, it depends on your own ability. Sohan patted Son Goku on the shoulder and said. However, at this time, a group of various auras suddenly came from a distance. Although the strength of the breath can perceive that their strength is not very strong, but there are quite a few of them. Master Sohan, do you feel it too? Son Goku put his eyes on Sohan, and his expression suddenly became serious. It should be a big wave of universe pirates, but I didn't expect to meet them in this place. Sohan nodded slightly, and then a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. According to the records in the original work, Chabe, all the pirates in the universe in the entire 6th universe seem to have been secretly overridden by Frost. And this guy is much more insidious than Frisia from the 7th universe. On the surface, he is a hero who rescues the suffering, but behind the scenes, he is the real estate boss of the entire 6th universe. While letting the universe pirates under him grab the land for him, he himself is setting up an archway. Just don't be too insidious. Naturally, Sohan didn't have any good feelings for this guy. Follow Son Goku, if you meet him, go and have a look. Remember not to act rashly without my order. Sohan said lightly. The purpose of coming to the 6th universe is to inspect it, and now that I have just entered the 6th universe, I have encountered a large wave of universe pirates, so Sohan naturally wants to go to inspect it. Of course, it would be even better if I could find evidence of gods of destruction Kompas in action, and then I would be able to justifiably tyrannize that dead fat pig of Kompa. Son Goku nodded, and then the two followed the universe pirate army with a hidden breath. At the same time, the universe pirate warships. Inside the huge flying saucer-shaped warship headed by it. Reporting to Chief Frost, news came from our pirate brothers on planet Paradoma that those Damsians are meddling in their own business to help the natives of planet Paradoma rebel against our colonial plans. And it's not just the Paradoma planet, even the planet Parada where the 4th child is, similar things happened. Even the 4th child was on the way to escape, and was seriously injured by that Lay's defense team member named Gabe. In the conference room of the warship, an extremely strange wild boar-like alien creature half-kneeled on the ground, reporting what happened recently. Asshole. This group of Saiyans who are looking for death, even the planet Parada was raided. It seems that they are really too kind to these damn Saiyans. Gabe, you wait for me. As he spoke, a gloomy expression appeared on Float's face. The whole body exudes endless killing intent. Order to go down and take the army to immediately attack the planet Malami near the planet Sharda. Frost looked at the wild boar universe pirate below, and ordered. Yes, Chief. The wild boar universe pirate left the warship immediately after being ordered. Prepare to order Chief Frost's plan. Gabe, I don't believe you can watch me attack planet Malami without doing anything. As long as you dare to show up, then you will die. After speaking, a gloomy and proud expression appeared on Float's face again. Weird laughter resounded throughout the meeting room. Master Sohan, are they leaving? Looking at the universe pirate army that began to move in a large area not far away, Son Goku scratched his head and said somewhat incomprehensibly. But it's not hard to guess, since the universe pirates are all concentrated together, and now they are moving in a large area, there must be some big moves. Not like. Sohan shook his head. After thinking for a while, he said again, since that guy Frost has gathered so many universe pirates, he will definitely make a big move. Follow Son Goku, and we'll follow to see. This time you should have a chance to show off your skills. Saying that, Sohan flew in the direction where the universe pirates left. He had a premonition that Frost's goal this time should be related to the planet Sharda where Saiyan lived. After all, it is also recorded in the original Power Conference that although Saiyan admires Frost very much, Frost wants to kill all the subhumans who hinder his real estate plan all the time. Because they are a group of self-righteous Saiyans who always help the Aborigines to hinder their own colonial plans. It can be said that without this group of Saiyans, the efficiency of their own colonization will definitely become faster. Yaoshi. Wait, I am Master Sohan. After seeing Sohan flying away, Son Goku hastily followed. But for a strong opponent, Son Goku is full of joy in his heart. In any case, as long as he can fight a powerful opponent, his purpose of coming out this time will be considered achieved. And Sohan followed for a while. It was also discovered that this group of universe pirates was really going for Saiyan, but they did not attack the planet Sharda immediately on the surface. Instead, they gathered all the universe pirates and surrounded the planet Malami. Planet Malami is very close to planet Sharda, Even when the universe pirates attacked the planet Malami, they might accidentally injure the planet Sharda. As for why the universe pirates did this, Sohan didn't need to think about it. Judging from the insidiousness of that fellow Frost, he definitely wanted to use this method to force Saiyan to take the initiative. And he can also rely on his status as a good person card to gain the trust of the Saiyans. Finally backstab Saiyan. In this way, their universe pirates can achieve the greatest success with the least casualties. It can be said that it is extremely insidious. This guy Frost is really gloomy. Looking at the Malami planet that has been surrounded by universe pirates, Sohan said lightly. But now that he's here, Sohan naturally plans to watch a good show. He also wants to see how the Saiyans of the 6th universe plan to deal with such a situation. Master Sohan, these pirates have surrounded the planet ahead. Do we want to help? Son Goku scratched his head and saw a smile on his Master Sohan's face. I thought I was going to help, so I started to ask. No, just follow my orders honestly. Sohan said lightly. With Son Goku's current Super Saiyan 4 strength, not to mention Gabe and the others, even the full-strength Frost may not be Son Goku's opponent. So if you make a rash move now, it is estimated that there is nothing worth seeing. And that guy Frost is very gloomy. Taoran must have the means to escape. Record these evidences first, since Kampa is turning a blind eye to such a huge universe pirate organization. If this is the case, then don't blame me. A smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth as he spoke. If the number of universe pirates is small, or the organization is not very large, then gods of destruction can be controlled or not. But now that the universe pirates have formed such a huge power group, Kampa still ignores that fat pig. That means he has failed in his work. About 30 minutes later, the originally beautiful and peaceful planet Malami suddenly became smoky, and black smoke filled the entire sky. Originally, the residents of planet Malami were not good at fighting, but now facing the attack of such a huge group of universe pirates, they are even more powerless to fight back. Even all defensive measures are useless. In just over 10 minutes, it was defeated by the universe pirates. Master Sohan, although we don't belong to the 6th universe, but seeing them attack the weak planet like this, my heart, I really can't stand it, and this scene reminds me of the planet that was attacked by Frisia and Namek. Saying that, Son Goku couldn't help clenching his fists. Scenes of the Frisia army killing the Namek people emerged in his mind. Let Sun Wu almost go berserk. *Yen. Fortunately, at the end Sohan patted Son Goku on the shoulder to calm him down. Son Goku, if you rush forward rashly now, you can naturally shelter them for a while, but do you think you can stay in this place for the rest of your life? When you're gone, or when you're not around, and they come back to attack this planet again, what can you do? We are not just watching them die, but waiting for an opportunity to uproot the forces behind them. After finishing speaking, Sohan's face instantly became serious, just like his eyes have become extraordinarily sharp. The forces Sohan refers to are Frost and the inactive Kampa behind him. Of course, Sohan can also directly wipe out these universe pirates, and even punish the fat pig Kampa even without any reason. But Sohan didn't plan to do anything. What he represents now is not a person's identity, but a temple law enforcement officer, so there is no need to think in the way of an ordinary person when doing things. Besides, the lives of these people are nothing to Sohan. Master Sohan. So that's what you think, I see. Hearing this, Son Goku let out a breath, and then his tense nerves relaxed. That's right. Master Sohan is right, even if he can help this planet once, what's the use of it? I can't uproot all the universe pirates. When I leave, these universe pirates will attack this planet again. They will usher in real despair. Son Goku forgot to tell you, because the 7th universe and the 6th universe are sisters, so the 6th universe also has Saiyan. And the Saiyan from the 6th universe is not as notorious as the Saiyan from the 7th universe. All the Saiyans here are heroes for keeping the universe safe. Seeing that the planet Sharda finally sent a large number of Saiyan fighters to set off, Sohan knew that the highlight of this battle had finally come. And this is what I was waiting for. What? The 6th universe also has Saiyan. Master Sohan, is everything you said true? Hearing this, Son Goku's expression also became excited. Since there are Saiyans here, shouldn't I be able to compete with them? Is it good for me to lie to you? Seeing Son Goku's excited expression, Sohan said with a slight frown. Ahaha, surely not. But Master Sohan, where is the Saiyan from the 6th universe? I can't wait to fight them now. Speaking of Saiyan from the 6th universe, Son Goku couldn't help but be eager to fight. Because Son Goku really wants to see the strength of Saiyan in the 6th universe, who is stronger than himself. Promise. Isn't that right in front? Saying that, Sohan pointed to the figure who was flying in the direction of planet Malami in the distance. But it is not difficult to see that these Saiyans are not weak. Normal. Really? But why don't they have tails? Could it be that they cut off their tails just like us? Son Goku scratched his head and said with some doubts. In Son Goku's memory, all the Saiyans have tails, but as for his 840 Saiyans without tails, they thought they found that having no tails could make them stronger. And the tail has always been one of their Saiyans' weaknesses. No, the Saiyans of the 6th universe are born Saiyans without tails. However, this is exactly why their strength is much stronger than the average strength of Saiyan from our 7th universe. Forget it, don't think about it. You were sent out of planet Vegeta when you were born, and you definitely don't know much about these things. Sohan shook his head helplessly. If it was Vegeta, there might be some understanding of why Saiyan has no tail, but Son Goku's story is fine. This guy is so unresponsive that it's a waste of time to explain anything to him. According to the records in the original book, once Saiyan's human form is stronger than his great ape form, he no longer grows a tail. In other words, Saiyan has two forms, the human form and the great ape form. Under normal circumstances, Saiyan's combat power in human form is not as good as that of the giant ape form, so it grows a tail. But if a Saiyan is born, his normal strength is greater than that of the giant ape. Then such a Saiyan will not grow a tail. As for why the Saiyans of the 6th universe don't have tails, that's because they have been stronger than themselves who became great apes since they were born. This means that the Saiyan of the 6th universe is born to be more than 10 times stronger than the Saiyan of the 7th universe. However, it is precisely because of this relationship that none of the Saiyans in the 6th universe have ever become Super Saiyans. Oh, well, maybe their tails are hidden, don't care. And their strength seems to be very good. I must have a good fight with the strongest among them. Excited, Son Goku clenched his fists tightly. But just when he wanted to join in the fun, Sohan did pull out his shoulders. Calm down, now is not the time for you to come out, be honest with me. I'll let you know when it's time for you to play. Sohan's tone was cold, and he didn't give Son Goku a chance to refute. After Son Goku heard Sohan's words, he immediately calmed down a lot. Then scratched his head and said, okay, Master Sohan. At this time, Malami Planet C, the 6th Universian who is fighting fiercely with the Universe Pirates. Gabby, what's going on with you? Although there are a lot of people in this group of Universe Pirates, they don't seem to plan to stand with us for a long time. They retreat while fighting. Could it be some conspiracy? At this moment, Saiyan, Gabe's teammate, said in a voice. Although his strength is not very strong, his insight is much stronger than the average Saiyan. This is why he can always be with Gabe, the ace player. It's not clear yet. But no matter what, you must keep your spirits up, and you must not let your guard down. It is very strange that this group of Universe Pirates suddenly assembled a large number of troops to attack the planet Malami. Anyway, fight off what they're saying first. As he spoke, Gabe sent a Universe Pirate flying with a punch. Then the aura on his body soared, and the Kigong ejected directly pierced through the body of a Universe Pirate. Cut. Gabi, you are too suspicious. It is obvious that this group of Universe Pirates are afraid of our Saiyan's strength, so they are in a panic. Don't worry at all, Kale will charge with me and clean up this group of hateful Universe Pirates. At the same time, Saiyan Caulifla, a hotly dressed woman on the other side, shouted loudly. Well, I'm here to learn, sister. Hearing this, Kale hurriedly followed Caulifla's footsteps. Although she felt something was wrong, she was willing to trust her senior no matter what. Don't be impulsive and push Caliph to pull Kyre, just repel them, don't chase them too far. Gabe yelled loudly while attacking the Universe Pirates. Now he felt that this group of pirates must have other schemes, otherwise, how could they have gathered so many people, and the target was actually an inconspicuous planet Malami. As far as Gabe knows, the planet Malami is a very desolate planet. There are few inhabitants, and even resources are scarce. So there is no reason why Universe Pirates would attack such a place. Call out. And just when Gabe was about to catch up, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Immediately a blue figure appeared in front of Gabe. My god, this planet has been destroyed like this. This group of Dem-Universe Pirates, Frost, are at odds with you. Die to me. Speaking of which, Frost stretched out his hands and fired a huge energy cannon, and then more than 100 Universe Pirates instantly turned into ashes. Mr. Frost, you're here too. After Gabe saw the appearance of the blue figure clearly, he immediately became excited. How could he not recognize this blue figure? Frost, the hero of the entire 6th universe, punishing evil and promoting good to fight against Universe Pirates. Not only that, Frost is Gabe's idol. Mr. Frost, it's great that you're here, so we'll be able to successfully repel the Universe Pirates. After coming to Frost's side, Rube shouted excitedly. After seeing Gabe's face, Frost's expression instantly became gloomy. This guy who repeatedly hindered his colonial plan. Although I really want to kill the other party now. 0.5 but Frost held back in the end. A little unbearable will lead to a big conspiracy. His goal is not just a small Gabe, but the entire Saiyan nation. So what he wants to do now is to lead all the Saiyans to the place he designed, and then surround them. As long as most of the Saiyan fighters are eliminated, the remaining Saiyans will not be able to stop their plan at all. And not only that, after these Saiyan elites are completely eliminated, even their planet Sharda will not let go. Immediately, a smile appeared on Frost's face. He looked at Gabe and said, so it's Gabe, I'm so sorry. I'm really saddened by what happened to planet Malami, so I didn't feel relieved just now. Speaking of Frost's explosive acting skills, he immediately showed a regretful expression. No one would guess these things no matter what, he caused them all by himself. That's right, this group of Dem-Universe Pirates is simply too abominable, but Mr. Frost, you don't have to be too sad, my subordinates have already caught up. Now that you are here, if we work together, we will definitely be able to get rid of all the Universe Pirates. This time, we must uproot all the Universe Pirates. Gabe looked at Frost with fiery eyes, and he spoke with confidence. Because Gabe believed that even if there was a trap set by the Universe Pirates ahead, as long as Mr. Frost helped him, he would definitely be able to save the day and defeat the Universe Pirates. After all, Gabe had also cooperated with Mr. Frost before, and every time basically can get great success. So Gabe believes that this time will definitely be no exception. Right. Gabi, you are right, we will join forces this time and we will definitely be able to uproot all these Dem-Universe pirates. And they actually did such an unreasonable thing to Planet Malami, this time we can't let them go easily no matter what. After hearing Gabe's words, Frost couldn't help raising a sinister smile. Because of what Gabe said, isn't 27 something that Frost has been planning? Since this guy proposed it on his own initiative, he doesn't have to waste his saliva. Gabe, hurry up and catch up with me. I seem to have heard the voices of Caulifla and the others. I must have caught the mastermind of the universe pirates. Seeing that Gabe was dazzled by excitement, Frost immediately stood up in a hurry. Now, taking advantage of Gabe's unawareness of the danger, the most important thing is to leave and lead Alcyon into the trap. Mr. Frost, let's go. Speaking of Gabe, he followed Frost's footsteps. Then the two hurriedly caught up with the figures of Caulifla and the others. But when all of them gathered together, the repulsed universe pirates seemed to have already ambushed. At this moment, they were surrounded by groups, and all kinds of warships and large weapons were aimed at their bodies. It's a trap. Gabe must not come here. We are surrounded. After seeing the pirates swarming around her, it was only then that Caulifla realized the seriousness of the matter. I didn't expect that the group of pirates just now were really pretending to retreat. But they have nothing to do, and the only thing they can do now is to pray that Gabe and the Saiyan elite behind him will not come over. The more people coming, the more difficult it is to escape. But after Gabe heard Caulifla's words, he rushed up with his elite Saiyan as if he didn't hear it. Hurry up and follow me, everyone. With Mr. Frost's help, even if universe is set by universe pirates in front of us, we will definitely win. Gabe's whole body became excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood, charged again into the distance. But as soon as he said this, Frost on the side was about to burst into joy. He secretly said in his heart, it is really important to establish your own image. But for the sake of how you trust me, Gabe, wait a minute and I will be the first to kill you. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Frost's face unconsciously. Then he also shouted loudly, all Saiyan fighters, don't worry, with my Mr. Frost helping us in this battle, we will definitely not lose. As Frost's inspiring words came out, all the Saiyans became excited. Because Frost has helped Saiyan many times, so Frost's status in Saiyan's heart can be said to be very high. Come on. Even if Frost comes, this is where all of you will be buried. The wild boar-looking universe pirate general looked at Saiyan, who was surrounded by his own people, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because their plan is done. As for the next step, it's up to their boss, Frost. Are you all right, Caliph Rachel? Don't worry, even if they are surrounded, so what? Their strength is mediocre. As long as we join hands with Mr. Frost, we will definitely be able to defeat them all. At this time, Gabe still said very confidently. But as soon as Gabe's voice fell, a black hand suddenly penetrated his chest. Give Gabe a black tiger heart. Pfft. Accompanied by a snort came out. Frost withdrew his arm, and there was an arrogant blood hole in Gabe's chest in an instant. And at this moment, a large amount of blood spewed out. Flo, Frost. Why are you? Gabe covered his chest, and it became difficult for him to speak for a while. If it weren't for his tyrannical strength, I'm afraid Gabe would have been lying on the ground and turned into a corpse. Gabe. Captain Gabe. After seeing Gabe fall, those Saiyan who were guarding against the universe pirates, as well as Caulifla, Kale, and others, all eyes widened. Unbelievable face. Because they never thought that such a thing would happen. You must know that Frost has always been a hero of justice. Why would he suddenly do such a thing now? Asshole. Do you know what you're doing, Frost? Die to me. When Caulifla saw Gabe lying in a pool of blood, the air around his body seemed to be on fire. Then he raised his arm and punched Frost with a heavy punch. Snapped. But in the end, he was easily blocked by the opponent's slap. Blunt. Mimi. Of course I know what I'm doing. And I know very well that as the leader of this group of universe pirates, this is what I should do. As he spoke, the corners of Frost's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sinister smile. What did you say? Frost, you are the behind-the-scenes leader of the universe pirates. How is this possible? Didn't we fight side by side together before against the universe pirates? How could there be such a thing? 363 Gabe, who was lying on the ground, spit out a mouthful of blood after hearing Frost's words. His widened eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Gabby, I have to say that you are really pitifully stupid. If I don't do this, how can I establish an image and get more news, so that my men can go and capture your weaker planets? Speaking of, Frost's smile became more ferocious. Even the surrounding Saiyan couldn't help taking half a step back. Asshole. Frost, I'm really blind to believe a scumbag like you. Gabe blamed himself extremely, with 2 lines of tears hanging on his face. He knew that if Frost was really the leader of the universe pirates, they might be doomed. Okay, it's time to send you on your way. After speaking, a killing intent appeared on Frost's face, and he was about to punch Caulifla in front of him with a punch. It's over, there is no way to hide. Caulifla tried to avoid it, but because her other arm was tightly held by the opponent, at this moment Caulifla had no chance to dodge at all. You can only let the opponent's attack fall on yourself. Call out. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, blocked in front of Caulifla, and directly grabbed Frost's attacking fist. How cruel are you to girls? Frost, I'm a little confused. Are you a man or a woman? Looking at the astonished Frost, Sohan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said. In fact, Sohan has always had such a doubt in his heart. That's how Frisia and Frost the hell they are gendered. Bastard, bastard. Who are you? You dare to meddle in the affairs of the universe pirates. Seeing that Sohan took his attack so easily, Frost took 2 steps back hastily. For some reason, the person in front of him, whom he had never seen before, actually gave him a sense of danger. If you can see, I am also a Saiyan. After speaking, the corners of Sohan's mouth slightly raised an arc. At the same time, according to Sohan's arrangement, Son Goku ate the fairy beans for Gabe. You must know that the 6th universe is not like the Earth that has Shenron who can resurrect the dead. As for Gabe, his strength is still very good. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by Kompa to participate in the Tournament of Power. So Sohan naturally doesn't want the other party to die now. What are you kidding, Saiyan? I've never seen a Saiyan with a tail. When Frost spoke, he moved his body slightly and took 2 steps back. Then he immediately cast a look at the wild boar-looking universe pirate leader behind him. The other party also understood Frost's intentions. Immediately, all the universe pirates aimed their firepower at Sohan. As long as the leader gave an order, they could beat Sohan into a mess in an instant. He. No matter what you said is true or not, since you are hindering my plan now, then you will only die. Seeing that his subordinates had pointed their weapons at Sohan, Frost immediately spoke a little bit harder. But at this moment, Gabe, who was originally lying in a pool of blood, suddenly stood up like a normal person. Then she looked at her hands in shock. I'm not dead. Am I still alive? Only then did Gabe notice the place where his chest was pierced by Frost, and he actually recovered. Gabby? What's going on? Captain Gabe. For a moment, all the Saiyans exclaimed. What kind of injury Gabe suffered? They all saw it before. But what's going on now? In an instant, he stood up like a normal person. Don't be so shocked. I saved you with fairy beans, so please fight me in the future. Son Goku on the side said with a smile at this time. You are. Gabe looked at each other suspiciously. I have never seen the other party before. Why did the other party help me? And you must know that they are now surrounded by universe pirates. Under such circumstances, how did these 2 mysterious people break in? What? Gabe was saved. How is this possible? Frost looked at Gabe with an extremely shocked expression, and was even more shocked to the extreme in his heart. What kind of power can actually restore Gabe, who was dying, to his original state in an instant? And it is not difficult to see that Gabe is very healthy at the moment, as if he has never been injured at all. This made Frost simply unable to believe what was happening in front of him. How is this possible? Anyway, Frost would never believe it. Could they be gods? For a while, a thought appeared in Frost's mind, and Frost felt that this was the only possibility. Other than that, there is no reason to explain it at all. I can't help it. Anyway, I must kill all the Saiyans today. I don't care who you are. Attack me. Finally, under the roar of Frost, all the universe pirates raised their weapons and attacked Sohan and all the Saiyans. At the same time, Frost himself stretched out his hands and released a powerful energy bomb to attack Sohan. It's over. Such an intensive attack, there is no hope. Looking at the oncoming attack, Gabe swallowed his saliva. As if planning to give up resistance, he stared blankly at the attack slowly coming. Then in the next second a miracle happened. The energy bombs all over the sky seemed to be isolated by some kind of energy, but they couldn't have any effect on their bodies at all. It was blocked outside by a layer of light green light curtain. This. Caulifla looked at Sohan's back, and for some reason suddenly felt her heart beating faster. Why is this person in front of him so powerful? He actually blocked all the attacks just by raising his hand. Son Goku, take them all away. Sohan glanced at Son Goku and said flatly. Well, Master Sohan. Son Goku nodded, and immediately put them on his body hand in hand. At the end of the book, Son Goku even used instant transmission to transfer out directly. I don't care who you are going to die for me. Finally, under the roar of Frost, he shot out with a blow with all his strength. Boom. When it landed on Sohan's protective barrier, although there was a burst of smoke and dust, it didn't shake the protective barrier at all. It's like it doesn't work at all. What? How did this happen? Frost looked at Sohan in shock, as if he had seen something terrible, with an expression of disbelief. But in the next second, the protective barrier outside Sohan's body suddenly disappeared. And at the same time, the purple destructive energy suddenly gathered, just like the size of a planet. Is this destructive energy? You are, good Zhao, gods of destruction. You don't need to know much, just die for me. Sohan frowned slightly, and then instantly transformed the destructive energy in his hands into countless small destructive energies. Boom. Accompanied by a deep voice, the countless universe pirates seemed to have encountered some major forces attack in an instant. Suddenly it all disappeared. Even Frost's body disappeared without a trace at this moment. At the same time, the 6th universe, gods of destruction is within the bounds. Gods of destruction Kompa, who was lazily tasting delicious food, suddenly opened his hazy eyes. Then he looked at Vados in shock. He frowned and said, Vados, do you feel the light? And Vados also frowned slightly, then nodded, and said, yes, Master Kompa, it should be right, it is the Emperor of Destruction. Is it really destructive energy? After hearing Vado's affirmative answer, Gods of Destruction Kampa's face immediately became gloomy. Who the hell dares to rashly enter his universe? Who the hell is Vados? Which Gods of Destruction dared to enter my 6th universe rashly, and even used the power of destruction? Speaking of Gods of Destruction, Kampa couldn't help but clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. Under normal circumstances, Gods of Destruction is not allowed to leave one's own universe and enter other gods' rules. Even if you enter other universes, you must never use the power of destruction casually. And using the power of destruction is undoubtedly a provocation to this universe Gods of Destruction. That's why Gods of Destruction Kampa will show such an angry reaction now. Master Kampa, don't be impatient, wait for me to check. As he said that, Vados took out his staff and looked it up in the crystal ball above. The results, however, surprised Vados. Because Vados discovered that even she herself couldn't find out exactly who used the destructive power, and could only vaguely find out that the destructive power was near the planet Sharda. I'm sorry Master Kampa, I don't know what the reason is, but even I can't find out what is going on with 137. I can only roughly sense that the energy of the destructive force is transmitted from the vicinity of the planet Sharda, and I can't perceive other things. Vados sighed helplessly, and then said. He naturally wanted to find out who was using the power of destruction rashly in the 6th universe, but he couldn't find out for some reason. What? Vados can't even come close to you, asshole. Since you dare to provoke me Kampa, no matter who this person is, I will not let him go easily. As Gods of Destruction Kampa slammed his fist on the dining table, it shattered to pieces. It is already a great disrespect for me to rashly enter my own universe. And the opponent actually used the power of destruction, which is even more excessive. You must know that even when I went to the 7th universe to steal the Super Dragon Ball, I didn't dare to use the power of destruction rashly in the face of the sleeping Beerus. And how dare this guy use the power of destruction boldly? This is simply slapping himself in the face. So regarding this matter, Gods of Destruction Kampa will never compromise easily. At the very least, he must find out this person. No matter who the opponent, Chabe, is, I will not let him go easily. And this kind of thing is absolutely reasonable for me, even if it comes to Mr. Zeno or even Mr. Grand Priest, I can stand up. Planet Sharda. Cut. Vados, let's go there now, I want to see who that person is, who dares to act wildly in my Kampa's territory. Saying that, Gods of Destruction Kampa set his eyes on Vados. And Vados naturally did not refuse, and nodded slowly. Because this matter is indeed a bit nasty, and as the angel of the 6th universe, she must go to find out. At the same time, on the planet Sharda, after dealing with the universe pirates, although they still have doubts about the identity of Sohan and Sohan, but because Sohan and the others saved their lives after all, Saiyan from the 6th universe didn't ask any more questions. After all, it was the first time they had seen someone who could wipe out countless universe pirates in an instant. So naturally I dare not offend. Besides, they saved Gabby's life. Gabi's strength should not be limited to these, there must be hidden power in your body that has not been displayed. Son Goku became a temporary teacher while fighting Gabe. Guided Gabe's practice. Ah, hidden power, but I have already displayed all my power. Gabe scratched his head suspiciously. Because it can't become a Super Saiyan relationship, Gabe doesn't know where the limit of their bodies is. Gabe, don't you guys know how to become a Super Saiyan? Seeing Gabe's serious answer, Son Goku became puzzled. It stands to reason that if their basic combat power is strong, they should be able to become Super Saiyan. And in the sparring with Gabe just now, Son Goku found that although Gabe's basic combat power under normal conditions is not as good as his own, it's not too much. How could it fail to become a super race? This is so unreasonable. Super Saiyan. Mr. Son Goku, what is that? Hearing this, Gabe was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. But the names of the people here may have something to do with Saiyan? Ah, it really is like this. Super Saiyan, actually, on the basis of Saiyan, the potential in the body is exploded, just like this. Saying that, Son Goku clenched his fist slightly. Then a powerful breath gushed out from his body, rustling. The moment the golden flame rose, Son Goku's hair and eyebrows also turned golden yellow at this time. It's so powerful. Is this Super Saiyan? Could it be that we can become like this too? Jiabe looked at Son Goku expectantly. Such a powerful force made Jiabe very envious. Because Gabe can feel that after becoming Super Saiyan, Son Goku's strength has increased by at least 50 times. So if you can become like this, then wait until you encounter a powerful enemy in the future. I can also protect the entire planet Sharda. It's actually very simple, Gabe, you can try to hit the energy in your body on the back. Son Goku started teaching how to become a Super Saiyan while talking. Because Son Goku feels that although the normal Gabe is not weak, he can't meet his fighting needs at all. So if the opponent can be turned into a Super Saiyan, maybe it should be much better. Why did you save us? At this moment, Caulifla walked up to Sohan's side with a shy face, and whispered, Sohan turned his head and found that it was Caulifla who looked at him affectionately, and immediately realized something. Then he chuckled and said, maybe it's because I can't get used to seeing girls being bullied. But just after Sohan's voice fell, the system prompt sounded in his mind at this time. Ding! A new round of check-in tasks has been refreshed. Please host the Gods of Destruction Kampa violently, and confiscate the 6 Super Dragon Balls collected by the other party. System. After hearing the system's notification tone, Sohan's eyes opened suddenly, because he didn't expect the system to issue a task at this time. And the task is to confiscate Kompa's 6 Super Dragon Balls. Have you collected 6 of them? Kompa seems to have been busy recently. It's normal that Kompa hasn't found the last Super Dragon Ball yet. As he spoke, a smug smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth. Kompa didn't know where the Super Dragon Ball was at the last minute, but Sohan knew it very well. This is really cheap for yourself. Last minute Super Dragon Ball, Sohan is so sure that no one can easily find that item. Because the last Super Dragon Ball is different from other Super Dragon Balls, it is at the junction of the 6th universe and the 7th universe. And it looks like a real planet on the surface. It simply doesn't get noticed, so that's why Kompa couldn't find the last Super Dragon Ball. Although Sohan is not sure where it is, but Sohan is confident that as long as he gives himself time, with Angel's quick help, he will be able to find the last Super Dragon Ball very smoothly. I can't see girls being bullied. Caulifla, who was beside Sohan, lowered her head and bit her lower lip slightly. Sohan's voice just now kept appearing in his mind. Although the Saiyan are a fighting nation, it does not mean that they are unsophisticated. As for what Sohan said just now, Caulifla naturally has her own understanding. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Caulifla's face. Sohan looked at the sky in the distance, and could not help frowning slightly. Then a serious look appeared on his face. 2 very powerful breaths of God came from a distance, but Sohan was no stranger to these 2 breaths of God. Because Sohan had seen these 2 auras before when he was in the 7th universe. And the masters of these 2 breaths are naturally Angel Vados and Gods of Destruction Kompa. However, Sohan could guess that since the other party was able to find this place, it must be because he used the power of destruction. But even if Angel Vados can confirm that the power of destruction is transmitted from this area, the opponent cannot determine where this ability comes from, and from whom. So Angel Vados should not be aware that the person who uses the power of destruction is himself. Hehe, just in time Kompa. Since you came to the door yourself, I'll save you the trouble. A smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth as he spoke. The task that the system issued to itself just now, it is to beat Kompa violently and confiscate the Super Dragon Ball in the opponent's hand. Sohan originally planned to go to Kompa. What they didn't expect was that Gods of Destruction Kompa actually found it by himself. But if this is the case, then you can't blame yourself. Hit the muzzle. It would be unreasonable not to teach the other party a lesson. Son Goku, wait a minute, there is a powerful opponent, do you want to meet him? Saying that, Sohan set his eyes on Son Goku. Although the current Son Goku is absolutely impossible to be Gods of Destruction Kompa's opponent. But if Son Goku can take this opportunity to compete with Gods of Destruction, then this battle will be of great help to Son Goku. Very, very strong opponent. Master Sohan, is everything you said true? How powerful it is. Hearing this, Son Goku immediately became excited. He also stopped paying attention to Gabe's practice, and ran to Sohan's side quickly, afraid that I might miss something. After all, the purpose of Son Goku coming here is to fight against powerful opponents. Although Saiyan from the 6th universe he met is not weak, but it still doesn't make Son Goku feel excited. Only by fighting with those who are as strong as himself, or surpass him, can Son Goku's blood boil. That's why Son Goku showed such an excited expression after hearing Sohan's words. Since this opponent will be called a very powerful opponent by Master Sohan, it is certain that this opponent's strength is definitely stronger than his own. And that's why Son Goku is so excited. Of course, do you think it's necessary for me to lie to you? The other 2 celestial beings are for you, you will need them when you are about to be beaten to death. Saying that, Sohan smiled and took out 2 fairy beans from his pocket, and threw them to Son Goku casually. Although the strength of Super 4 is very strong, it can even reach the same level as Super Saiyan God Blue. But even so, it can only compete with Gods of Destruction Kompa a little bit. As for defeating the opponent, it is completely impossible. And Sohan doesn't expect Son Goku to defeat Kompa, as long as he can learn more from the fight with Kompa, that's enough. Gilo, it's great, fighting against an opponent like that can only make my blood boil. Son Goku clenched his fists excitedly, although the moment of that fairy bean made him a little worried. But there is more excitement and anticipation in my heart. What kind of opponent will be facing next? It is really exciting. Call out. Call out. However, at this moment, 2 sounds of breaking through the air came out. Immediately, 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared above the planet Sharda. Ask for flowers. He looked at the Saiyan people at his feet with disdain. Hey, King Saiyan, you guys didn't come out to greet me when you saw me coming. Kompa glanced indifferently at Saiyan below, and then showed an arrogant smile. However, because Sohan concealed his aura, Kompa didn't immediately notice Sohan's existence. Gods of Destruction. Lord Gods of Destruction. After King Saiyan felt the terrifying momentum, he naturally understood who it was. Immediately, the whole person became tense when speaking. Trembling, he came to the front of Gods of Destruction Kompa, and said, I don't know, Lord Gods of Destruction, it's really a long way to welcome you. Stop talking nonsense, I have very important things to worry about with you now, otherwise you and your planet will be destroyed by me together. 0. Gods of Destruction Kompa waved his hand, signaling to the other party to stop messing around. Thank you Lord Gods of Destruction for your forgiveness. After hearing Kompa's words, the subhuman king hastily nodded his thanks. Recently, has there been a very powerful guy here, or have you felt any powerful aura? Gods of Destruction Kampa looked at King Saiyan, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his face was even more gloomy and terrifying. This. Lord Gods of Destruction, please forgive me for my low ability, and I haven't felt any powerful energy passing by. King Saiyan glanced at the direction where Sohan and Son Goku were, then hurriedly looked away, and said to Gods of Destruction Kampa, although they don't want to offend the demon in front of them, the Saiyans will never betray their friends. You must know that Sohan and Son Goku are the heroes who saved Gabe and many Saiyans, and it is not difficult for King Saiyan to see from the expression on the face of Gods of Destruction Kampa. If I confess the two of them at this time, I don't know how Gods of Destruction Kampa will deal with them. Oh, really haven't seen it? When did you learn to lie, King Saiyan? But since you want to court death, then I will help you. Speaking of Gods of Destruction, Kampa raised his arms, and immediately a huge golden ball of light converged. The huge energy contained in the light sphere made King Saiyan fall to his knees in an instant. Wait, I heard that you are very strong, fat pig, dare to fight with me. Just when all Saiyans looked desperate, Son Goku suddenly flew out hero. Dead fat pig. After Gods of Destruction Kampa heard this title, the complacent expression on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a gloomy expression. It never occurred to him that he would be called that. Asshole, I think you are courting death. Saying that, the body of Gods of Destruction Kampa appeared in front of Son Goku in a flash. Then he punched out without warning. Not giving Son Goku any chance to dodge at all, the opponent's heavy punch landed on Son Goku's chest. Boom. For a moment, Son Goku's body flew out like a shell. Boom boom boom. After smashing 3 high mountains in a row, Son Goku's body was directly embedded in the rock wall. Back to. Is this the strong man that Master Sohan said? The strength is really too strong. The corner of Son Goku's mouth twitched slightly. But he also didn't dare to pause, took out the celestial bean that Sohuang gave him first, and swallowed it in one gulp. And with the fairy bean 873 entering his throat, Son Goku's dislocated joints made a crackling sound at this moment, just like the opposite sex. A few seconds later, Son Goku stood up again like a normal person. Call out. After recovering, Sun Wukong still didn't stop at all, and flew directly towards Gods of Destruction Kampa. Hey, your strength is really strong, but in this way, I hope to have a good fight with you. Son Goku watched Gods of Destruction Kampa very seriously. He clasped his hands and nodded. And Gods of Destruction Kampa did not expect that the other party would fly again in such a short time, and resisted his own punch abruptly. The opponent actually acted like a normal person. For a while, Gods of Destruction Kampa also became interested in this guy in front of him. But at this moment, Angel Vados beside Gods of Destruction Kampa suddenly reminded, Master Kampa, this person seems to be a Saiyan, but he is not a Saiyan from our 6th universe. He should be from the 7th universe by his appearance. Vados looked Son Goku up and down, and couldn't help but think of the man who had hindered their search for the Super Dragon Ball years ago. I don't know how a few years have passed, has the opponent's strength become stronger? Thinking of this, Angel Vados even wanted to go to the 7th universe to see the black Asian man from before. What? Saiyan from the 7th universe? Vados, are you sure you're not mistaken? He's just an ordinary human being. How could he travel through the universe? Could it be that he got help from Whis? Forget about it. Since you dare not respect me, Gods of Destruction Kampa, and insult me in front of so many people, such a thing is unacceptable to the Jedi no matter what. Saying that, Gods of Destruction Kampa clenched his fists violently, and then a powerful force spewed out of Kampa's body. The powerful momentum actually made those Saiyans on the ground unable to stand upright. Okay, what a powerful force. Is this the power of Lord Gods of Destruction? It's really scary enough. Gabe's legs have already bent down at this moment. The whole person became a shock. So strong. But that's what makes it interesting. Faced with such a huge force, Son Goku's face naturally revealed a look of shock. But soon it disappeared, replaced by a look of excitement. Ha! Along with a roar came from Son Goku's throat. Immediately, powerful energy gushed out directly from Son Goku's body. Powerful energy, like monstrous waves. Incomparably powerful. Even the entire planet Sharda trembled for it. Srustling. The moment the golden flame rose, it was surrounded by thunder and lightning visible to the naked eye. It looks extremely domineering. At this time, Son Goku turned into a red-haired Super Saiyan 4. Because of the charming eyes of Super Saiyan 4, the aura of Son Goku is very different now. The sharp eyes are very attractive. Okay, what a powerful energy. Is he really a pen? How could Saiyan burst out with such a powerful energy? King Saiyan on the side also showed a shocked expression. He couldn't believe what happened before his eyes. Could it be that their Saiyan does not have only one form, but can also become this kind of super fighter with super strength? Is it the method of relying on transformation to improve the ability? Damn, it is exactly the same as the method of the little bug I met in the 7th universe. When you see me, you get angry. Die. As he spoke, he clenched his fist slightly. Call out. With a sudden step on his right foot, his body shot out like a purple shooting star. Finally we can have a good fight. Seeing the heavy punch coming from Kampa, Son Goku gritted his teeth slightly, and also punched him with all his strength. The moment the two fists touched, a powerful energy wave swept across the entire planet Sharda. It shook violently for a while. and Son Goku was pushed back more than 10 meters by the shock, and then he slowly stabilized his body. But my arm still felt a little numb. So strong. Mr. Sohan is right, even if he becomes Super Saiyan 4, his strength is still not enough. But I'm a Jedi who won't give up. Move your body a little. Son Goku growled again. Then the aura on his body rose to another level. Cut. Even if your strength improves again, so what? In front of the gods of destruction, your strength is no different from that of an ant. Saying that, Gods of Destruction Kampa stretched out a golden energy ball from his arm and shot it out. Then when the golden energy ball flew out, countless golden energy balls followed closely behind. 10 times. Kamehameha wave. In the face of such an attack, Son Goku also did not hesitate. Straight out of his forte stunt 10 times Kamehameha wave. Accompanied by the emission of red energy waves, the powerful energy directly formed an even situation with the golden energy ball emitted by Kampa. You actually resisted my attack, I really underestimated you. But don't think that my attack is over, said Gods of Destruction. Kampa increased the energy of the golden energy bomb again. Boom. The powerful energy shot by Kampa completely knocked Son Goku's body into the air in the form of crushing. In the end, it even hit the ground of the planet Sharda, and Son Goku's whole body was sunken in the ground, becoming normal. Although Son Goku did not defeat Gods of Destruction Kampa in this round, his strength once again surpassed the limit. It can be said that the goal has been achieved. Humph. Ants are ants, destroy them for me. Seeing Son Goku incapacitated, Gods of Destruction Kampa pointed a finger towards the sky. The purple destructive energy gathers rapidly. Destroy me. Speaking of Gods of Destruction Kampa, facing Son Goku and others on the ground, threw the destructive energy in his hand. Let's go Vados, there is no news here. 0.5, let's continue to look elsewhere. After using the destructive energy, Kampa turned around very proudly. As the saying goes, a true brave man never looks back at the explosion, and so is Kampa. But Angel Vados froze in place as if he didn't hear the other party's words. Master Kampa, you should look back. Vados pointed behind Gods of Destruction Kampa with a shocked face. What? Gods of Destruction Kampa also realized something at this time. When he turned around, he realized that the destructive energy he just shot didn't explode immediately. Instead, it was offset by another burst of destructive energy. It's actually a force of destruction. Seeing the scene before him, Gods of Destruction Kampa widened his eyes as if he had seen something terrifying. It's been a long time, Kampa, but your strength doesn't seem to have improved much compared to a few years ago. Saying that, Sohan's body rose slowly, and finally appeared opposite Kampa. After seeing Sohan's appearance clearly, Gods of Destruction Kampa's body trembled unconsciously, then immediately clenched his fists and said in an unbelievable tone, "It's you? You have mastered the power of destruction." Speaking of Gods of Destruction, the scene just now reappeared in Kampa's mind. His own destructive power was offset by another destructive power. From this, it is not difficult to judge that the opponent's control over the power of destruction is not weak. Although I didn't use my full strength just now, even in the face of such destructive energy, if the other party's overriding of the destructive force is not very strong, the Jedi cannot resist their own destructive force. As you can see, that's it. And the power of destruction is not a very profound supernatural power. Sohan glanced at Kampa, and then said in a very provocative tone, "Asshole. However, less than 10 years have passed. 10 years ago you didn't master the power of destruction. Even if you master the power of destruction now, so what? It's just a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Could it be that your grasp of the power of destruction can surpass me, the real Gods of Destruction?" When Gods of Destruction Kampa spoke, his hands clenched tightly. Although the mouth is stiff, but for some reason, there is a trace of worry in Kampa's heart. When the opponent hadn't mastered the power of destruction, Kampa still had the capital to ridicule the opponent. But how long has passed, and the other party has also mastered the sabotage calendar. How is this possible? You must know that even if you were the original self, when you were learning Gods of Destruction, you didn't know how many difficulties and pains you experienced. But that was only mastered in 100 years. And the human ant in front of him now has mastered the power of destruction in just 10 years. This made Gods of Destruction Kampa very unbalanced. Haha, whether my grasp of the power of destruction can surpass you, Gods of Destruction, is not up to you. Sohan smiled contemptuously. Then ignore Gods of Destruction Kampa. In the first few parts of the body, he put his eyes on Angel Vados, and couldn't help but admire the other's graceful figure in his heart. Vados is worthy of being one of the Dragon Ball goddesses. Long time no see, Miss Vados, you don't mind my rash visit? Sohan looked at Angel's search, and said with a light smile. Ho ho, of course I don't mind, but I still have to ask Kampa if I do or not. I didn't expect that the person who used the power of destruction would be you, but it's only been a few years since I saw you. How much stronger your strength has become. What a perverted guy. After listening to Sohan's words, Vados covered his mouth and laughed. Originally, I was still wondering what the little guy from the 7th universe would look like now, but I never thought that the other party would actually appear in front of me. And still in this capacity. As the instructor, Angel is very clear about how difficult it is to cultivate the power of destruction. And since the other party can master the power of destruction in just 10 years, it is enough to prove how strong the other party's potential is. I am afraid that it is only a matter of time before becoming the official Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe. It won't take long at all, and his strength will definitely reach the level of the real gods of destruction. Asshole. How dare you ignore me, Compa, you arrogant guy, even if you have mastered the power of destruction, so what? Don't forget, this is my 6th universe. In this place, I don't need to have any worries at all, I want to kill you with ease. And this time, Whis won't come to save you again. Gods of destruction. Compa gritted his teeth and said. And at this moment, Compa's complexion was outrageous, even extremely gloomy. The ferocious expression seemed to peel Sohan alive. Easy to kill me. Okay, then you might as well try it. I also really want to see if you can kill this dead fat pig. As he said that, Sohan even touched his neck, as if telling gods of destruction Compa to let his horse come. It's like I've washed my neck clean. Arrogance. Arrogant bastard, I want to make you look good. Don't think that you can be lawless if you master the power of destruction. Don't think that the only thing I can become gods of destruction is the power of destruction. A deep roar came from gods of destruction Compa's throat. And as the voice came out, Compa's expression distorted. Brush. The body is like a bolt of lightning, quickly struck. It didn't give Sohan any chance to react at all, and with such a fast speed, it seemed that Sohan could be pierced through in an instant. Drink. And Sohan roared in a low voice, directly turning into a Super 4. Seeing the fist coming at him, he just punched it out. Boom. Accompanied by the collision of the fists of the two people, the powerful energy wave immediately crushed the surrounding meteorites. But Sohan's body stood on the spot like a rock, not moving at all. But on the other side of gods of destruction Compa, the situation is slightly worse. The whole person leaned back and almost fell to the ground. Damn it. It's obviously not the breath of God, but why does it have such a powerful power? What has this guy experienced all these years? The face of gods of destruction Compa, who was deflated with a single punch, became distorted. His fists were clenched. No matter how much you have become stronger, since you have come to my 6th universe today, I will not let you go easily. Ha, ah, gods of destruction Compa roared. Then the aura of God, like the sea of Wang Yang, surged from the body of gods of destruction Compa in an instant. Purple energy rises from the sky like a sharp blade. The aura on his body was like a god of death from hell, extremely terrifying. But this kind of momentum has long been commonplace for Sohan. Because of his aura, he couldn't compare with Xeno Grand Priest, even compared to gods of destruction Vermit, he was much worse. Show off in front of yourself. How could Sohan be afraid? If that's the case, then I'll show you Xion's energy too. Ha! At this time, Sohan also roared angrily. The energy belonging to Super Xion 4 on his body pierces into the sky like a golden holy 957 sword. For a moment, half of the universe was illuminated by the golden energy emanating from Sohan's body. The two energies, one golden and one purple, actually formed a confrontational relationship for a while. Neither of the two energies will give way to the other. Ha! Ha ha! Under the roar of the two, the bodies of the two were facing the direction of the other, and they rushed out quickly. Then their fists collided violently. But just like this, the two of them are not satisfied at all. The moment the two bodies were shaken back by the energy, they didn't shake back at all, almost in the next instant their bodies collided again. That fist like a machine gun dazzled Xion on the ground. Even Son Goku couldn't see the movements of the two of them clearly, he could only vaguely see the sound circle caused by the collision of their fists every time. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the constant collision of the two fists. Sohan's physical fitness not only did not see any consumption, but became more and more courageous as he fought. The speed of punching is also getting faster and faster. On the other hand, gods of destruction Compa, because he used the most powerful energy continuously to fight against Sohan, the consumption of energy and physical energy was huge. Now he can only barely defend against Sohan's fist. It is even impossible to make any counterattack moves at all. What the hell has he experienced all these years, that his strength is so terrifying? Looking at the midair, it was Sohan who was pressing against gods of destruction Compa. Even Angel Vados had a shocked expression on his face. This is too unbelievable. Vados is very clear that although Master Compa in this state has not really used his full strength, he is basically almost there. And Sohan can crush Mr. Compa now. And from Sohan's expression now, it is not difficult to see that the other party's performance is very relaxed, as if he was not serious at all. This kind of contrast, even the well-informed Angel Vados, is somewhat incomprehensible. Could it be that the other party has really improved so rapidly in the past few years? Now even Master Compa is no match? Boom. However, at this moment, a loud noise came out, and Vados' thoughts were pulled back. You can see the body of Lord Gods of Destruction Compa flying out of the planet Sharda like a shell. Then it crashed into an unknown small planet in the distance. Haha, Compa, your strength is not limited to this. If this is really the case, it would be too disappointing. Sohan followed, looked at Gods of Destruction Compa in a mess in the distance, and said with a sneer. Although he is currently fighting Compa in the state of Super Saiyan 4, but because of his own very strong basic combat power, even a Super Saiyan 4 can explode with great strength. But even so, Sohan still doesn't think Gods of Destruction Compa is at the end of his rope. Although Compa is the existence with the lowest strength among the 12 Gods of Destruction. But Sohan felt that since the other party could achieve the position of Gods of Destruction, they must have their own means. The strength I showed just now is not enough to make Gods of Destruction Compa admit defeat? Bastard, bastard. I really underestimated your growth, but it has only been 10 years, and you have grown to this stage. But don't think Gods of Destruction is easy to defeat. Accompanied by the voice of Gods of Destruction Kampa. Immediately, Kampa's body turned into a purple lightning strike. The speed was so fast that even Sohan couldn't react for a while, and was knocked back hundreds of meters by Kampa's heavy punch. How much has the speed increased? This guy Kampa really hides his strength. Sohan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Gods of Destruction Kampa in the distance. It was discovered that at this moment the opponent's body was surrounded by a layer of purple lightning, and these thunderbolts radiate the power of destruction. Presumably this should be Gods of Destruction Kampa's supernatural power. It can make his bloated body so flexible, it has to be said that it is already very good. You brat of the 7th universe, did that bastard Beerus tell you that my strength is the bottom among the 12 Gods of Destruction? Haha. Gods of Destruction Kampa's face was particularly ferocious, but the way he spoke was like a different person. It has become somewhat unpredictable, isn't it? After noticing the changes in Gods of Destruction Kampa, Jean also became serious. Because for some reason, Kampa at this moment has become really different. GG. It's funny, it's because Kampa just doesn't like to show his face to attract attention, but that skinny and bony person who does all kinds of things all day long. But I know that no matter how much I tell you, you won't believe it. If that's the case, then I'll let you see my full power, said Gods of Destruction Kampa flashed away to Suhan again. And go this time Gods of Destruction Kampa speed, become faster. Boom. He didn't give Sohan any chance to translate at all, and sent him flying with a punch. Boom. Sohan, completely unprepared, crashed directly into the small planet in the distance. Although in the end he relied on his strong strength to resist most of the attacks, Sohan still looked somewhat embarrassed at the moment. Oh. Wiping away the stains from the corners of his mouth, an excited smile instantly appeared on Sohan's face. Sure enough, as I guessed, this guy Kampa is not only as simple as it seems on the surface. Based on the power he used just now, even if this guy's strength is comparable to that of Gods of Destruction Vermit, I'm afraid it is not much better. But that's the only way to fight? If that's the case, then I can use stronger power to fight you. Saying that, Sohan undoes his Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Sohan's hair turned rose purple immediately after the huge divine breath spewed out from his body. The endless rose energy directly turned into a sharp blade and cut off the sky. Okay, what a huge breath, there is no stronger power. After seeing this scene, Vados also widened his eyes, then almost subconsciously took out the staff. After a light tap on the ground, a huge light curtain immediately enveloped the entire area. Because Vados knows that the energy released by the two of them is too strong. If I let it go, I'm afraid it won't take long for their battle to destroy half of the 6th universe. And Vados naturally does not want to see this happen. As angels, it is their duty to protect the universe they are in. Absolutely do not allow any problems with the safety of universe, and it is still present. It is even more impossible to allow such a thing to happen. Thanks, Vados. With this barrier, I can use stronger power with confidence. The corners of Sohan's mouth raised slightly as he spoke. Ha ha ha. Then he let out another growl, and his rose-purple hair grew rapidly, slowly falling on his back. Super Saiyan God Rose Purple 3. What? His strength has improved again. There is such a thing. At the same time, not only Vados was shocked, but even Kampa showed an expression of disbelief. Such a huge divine aura, coupled with the fact that the opponent can also use the power of destruction, even Gods of Destruction Kampa, Li Mohao, is not sure of defeating the opponent for a while? Kampa? Are you ready for a beating? Saying that, Sohan didn't give Kampa any chance to respond at all. The body flashed out in an instant, because with the help of Angel's speed, this time Sohan's speed was already too fast. Accompanied by a flash of light. What? How fast? It's too late to defend. Gods of Destruction Kampa looked at the oncoming Sohan in surprise, and wanted to defend, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the opponent's fist hit his chubby abdomen. Boom. Accompanied by rose-purple energy coming from Kampa's back. Immediately, the Gods of Destruction Kampa, which was like a prawn, flew out like a cannonball. Boom boom boom. Gods of Destruction Kampa's body stopped after smashing many planets in a row. It's over Kampa, you're defeated. Although Kampa's strength is very strong, but after becoming Sohan and becoming Super Saiyan God Mazazan, the strength is stronger. A few years ago when Sohan was in the 11th universe, he was able to defeat Gods of Destruction Vermit with the Rose 3, and now a few years have passed, and Sohan's basic strength has improved again. So at this moment, it is the Super Saiyan God Mazazan transformed by Son Goku, and the strength is naturally stronger. Master Kampa actually lost, and was defeated in an instant. How can such a thing happen? Angel Vados looked at Kampa who was knocked into the air in the distance, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Although I know that Sohan's talent is very strong, after many years, his strength will definitely be improved again. But Vados did not expect that the opponent could defeat Gods of Destruction Kampa so easily. Although Master Kampa's strength is not the strongest existence among the 12 Gods of Destruction, but he is a Gods of Destruction after all, to be defeated so easily. So how strong is Sohan's current strength? Ahem. Are you kidding me? It is absolutely impossible for me, Kampa, to be defeated, let alone by a brat who has not yet become Gods of Destruction. Gods of Destruction Kampa clutched his chest, but kept coughing dryly. The punch just now made him feel as powerful as overwhelming, and his whole body felt extremely uncomfortable. And it was the first time that Gods of Destruction Kampa felt such a blow since becoming Gods of Destruction. And it was still being killed by an ordinary human bastard. This made Kampa feel a burning pain on his face, and he might not be able to hold his head up again if this kind of thing got out. Admit defeat, Kampa. It is impossible for you to be my opponent now. For you, admit defeat may save you 2 punches. Sohan looked at Gods of Destruction Kampa with disdain. While Sohan was speaking, a powerful energy spewed out from his body. The breath of God is like a howling wind, directly plundering the home field that originally belonged to Gods of Destruction Kampa. Bastard, bastard. Let me Kampa throw in the towel, just because you are not yet a candidate for Gods of Destruction. What are you kidding? Roar. Gods of Destruction Kampa clenched his fists angrily, and roars came from his throat. At the same time, purple energy flames gushed out from his body. It was very swift and violent, and quickly suppressed the divine aura of Sohan near him again. Once again seized 1/3 of the battlefield. But even so, the gap between him and Sohan is still very large, which can be seen at a glance. Kampa, will never admit defeat. After finishing speaking, Gods of Destruction Kampa growled again, and the 10 fingers released various destructive energies respectively. Although these destructive energies are not very strong, the amount is extremely terrifying. He. Wait for me to die. The bastard human beings in the 7th universe, in the 6th universe, still want me to admit defeat to Kampa? It's ridiculous. Since you want to die, I will help you. Gods of Destruction Kampa laughed wildly while releasing powerful destructive energy. At the same time, Son Goku, who rushed over under the pressure of a powerful aura, widened his eyes after seeing the scene in front of him. Is this Mr. Sohan's real strength? It's just too scary. And that guy named Gods of Destruction is also incredibly powerful. I can't imagine how many powerful guys there are in this world. And I naively thought that I had no opponents before. Now that I think about it, it's really ridiculous. But I will not give up easily. I will follow in the footsteps of Master Sohan and make myself stronger again. Saying that, Son Goku clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. The eyes emitted a flame called longing. Only a formidable opponent like Gods of Destruction is what Son Goku is looking for now. If you compare the power of destruction, my control over the power of destruction is naturally incomparable to your official Gods of Destruction. But Kampa, do you think you can beat me this way? Saying that, Sohan shook his head slightly, showing a helpless smile. Although the destructive energy that hits the sky is indeed not weak, and if Sohan also uses destructive energy to meet it, he may not be an opponent. But Sohan doesn't only have destructive power, this is his trump card. Whether it is the perfect Ultra Instinct, or Super Saiyan God Grey, or the most powerful erasing supernatural power, just one of them is enough to handle the destructive power of Gods of Destruction Kampa with ease. Humph. Stop talking big, now the area we are in is blocked by Vados with a barrier. Now even if you want to escape, there is no way to escape, so I advise you to be more honest. When I have vented enough, I might save your life. Talking about Mengdi for a while, the destructive energy immediately filled the sky, as if attracted by Sohan. It shot out in the direction of Sohan. SHHHHHH. Although the offensive of the power of destruction is very fierce. In the face of such an offensive, I am afraid that any official Gods of Destruction would be very troublesome. But with such a powerful attack, it disappeared in smoke when it came within 1 meter of Sohan's diameter. As if it never appeared at all. Disappeared in the air out of thin air. Very bizarre. But very powerful and terrifying. My energy of nonsense disappears as soon as I get close to that guy. How is this possible? What exactly is going on? Vados. Shocked, Gods of Destruction Kampa immediately set his sights on Angel Vados. Although I belong to Gods of Destruction, if anyone has more profound knowledge, it must be Angel Vados. Because even he himself was trained by Vados. However, after hearing Kampa's inquiry, Vados did not immediately respond to the other party, but frowned. After waiting for a while, he opened his mouth and said, Erasure, the supernatural power. Erasure magical powers stronger than me. When he said this, even Angel Vados' heart beat violently. Erase supernatural powers? What it represents, Vados knows better than anyone else. Because of this ability, even angels like them have only grasped the fur of the fur. And I didn't learn it by my own ability, all of them were forcibly implanted by Grand Priest. That's why Vados was so shocked after seeing Sohan use the erasure magic power. But Vados, what are you talking about? It's erasure. Erasure ability. Gilo. Hearing this, Gods of Destruction Kampa's expression became funny. Although he didn't master the erasing supernatural power, it didn't mean he didn't know what it meant. That's why he showed such a shocked expression at this moment. Because the only people who can master this ability are Master Zeno and Grand Priest. In Kampa's exclamation, the destructive energy that filled the sky was completely wiped away by Sohan at this time. Actually, all of them disappeared. No trace at all. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gods of Destruction Kampa couldn't help swallowing. He was a little unbelievable. Call out. At the same time, another lock teleported to Gods of Destruction Kampa. You're amazed, Kampa? Sohan looked at the other party and said slowly. Up to now, I have nothing to hide. Erasing supernatural powers. Who the hell are you? How could it be possible to master the supernatural power of erasing? Gods of Destruction Kampa gritted his teeth. but there was nothing he could do, because he knew that he could never be Sohan's opponent. That's the erasing supernatural power, and I can't judge from what Vados said just now. Sohan's mastery of erasing magical powers has even surpassed Vados, and facing such powerful magical powers. As long as Sohan is willing, Kampa has no chance to resist at all. The other party can erase it in one thought. You are right, it is to erase the supernatural power. Kampa, do you still think you can kill me now? As he spoke, the corners of Sohan's mouth raised slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. It's really erasing supernatural powers, but how can you master that kind of supernatural powers? What is your identity? It's absolutely impossible to be a candidate for the gods of destruction of the 7th universe. While speaking, gods of destruction, Kampa's tone became tense. What this ability represents, Kampa is very clear in his heart. So what he was most worried about at the moment was not Sohan's ability to erase, but whether Sohan would have any other identity. Because mastering the power of destruction is shocking to Kampa, but there is nothing remarkable about it. But mastering the erasing supernatural power is completely different. Even he himself is not qualified to learn to erase supernatural powers. Call out. At this time, Angel Vados also flew over, looking at Sohan with a puzzled expression. Like Kampa, she wanted to find out what was going on. Mr. Sohan, I'm afraid your identity is not just a candidate for gods of destruction. Angel Vados looked at Sohan and said with a smile. Miss Vados, I don't think I've ever acknowledged my identity as a candidate for gods of destruction. Sohan looked at Vados and said with a smile. Sohan never said he was a candidate for gods of destruction from the beginning. And Kampa and Vados think they are gods of destruction candidates. It is also because of their own strength and the relationship between mastering the power of destruction. It is as expected. Hearing this, the expression on Vados' face changed again. Sure enough, as I thought, Sohan is not a candidate for gods of destruction at all. Not to mention being a candidate for the gods of destruction, even the real gods of destruction are not qualified to learn the ability to erase. Even as angels, they are all being forcibly implanted with a part of erasing supernatural powers. In the final analysis, they didn't actually master the magical power of erasing. Thinking of this, Vados' entire complexion became ugly. Because a horrible result emerged in Vados' mind, that is, Sohan's erasure power was probably given to her by the Grand Priest. If this is the case, it would be really terrifying. Under normal circumstances, the Grand Priest will not interfere with the affairs of the 12 universes. And if the erasing magic power used by Sohan really came from Grand Priest, then Master Kampa might really be in trouble today. Even she will be implicated. So, Mr. Sohan, Vados has a doubt and would like to ask you. The erasure power you used before, was it taught by the Grand Priest? As the voice fell, Vados felt as if his brain had suddenly stopped functioning. The expression of gods of destruction Kampa next to Vados is even more uncomfortable. With cold sweat all over his face, the whole person was extremely nervous. Vados, what are you talking about? He is just a human being, because how could Mr. Priest give advice on the cultivation of such a person? This is completely impossible. Kampa is still deceiving himself at this time. He hopes all the conjectures are false. He didn't dare to think, if Sohan's supernatural power of erasing was really taught by Grand Priest himself, what kind of result would be waiting for him? Kampa, you seem nervous. Looking at my sweaty gods of destruction, Kampa, I said with a cold smile. Bastard, what are you talking about? How is this possible? Why am I so nervous? Kampa clenched his fists tightly. Although he was extremely nervous, he had to calm down at this moment, and he must not let Sohan see that he was actually scared. Not nervous? Are you sure? Sohan was not in a hurry to answer Vados' words. Instead, it was Kampa who pointed the finger again. I'm sure. Kampa raised his chin forcefully. The whole person was flustered and couldn't be more flustered. Very good. In that case, I accept your pigtail. Saying that, Sohan raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. I saw that gods of destruction Kampa's tail suddenly disappeared, as if it had never grown out. What? My tail, where is my tail? How did my tail disappear? After noticing that his tail disappeared, gods of destruction Kampa's eyes widened. Ask for flowers. I couldn't believe what was happening before my eyes. How could this be possible? I am the gods of destruction, and the strength of my body, even a rock, cannot compare with my own body. Even with the sharpest weapon in the world, it is impossible for a Jedi to cut off his own tail. But now it has disappeared without warning. Haha. Without the pigtail, I'm not used to Kampa. But now you who are frightened are much cuter than before. Sohan looked at the terrified Kampa, and a smug smile could not help but rise from the corner of his mouth. Sohan still remembers Kampa's insult to himself in the 7th universe. An ant at a bite. Sohan is not a magnanimous person. Now that he has the power and strength, he naturally has to teach this guy a lesson. At least let Kampa be afraid of himself. Let him be afraid of himself from the bottom of his bones the next time he sees him. 0.00. This is what Sohan wants to see? Sorry? Law enforcement officer, Vados failed to recognize your identity for a while. Please forgive me. Vados arched his body towards Sohan, and said very respectfully. Because Grand Priest explained that Whis must not speak nonsense about Sohan, so naturally Whis dare not speak nonsense. But because the relationship between Whis and Vados is really good. So after Whis got the delicious food Sohan gave him, he couldn't help but want to show it off. So I accidentally revealed something about the law enforcement officer. It's just that Whis also quickly realized that he had said the wrong thing, but even Whis hurriedly rounded it up in the end. But Vados noticed it in one sentence. Although Vados also had doubts, the identity of the law enforcement officer. But you must know that the law enforcement officer has the divine power no less than the Grand Priest, so no matter how curious Vados is, it is absolutely impossible to think that Sohan is connected with the law enforcement officer. And she just heard it casually from Whis's mouth, let alone confirmed it. But now look at the erasure magic power used by Sohan. Without any hesitation at all, he erased Master Kompa's tail. These things add up to make everyone unbelievable. The man in front of me, who was a rookie a few years ago, may be the legendary law enforcer in Whis' mouth. Vados, what nonsense are you talking about? There has been no law enforcement officer for thousands of years. How could he be law enforcement? And since this bastard dared to do such an unreasonable thing to Gods of Destruction, Vados help me and kill this bastard together. The corners of Gods of Destruction Kompa's eyes became moist. That was his own tail, it just disappeared like this. Kompa couldn't swallow this breath anyway. If that Beerus guy knew that his tail was gone, he didn't know how he would make fun of himself. So Kompa will never let Sohan go. What are you doing, Vados? Quickly help me kill this bastard. Since you have done such a terrible thing to Gods of Destruction, you must not just let him go. Kompa knew he was no match for Sohan, but it would be different if Angel Vados helped him. Because of erasing supernatural powers, although this kind of thing is powerful. But Vados, as Angel, also has mastery. Even if a fight really broke out, as long as Vados stood by his side to help him, he would definitely be able to turn defeat into victory. I'm sorry, Lord Kompa, Angel has no right to attack Lord Law Enforcer. You too. Also, Mr. Kompa, I advise you to correct your attitude now, otherwise if you offend Mr. Law Enforcement, the consequences will be unimaginable. After hearing the words of Gods of Destruction Kompa, this time Vados 833 did not save any face for Kompa, and said it directly. Because Vados knew very well that the man in front of him must be the law enforcement officer Whis was talking about. The divine right of the law enforcement officer is completely beyond the Gods of Destruction, as well as himself as Angel. And since the other party can use the erasure supernatural power, this is enough to prove that the other party is recognized by the Father. And in this way, I have to protect Sohan more, not Kompa. What? Vados, even you are talking to this human brat. Gods of Destruction Kompa clenched his fists. Although his heart was full of reconciliation, he also knew that Vados couldn't possibly make a mistake about this kind of thing. And now that Vados is so sure, then the person in front of him really has another identity. That's the Temple Enforcer. Thinking of this, Gods of Destruction Kompa's legs couldn't help but feel weak. Because he knows very well that the Temple Law Enforcement Officer has the divine power not weaker than the Grand Priest. And the responsibility of the Temple Law Enforcement Officer is to supervise the gods of the 12 universes. All gods including Supreme Kai, Gods of Destruction, and Angel are all objects to be supervised by law enforcement officers. And once the other party finds out that you have slack off at work or dereliction of duty at work, the Temple Law Enforcement Officer has the power of arrest and judgment. All in all, the Temple Law Enforcement Officer represents Zeno, his majesty cannot be violated, and as long as the other party catches something that makes him dissatisfied, he can punish you at any time. After all, Master Zeno is behind him, Lord Kompa. This is the last time I advise you, you'd better correct your attitude, otherwise I believe that the law enforcement officer will not spare you lightly. Seeing that Gods of Destruction Kompa was still indifferent, Vados hurriedly spoke again. Of course, the reason why Vados said so much is actually for the sake of Kompa. After all, the Temple Enforcer represents Zeno and has the power to punish any god, let alone Gods of Destruction, even as an angel, as long as the other party is dissatisfied at work, the other party can punish him. Zeno's power is so overbearing and unreasonable. All the gods are well aware of this. Although Vados doesn't like Kompa's character very much, they have guarded the 6th universe for many years after all. She naturally didn't want to see Kompa being stupid at this time and being punished by the law enforcement officer. Are you really, the law enforcement officer? Hear Vados' reminder. At this time, Gods of Destruction Kompa was gradually lowering his attitude, and said slowly in a low tone, well, what do you say? And Sohan couldn't believe it when he saw how low the posture Kompa had put on. Immediately nodded. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. I was wrong about the previous thing. I hope that the law enforcement officer can read it for the sake of correcting my mistake and give me a lighter punishment. Speaking of Gods of Destruction, Kompa slowly bent his legs and finally knelt down on the ground. No matter how much humiliation there is in his heart, Kompa still knows it clearly. The person in front of him is the law enforcement officer of the temple, an existence that he can't afford to offend at all. And continuing to fight this guy to death will not end well for me. Maybe it will also lose the status of Gods of Destruction. Although Kompa was a little bit unwilling, he could tell the difference between the serious and the serious. And the other party is the Temple Law Enforcer, an existence of the same level as the Grand Priest. There seems to be no shame in kneeling at the other party's feet. He. Slight punishment, Kompa, you are really interesting. But I have to say that you are very smart and know the times, but if it's just like this, it's absolutely impossible for me not to punish you. Looking at the gods of destruction Kampa kneeling at his feet, the corner of Sohan's mouth could not help but twitch a smug smile. Is this the feeling of being above the gods? I have to say it's really cool. He could actually make Kampa, a guy with a sky-high heart, kneel at his feet. The only ones who can do this are Grand Priest and Zeno. But now there is another self. Master Law Enforcement Officer, although I should remain silent at this time, if possible, I beg you to punish Lord Kampa lightly. He did the same as Vados and arched his body towards Sohan. A look of pleading. But Sohan didn't answer Vados. He continued to look at Kampa and said, Kampa, if I'm not wrong, gods of destruction is generally not allowed to leave its own universe and enter the universe of other gods of destruction. Then how do you explain the 6 Super Dragon Balls in Gods of Destruction? Saying that, Sohan stepped forward and sent Kampa flying hundreds of meters away. But Kampa was very honest. No matter how much anger was in his heart, he still didn't dare to vent it, and he was still half kneeling on the ground. I'm sorry. Lord Law Enforcement Officer, Gods of Destruction is indeed not allowed to leave the universe where it is in under normal circumstances. I have deeply realized my mistake, and I promise I will never make it again next time. Kampa kept his attitude very low, and said in a very sincere tone. Even Sohan couldn't believe it when he saw that Kampa was not angry at all. Kampa, the villain, didn't run away directly, but suppressed the anger in his heart. This is really interesting. But if this is the case, Sohan can't continue to say anything. Because of his identity as a law enforcement officer, he is only a trainee law enforcement officer. I didn't go to the temple to become a regular, so if I killed gods of destruction Kampa directly at this time, or did something too radical, it is obviously not good for Sohan himself. Because these gods of destruction can be said to be grand priests, in a sense, although they have the same priesthood as grand priests, they still have to obey the opinions of grand priests. Before he has the strength to definitely defeat the grand priest, Sohan thinks it's better to develop insignificantly. If you know your mistakes, just correct them, but I will also keep an eye on you. If you mess around and don't do your own job well, then there is no need for you to continue working on the position of gods of destruction. Sohan said coldly. Yes. Thank you, Lord Law Enforcer, for your forgiveness. 0.6 At this moment, Kampa's fists are clenched tightly, and even the nails have been inserted into the palm of his hand. But still forbearing. I'm sorry, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, but I should have stopped Mr. Kampa, so I was actually at fault for this matter. At this moment, Vados spoke. It's okay Miss Vados, it's only normal for a beautiful woman like you to make some mistakes now and then. But as your punishment for entering the 7th universe without permission, I will take all the Super Dragon Balls. You have no opinion on this point. Sohan looked at Vados's pitiful appearance, and said with a sneer. While Vados is certainly good-looking, Sohan is no-brainer. For Sohan now, strength is everything. Can you take the position of law enforcement officer of the temple without strength? Can you make Kampa kneel before you? You are in charge of your own destiny. It is obviously impossible to do it all, so now Sohan only thinks about becoming stronger, without any other thoughts. No comment. Kampa spoke first. I have been collecting these 6 Dragon Balls for many years, and I only need the last-minute Dragon Ball. As long as you find the last Dragon Ball, then you can realize your wish and get superfood. And if this is the case, when he has another food competition with that fellow Beerus next time, he will definitely be able to beat him. But now I can only give up. Because this is a major matter related to his gods of destruction position, so any mistakes in fusion. Very good. Seeing that Kampa readily agreed, Sohan also nodded in satisfaction. 6 Super Dragon Balls, as long as you find the last Super Dragon Ball, you can make a wish and become immortal. Although immortality cannot be immune to Zeno's magical powers, Grand Priest Sohan is still very confident in immunity. Because Sohan thinks that the Grand Priest is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of the Dragon God Salama. And in this way, Grand Priest can't destroy the immortal body bestowed by Super Shenron. Master Law Enforcement Officer, I will take you to get the Super Wishing Beads right now. At this time Vados spoke. Sohan 27 did not refuse. And the matter of the Super Dragon Ball is naturally the sooner the better. As for Son Goku, Sohan let him stay on the planet Sharda temporarily. Next, I am going to find the last Super Dragon Ball, and then make a wish to get immortality. So naturally, you can't let anyone follow you. In the next period of time, Kampa's attitude towards Sohan changed 365 degrees. I don't know how many times the attitude is good. Even Sohan couldn't get used to it. But every time Sohan sees gods of destruction Kampa, that pigtail that he didn't erase himself, he can't help laughing out loud. Master Law Enforcement Officer, all 6 Super Dragon Balls are here. Vados pointed to the 6 huge planets outside the realm of gods of destruction, and said, Sohan didn't say much, and directly used his divine power to leave with 6 super wishing beads. And gods of destruction Kampa clenched his fists angrily after seeing the other party leave. Clenched teeth made a clucking sound. The whole person was flushed with anger. Bastard, I Kampa will have this day. After confirming that Sohan had gone far away, gods of destruction Kampa even roared out. He was extremely aggrieved in his heart. It didn't matter if his tail was erased, but now even the super wishing beads that he had worked so hard to collect for more than 10 years were snatched away by the other party. Kampa's heart was simply too uncomfortable. Okay, Lord Kampa, let's forget about this matter. You have also seen that the law enforcement officer is very powerful, probably even stronger than me, and his mastery of erasing magical powers is beyond my reach. Vados is very aware of Kampa's character, so when he saw the other party's reaction like this, there were no surprises for Vados. This is Kampa's character. Damn it. Vados, are you so sure that he is the temple law enforcer? Kampa clenched his fists and looked at Vados angrily. In fact, in Kampa's heart, if Vados is willing to help him, the two of them together must have a chance of winning. But it's a pity that Vados didn't make a shot. But this is also normal. Anyone who can become a temple law enforcement officer will not be weak. At the very least, they all have the strength to surpass the strongest angel, otherwise they wouldn't be appointed as temple law enforcement officers. Yes, Lord Kampa. During the previous call with Whis, I learned from the other party that there are some things about the law enforcement officer, but it should be a relationship that the Grand Priest is not allowed to disclose, so Whis didn't describe too much to me. Before I was not sure that Mr. Sohan was the law enforcement officer Whis was talking about. But since the other party can use the erasure magic power, there is no need to doubt the other party's identity. Sir Kampa, you must be aware of what erasing supernatural powers means. That ability is a supernatural power that even our angels are not qualified to learn. Vados looked at Kampa very seriously. For Sohan's identity, Vados now has no doubts. Can easily defeat the gods of destruction, and can also use such a terrifying erasure magic power. Such a terrifying existence is not a law enforcement officer, it is unreasonable. Bastard, damn it. Could it be that I really have no possibility of revenge at all? Thinking of this, gods of destruction Kampa couldn't help clenching his teeth again. He absolutely cannot do anything to the law enforcement officer. Even if he does, he is not an opponent. Wait. Vados, I suddenly thought of something. At present, only Whis knows about the law enforcement officer, and the Grand Priest has not notified this matter. What does this mean? It means that the other party has not officially become a temple law enforcement officer, and should only be considered as a trainee law enforcement officer. Suddenly gods of destruction Kampa seemed to have thought of something, and a smug smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then the whole person's expression became gloomy and terrifying. Master Kampa, I advise you not to mess around. Although what you just said is somewhat possible, you have seen the strength of Mr. Sohan even as a trainee law enforcement officer. This is enough to be a law enforcement officer of the temple, but it should be just that I haven't had time to become a regular. And even if you are a trainee law enforcement officer, it is impossible for you to win. Speaking of which, Angel Vados waved his hand and hit 683. But she was telling the truth. With the strength Sohan showed before, not to mention defeating Lord Kampa, it is not impossible to kill Lord Kampa even if he wants to. So if you go to offend the other party at this time, then if you really annoy the other party, directly erasing a disobedient gods of destruction, presumably Zeno would not say much. And shooting at the law enforcement officer is a disrespect to Zeno. It was only a matter of time before he was killed. Vados, do you think I don't know about this kind of thing? But since we can't do it, then let others do it for us. Speaking of gods of destruction, Kampa's mouth slightly raised. Putting his eyes on Angel Vados again, he said, didn't you hear that Vermit was taught a lesson by a human? If I guessed correctly, that human should also be Sohan. Get me that Vermit guy now, and Quitella, and I'll use them to instigate all gods of destruction. A smug smile appeared on the corner of Kampa's mouth as he said gods of destruction. Vermit and Sohan themselves have feuds, and as for Quitella, he also has some feuds with gods of destruction Beerus of the 7th universe. So Kampa is confident that the two of them will definitely choose to stand on their side. As for the remaining 9 gods of destruction, you have to try them out. Anyway, they will have an extra law enforcement officer responsible for supervising their work. Presumably all the gods of destruction will not feel comfortable in their hearts. And gods of destruction Kampa intends to capitalize on that. Lord Kampa, I advise you to think twice. Vados sighed helplessly. She was very displeased with gods of destruction Kampa's approach. Regardless of whether these gods of destruction can defeat the law enforcer who also has the ability to erase magic at home. Even if they succeed, can they end well? That is the existence of Zeno and Grand Priest. How could anyone be able to move it? It can be said that in their world now, except for Grand Priest and Zeno who have the right to punish the law enforcement officer Sohan, anyone else who opposes the law enforcement officer is completely seeking their own death. So Vados is not optimistic about Kampa's approach. And even if Kampa does manage to instigate the other gods of destruction and that's the case, together they would defeat the enforcer. This is obviously unlikely. Cut. Vados, this is my business. You don't need to teach me. Don't forget that your duty is to assist me. You can do what you are asked to do, and you don't need to bear the burden if something happens. Kampa frowned and said in a cold voice. Kampa was upset because Vados didn't help him deal with Sohan before, so now Kampa's tone of voice is also very ugly. It is good. In that case, don't blame me for not reminding you, Lord Kampa. Seeing Kampa's fierce expression, Angel Vados frowned slightly, and then directly helped her contact Angel Makarita of the 11th universe. If he doesn't listen to his good words to persuade him, then Vados doesn't want to continue to say more, because it is useless to say more. Kampa's character is like this, he will retaliate, and he will not look back until he hits the south wall. But what I should do has already been done. As for what the result will be, then I have a clear conscience. The 11th universe, gods of destruction. At this time, Makarita is guiding Toppo's practice. But at the same time, the staff in his hand made a beeping sound. Master Vermit, Gods of Destruction Compa of the 6th Universe requests to talk to you, is it connected? Looking at the content displayed in the staff, Makarita set her sights on Gods of Destruction Vermit. Since Gods of Destruction Vermit was completely defeated by Sohan last time, his whole person has undergone tremendous changes. He is more cautious in doing things than before, and even after returning to the Gods of Destruction world, he has conducted very strict training for Toppo, a Gods of Destruction candidate. Now that several years have passed, Toppo's strength has been greatly improved. It is completely different from the Toppo a few years ago, and even the current Toppo can perfectly control part of the destructive energy. The 6th Universe. Compa. Isn't he Beerus' brother? Why are you looking for me? Just reject Makarita. Just wait, even if the guy from the 7th Universe is so powerful, as long as we continue to improve the average combat power of our 11th Universe, it will be our 11th Universe who will be promoted to the Advanced Universe in the end. Speaking of Gods of Destruction, Vermit couldn't help clenching his fists. The image of being beaten up by Sohan a few years ago came to mind. It was so embarrassing. I am a Gods of Destruction, but I was beaten like that by a human being. Even in the end, if it wasn't because he begged Makarita to save him, he still doesn't know what excessive things that guy would do to him. I hung up on Master Vermit, but the other party didn't seem to give up and called again. Makarita came to the side of Gods of Destruction Vermit, stretched out her staff, and signaled to the other party whether to connect first to see what the other party was doing. Cut. Compa is looking for me at this time, it must be a bad thing. Forget it, get on it. Didn't I hear you say that Compa sneaked into the 7th Universe and was beaten up by a human from the 7th Universe? By the way, Makarita, do you think that person may have come to our 11th Universe? The guy from... Speaking of Gods of Destruction, Vermit seemed to think of something, his eyes immediately widened. Then he set his sights on Makarita. And the other party also nodded slowly, and then said, there is such a possibility, Master Vermit. After all, it is impossible for a universe to have two very powerful guys at the same time. Sure enough. It was ignored before. Hurry up, Makarita, get on the phone quickly, let me see what that guy Compa is doing. Thinking of this, Gods of Destruction Vermit became excited. Because he had a hunch, Compa would not come to talk to himself for no reason. Soon under the projection of Makarita's angel staff, the two completed the call. On the other side, Gods of Destruction Compa showed a very dissatisfied expression immediately after connecting. Compa, Vermit, you dare to refuse my call invitation, what do you mean? Vermit, cut. I'm busy practicing, who has time to play with you? Hey, don't be lazy when practicing Toppo, destroy all those useless planets for me. While speaking, Gods of Destruction Vermit did not forget to let Toppo continue to strengthen training. His own candidate, even if he can't compare with Beerus's candidate, it can't be much worse. Training? I heard that you were beaten up by a human before. I didn't believe it, but seeing how active you are in cultivation, it seems that the rumors should be true. Compa smiled sarcastically. Compa, you better fart on me. If you're calling me just to ridicule me, then I'll immediately send a powerful human to your 6th universe and rub you on the ground. Gods of Destruction Vermit had a gloomy face, thinking that this guy would have some good business looking for him. Unexpectedly, after talking for a long time, he was actually mocking himself. If I knew this earlier, I shouldn't have answered his call. Hehe, Vermit, why are you still so impatient? Of course I have something important to talk to you about. Do you remember the position of the Temple Law Enforcement Officer, Wang Niu's? After saying this, Gods of Destruction Compa's tone obviously became serious. They looked at Gods of Destruction Vermit solemnly. Compa, what did you say, Temple Enforcer? Why did you suddenly mention this name? After Gods of Destruction Vermit heard Compa's words, the same whole person also became nervous. How could they not be familiar with this name? Temple Law Enforcement Officer. Although no one has been in that position all year round, they are very clear about this position in their hearts. Supervise the gods. Enforcer of Xeno. No less than the theocracy of the Grand Priest. These are representative nouns of Temple Law Enforcement Officers. The Temple Law Enforcement Officer, that guy who taught you a lesson last time. When Compa said this, it was obvious that the body of Gods of Destruction Vermit on the other side of the call trembled obviously. Like, Compa. What are you kidding, Temple Law Enforcement Officer? This position has been empty for tens of thousands of years, how could a Temple Law Enforcement Officer appear suddenly? And he's still a brat. After Gods of Destruction Vermit heard the other party's words, although he was a little shocked at first, he quickly adjusted his state. Although my heart is already a little hairy. But Vermit is naturally aware of the priesthood of the Temple Law Enforcement Officer. That is Xeno's law enforcement officer. How could a brat be suddenly appointed as this law enforcement officer? Therefore, Gods of Destruction Vermit would never believe it without a reliable confirmation. Haha, don't speak of Vermit too early, think about how he defeated you back then, and what his strength is. How could an ordinary candidate for Gods of Destruction have such a strong combat effectiveness? If these are not enough proof, then you look at this. Saying that, Gods of Destruction Compa suddenly turned around, revealing his tail that had disappeared. Although this kind of thing makes Gods of Destruction Compa very difficult to talk about, but now it can't be controlled much. The most important thing now is to find a way to get rid of 090 Sohan. Anything else is not as important as this, and Vermit has also been beaten up by Sohan, so this guy has no right to laugh at himself. Oh, Kampa, you have a problem with your brain. Let me see what your ass is doing. I don't have that habit. Turn around quickly. It's really disgusting. Wait. Tail. Kampa, you tail. Ha ha ha. Kampa, why is your tail gone? Could it be someone cut it off? Wait. Gods of Destruction Vermit's expression changed from disdain, disgust, and then to ridicule, and finally he just stood there stunned. Because he suddenly thought of something. Yes, tail. Why did Kampa's tail disappear? And it is not difficult to see from the traces of Kampa's buttocks that it was not cut off by any sharp thing at all. Instead, it just disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. How could such a thing happen? This made Gods of Destruction Vermit suddenly think of something terrifying. Gilo. Kampa, are you trying to tell me, your tail is also for that guy Sohan? Before Vermit's trembling voice could finish speaking, Kampa immediately turned around, Chabe, and interrupted Vermit's words with a look of anger. Then he said, that's right. Speaking of this, Kampa's eyes became resentful, and his own tail, why did it suddenly disappear? This made him feel as if his little brother was gone, extremely uncomfortable. So he must take revenge? How did he do it? The bodies of our gods of destruction are indestructible. It should be very difficult for ordinary weapons to hurt our bodies. Gods of Destruction Vermit asked tentatively in a low voice. Although he said this, Vermit actually thought of something in his heart. You're right, ordinary weapons really can't hurt our bodies. But the law enforcement officer has the ability to kill us instantly, that is to erase the supernatural power. You should be familiar with this thing, Vermit. Gods of Destruction Kampa said in a low voice. What did you say, Kampa? Erasure of magical powers. Hearing this, Vermit stood up excitedly. The excitement in his heart could no longer be suppressed. How could Vermit, who is Gods of Destruction, not know how to erase the supernatural power? And it's very clear. Erase supernatural power is Xeno's unique ability, which can instantly erase everything in this world, including these Gods of Destruction. Since you know, then I don't need to say anything more about the rest. My tail was erased by him. I believe he will go to your place in a short time, Vermit, so the purpose of my call with you is also to hope that you can be prepared. Speaking of this, the corner of Gods of Destruction Kampa's mouth suddenly twitched into a smile. The next step is to seduce the other party. What? Come to me. Gilo. Kampa, what the hell are you trying to say? How can you be sure that guy is a law enforcement officer? Vermit almost ran away. The panic in his heart was written all over his face, showing it unreservedly. Humph. And the Grand Priest have the ability to use and teach. Do you think that since he can use the supernatural power of erasure, does his identity need to be questioned? Gods of Destruction Kampa said coldly. Damn. How could such a thing happen? Hearing this, Gods of Destruction Vermit felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. I had offended Sohan to death before. Although the opponent let him off last time, anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that the opponent was afraid of Angel Makarita's power. That's why I let myself go. If it wasn't for Makarita, the other party would never let her go. And now when the opponent reappears, he has an additional identity, Temple Enforcer, and also has the terrifying supernatural power, erasing supernatural power. If the other party comes to their 11th universe, even if the other party is merciful and spares my life, my end will definitely be more miserable than Kampa without the pigtail. This point is very clear in Vermit's mind. Mark Arita, why didn't you tell me that his other identity is actually the Temple Law Enforcement Officer? At this moment, Gods of Destruction Vermit panicked. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. And Makarita, who was beside Vermit, naturally heard all the content of the conversation between the two. It's just that she was quite shocked by the fact that Sohan was the law enforcement officer of the temple. Although she has known her father for a long time, Mr. Yinzi has plans to find a suitable candidate to be the law enforcement officer of the temple. But that was already tens of thousands of years ago, and after a long time, no one was qualified to be the law enforcement officer of the temple, so Makarita gradually forgot about it. But why would a temple law enforcement officer suddenly appear now? But one thing cannot be denied, that is, that young man named Sohan is really strong. To become stronger in battle, the talent can be imagined. It's just that Makarita never connected him with the temple law enforcement officer. Back to Master Vermit, this matter should be kept secret by Mr. Grand Priest, and I haven't received any news. But from Master Kampa's disappearing tail, it is not difficult to see that the power used by the other party is indeed the erasing supernatural power. And I can erase a part of Gods of Destruction's body. As an angel, I can't do it. So if Lord Kampa's words are true, then Sohan may really be the new temple enforcer. Makarita spoke slowly. Although Makarita Surface 3 just said there might be, but in fact, she knew very well in her heart that since the other party could use the erasing magic power, then her identity was confirmed. It must be the temple law enforcement officer. Because although Angel has also mastered part of the supernatural power of erasing, if he wants to erase the body of the Gods of Destruction, there is no way to do it. What? It's really, my Lord Law Enforcement Officer, Gilo. If Vermit didn't hear Makarita's words, he felt that there was still a turning point in this matter. But now after listening to Makarita's words, Vermit's whole body is about to despair. What are you kidding? I actually offended Lord Law Enforcement Officer of the temple, and he was the kind who would never die. Makarita, then what should I do now? If the law enforcement officer really comes to our 11th universe, let's not say that our universe is hopeless to be promoted to a high-level universe. Even I will be severely punished. As he said that, Gods of Destruction Vermet clenched his fists, as if he could only calm down when he felt the pain from the nail piercing his palm. This one. Actually, Master Vermet, you don't need to panic too much. Although he is really very likely to be the law enforcement officer of the temple, I think the person who can be favored by Mr. Zeno and Mr. Grand Priest should not be too small-minded. Master Vermet, I don't think you need to be so nervous, just do our job well and prevent the other party from finding problems. After all, our 11th universe is the best among the 10th universes. Makarita explained slowly. He felt that Sohan should not hold grudges, and the one who suffered last time was the Vermet region. So as long as they do their job well, things shouldn't be too bad. Shout. Makarita, you said it lightly. Look at Kampa's current situation, isn't it obvious? The pig's tail is gone. If he really comes to our 11th universe, my fate will definitely not be better than that of Kampa. Gods of Destruction Vermet felt horrified at the thought of Kampa's erased tail. I don't want to become a disabled Gods of Destruction. This is indeed not impossible. Makarita did not refute this point. Because Kampa's tail was literally wiped off. Don't panic Vermet, I actually have another way. At this moment, the Gods of Destruction Kampa who had been silent for a while suddenly spoke. How? Kampa, what can you do? Vermet said dubiously. Although he doesn't think Kampa will have any good ideas, but now there are no good ideas. Since this bastard erased my tail, I will not swallow this breath no matter what. Gods of Destruction Kampa clenched his fists and said. Kampa, what do you mean, you don't want to? Having said this, Gods of Destruction Vermet panicked. Although Kampa didn't say it directly, how could Vermet not hear it? That's right. Kampa said with a gloomy face. As long as the law enforcement officer is killed, all of them can vent their anger, and they don't have to worry about being supervised by the law enforcement officer in the future. You are crazy Kampa, you dare to attack the law enforcement officer? And since the law enforcement officer has the ability to erase, then even if the two of us work together, we will definitely not be his opponent. Although Vermet is very against Kampa's suggestion, but in my heart, I still unconsciously started to think about it. Because if it can be done, then this might as well be a way. After all, if they can do it, then they will no longer have to worry about being caught by the law enforcement officer. Moreover, he had offended the other party before, the most ruthless. Sohan will definitely be the first person who will not let go. If the law enforcer possesses the ability to erase, we are indeed no match for him. But if Jean cannot use the ability to erase, you feel that he alone can be the opponent of many of our Gods of Destruction. What? Speaking of this, Gods of Destruction Kampa couldn't help showing a smug smile. He admitted that when Sohan defeated him earlier, the force he used was strong. But there is nothing powerful that cannot be dealt with. And what he fears most in his heart is the erasure of supernatural powers. Although even if the opponent cannot use the erasure magic power, he is not necessarily Sohan's opponent, but if Vermet and other Gods of Destruction are added. In this way, it is definitely not difficult to kill Sohan. And as long as everyone agrees, and then do this thing well, as long as the Grand Priest can't find it, then even if Zeno gets angry, it is impossible for the Jedi to wipe out all their Gods of Destruction and universe. What? You said it made him unable to use the erasing power. How is this possible? Do you think you have a way? Hearing this, Gods of Destruction Vermet became anxious. Because of this matter, he began to become excited. Because Vermet thinks the method mentioned by Gods of Destruction Kampa, if it can be realized, then it's okay to want to kill Sohan. After all, the law enforcement officer supervises all their gods, so the other Gods of Destruction must not be satisfied either. And since this is the case, it will be very easy to encourage them to act with me. But the premise is that there must be a way to make the law enforcement officer unable to use the erasure magic power. As long as the opponent can't use the erasure magic power, then he will no longer be scary. It's not your thing to worry about, I have my own way. What you should be doing now is to incite a few other Gods of Destruction, especially Quitella. I think he should like this kind of thing. Asking for flowers. Gods of Destruction Kampa, knowing that the other party has promised himself in his heart. So he didn't continue to ask, but directly issued a task to the other party. Gilo. Okay, Kampa, if you can do it, I'd like to cooperate with you. Gods of Destruction Vermet nodded heavily. Do my best. Anyway, the other party will definitely not let me go, and if what Kampa said just now is really achievable, then it is not difficult to kill this law enforcement officer. And to know the identity of the law enforcement officer of the other party, I have not even been notified of the Gods of Destruction of all universes. As long as they do it carefully enough, they don't leave any evidence. Temple law enforcement officer, if you kill it, you will kill it. Vermet didn't believe Zeno could wipe out all their universes together. After finishing the call, Vermet immediately asked Makarita to connect with Quitella. 0. Because he knew that, as Gods of Destruction Kampa said, that dead mouse of Quitella should be quite interested in this kind of thing. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with motivating him first. Master Vermet, I think you need to carefully consider this matter. Although the identity of the Lord Law Enforcer has not been made public by the Grand Priest, I believe there is a reason for him. When you attack the law enforcement officer, you are undoubtedly against Mr. Grand Priest. The fate can be imagined. Although you offended the law enforcement officer before, I still don't think the other party's mind is as narrow-minded as you think. So you should think about it. Makarita didn't immediately help Vermit connect, but looked into the other's eyes and asked. But she is not worried about Sohan, because Makarita thinks that even if these gods of destruction really reach an agreement, if they want to attack Sohan, they may not be able to defeat Sohan, because since the other party can get the approval of Grand Priest and Zeno, he naturally has his reasons. So even if you face a crowd of gods of destruction, you will definitely not be defeated. Those who will be defeated in the end must still be gods of destruction? Okay, Makarita doesn't need you to teach me how to do things, and the person who offended the law enforcement officer was me, not you, so naturally you don't have to worry about it. Hurry up and help me get through the call with Quitella. As for other things, just pretend you don't know. Gods of destruction Vermit is now determined. After seeing what happened to Kampa, he panicked a lot, and now Kampa has put forward a very sure idea for himself. That Vermit was something the Jedi would not give up. After all, he doesn't have the same tail as Kampa, and if Sohan wipes out his little brother on a whim, then Vermit will really be helpless. The other side of the 6th universe. At this moment, Sohan is traveling in the 6th universe with 6 Super Dragon Balls. And his goal is naturally the Unknown Star, which is also the 6th Super Dragon Ball. According to the records in the original book, the last Super Dragon Ball was on Unnamed Star, and the position of Unnamed Star at this moment is at the junction of the 6th universe and the 7th universe. And not only that, in the original book, Gods of Destruction Kampa and Gods of Destruction Beerus, the 2 Gods of Destruction even held a small world's #1 martial arts tournament in this universe. It should be this planet. Although it is impossible to quickly find the exact location of the 7th Super Dragon Ball through the breath of God, Sohan can also judge the approximate location of the unknown star with the memory of his previous life. After coming to this desolate Death Star, Sohan felt a familiar feeling. Presumably this planet should be an unknown star. Can't go wrong. Sensing the last-minute Super 193 Dragon Ball inside Unnamed Star, Sohan punched the ground directly. Boom. Accompanied by a huge sound, the ground that was bombarded by Sohan came immediately. It started to make crackling noises. Then the epidermis of the positive planet began to fall off slowly, finally emitting a dazzling golden light. And the last Super Dragon Ball was exposed in front of Sohan at this time. Sure enough, it's a Super Dragon Ball. Seeing the last Super Dragon Ball under his feet, Sohan showed a satisfied smile on his face. Although the approximate location of the Super Dragon Ball can be determined from memory, it took Sohan a long time to find the last Super Dragon Ball. But this is also normal. After all, Kampa and Vados have searched for so long, but in the end they couldn't find the last Super Dragon Ball. So Sohan was able to find the last Super Dragon Ball within 2 days, which can be said to be very fast. 7 Super Dragon Balls, now you can almost summon Super Shenron. Looking at the 7 Super Dragon Balls in front of him, the corners of Sohan's mouth could not help but curl up. I was even more fortunate in my heart. It was indeed a very wise choice for me to ask Angel Wei to teach me the language of God. Otherwise, even if Sohan has collected all 7 Super Dragon Balls, he will not be able to summon Super Shenron. Because each Shenron needs its own language, the Earth has the language of the Earth, and the Shenron of Namek also needs to use the language of Namek. And Super Shenron needs to use the ancient language of God. I want to post God's language. After Sohan yelled the spell to summon Shenron, the whole universe immediately changed color. Even Sohan felt as if he was brought into a mysterious space. The surroundings of the whole person are extraordinarily mysterious, and at the same time, accompanied by the shining of golden light, a huge golden Shenron with wings appeared in front of Sohan. Even Sohan, who was so powerful that he surpassed gods of destruction, still couldn't help but shudder when he saw the Super Dragon Ball in front of him. It's so huge, and the divine aura released from Super Shenron's body is very powerful and terrifying. Is this the Super Shenron created by the dragon god Salama himself? Its aura is so powerful. And even a Shenron is so powerful, so how strong is the dragon god Salama? I'm afraid it's not weaker than Zeno. Feeling the powerful energy released from the Super Shenron, Sohan couldn't help being amazed. But I have to say that the aura emanating from the Super Dragon God is really not something ordinary people can bear. Abba. Say your wish. Super Shenron's eyes glowed red, and then spoke the language of God to Sohan. Abba, immortal body. After Sohan heard the other party's language of God, he also responded with the language of God. Ababa? No problem. As the voice of Super Shenron fell, a burst of golden light poured into Sohan's body immediately. Then Sohan only felt that his whole body seemed to be filled with a huge energy. After a warm current slowly lingered in every corner of his body, a satisfied smile appeared on Sohan's face immediately. Is this the body of immortality? It feels pretty good. Sohan clenched his fist slightly. When the Super Shenron bestowed upon him immortality, Sohan felt that his strength had also improved a bit at this time. Your wish has been granted, farewell. After the sound of Super Shenron fell, his golden body flew out towards the distance quickly. Then they turned into 7 Super Dragon Balls, flying towards every corner of the 7th universe and the 6th universe. And the sky returned to its original state at this time. Phew, let's try it. Although I feel that my body has indeed become a lot stronger, but just to be on the safe side, Sohan still plans to try it out by himself. Big Bang Kamehameha Wave. Then Sohan used the big explosion Kamehameha Wave towards the distance. Boom. And at the moment when the Kamehameha Wave of the Big Bang was released, Sohan's thoughts moved, and he directly used instant transmission to disappear in the same place. When it reappeared, it came directly in front of the Big Bang Kamehameha Wave. But Sohan didn't have any defenses, he puffed out his chest and accepted his attack abruptly. Boom. With the Big Bang Kamehameha Wave falling on his body, Sohan obviously felt that his arm had been injured in varying degrees by hitting his chest. However, at this moment, the injury on Sohan's body recovered to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, the injured parts of Sohan's body had returned to their original state. Is this the body of immortality? It's really amazing. No wonder in the original book, no matter how Zamasu is beaten, he can quickly recover. Sohan shook his fist in satisfaction. However, just when Sohan was about to leave to return to the planet Sharda, the system sound in Sohan's mind suddenly came out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, beating Gods of Destruction Kampa violently, and confiscating the opponent's 6 Super Dragon Balls. Reward, 120% Grey Energy. Super Saiyan God Grey Beyond the Limit of Energy. Additional bonus, 15% Erasing Supernatural Power. 15% of the Erasing Supernatural Power and Super Saiyan God Grey Beyond the Limit of Energy. Gilo. Sohan swallowed in disbelief. An expression of disbelief was written all over his face. How strong is the Grey Energy of Super Saiyan God? Sohan knows it very well. Because of his current foundation and Dahongsan, he still can't completely defeat Angel Whis, but after becoming a super race god, he can easily defeat Angel Whis. And she even obtained the energy of Chao Saishan Huibai beyond the limit, and Sudian was a little excited for a while. I even want to find someone to try it out quickly. But after much deliberation, the only people who are worthy of my full strength are Grand Priest and Zeno's 2 unknown guards. As for Zeno, Sohan still has self-knowledge, let's forget about dealing with that kind of guy. Even if he has obtained 35% of the erasing supernatural power, it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent's opponent. But because of the relationship of immortality, Sohan felt that Zeno's desire to directly erase himself should not be an easy task. Where are we going to go to the universe next? Sohan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stroked his chin and thought about it. There are still 10 universes left for Sohan to choose, but Sohan is still very interested in the first universe with the strongest average strength among the 12 universes. The Gods of Destruction in of the first universe is a long-haired monster. Although there is no specific performance in the anime, the performance of this long-haired monster in the comics is not very good. It is planned that since the first universe can become the universe with the strongest average strength among the 12 universes, there must be some reasons for this. So Sohan is still very interested in this universe. However, Sohan also wants to go to the 11th universe to see Vermit. I don't know what kind of expression this guy will show if he knows his identity as the law enforcement officer of the temple. But thinking about it, I'm sure you'll be surprised. Forget it, let's go to the first universe. As for the 11th universe, I'll go to the next one. Saying that, Sohan is about to leave for the planet Sharda, taking Son Goku with him. After all, Son 27 Goku practiced with him. Although he was beaten by Fat in the previous battle with Gods of Destruction Kampa, Son Goku became much stronger in that battle. However, just when Sohan was about to use instant transmission, a reminder from the system came out again in his mind. Ding! A new round of check-in tasks has been released. Please host the 11th universe. Defeat 6 Gods of Destruction. Note, do not use the erasure magic power. Hearing the system prompt sound in his ears, Sohan was stunned. Go to the 11th universe? Defeat the 6 Gods of Destruction? What's going on here? Han is a little puzzled. Ding! The system has sensed the host's doubts. Friendly reminder, Gods of Destruction Kampa has a grudge against the host for erasing his tail, so now Kampa has summoned 12 Gods of Destruction, actually only 6 agreed to his request, plan, ready to kill the host. After hearing the system's notification tone, Sohan was stunned. Then he frowned. Kampa, very good. I didn't want to kill you, but since you are determined to die, you can't blame me. As he spoke, a killing intent appeared on Sohan's face. Originally, Sohan just wanted to teach Kampa a lesson and make him afraid of him, but I still underestimated Kampa's narrow-mindedness. He didn't expect that the other party would want to take revenge on him even though he knew his identity as a law enforcement officer. Ding! Friendly reminder, if the host directly kills Kampa now, the mission will fail. Hearing the system prompt sound again in his mind, Sohan couldn't help but froze. But it doesn't matter, Kampa will die sooner or later anyway, this time Sohan will never let him go. Let you live 2 more days. Sohan clenched his fist slightly, although he really wanted to kill Kampa now, but he knew that now was not the time. Although one's own strength has been improved again, but this is far from enough. If one wants to dominate one's own life, one's own destiny, then you need to improve your own strength. So he has to wait until the task is done before killing that bastard Kampa? Even if he can't use the erasure power, Sohan is not afraid of these 6 Gods of Destruction. After all, Sohan still had an immortal body. Even if he stood there and let the 6 gods of destruction bomb him in turn, they might not be able to kill him. After all, his immortal body represents the power of the dragon god Salama. Unless the combined energy of the 6 of them can surpass Sharamar, otherwise they will not be able to kill Sohan anyway. Just take Son Goku with you, and let him learn a lot by the way. Saying that, Sohan directly used instant transmission to disappear into the distance. Sohan hopes that Son Goku's strength will surpass gods of destruction in the future, and then help him, so it is natural to train him well. Call out. With a flash of white light, Sohan's body has appeared on the planet Sharda. Master Sohan, you are back. Because Sohan is looking for Son Goku's chi, using instant transmission. So naturally, he teleported directly to Son Goku's side. Sohan nodded slowly. I really didn't expect how strong Mr. Kampa is. I thought that the power he used when fighting me was already very strong. But after seeing him fighting with you, I realized that when he was fighting with me, he didn't even use half of his strength. Speaking of this, Son Goku's performance obviously became a little lost. Because when he was fighting Kampa, he thought he could defeat him, but what he didn't expect was that he was not Kampa's opponent at all. This made Son Goku feel extra uncomfortable. Haha, that's true, but after that battle, your strength has also become a lot stronger, isn't it? Sohan patted Son Goku on the shoulder and said, haha, that's true, so Master Sohan, if there is another chance to fight a powerful opponent like this in the future, you must let me go first. Son Goku scratched his head and said with a silly smile, don't worry, there will be a chance for you to fight a powerful opponent soon, but you still need to practice hard before that. We will leave this universe in 3 days, and within these 3 days I need you to improve your strength to the full attack rate of Super Saiyan 4, which is a bit difficult for you. So I will personally guide your cultivation. Sohan said with a serious face. Although Son Goku's current strength is not weak anymore, it is still far behind the real gods of destruction. So Sohan hopes that Son Goku's strength can be improved more. At least it can help me to a certain extent. And it shouldn't be long before Beerus wakes up in the original book. So now it is even more necessary to hurry up. Super Saiyan 4's total attack rate. Okay. Master Sohan, I will definitely work hard. Son Goku nodded very seriously, and Sohan found that during the time he was away, Son Goku had already trained Gabe to look good, and he could even become Super Saiyan 2. But there is still a big gap in strength compared to Sohan and Son Goku, and Sohan naturally doesn't pay attention to such a guy, because an elephant will never care about an ant. Although these 3 days of cultivation were a bit tormented, it was under the guidance of Sohan and the influence of Xiando. In the end, Son Goku got his wish and achieved a Super 4 total attack rate. And when Sohan was about to leave the 6th universe, Gods of Destruction Kampa and Angel Vados actually came again. That. Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, are you leaving now? To express our apologies, Vados, and I would like to send you to the next universe that needs to be inspected. Gods of Destruction Kampa looked at Sohan flatteringly, as sincere as his eyes could be. My Lord Law Enforcement, in order to apologize to you, Vados and I would like to send you away personally. Gods of Destruction Kampa looked at Sohan sincerely. Kampa's expression was very sincere, and he couldn't even see any other thoughts. It seems that the other party is really asking for himself, hoping that he can agree to the other party's plea, and forgive the other party's previous mistakes. Send us away. Hearing this, Sohan froze for a moment, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth immediately. Although Kampa is disguised very well at the moment, Sohan can't even see any flaws. But because the system had reminded him of his relationship early on, at this moment Sohan was very clear about what was going on in Kampa's mind. The villain has to be Kampa? Okay. Kampa, for the sake of you knowing your mistakes and correcting them, let's turn over the previous things. From now on, as long as you do your job well in Gods of Destruction, I will naturally not cause any trouble for you, Sohan said with a light smile. Although I know that Kampa will say this, 9 times out of 10 I have contacted the other 5 Gods of Destruction, planning to find a place to get rid of myself. But Sohan still has no intention of refusing. Because Sohan is not afraid at all, and it is absolutely impossible for them to hurt themselves. Hey, then thank you, Mr. Law Enforcer. Vados, what are you still doing in a daze? Quickly open the passage, and we will send Mr. Law Enforcer to leave now. Hearing that Sohan agreed without hesitation, an expression of excitement immediately appeared on Gods of Destruction Kampa's face. Then he turned his head to look at Vados, and immediately urged him. Understood, Lord Kampa. I will open the channel for you now. And Vados did not refuse, and directly opened the universe channel for Gods of Destruction Kampa. Of course, this passage is not leading to the 11th universe, nor is it leading to any other universe. It's the place Kampa found ahead of time. A place where Sohan can't use the erasure power. But these things are apparently found by the Gods of Destruction Kampa, but in fact this place is provided by the Grand Priest. Because after Vados learned of Kampa's plan, he immediately notified Mr. Grand Priest. I thought the Grand Priest would be furious about this matter. But what Vados didn't expect was that the Grand Priest was not only lifeless, but naturally created a special area for special means. And in this special area, it is impossible to use the erasing supernatural power. And not only that, after Grand Priest built this special area, Vados deliberately revealed it to Gods of Destruction Kampa. At the beginning, Vados was also very puzzled. Isn't the purpose of my father training Sohan to make him a temple law enforcement officer? But why would he allow Kampa and others to do such a thing that endangers the law enforcement officer? At the beginning, Vados couldn't figure it out at all, but it was only later that Vados figured it out. The reason why the Grand Priest does it. His purpose is to take this opportunity to take a good look at the strength of the law enforcement officer. In the face of the siege of 6 powerful gods of destruction, can they turn defeat into victory? If it is possible, then it is no problem to be an official temple law enforcement officer. But if it fails, then there is no need for his plan to continue. Because the Grand Priest's plan is related to the future of many people, it is absolutely impossible to just find a trash with no strength to fight for your life. And a waste with no strength is not worth wasting his time at all. My lord law enforcement officer, please. Kampa cupped his hands at Swan, and respectfully let Lijhan enter the channel handle first. Okay, Son Goku, keep up. Sohan nodded slowly, and then let Son Goku follow his footsteps. This trip may be a bit dangerous, but Sohan still wants to take Son Goku with him, because this is the feat of dealing with 6 gods of destruction alone. But it will also be a great battle. So if Son Goku can witness this peerless battle with his own eyes, then it will definitely have endless benefits for Son Goku. At the very least, Son Goku's strength can be doubled. And even if Son Goku is unlucky to be killed by the destructive power of some gods of destruction, Sohan can also still revive Son Goku with the Dragon Ball. So there is no need to worry at all. After Kampa saw that both Sohan and Son Goku had entered the passage, they also walked in one after another. Then under Vados's rapid flight, about half an hour later, the 4 of them came to a place similar to the original power tournament. And there is nothingness around this place, as if no border can be seen, and it seems to be connected to other universes, very mysterious. Here, wow, why do I feel like my strength has been suppressed after entering this place? Son Goku scratched his head in confusion. Because right after they entered this space, Son Goku immediately felt that the chi in his body was squeezed to a certain extent. And under such circumstances, there is no way for him to use the full power of Super Saiyan 4 at all. Sohan clenched his fist slightly, and he naturally felt what Son Goku said. It's just that what Sohan didn't expect was that Kampa and the others could find such a place. It seems that they are sure that they can keep themselves in this place forever, so they will rashly shoot themselves? Haha, this is not any place in 12 universe, Kampa can explain, what's going on. Sohan looked at the corner of Kampa's mouth with a sneer. Even if part of his strength was suppressed, it would have no effect on Sohan at all. As long as he is willing to release all his strength, the suppression of this place is completely useless to Sohan. Useless at all. Choo-choo. Master Law Enforcement Officer, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand at all? Isn't this the place you asked me to bring you here? What do you mean by asking me instead? Seeing his plan succeed, Gods of Destruction Kampa immediately showed a wicked smile on his face. It was as if this time, he would definitely be able to take revenge. Hey, Master Sohan asked you to come here, so what's going on? After hearing what the two said, Son Goku scratched his head in some doubts. Naturally, he didn't understand what was going on now. Kampa, you don't have to die, but it's a pity that you asked for your own death. If that's the case, don't blame me. Following Sohan's icy cold voice, an endless and terrifying aura of God immediately emanated from his body. And Son Goku, who was beside him, was overwhelmed by the powerful coercion at this moment. Then immediately stepped aside. Seeing Sohan like this, even if Son Goku is stupid, he can understand what happened. Immediately, the expression of the whole person became serious, and he looked around solemnly. Because he felt that they were not the only ones here. Haha. My Lord Law Enforcement Officer, I have to say that your strength is indeed very strong, but even so, don't even think about or leave today. Not only will your strength be suppressed in this place, but also your proud erasing magical power is useless in this place. Kampa raised her chin proudly and laughed. The whole person is inflated to the extreme. In fact, Kampa said that Sohan could not use the erasure magic power, but he just said it casually, tricking other gods of destruction to use him as a gunner. But I didn't expect how powerful Vados is. I really found a place for myself that can suppress the power, and prevent Sophie from using the erasing magic power. In this way, there is nothing to worry about at all, and the law enforcement officer will definitely die. How confident are you, Kampa? Do you think you can defeat me if I make it impossible for me to use the erasure power? Ridiculous. Speaking of Sohan, he directly turned into Super Saiyan Meizi. A powerful breath of God gushed out of his body in an instant. Call out. Sohan's body rushed towards the place where Kampa was like a purple lightning bolt. How fast? Kampa didn't expect Sohan to attack him suddenly, and by the time he reacted, Sohan's fist had landed on his abdomen. Boom. I saw rose-purple energy coming from Kampa's back. Then Kampa's whole body flew out like a cannonball. Although Kampa stabilized his body at the last moment, the severe pain from his abdomen made his whole body tremble. After feeling the overwhelming feeling of power, Kampa finally spat out a mouthful of sour water. Bastard. You don't talk about weird. Kampa held his abdomen with both hands, and the expression on his whole face became extremely ferocious. I've said it before, even if you don't use the erasure power, you Kampa will never be my opponent. Sohan curled his lips and said in a cold voice. Cut, don't be so proud. You think that since I dared to lure you to this place, I really have no defense at all. Arrogant. Saying that, Gods of Destruction Kampa suddenly roared into the distance. How long are you bastards planning to hide? Don't forget that I was thinking about it for you. If you can't get rid of this guy today, none of you will be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Gods of Destruction Kampa clutched his stomach and shouted loudly into the distance. Ho ho. Why is Kampa unable to hold on any longer? We thought you could consume more of the law enforcement officer's energy, but now it seems that I still overestimate you. At this moment, a yellow mouse-like Gods of Destruction slowly walked out of the void and dark space. It is the mice Gods of Destruction Quitella who come. As in the book, Quitella has a sinister smile on his face. Showing his two mouse teeth, it looks particularly unbearable. It seems that the strength of the law enforcement officer has become much stronger during this period of time, but fortunately you will stay here forever today. After the familiar voice reached Sohan's ears, Vermit's clown face immediately appeared in Sohan's field of vision. Vermit, you bastard, why didn't you come out and help me right away? Gods of Destruction Kampa, seeing Vermit appear, immediately cursed. Because the first person I contacted was Vermit, and I was able to successfully instigate the other 4 Gods of Destruction, which was all due to Wei's fanning the flames. Without Vermit to stir up the flames, Kampa thought he would never be able to encourage the 4 Gods of Destruction to make a move together. And after they negotiated the conditions, the other 3 Gods of Destruction would not act immediately, but only when the 3 of them really had no way to destroy the law enforcement officer, they would choose to act. Although all the Gods of Destruction are annoying to suddenly have one more person to manage them, but they also understand what it means to offend a law enforcement officer. If it's not enough to take my word for it, then none of them are willing to take the risk. Vermit, it looks like you didn't remember the lesson from last time. But it doesn't matter, this time I will let you remember it thoroughly. As he spoke, a killing intent appeared on Sohan's face. I haven't thought about going to trouble with Vermit yet. I didn't expect Vermit to come to my door by himself. If that's the case, there's no need to let it go. Cut. What are you talking about? I call you a law enforcement officer. Don't you really think of yourself as a law enforcement officer? In my eyes, Quitella, you're nothing more than a human bug. The yellow mouse Quitella raised his chin and said very proudly. Because he had never seen Sohan's strength, it was naturally impossible for him to admit that the human being in front of him was the work of the temple law enforcement officer. What's more, it was even more impossible for him to believe it without being personally notified by Zeno and Grand Priest. How about it, Lord Law Enforcement Officer? Although I am not your opponent alone, it shouldn't be difficult for the 3 of us to kill you together. At this time, Gods of Destruction Kampa spoke arrogantly again. In his opinion, CHDJ, even if the other 3 Gods of Destruction choose not to attack, the strength of the 3 of them together at home is enough to kill Sohan. After all, the 3 of them are still very strong in Gods of Destruction, especially the guy Quitella, who might beat his big brother Beerus by arm wrestling. The strength is among the 12 Gods of Destruction, and it is also the best. Why don't you answer, my lord? You must be afraid. Seeing that Sohan didn't respond to their words, Kampa immediately frowned in confusion. Ridiculous. Very ridiculous. Kampa, and the clowns over there, I'm afraid you have forgotten what it looked like when I was rubbed on the ground. As for you stinky mouse, I don't want to say more, those who don't know are fearless, the 2 of them probably haven't told you about my strength. But think about it, you are really pitiful, you were dragged into the water without knowing anything. But it won't take long for you to know how terrifying my strength is. Sohan glanced at Quitella, then a disdainful smile appeared on his face. After hearing Sohan's words, Quitella on the other side became even more serious. Those 2 guys, Kampa and Vermit, were rubbed on the ground by this human? Boyle? Actually didn't tell myself. And it is not difficult to see from the strength exuded by this guy that he is really not weak. But fortunately, this time he was not the only Gods of Destruction, but 6 Gods of Destruction. So no matter how strong Sohan is, he will be completely destroyed by the 6 of them in the end. Master Sohan, do you need me to help you? At this time, Son Goku on the side asked anxiously. Although he has never met the other 2, it is not difficult to see from the tone of their conversation that the other 2 should also be Gods of Destruction. Although Son Goku knows that he will never be able to defeat Gods of Destruction, but if he can help Master Sohan, he is still willing to do his best. Need not. Keep a good look at Son Goku, although this is no longer a battle you can intervene in, but it will still be of great help to you. Sohan patted Son Goku's shoulder lightly and said with a smile. He understands Son Goku's character. Although he knows that his strength is not enough, he still wants to help him when he sees himself facing 3 enemies. But Sohan didn't need anyone's help, let alone the 3 of them. Even if 12 Gods of Destruction came together, Sohan wouldn't necessarily lose. And if you just face Gods of Destruction, your own path will be stagnant. Then how will I face the 12 angels, as well as Zeno and Grand Priest? So this battle is also a great help to Sohan. I see. Son Goku nodded heavily, then hurriedly pushed aside. Although he really wanted to help Master Sohan, Son Goku knew in his heart that his help at this time might be a drag on Sohan. Hey, dead mouse, do you want to call out the 3 timid mice behind you too? Sohan stared at Quitella, a curve appeared on the corner of his mouth. What? Not just Quitella, but Gods of Destruction Kampa and Vermit as well. After hearing Sohan's words, everyone trembled. Although there are indeed 3 Gods of Destruction lurking behind them, but because of the nothingness in the surrounding space, no matter how strong Sohan is, it is impossible to detect it. But now the other party said seriously that there are 3 gods of destruction behind him. This naturally surprised them a little. Hehe, I'm just joking, it makes you nervous. Or did I just guess right? There are indeed 3 dead mice behind you. Seeing the nervous expressions of the 3 of them, Sohan couldn't help but chuckled. As for the 3 mice hiding in the dark, Sohan didn't bother, because since the 6 of them would reach an agreement, then as long as the 3 of Kampa are not inferior to themselves, they will naturally come out obediently. Cut, it turned out to be blind, I said how could it be discovered? Hearing this, Quitella and the others breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Because the person they are facing now is after all the law enforcer, Xeno's enforcer. So this battle, for all of them, can only succeed and not fail. If they fail, not only will they not be able to continue to do gods of destruction in the future, but there is even a very high possibility that they will be wiped out by Xeno. So in the face of such a situation, all of them naturally felt a little nervous. But fortunately, not only the 3 of them came this time, but half of gods of destruction and 6 gods of destruction came. Even if the 3 of them couldn't defeat the law enforcement officer in front of them in the end, then when the 3 people behind come out to join hands with the 3 of them, they can definitely defeat the guy in front of them with ease. And this is their only whole card. You are so cowardly, you still want to come and kill me. I think you might as well go back and practice your courage first, but you are so scared by my casual words, why don't you plan to continue the battle? The corners of Sohan's mouth raised slightly, revealing a mocking smile. As for the 3 of gods of destruction Kampa, after hearing Sohan's words, they felt blood rushing to their brains, and their heads turned red. I couldn't hold back my face even more. Hey, Kampa Vermit, what the hell are you 2 doing? You must be scared by this guy. Even if you are scared at this time, you must use your full strength. You also know what the consequences of our current behavior will be if we let this guy leave here alive today. He will definitely not let us go. Seeing Kampa and Vermit at this moment was a little timid, and immediately Quitella roared at them with some anger. Shout, you don't need to remind us Quitella, aren't you just as scared? But you are right, no matter what we can let this guy leave alive today, otherwise we will be the ones who will die. Kampa clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. There was a creaking sound. That's right, no matter what, he can't be allowed to leave alive. After hearing what Kampa and Quitella said, Vermit was also heartbroken, and then he became firm. Because they were right. If their behavior is discovered by Xeno or Grand Priest, they will definitely be punished. It may even be erased directly. So now there is only one way in front of them, and that is to completely destroy the law enforcement officer. Only by making things seamless, so that Grand Priest and Xeno can't find any trouble, and they can justify their actions. Hey, where are the 3 of you whimpering? What are you doing? If you want to fight, hurry up. I've been waiting impatiently for a long time. Sohan scratched his ears, and said with a somewhat impatient face. Cut, arrogant guy. The hatred of my tail, I will never forgive you easily. Gods of destruction Kampa roared. Then dark purple energy spewed out from Kampa's body. The momentum is very mighty. Seeing that Kampa was already planning to make a move, the other 2 gods of destruction Vermit and Quitella also showed no sign of weakness. The same fists were clenched, and then powerful destructive energy was released from the body. Like 3 purple spears, they plunged straight into the sky. The momentum is very mighty. Even at the moment when the 3 of them burst out the energy in their bodies, the strong coercion actually made Sohan take half a step back. The situation of Son Goku in the distance is even more exaggerated. The whole person was kneeling on the ground on one knee, almost lying on the ground. But fortunately, in the end Sohan made a move, and a light green light curtain enveloped Son Goku's body. This is what isolated the powerful coercion erupted by the 3 gods of destruction. Son Goku, just take a good look there. Sohan glanced at Son Goku, then said casually. If Son Goku can watch this battle well, it will be of great benefit to him. So Sohan also hopes that Son Goku can take this opportunity to mention his strength as much as possible. It would be even better if Gods of Destruction Beerus had the power to fight with all his strength directly when Gods of Destruction Beerus woke up. 0.0. Well, I got it, Master Sohan. Son Goku nodded. The furrowed brow revealed Son Goku's inner shock. The opponent didn't even shoot at him, and he was still so far away. After facing the coercion released by the 3 of them, he actually knelt on the ground directly. This frustrated Son Goku's inner confidence. Asshole. You guys don't think much of the 3 of us, you dare to be distracted at this time. Court death. Seeing Sohan's casual look, the mouse of Gods of Destruction Quitella gnashed its teeth. Call out. Then bear the brunt of the attack on Sohan. I saw that Quitella's body turned into a purple lightning, and then came to Sohan in an instant. Although the fist is small, it contains endless terrifying and destructive power. The power of destruction, I'm sorry, I will too. See Quitella's attack head on. The corners of Sohan's mouth raised slightly, and then he shook his right hand violently, and the purple destructive force instantly wrapped Sohan's entire arm. Boom. Facing the heavy punch that was coming to Quitella's face, he slammed it hard. At the moment when the 2 fists touched each other, the powerful destructive energy not only failed to offset, but turned into a huge wave of energy and spread towards the surroundings. However, the surrounding extraterrestrial meteorites all made crackling sounds at this time. Then one by one, like cotton, they were crushed into pellets one by one. After the energy dissipated along with the amount of energy produced by the collision. Gods of Destruction Quitella's body was directly shaken back more than 10 steps before finally stabilizing his body. On the other hand, Sohan on the other side was not affected at all, looking at the yellow mouse Gods of Destruction with a relaxed face. What? Actually destructive power? What the hell is going on here? Compa. Vermit, I think it's time for the two of you to give a good explanation. This guy is not only powerful but also has good destructive power. You never told me about these things. Quitella, who is Gods of Destruction, is naturally very sensitive to the power of destruction. The punch just now, he could feel that the power Sohan used was the power of destruction. Although it was not particularly perfect, it was not weaker than the general Gods of Destruction. And how important it is, my two teammates May 13th actually didn't tell me at all. Thinking of this, Quitella couldn't help but clenched his fists, feeling that he was really on a pirate ship. Hehe. This is indeed my negligence. Originally, Compa asked me to remind you, but I forgot it in the end. A smile crept across Vermit's sullen face. How could he tell Quitella everything? Since he couldn't escape, he had to find a way to get a few more people to back him up. And if they can really use their power to get rid of Sohan, Vermit can also sleep peacefully in the future. Otherwise, as long as Sohan is still alive, Gods of Destruction Vermit will worry about whether the other party will come to his address universe all the time. Then he used the erasure magic power on his little brother. Just thinking about Vermit feels cold in his crotch. After all, Gods of Destruction Compa's disappearing pigtail is the best proof. What? Vermit, you are too unreliable in your work. How easy is it to forget what I told you? I'm really sorry Quitella, hehe, since this kind of thing has already happened, there's nothing I can do about it. Hearing this, Gods of Destruction Compa took the words of Gods of Destruction Vermit and showed a very flat expression. It's like telling Gods of Destruction Quitella that I'm cheating on you. How about it? Don't accept it? You can't accept it. You have already come up this thief ship. It is not an easy thing to think about going down. Bastard. Compa, you're such a nice guy. Originally, Gods of Destruction Quitella was already in a very bad mood, but now after hearing the words of Gods of Destruction Compa and Vermit, the whole person almost went berserk. The mouse gritted its teeth. His character is the same as Compa's, and at this moment, Quitella has also made up his mind to wait until this matter is over. I must take a good shot to shady the two of them. Otherwise, I really can't swallow this breath. You talk so much nonsense that you can't stop talking. Since you don't make a move, then I will come. Watching the quarrel between the three, Sohan showed a disdainful expression, then quickly put on a posture. Both arms were placed on his chest and clenched tightly, followed by a low echo. Ha, ah. After bursts of roars came from Sohan's throat, immediately Sohan's entire body released an incomparably huge divine aura. Sohan's black hair began to turn rose-purple. Then it grew rapidly, and finally fell on its own back. Sohan didn't want to waste time with these two defeated opponents, but wanted to see who the other Gods of Destruction behind them was. So it directly became Super Saiyan God Miizi-san. Even for a moment, it turned out to be an even situation with the breath of God released from the three of Compa. The stalemate between the two energies of Rose Purple and God Purple. Is this the full strength of this guy? It's really strong, and it can reach the same level as the three of us. Hey, Compa, I don't care what calculations you have in your mind, I advise you to take it seriously now. This guy's strength is too strong. As long as one of the three of us doesn't use his full strength and keeps everything, what awaits us will only be defeated one by this guy. Gods of Destruction Quitella clenched his teeth, and the anger in his heart reached the extreme. If he had known that Sohan's strength was so strong, even if these two bastards said that potion would not have come to this muddy water. But now there is no way. Who said that he has already boarded the thief ship, so now there is only one way to lose in front of Quitella, that is, he must help these two guys to fight anyway. Because if you can't get rid of this law enforcement officer, wait until this guy leaves alive. It's their turn for the Gods of Destruction to be unlucky. Quitella is right, Vermit, cheer me up too. If we can't get rid of this guy this time, none of us can survive. Hearing that Gods of Destruction Compa clenched his fists even more. How could he not understand? Leaving this, then Sohan uses the erasure magic power. But last time, he directly erased his own tail. If this guy were allowed to leave alive, he would not know which part of his body would be erased to humiliate him. So Compa will never allow Sohan to leave alive. Since everyone thinks this way in their hearts, then use the strongest strengths to quickly end the battle. The three Gods of Destruction nodded at the same time. Call out. But at this moment, a piercing sound came out. Immediately, Sohan's body appeared in front of the three of them. A punch that was as fast as thunder was blasted out, hitting Gods of Destruction Quitella directly on the jaw. Then he kicked out violently, without giving Gods of Destruction Compa any chance to react, and kicked Compa directly in the abdomen. For a moment, Compa's body flew out like a boring cannonball. Boom. The bodies of both of them slowly stabilized after hitting countless meteorites. Because none of them expected Sohan's speed to be so exaggerated. So there was no time to take any precautions. What? How could? 0.3. Gods of Destruction Vermit looked at the bodies of Compa and Vermit who were blown into the air, and for a while, cold sweat broke out from his forehead. When he was nervous, he noticed that Sohan had actually come in front of him. Long time no see, Vermit. Looking at the terrified Gods of Destruction Vermit, the corners of Sohan's mouth rose slightly. Bastard, bastard, this time you can't fly with wings. You don't need to remind me. Before Gods of Destruction Vermet could speak, Sohan's body stepped forward quickly. He punched Gods of Destruction Vermet violently in the abdomen. Accompanied by the rose-purple energy spreading from Vermet's back, he was immediately sent flying like a bolt of lightning. Although he forcibly stabilized his body, the pain from his abdomen still made Vermet feel like his power was overwhelmed. Vomit. Spit out the last mouthful of sour water. Gods of Destruction Vermet covered his stomach with his backhand. The expression on his face was particularly ugly. Damn, how much stronger this guy has become. Gods of Destruction Vermet remembered that a few years ago, he could still fight Sohan for a few rounds, but he didn't expect that a few years had passed. I can't even catch the opponent's move now. Damn it, what kind of false information are you two spreading? Hurry up and attack with all your strength, this is our only chance. Gods of Destruction Quitella clenched his teeth, wishing he could teach Kampa a good lesson now. I was in front of my Gods of Destruction in the 4th universe, and I was dragged into the water by this guy. The key point is that when these two guys introduced Sohan, they didn't say a word about this guy's strength. And I also mistakenly thought that the other party was just a lucky human being. After all, in the eyes of Gods of Destruction, human beings are like ants. So Gods of Destruction Quitella will look down on Sohan, which is also very normal. You don't need to remind me. This guy erased my tail. I will never let this matter go away with 27 things. Only by killing him can I relieve my hatred. Saying the roar of Gods of Destruction Kampa. The destructive power on the body increased again. The dark purple energy envelopes Kampa's entire body. But even so, he still didn't want to stop, and was still getting stronger. Until the sky changed color and thunder and lightning rolled. After bursts of roaring sounds, a satisfied smile appeared on the face of Gods of Destruction Kampa. Call out. Then the body suddenly flew towards Sohan's direction. Although Kampa's speed is very fast, because there is no tail, the appearance of Gods of Destruction Kampa at this time looks extraordinarily funny. Then, from the roar of Gods of Destruction Kampa, a heavy fist mixed with thunder and lightning slammed down heavily on Sohan. It's full of momentum, but the speed is not bad. Looking at the oncoming attack, the corners of Sohan's mouth only slightly raised. Then the body turned gorgeously sideways, easily dodging Gods of Destruction Kampa's heavy punch attack. What was dodged by? Kampa looked at Sohan in surprise, because the moment Sohan dodged his attack just now brought him a very familiar feeling. And that familiar feeling, I have only seen it in Angel Vados. Yes, Ultra Instinct. Boom. Sohan didn't give Kampa any chance to speak at all, avoiding the moment of Kampa's heavy punch. His body twisted quickly, and then his knee slammed into Gods of Destruction Kampa's abdomen. And the moment Sohan's knee landed on Gods of Destruction Kampa's abdomen, the powerful impact meter Gods of Destruction Kampa's eyeballs suddenly popped out. Vomit. Then a mouthful of unknown liquid was sprayed from Kampa's mouth. Kampa. Seeing this, Gods of Destruction Quitella almost collapsed. He himself naively thought that only the three of them would join forces and each use all their abilities. There is a chance to defeat this guy in front of him. But what I didn't expect now is that even if the three of them tried their best, they still couldn't match Sohan. It can't even hurt the opponent. What's even more exaggerated is that when Sohan dodged Kampa's attack just now, that action made Gods of Destruction Quitella gasp. Because it's so much like Ultra Instinct. Asshole, Vermet, how many things are you hiding from me? Is what that guy used just now Ultra Instinct? Gods of Destruction Quitella stepped forward and glared at Gods of Destruction Vermet. His eyes wished he could eat him. He's sure Vermet must know. It's just that this guy didn't tell himself. And why did I believe in the evil of these two guys? Since the other party can be said to be a law enforcement officer by Kampa and Vermet, why didn't I think that if I want to become a law enforcement officer, I must get the approval of Mr. Zeno and Grand Priest? And if the opponent's daily life can get the approval of these two people, how can he be weak? Shout, Quitella, don't look at me like that. And even if I know, so what? Now we have offended him to death. The only way we can survive now is to get rid of him. But you don't have to worry too much, there are 3 more, since the 3 of us can't do anything about him. Then let the other 3 come out as well, there is no need to continue to hide the matter now. And since they are involved in this matter, no one can get away with it. After finishing speaking, Gods of Destruction Vermet couldn't help showing a sinister smile on his face. Of course he knew that the 3 of them together would definitely not be Sohan's opponent. But it doesn't matter, since 3 people can't do it, then 6 people will go together. Although Vermet thinks that Sohan's strength is very strong, but Vermet does not think that the opponent's strength can be strong enough to defeat the 6 Gods of Destruction. Crackling. Asshole. Gods of Destruction Quitella gritted his teeth after hearing Vermet's words. This guy, regardless of whether he can get rid of Sohan today, Quitella swears that he will not let the 2 bastards Kampa and Vermet go. Hurry up, what are you 2 doing? 273, hurry up and help. Gods of Destruction Kampa, who was being beaten on the other side, let out a heart-piercing roar. At this moment, his whole body was like a sandbag, being hit back and forth by Sohan. They can't save you even if they come. Saying that, Sohan once again punched Gods of Destruction's fearful face. And with this punch, Sohan felt as if the bridge of Gods of Destruction Kampa's nose had been broken by himself. There was a clicking sound. Then purple blood flowed from Gods of Destruction Kampa's nostrils. Bastard. I will never let you go. Gods of Destruction Kampa roared again. But this time Kampa was not attacking Sohan. Because Kampa understood that even if he shot Sohan again, it would have no effect. I am not the opponent's opponent at all, so I can only be beaten violently by the opponent at this time. At the same time, he also understood that it was completely impossible to defeat Sohan by relying on the strength of the three of them alone. So now only the three guys hiding in the dark can come out. Rumshi, Kim, Harace. You three, get out of here quickly. If you don't come out, everyone will say goodbye. Gods of Destruction Kampa ignored the bleeding nose and shouted loudly into the distant void. After hearing Kampa's shout, a smile appeared on Sohan's face. Are you finally going to call out those 3 dead mice? Facing 6 gods of destruction at the same time really makes me a little excited. The corners of Sohan's mouth rose slightly as he said that, and he began to think more in his heart. If only the power of Super Saiyan God Rose Red 3 is used, it should barely be able to deal with the combined attack of the 6 gods of destruction. However, this is only Sohan's guess, which means that he has not fought with another gods of destruction. So whether you can deal with it or not, you will only know after you fight. Asshole. You 3 get out of here quickly. If you don't come out again, I will destroy this place right now, and let that guy use his erasing power to kill us all. Gods of Destruction Kampa saw that the 3 didn't show up immediately, and immediately roared out again. Wait. Kampa. This time, however, just after Kampa's voice fell, immediately, the 3 figures quickly walked out of the shadow of nothingness, and it can be seen that the faces of the 3 of them are obviously not very good looking, because after seeing Sohan's powerful fighting power, they naturally became worried. It would be fine if they teamed up to kill Sohan smoothly, but if they couldn't kill Sohan, then they would be really dangerous. So when they heard Kampa's first call, they all hesitated. Do you want to make a move yourself? After all, they haven't taken action against the law enforcement officer yet, so if possible, they should be able to strive for the greatest forgiveness. But when they heard Kampa's last cry, they couldn't sit still any longer. It can be seen from the appearance of Kampa that if the 3 of them do not show up, then Kampa may really destroy this place. But if Kampa really destroys this place, let the lawman use the words of erasing magic. That doesn't just erase the space directly, and in this way, they might not even have a chance to speak, and they would completely disappear. That's why they came out in a hurry. Rumshi, Kim, Harace, hee. That's right. At the beginning, you promised to come here. If you want to go back on your word now, it's too late. After Gods of Destruction Kampa saw the 3 of them come out, the hanging heart in his heart finally relaxed. Although Kampa also knew that their hearts must have been somewhat shaken. But it doesn't matter, as long as they come out, I have a way to make them shoot. Damn it. Harace clenched his fists and couldn't help but spat. In my heart, I was extremely disgusted with Kampa's insidious appearance. This guy is really insidious enough. The strength of this law enforcement officer is obviously strong, but when he said it, he was just a human ant who only knows how to play tricks. So they are encouraged. But they never thought that what they were going to face next was actually such a powerful guy. Forget it, Harace, let's admit it this time. But Kampa is right, we are grasshoppers on the same boat now. If the law enforcer leaves alive, none of us can escape the relationship. Rumshi, the red elephant on the other side, persuaded. Although he was very angry about being cheated by Kampa, but now there is no calendar at all, because it is the only way to go before they are defeated. Then be obedient and help Gods of Destruction Kampa get rid of this enforcer. As for the fact that Gods of Destruction Kampa cheated them, we can only talk about it later. After all, now is not the time for infighting. Cut. The female Gods of Destruction Harace snorted, but didn't say anything more, because he also knew that Rumshi was right. And now they have only this way to go. If they can't work together to defeat Sohan, then what awaits them may be the real destruction. Okay, Rumshi, Harace, Quitella, the top priority now is to solve the immediate problem. As for Vermit and Kampa, we will talk about it later. No matter what you think in your heart, I, Jin, will never let them go. Speaking of Gods of Destruction Jin, a cold smile appeared on the face of the fish monster. If it weren't for the fact that there was the big enemy of the law enforcement officer in front of him, I'm afraid the current him could not help but want to attack that bastard Kampa. But he didn't do it because he knew it very well. If you rush to attack Kampa now, just let this powerful law enforcement officer find a loophole and defeat 1 or 2 gods of destruction as quickly as possible. Then in this way, they will have no chance of winning. Well, Kampa's business will be settled later. Quitella smiled, and Kampa's eyes were extremely sinister. This guy actually dared to trick himself, so he really had to think about how to teach Kampa, that bastard, a lesson. You guys really have enough nonsense. Where you have time to gossip, I don't have time to waste time with you. As he said that, a smug look appeared on Sohan's face. Then a powerful breath of God gushed out from his body. Big Bang Destruction Key Blast. Said Sohan put his hands on his chest quickly. Then the energy condensed rapidly, and finally the Kamehameha wave, a big explosion mixed with destructive power, blasted towards the 6 people violently. When the other 6 gods of destruction saw the oncoming attack, they all became serious. Each released their own abilities to resist the powerful energy wave that hit their faces. But because the 6 of them have never had the habit of cooperating against the enemy, even if the energy of the 6 of them gathers together, it will only be equal to Sohan's energy wave in the end. Didn't gain any advantage. It seems that I'm overthinking. They are not worth my use of Super Saiyan's pale energy. If that's the case, then save your energy for the last challenge. Although they now have 3 more gods of destruction, Sohan still doesn't take them seriously. Because if Zhao Sohan's guess is correct, these should be just appetizers. The real highlight should be the 6 angels behind them. Because from the beginning, both he and Son Goku were brought in by Vados. This means that the other 5 gods of destruction, if nothing else, should also be brought in by their respective angels. If gods of destruction Kampa has the idea of destroying himself, it's normal, after all Kampa is very small, and he even erased his pig's tail. But since Vados recognized his identity, there is no reason for the Jedi to let Kampa do such a thing to him. So there is only one final answer, that is, all these things they did were performed on the premise that Grand Priest knew about the library. That is to say, the Grand Priest acquiesced in their actions. There is, or this itself is a kind of test of the Grand Priest, a test of one's own ability. See if you have the ability to become an official temple law enforcement officer. Sohan believed that with the Grand Priest's strength, he definitely guessed that these 6 gods of destruction were not his opponents at all. So in the end, the last test should be the 6 angels behind them, not the 6 gods of destruction. Haha, 6 angels, I don't know if I can win with my current strength. But I'm already looking forward to it. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth. Then the whole person's eyes were burning with excitement. This isn't a big deal for Sohan if he's just dealing with 6 gods of destruction. Even Sohan is confident that he can end the fight without the application of Super Saiyan Huibai. But if facing 6 angels at the same time, then Sohan must take it seriously. Because angel is not gods of destruction, their strength is definitely not comparable to gods of destruction. And every angel has a perfect ultra instinct, so it is not easy to win. But Sohan still didn't panic. After all, before coming here, I obtained immortality from Super Shenron. So even in the face of 6 powerful angels, Sohan will never back down. On the other side, the 6 gods of destruction have quarreled. Because they also found a problem, that is, although they are very strong individually, they don't like to cooperate at all, and they don't even have any experience in cooperation. And the energy cannon jointly issued by the 6 of them before is the best proof. The energy emitted by the 6 people was actually only a tie with Sohan, which is enough to prove that the 6 of them did not have a tacit understanding at all. Even when the energy is emitted together, part of it will be offset by their respective energies. Damn it, it was just a tie. If things go on like this, things will get worse. Gods of Destruction Quitella clenched his teeth. He was naturally very displeased with the blow just now. The energies of the 6 gods of destruction were only tied with Sohan, so how could they beat Sohan? No, this attack method is not suitable for us at all, and we didn't have a tacit understanding before. If we rashly launch an attack together, it may have a counterproductive effect. Everyone listen to my command, only in this way can we defeat the law enforcement officer. And at this moment, the female gods of destruction Herace spoke loudly. Because the teaming up just now also made Herace notice this, although each of their gods of destruction is very powerful. But they are not good at fighting together. Check. But in the face of the law enforcement officers who are so powerful that they surpass any of the 6 of them, they can only join forces now. Because they have no choice but to join forces. Sohan's strength is too strong, just one person can easily deal with gods of destruction Kampa, Waimei, and Quitella. So they have to join forces now, and only in this way can they defeat Sohan. Shout, Herace, why should I listen to your command? If Lun has the strength alone, I will not lose to you in Kampa's strength. Gods of destruction Kampa clenched his fists, naturally dissatisfied with Herace's suggestion. Kampa is not the weakest in Lun's combat power here, and he was also the one who proposed the plan to encircle and suppress Sohan, so if there is a need for a commander, it must be him Kampa. How can a woman like Herace be the conductor? Bastard Kampa, don't forget who the hell set us all up. If it wasn't for you, do you think we'd be in this damn place? Gods of destruction Jin glanced at Gods of destruction Kampa coldly. Although he has not spoken, it does not mean that he has no complaints about Gods of destruction Kampa. On the contrary, he has been deliberately suppressing the anger in his heart. Screaming, so what? Anyway, we are all in the same boat now, we either live together, or we all die together. After seeing Gods of Destruction Jin's cold gaze, Kampa was a little nervous though, but he still raised his chin and spoke. At this moment, Kampa has already determined in his heart that they will never do anything to him, because in the current situation, they can only survive if they jointly kill Sohan. None of them can escape if they can't kill Sohan. Court death. Kampa, since you want to die, then we will kill you now. I want to see if the 5 of us can get rid of the law enforcement officer without you. Speaking of Gods of Destruction, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Jin's face. I saw that Gods of Destruction Jin frowned slightly. Call out. In the next instant, Gods of Destruction Jin's body directly turned into a blue streamer, and appeared in front of Gods of Destruction Kampa in an instant. Boom. Kampa never expected that Gods of Destruction Jin would attack him at this time. Without any precautions, he was directly punched by Gods of Destruction Jin and flew out. The body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Boom boom boom. After Kampa's body pierced through more than 100 meteorites in succession, his body was finally sunk deeply in the rock wall. Cut. Looking for death, if it wasn't because there are more important things now, Kampa, you have been crippled just now. Gods of Destruction Jin spat softly, and then a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Okay everyone, you probably know the current situation better than me. Without Compa's shit-stirring stick, our cooperation should be much easier. If there is no objection from everyone, then Horace will be in charge. We each use our full strength to end the battle in the shortest possible time. Although the identity of the other party is not clear yet, there is no room for regret at this point. All we can do now is to end the battle as soon as possible, so as not to have long nights and dreams. Speaking of gods of destruction Jin, he licked his lips again, showing an evil smile. And the other 4 gods of destruction were stunned by gods of destruction Jin's behavior of punching Compa away just now. So at this moment they all looked at gods of destruction Jin's speech with a dull expression, because they did not dare to speak nonsense at this moment. One is the fear of gods of destruction Jin's methods, and the other is that they understand that Jin's approach is correct. This guy Compa is indeed a little messed up, and now without this shit-stirring stick, it should be a lot easier for them to work together. We know, then Horace will leave it to you to direct. Gods of destruction Rumshi nodded, looking at everyone. All of gods of destruction is a nod together. Then in the next moment, their eyes were unified in the direction of Sohan. But they were surprised to find that Sohan seemed to be waiting for them to finish their discussion. At this moment, Sohan was looking at them, and then showed a slightly provocative smile and said, "It seems that your internal strife is over? Then stop dawdling, hurry up and let me have a good fight." While speaking, Sohan swung his right hand violently, and then it turned into a rose-purple air blade. Moreover, the air blade used by Sohan this time is obviously more powerful than the one used in the previous few times. Even the tip of the entire air blade is covered by the force of destruction. After injecting the power of destruction into the air blade, Sohan could clearly feel the power of the air blade increase. Gods of destruction gold, it seems that the strength is very strong. Sohan glanced at the 5 gods of destruction people in the distance, but his eyes stayed on gods of destruction Jin. Although this guy has never really made a move in the original book, it is not difficult to see that since the opponent can fly gods of destruction Compa with one punch, his strength is not weak. At least it is much stronger than Compa. Otherwise, even if Compa was unprepared just now, gods of destruction Jin would definitely not be able to do that step. Master Law Enforcement Officer, let me test your strength first. And at this moment, gods of destruction Jin seemed to have noticed Sohan's gaze. Like a sharp arrow, his body rushed towards Sohan. A punch that covered the power of destruction was blasted out. However, facing gods of destruction Jin's attack, Sohan's body was like a ghost, and he avoided the opponent's attack by turning sideways. Call out. Then he quickly swung the air blade, and swung it towards gods of destruction Jin's cheek. The air blade, which was almost an absolute hit, was much more flexible by gods of destruction at this time. You actually dodged my attack. The voices of the two were almost at the same time, because both sides were a little shocked. The opponent was able to dodge his attack so easily. Come again. Shocked, gods of destruction immediately launched another attack on Sohan. However, even though gods of destruction Jin threw several punches in succession, Sohan avoided them all in the end. It's not over yet. Under the roar of gods of destruction Jin, his arm swung again, and although Sohan dodged in time, he was still cut on the cheek by gods of destruction Jin's fist wind. However, because of his immortality, the scar on Sohan's cheek returned to its original state in the next second. Ultra instinct, it seems that I guessed correctly. When Sohan was talking, the way he looked at gods of destruction gold changed a bit. He didn't expect that gods of destruction gold actually mastered ultra instinct. Although it is not perfect, it is not weak anymore. This shocked Sohan. It was thought that among the 12 gods of destruction, only gods of destruction Beerus had mastered part of the ultra instinct, but now it seems that is not the case. At least for the gods of destruction gold in front of you, the one you just used is definitely ultra instinct. Humph. You actually saw it, my lord law enforcement officer. However, what I have mastered is only the superficiality of the ultra instinct, and the ultra instinct that you comprehend, my lord law enforcement officer, is naturally incomparable. A smug smile appeared on gods of destruction Jin's face. Learning ultra instinct is indeed difficult, and it can even be said that it is not an ability that can be mastered by learning. More is to test one's own comprehension and combat experience. In the process of learning ultra instinct, gods of destruction Jin also put in a lot of hard work, and finally mastered this part of ultra instinct. It's not perfect, but gods of destruction gold is still very satisfying, because among the 12 broken words, Beerus is the only one who can master some ultra instincts. Sure enough, I thought gods of destruction Beerus was the only one who had mastered the ultra instinct among the 12 gods of destruction, but now it seems that I was wrong. Sohan said lightly. Although the good thing that gods of destruction gold mastered ultra instinct surprised Sohan, it did not affect the final result. After all, what the opponent has mastered is only the imperfect ultra instinct. You're right, among the original 12 gods of destruction, only Beerus has mastered the ultra instinct. But it's not like it used to be. During the hard training, I finally mastered ultra instinct, and it is definitely more thorough than what Beerus had mastered at the beginning. Speaking of gods of destruction, a smug smile appeared on Jin's face. Then a siren smile appeared. Immediately afterwards, his body flashed suddenly, and he punched Sohan's abdomen with a heavy blow. But this time Sohan didn't dodge, instead he directly blocked gods of destruction Jin's attack with his air blade. What? Actually blocked my attack? Facing gods of destruction Jin's shock, Sohan completely ignored it, and the air blade on his arm quickly pushed Gods of Destruction Jin's arm away. Then Sohan took advantage of the situation, bent his legs and lifted it violently. The knee directly hit Gods of Destruction Jin's belly. Boom! Under Sohan's powerful force, Gods of Destruction Jin's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. It was because the pink elephant Rumshi caught Gods of Destruction Jin's body, so at this moment Gods of Destruction Jin would definitely suffer serious injuries. Because of the blow just now, Sohan almost exhausted all his strength. Ask for flowers. After all, the other party is Gods of Destruction who has mastered the imperfect Ultra Instinct, so naturally there is no embarrassment. Damn, this guy is really strong. Harace must not be careless. This guy's strength is beyond my imagination. If we want to defeat him now, we can only rely on the 5 of us working together. Gods of Destruction's golden eyes looked at the woman seriously and Gods of Destruction Harace said, I see, everyone will follow the plan. Speaking of Gods of Destruction Harace also became serious. Then 2 dark arms stretched out, and then a bow and arrow appeared in her hand. And Harace's other hand suddenly had a sharp purple arrow. 0. Then, before Sohan had time to react, Harace quickly shot out the sharp purple arrow in his hand. And this purple sharp blade looks ordinary. But after being launched, it turned into a rain of thousands of arrows and shot towards Sohan. It's actually an arrow that can be gathered by destructive energy. It seems that the power of this female Gods of Destruction is not weak. When Sohan used the Ultra Instinct to avoid the arrows, he saw that the meteorites touched by the arrows were all turned into dust in an instant. Obviously, these arrows are all condensed by destructive energy, and the power is very huge. Even Sohan didn't think of this, because even when he was fighting Gods of Destruction Vermit before, the last move used by the opponent probably only had this kind of power. But when Gods of Destruction Vermit made his last move back then, he untied the seal in his body. But judging from the current situation of Gods of Destruction Harace, the opponent didn't seem to use all his strength in the blow just now. Rumshi, Quitella, what are you two waiting for? After firing another arrow, Gods of Destruction Harace immediately shouted to the 2 people behind him. The 2 nodded at the same time after hearing Harace's words. Then the body instantly disappeared in place. Call out. When they reappeared, the bodies of the 2 had already appeared on the left and right sides of Sohan. Destroy me. As they spoke, the arms of the 2 were raised high, and then 2 destructive energies the size of a planet directly blasted Sohan's body to death. Facing the destructive energy attacking from both left and right sides, Sohan didn't show any panic expression. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he directly chose the direction where Rumshi was. The air blade on the arm reappeared, and Sohan's body charged directly at the incoming destructive energy. Facing the destructive energy that was as big as a planet, Sohan didn't panic, and directly waved the destructive energy blade in his hand. Brush. Under the waving of the air blade in Sohan's arm, the oncoming destructive energy was directly cut in half. What? Actually cut the destructive energy? How is this possible? Gods of Destruction Rumshi couldn't believe the scene in front of him, and he froze in place. Then wait until he comes down. Sohan has already appeared in front of him. Then he punched Gods of Destruction Rumshi in the chest. Boom. Accompanied by a powerful energy wave spread out. Gods of Destruction Rumshi's body shot out 683 into the distance like a flame streamer. Call out. However, at this moment, the body of Gods of Destruction Vermit suddenly appeared on Sohan's side. The punch wrapped in the power of destruction slammed towards Sohan. Die to me. Gods of Destruction almost exhausted his punch with this punch, because he didn't want to keep his hand, and he didn't dare to keep his hand. Vermit knew how strong Sohan was, so if he wanted to kill Sohan, it would be absolutely impossible to do it without absolute strength. No one knows this better than Vermit, and he is the last person who wants to see Sohan alive, because if they can't kill Sohan this time, then after he leaves alive, it will be his turn to suffer. I'm sorry, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, this time you must die here. The moment the voice fell, Gods of Destruction Jin also appeared on the other side of Sohan's body. It was also a punch wrapped in destructive power, and it slammed towards Sohan's body. Humph. Facing the combined attack of the 2, Sohan just snorted coldly. Then the corners of the mouth raised slightly. Crack, crack. Sohan stretched out 2 arms, and grabbed the fists of Gods of Destruction Vermit and Gods of Destruction Jin respectively. What? How can that be? Gods of Destruction Jin and Gods of Destruction Vermit were both stunned when they saw that their full blow was blocked. The excited expression on his face instantly froze, replaced by a look of horror. Hey, you 2 guys take yourself too seriously. Don't you think this kind of attack is like killing me? Ridiculous, Vermit, do you think I've been sleeping all these years? Saying that, Sohan's slightly squinted eyes suddenly opened. Boom. The terrifying breath of God was released from Sohan's body like a floodgate. The mighty divine power pierced into the sky like a sharp blade, and this time it was several times more majestic than before. Kim, run away. At this time, Gods of Destruction Vermit realized the danger, and then the whole person seemed to go crazy, wanting to get away from Sohan quickly. But how could Sohan give him a chance to escape? Sohan let go of Gods of Destruction Jin decisively, and then punched Gods of Destruction Vermit on the bald head. Then he punched Vermit in the jaw again. Crack. Only the sound of bones breaking could be heard, and Gods of Destruction Vermit's lower jaw was actually deformed directly. Then the whole person flew out quickly, But Sohan still didn't intend to stop. His body appeared behind Gods of Destruction Vermit again in a flash, his legs whipped towards Gods of Destruction Vermit's body like a long whip. Boom! Along with the sound, Gods of Destruction Vermit's body was blown away by Sohan again. Call out! Somei's body flashed again, appearing on the other side of Vermit, and then slammed him into the air again. Boom boom boom. In the end, he stabilized his body after smashing countless boulders in succession. However, there is still a purple unidentified liquid coming out of the mouth. He looked terribly embarrassed. So strong, Jin, run away, I'll help you. Seeing that Sohan was not satisfied with flying Vermit's roar, he flew towards Gods of Destruction Jin again, and Herace rushed to shoot arrows to fight for Gods of Destruction Jin's chance to escape. After all, the power released from Sohan's body just now was too terrifying. If it was a head-to-head confrontation, it was obvious that none of them could be Sohan's opponent. In just a split second, Gods of Destruction Vermit was instantly defeated by the opponent. If he is allowed to catch up with Gods of Destruction Jin at this time, I am afraid that the fate of Gods of Destruction Jin will be the same as that of Gods of Destruction Vermit just now. Do you think such an attack is really useful to me? Herace has to say that you are really confident. Facing the oncoming arrow rain, Sohan just smiled coldly. Then the arm stretched out, and a light green light curtain completely wrapped Sohan's body. And those arrows that contained destructive power completely turned into nothingness after touching the protective barrier outside Sohan's body. There is no blocking effect at all. What? There is such a thing. Gods of Destruction. Herace was stunned. That was his strongest method. In the usual battles with other Gods of Destruction, I can achieve good results with this trick. But now facing Sohan, it was useless at all. How could Herace not be shocked afterwards? Damn this, how is this possible? While Gods of Destruction was speeding up its evacuation, Neon began to think about the strategy of defeating the enemy. Rumshi, Quitella, you two hurry up and help. If we don't use our full strength, we will really be finished. Gods of Destruction Jin yelled out into the distance. But at this moment, he was already extremely nervous. The image of Gods of Destruction Vermit being beaten helplessly by the opponent just now is still emerging in Gods of Destruction Jin's mind. Rumshi, Herace, inject your godly power into my body. There's no time. If this guy beats Kim, then we're really doomed. Gods of Destruction. Quitella shouted to Rumshi and Herace. Although fusion does not have the power of Gods of Destruction, it is a great insult to Quitella. But in the current situation, there is no better way. Maybe that's the only way they can defeat Sohan. And their only way at present is to use this fusion energy method to fight Sohan. Because they found that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't beat Sohan. They were not Sohan's opponent at all. And if they failed to kill Sohan smoothly this time, but let Sohan escape, then even if they each escaped back to their own universe, those who wait for them will not end well with 0.7. Because Sohan will never let them go. After hearing Quitella's voice, Rumshi and Herace looked at each other and nodded at the same time. We pass on all our power to you now. Speaking of Gods of Destruction Rumshi and Herace, it means that all the energy of the body is transmitted into the body of Gods of Destruction Quitella? Although they don't want to do this, there is no other way now. Wait, take my energy too. At this time, Gods of Destruction Kampa, who had already woken up from a coma, panicked and gave all the energy in his body to Quitella. He wanted to hide before, and when Sohan was exhausted, he rushed up to give that guy a final blow, but in the end, Gods of Destruction Kampa found that his thinking was too naive. Sohan's strength is like a bottomless pit, just 3 or 2 punches made Vermit vomit. So now Kampa has basically given up struggling. Even if you keep more power, what's the use of it? He is no match for Sohan at all. Kampa has now fully understood that no matter how much energy he retains, it is useless. Because I am not Sohan's opponent at all. Might as well give Quitella all the energy of Gods of Destruction in one last glee. In this way, there may be a possibility of a war. Kampa. After absorbing all the energy in the bodies of the 3 Gods of Destruction, Quitella's entire body more than doubled in size. Although he just glanced coldly at Gods of Destruction Kampa, it made Kampa freeze in place for a long time before he could react. Even the back is covered with cold sweat. Cut. After the matter is resolved, we will go to you to settle the score. Gods of Destruction Quitella wanted to punch Kampa right now, but he knew now was not the time. Immediately, he frowned slightly, and his body turned into a stream of purple light, rushing towards Sohan. Call out. After absorbing the energy of 3 Gods of Destruction, Quitella became much stronger. Even the speed is ridiculously fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared on Sohan's side. Then blast out with a punch. It was Sohan who noticed the change of Quitella, but he could only defend 27 with his arms across his chest. Boom. Under the bombardment of Quitella's punch, Sohan's body was naturally poisoned, and he retreated more than 100 meters to stabilize his body. The strength has become stronger, but your physical ability has the divine breath of other Gods of Destruction. It seems that you have absorbed the divine power of other Gods of Destruction. Sohan saw the change in Quitella at a glance. Although Quitella's strength has become much stronger, but forcibly absorbing the strength of his companions, whether it is for his companions or for himself, there will be certain disadvantages. Those who have absorbed energy will enter a period of weakness in a short period of time, and the energy absorber will also enter a period of weakness after the energy is exhausted. Ha 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 ha. So what if you know, although we all use the energy of other gods of destruction, but against you, a powerful law enforcement officer, using such power doesn't seem to be a particularly embarrassing thing. And today you will never leave alive no matter what. Gods of Destruction Quitella raised his chin confidently and said. Then I stretched out my thumb and made a deflated gesture of the Dragon Ball attraction. Today, I, Quitella, will kill you right here. As he said that, a very confident smile appeared on Quitella's face. Brush. Immediately after that, an extremely powerful destructive energy gushed out from his body. For a moment, the entire sky was once again enveloped by the destructive energy released by Sohan and Quitella. However, even though Quitella has absorbed the energy of 3 gods of destruction, it is still slightly inferior to the terrifying energy released by Sohan. Damn it, is it still not as powerful as this guy? If that's the case, Kim, bring me that scumbag vermin right now. I'm like this, I can only draw with him at most. If I want to kill him completely, I need to absorb the power of the 2 of you. Gods of Destruction Quitella shouted loudly at Gods of Destruction Jin while releasing the majestic breath of God in his body. Clear. As for Gods of Destruction Jin, he seemed to have expected this to happen a long time ago, and immediately grabbed the body of the fainted Gods of Destruction Vermit. Fly quickly towards Quitella. But Sohan did not stop them from doing this. This is not because Sohan is so arrogant, but Sohan also wants to see how powerful the 6 gods of destruction will be if they gather their energies together. And Sohan is also looking forward to such a battle. Get ready, Quitella. As Jin said, he passed the power of God in his body, together with the power of God in Gods of Destruction Vermit, to Gods of Destruction Quitella. And just after Jin sent all the energy to Quitella, his whole body became much weaker immediately. But on the other side of Gods of Destruction Quitella, the divine aura emanating from him has become much stronger. It can even be clearly seen that the body of Gods of Destruction Quitella has doubled in size again. And Quitella, who looked like a little mouse before, is now even taller than Sohan, who is 190 tall. Not only that, even the nearly equal divine aura between the 2 was swallowed up by Gods of Destruction Quitella at this time. It was as if the entire battlefield was filled with the energy of Gods of Destruction Quitella. Great, with such powerful energy, I will definitely be able to defeat that guy this time. Horace let out a sigh of relief, seeing that Quitella's strength had become so strong, the hanging heart in her heart was relieved. I hope so. Gods of Destruction Jin, although also heaving a sigh of relief, was still very panicked in his heart. For some reason, he feels that even though Quitella's strength has become much stronger now, it is still not easy to kill Sohan. Human ants, no matter how lucky you are, this time you will stay here forever. As he spoke, a sinister and cunning smile appeared on Quitella's mouse face. Then the body flashed towards Sohan. A heavy punch slammed into Sohan's body. Little mouse, the power of others is always the power of others. Do you think you can defeat me by absorbing the power of others? Sohan smiled slightly, and also waved his fists to hit him. Boom. The moment the fists of the 2 collided together, powerful energy star waves spread in all directions. Even the Gods of Destruction and others in the distance were really pushed back a few meters. Okay, what a terrifying power. It actually absorbed the energy of the other 5 Gods of Destruction. In this case, can Master Sohan still beat him? No, Master Sohan will definitely win. Son Goku, who was watching the battle on the other side, almost couldn't bear to blink his eyelids watching the battle in front of him. 343. The whole person was staring at the field intently the whole time. However, he also gained something. Watching the fierce battle between Sohan and so many Gods of Destruction, Son Goku naturally learned a lot from their battles. Damn, how is this possible? Why can you still take my attack after I fusion 6 Gods of Destruction's energy? Gods of Destruction Quitella, the whole person is about to collapse at this moment. Because he couldn't figure out how Yinhan could block his attack. And he didn't even take a half step back. This puzzled Quitella. You must know that you have now absorbed the energy of 5 Gods of Destruction, and your strength has reached an unprecedented level. Even whether it is power or the breath of God, now he is crushing Sohan. But why is it still impossible to shake the opponent's body? Little mouse, so what if you fuse the energy of 6 mice? How can the power of mice be on par with humans? The corners of Sohan's mouth raised slightly as he spoke. The hair also changed from rose purple to grey-white at this time. The breath of terrifying gods emanating from his body made the surrounding gods who were in a weak stage almost breathless. This. How could such a thing happen? This powerful force, what is going on? Seeing Sohan in front of him who is like a god descending from the earth, even Quitella who has fused 6 energy and destroyed it, couldn't help but take a few steps back. What the hell is going on with this huge amount of energy? Gilo. Gods of Destruction Quitella swallowed. His whole expression was extremely shocked. Quitella couldn't believe it. Sohan actually possessed such terrifying energy, not weaker than himself at the moment, and even slightly better. But you have to know yourself at this moment, but you have fusioned 6 Gods of Destruction's God's calendar. The energy in the body has reached an unprecedented level. But even so, at this moment in terms of momentum, he still lost to Sohan. There's no need to be surprised, is there? After all, I haven't used all my strength yet. A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth as he spoke. As for Quitella's expression, Sohan was naturally very satisfied. Because at this moment, although Sohan used the grey energy of Super Saiyan God, he did not become a Super 3. Instead, he was fighting Quitella with the most ordinary energy of gray and white. So the effect that can be achieved is already very successful for Sohan. Go. Just kidding. How can that be? That guy actually has such energy in his body. Feeling the suffocating terrifying energy, Gods of Destruction Rumshi took a deep breath and took 2 steps back. Because they gave all the power of God to Quitella, the 5 gods of destruction basically don't have too much fighting power at this moment. And at this moment, coupled with the majestic momentum emanating from Sohan's body, the 5 of them almost collapsed. Too strong? Too strong? This strength may have already surpassed Angel, and facing such a powerful opponent, let alone the 6 of them together cannot surpass it. I'm afraid that even if 12 gods of destruction shot together, they might not be Sohan's opponent. Damn it, damn it. How could such a thing happen? It's all because of you, Kampa. Kampa. Gods of Destruction Jin looked at Gods of Destruction Kampa angrily, as if he was about to peel him alive. The reason why he listened to Kampa's slander was because Gods of Destruction Kampa said that the other party was just a human being, and if nothing else happened, there was no need for the 3 of them to act. That's why Gods of Destruction Jin and others agreed to Gods of Destruction Kampa's words. But I didn't expect things to develop to this point now. What a horrible guy, where is the lucky ordinary human being in the mouth of Gods of Destruction Kampa? This is clearly a super god. It is a super god they can't shake at all. And the 6 of them actually wanted to eliminate such a terrifying existence. Kim, wait a minute, calm down, now is not the time for us to fight among ourselves, and isn't Quitella still undefeated? Maybe we still have a chance to win. Gods of Destruction Kampa noticed Gods of Destruction Jin, that seemed to eat him after the eyes. Immediately, the whole person stood on his head with hairs on his head, and then his body couldn't help but took 2 steps back. Cut the bullshit Kampa. Gods of Destruction Jin couldn't hold back anymore, his eyes were bloodshot. The whole person seemed to be in despair, and then quickly walked towards Gods of Destruction Kampa. Without giving Gods of Destruction Kampa any chance to dodge at all, he punched Kampa heavily in the face. Boom. It directly knocked Kampa's body 5 meters away, and finally rotated 360 degrees in the sky before falling to the ground like a dog chewing mud. Is this the strength of Master Sohan? It's simply unbelievable. Even the guy who absorbed 5 gods of destruction is now suppressed by Master Sohan. Gilo. On the other side, Son Goku, who was watching the battle, couldn't help swallowing after seeing this scene. The shock in my heart is beyond words. What's the matter, Quitella, are you scared? After waiting for a good opportunity and not seeing Quitella attacking him, Sohan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked, "Oh, afraid of jokes, who are you putting on airs? And now I have fused all the energy of the 6 gods of destruction, the energy is completely beyond your imagination. No matter how powerful you are, it is absolutely impossible for you to be the opponent of gods of destruction." Gods of Destruction Quitella quickly adjusted his state, and then looked at Sohan seriously. Yup. Now I have perfectly fused the power of 6 gods of destruction, even facing the powerful angel at this moment may not fail. How could he be defeated by a human like Sohan? Quitella doesn't believe it. Posting. Since you are so confident, let the horse come here. There was a smile on the corner of Sohan's mouth, and then he said in a cold voice. Cut. Arrogant human ants, I will let you experience the horror of gods of destruction right now. Saying gods of destruction, Quitella's fists were clenched fiercely. Powerful energy spewed out from Quitella's body immediately, and it was extremely powerful. Like a purple Optimus Prime, it illuminates the entire empty space. Die. Speaking of gods of destruction, Quitella's arm stretched out, and then a huge destructive energy quickly gathered. Aim at Sohan's body and shoot directly. Little tricks. Sohan snorted coldly. The hands quickly turned into 2 air blades. SHHHHH. Ling Kong slashed twice. The off-white cross slash directly cut the oncoming destructive energy into 4 bands. Quitella, I admit that your current strength is indeed much stronger than before, but this kind of strength is not worth mentioning in front of me, the pale Super Saiyan god. But speaking of it, you are indeed quite pitiful. You were fooled by that guy Kampa to die here. After cutting off the oncoming destructive energy, Sohan sneered. Although Sohan's words were understated, the faces of the 4 gods of destruction all changed suddenly when they heard Sohan's voice. Everything has become gloomy. He's right, if it wasn't for that guy Kampa's instigation, how would we be here? Damn Kampa. Gritting his teeth, Herace kicked Gods of Destruction Kampa. At this time, Gods of Destruction Kampa had already been rubbed on the ground by Gods of Destruction Gold, and his head was beaten into a pig's head. Shout, stop talking nonsense, your strength is indeed very strong, but it is not certain who will win. Although Gods of Destruction Quitella's anger towards Kampa was deep in his heart, he understood that it would be useless to kill Kampa directly now. I have already offended the law enforcement officer to death today, even if I admit my mistake now and beg for mercy. Du Yuzhao, it is estimated that waiting for them will not end well. So no matter what the result is, he will fight hard. After all, now that I have fused the power of 6 gods of destruction, I must still have the power to fight. Very good. Then let me show you the true strength of Super Saiyan God Huibai. Saying that, Sohan's face suddenly became serious. Her short gray hair swayed gently in the wind. Call out. During Setsuna, Sohan's body suddenly disappeared. What? Man, why did he suddenly disappear? Seeing Sohan who suddenly disappeared before his eyes, Gods of Destruction Quitella's eyes widened. He was extremely shocked in his heart, but in the next moment, the body of the calendar officer suddenly appeared behind him. Are you looking for me? Saying that, Sohan threw out a punch, directly hitting Gods of Destruction Compa's back. The off-white energy directly penetrated the body of Gods of Destruction Quitella. Then Quitella's whole body flew out like a shell fired. Although in the end Quitella quickly stabilized his body, but the punch just now also made Quitella feel a pain in his back. The whole person gasped. Hiss, this guy's speed is even more terrifying than before. Quitella fixed his eyes on Sohan, afraid that the other party would appear again in a flash and punch him. Son Goku, watch carefully, this is the absolute calendar. Sohan glanced at Son Goku in the distance, and then said in a cold voice. I got it, Master Sohan. After hearing Sohan's words, Son Goku's whole body became excited like chicken blood. You bastard, you really don't think much of me, you bastard. Asshole. You are too arrogant. Gods of Destruction Quitella looked at Sohan with resentment in his eyes. Accompanied by a low sound of anger came from Sohan's throat. Immediately, huge destructive energy was released from Gods of Destruction Quitella's body again. Then the arm stretched out, and a bow and arrow condensed by the power of destruction was born. The moment the other arm was stretched out, an arrow appeared. The blow was Herace's. After saying that, Gods of Destruction Quitella immediately shot the arrow in his hand. Call out. The moment the arrow was shot, it immediately turned into a rain of arrows and shot towards Sohan's direction. It's this trick again, it's useless to me. Sohan 297 looked at the familiar attack and said with a sneer. Hehe, don't be too self-righteous, this time is absolutely different from before. Gods of Destruction Quitella said coldly. Then the mouse's eyes narrowed suddenly. Immediately afterwards, those arrows all turned around, as if they were attracted by Sohan's body. He rushed towards Sohan's body. Call out. Call out. Call out. All of a sudden, the rain of arrows shot towards Sohan's body. Facing the rain of arrows all over the sky, even though Sohan was protected by the angel barrier, he was under the continuous attack of the rain of arrows condensed by the force of destruction. But there were still bursts of broken sounds. Has the ability been strengthened by Quitella? It can actually break my protective barrier, Sohan said with a calm face. But this kind of attack can only do this. After finishing speaking, Sohan's body also exploded with endless destructive energy. And those destructive energy arrows were completely neutralized the moment they touched the destructive energy around Sohan. Cut. I almost forgot that this guy can also control the power of destruction. However, how will you resist the next move? Saying Gods of Destruction Quitella stretched out his hands. And in the palm of Quitella, it began to gather destructive energy crazily. The last two destructive energy bombs with a diameter of more than 100 meters were quickly gathered. But not only that, these destructive energies seemed to be copied by some special power at the moment they were gathered. In an instant, it turned into more than 100 such destructive energy bombs. This move is the energy of Ramshi. Destroy me. Gods of Destruction Quitella roared. But after Quitella's roar fell, the destructive energy of more than 100 planets in his hand blasted directly towards Sohan. Shout. This trick is a bit interesting. Ramshi's ability, if that's the case, then I'm not polite. As Sohan raised his arm, the off-white chi blade reappeared. And at the moment when the chi blade appeared, the corner of Ying Ying's mouth curled up. In the next moment, the grey-white air blade was directly inserted into Sohan's other palm. Brush. Then quickly pull out. A grey-white death scythe appeared in Sohan's hand. The void scythe mixed with the power of grey and white. Let me try to see if your power will surprise me. Facing the various powerful destructive energies that hit him head-on, there was only a contemptuous smile on Sohan's face. Then he clasped the sickle of the void in his hands tightly. Ha! Tear the space for me. After a deep roar came from Sohan's throat, the void scythe in Sohan's hand swung down in the air. The moment the huge off-white light blade was drawn out, it actually tore apart the surrounding space abruptly. A huge crack was torn in the sky, and at the same time, the destructive energy attacking, towards Sohan was directly and completely swallowed up. Receive. After devouring the destructive energy, Sohan just touched the huge space crack lightly with the void scythe, and then the space crack disappeared in its original place. What's going on here? Why do I feel the power of time and space? Does this guy still have those hidden energies? Looking at the off-white air scythe in Sohan's hand, Gods of Destruction Quitella had an expression of disbelief on his face. Actually tore the space. You know, this is something that even Angel can't do, but now Sohan can do it? At the same time, everyone became tense. Then he concentrated all the destructive power in his body on this final blow. This time, I must completely destroy you. Under the roar of Gods of Destruction Quitella, the yellow skin of Destruction Quitella turned dark purple at this time. Even the pupils of the eyes also turned purple. He had already used all his strength in this blow, and the battle is won or lost in one fell swoop. You haven't given up yet. It looks like you haven't experienced despair, have you? But today, I can reluctantly let you experience it in advance. The corners of Sohan's mouth raised slightly as he spoke. Facing the destructive energy that covered the entire sky, Sohan didn't panic, but sneered instead. The void sickle in his hand slashed in the air again, counting until the grey-white light blade tore the airborne again, absorbing all the attacks of Gods of Destruction Quitella. Call out. Not giving Quitella any chance to react at all, Sohan withdrew the chi blade in his hand. Then the body flashed and appeared in front of Quitella. Defeat me, Quitella. After finishing speaking, Sohan clasped his hands together and struck Gods of Destruction Quitella's head heavily. Boom. Due to the exhaustion of energy, Quitella had no power to fight back, and his body flew towards the Gods of Destruction in an instant. Call out. But at this moment, Sohan's body flashed again at the place where Quitella was about to fall. Then he punched Quitella in the face. Just like that, Quitella was hit back and forth by Sohan like a rubber ball. And there are all kinds of explosion circles in the sky. It's over, Quitella. As he said that, Sohan finally gathered all his strength and punched out. And this punch Sohan didn't show any mercy, he used all his strength directly. Sohan felt that even if he didn't use his power to destroy here and erase the magic power, with the power of this punch, it can definitely kill Gods of Destruction Quitella. But the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Quitella, and then stretched out his arm, unexpectedly receiving Sohan's punch with all his power. Snapped. It's been a long time since I saw Mr. Sohan, your strength has improved a lot. Grand Priest said with a chuckle at Sohan. Grand Priest. Sohan frowned slightly, naturally feeling very upset. The Grand Priest actually appeared at this time, and if he was one step later, he would have killed Quitella directly. And this blow that I almost used all my strength was actually taken by Grand Priest so lightly ridden. This makes Sohan's heart extremely unbalanced. I have become so much stronger, but I didn't expect that I would still be taken over by Grand Priest just like a few years ago. However, the only thing that makes Sohan rejoice is that he has only used part of the grey energy at present, and has not released all the grey energy. So if it is really a fight with the Grand Priest, Sohan still has a great chance of winning with his immortality. Long time no see, Mr. Sohan. I heard that your strength has improved rapidly over the years, and now it seems that it is true. In the face of a super Gods of Destruction who has fused 6 powers of Gods of Destruction, you can still easily defeat the opponent. I have to say that your current strength really impresses me. Grand Priest always has a smile on his face, giving people an unpredictable feeling. But one thing is very clear, that is, the Grand Priest does not like Sohan to kill these Gods of Destruction, otherwise he would not do it himself. Mr. Grand Priest is serious. Although my strength has improved, but you must still have a big gap, isn't it? Sohan also said with a smile. Although I don't know what the Grand Priest is planning, but I can be sure that my previous guess is indeed correct. These 6 Gods of Destruction have obtained the acquiescence of Grand Priest, and even this place that can block and erase supernatural powers was created by Grand Priest. Its purpose is to verify one's own strength. Ho ho, that's not necessarily the case. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sohan didn't use his full strength when he was fighting Quitella just now. Grand Priest narrowed his eyes and looked at Sohan. He also naturally saw that Sohan had not used all his strength in the battle with Quitella just now. Mr. Grand Priest is really powerful. I didn't expect you to see all of this. Facing Grand Priest's questioning, Sohan admitted it directly without being shy. After all, with the strength of the Grand Priest, it can definitely be seen that he has preserved his strength, so there is no need to cover it up. It's just the matter here, and a few of them. Mr. Grand Priest, what do you plan to do with it? Before Grand Priest could speak, Sohan asked again. But this time Grand Priest didn't answer immediately after hearing Sohan's words, but was stunned for a moment. Because he didn't expect that Sohan would take the initiative to ask about this matter, which really surprised him. Haha. I believe that the law enforcement officer should have noticed that this is just a simple test. So I don't think you need to argue with them anymore. And after they have gone through this incident, they must not dare to have any complaints about the law enforcement officer. Grand Priest still said with a smile on his face. And his implication is also very obvious, so naturally he doesn't want Sohan to continue to pursue this matter and go to that. Although erasing a Gods of Destruction will not have any impact on the entire God realm. And it won't take long for them to regenerate a new Gods of Destruction. But it's different now, there are 6 Gods of Destruction here. If these 6 Gods of Destruction are all erased, it will be an immeasurable loss to the entire God realm. Moreover, it is not easy for him to cultivate 6 official Gods of Destruction in a short period of time. No complaints. Mr. Grand Priest was joking. You should have seen it before. They killed me one by one. So do you think I can really let them go so easily? Saying that, Sohan's body directly bypassed the Grand Priest, and appeared directly in front of the other 5 Gods of Destruction. The life and death of the other 5 Gods of Destruction doesn't matter to Sohan, but Gods of Destruction Kampa, a fat pig, must die here today. Because this guy is not only the mastermind, but also makes trouble for himself time and time again, so what's the use of keeping such an insidious villain? It would be better to kill it directly today, so that other Gods of Destruction will be afraid of their own means. Gilo, you, what do you want to do, my lord law enforcement officer? Help us quickly. Asking for flowers. Seeing Sohan who suddenly appeared in front of everyone, whether it was Gods of Destruction Kampa or Gods of Destruction Jin, all 5 of them stared wide-eyed. They didn't expect Sohan to be so reckless that he didn't even pay attention to Grand Priest's words. Ridiculous. When did you know you were afraid? Don't forget that I am the temple law enforcement officer responsible for supervising and punishing everyone. Do you think there are things I dare not do? A smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth as he spoke. As a temple law enforcement officer, his duty is to supervise the gods and bring Xeno to law enforcement. And he naturally has the right to get rid of gods of destruction. Not to mention the moth-like gods of destruction. Die to me, Kampa. 0. Saying that, Sohan gathered grey energy again, even if he didn't use the erasing magic power. Sohan is also confident that he can get rid of gods of destruction Kampa under the power of this punch. But just when Sohan's fist was about to land on gods of destruction Kampa, a tall figure suddenly stood in front of gods of destruction Kampa. Clenching the staff in his hands tightly with both hands, he forcibly resisted Li Zhen's blow. Vados. Great, Vados, save me. Kampa saw that it was actually Vados who shot, and immediately became excited. That's right, my angel is still there. As long as Vados is willing to help him, then Sohan will definitely not be able to kill him. Vados, I don't want to fight with you, but what Kampa has done will also determine his fate today. You go, Kampa, I will not forgive. Looking at Angel Vados in front of him, Sohan's tone was still cold. Although his punch just now was blocked by Vados, Vados' body also hit himself and took 2 steps back. So even if Vados wants to help Kampa, he may not be able to keep gods of destruction Kampa. I'm really sorry, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. I'm also partly responsible for Kampa's incident. It's because I didn't stop his behavior in time that led to today's incident. So if the law enforcement officer wants to punish, then please punish me too. Angel Vados' tone was very firm. Looking at Sohan, it seems that he is really planning to protect Kampa to the death. Humph. Vados, are you sure you want to cover Kampa like this? Sohan looked at Vados and said lightly. No matter who made a move to block it today, Sohan would definitely kill the gods of destruction Kampa. There was no room for negotiation on this matter for Sohan. Even if Vados wants to block it, Sohan will not compromise. And with just one angel Vados, I'm afraid I can't stop myself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in task and defeating 6 gods of destruction. Reward, Unlimited Super Scene 5. No need to control emotions. Additional reward, 5% erasing supernatural power. And just after Sohan's voice fell, the system in Sohan's mind immediately sounded a reminder. Super Scene 5. Erase supernatural powers? Gilo. After carefully 763 glanced at the system prompt in his mind, Sohan couldn't help swallowing. Because whether it's Super Scene 5 or Erase Avatar, both of these things have been of great help to Sohan. Sohan had already possessed 35% of the erasing supernatural power before, and now he has obtained 5% of the erasing supernatural power again, which means that Sohan now has 40% of the erasing supernatural power. With this almost general erasing ability, Sohan believes that his current control over the erasing ability may have surpassed that of Grand Priest. Master Law Enforcement, I have no intention of covering Lord Kampa. I just hope that Lord Law Enforcement Officer can give Lord Kampa a lighter punishment. Speaking of which, Angel Vados arched his body towards Sohan, showing great respect. I hope Lord Law Enforcement Officer can spare Master Kampa this time. Seeing that Sohan didn't speak, Vados spoke again. On the other side, Gods of Destruction Kampa was so frightened that he couldn't speak a word for a while. Because he was very shocked, he didn't expect that this incident could actually attract Grand Priest, and Grand Priest treated Sohan very well. This made Kampa even more worried. Forgive Kampa. Vados, are you kidding me? If I remember correctly, I have forgiven Kampa before, it's just that this guy doesn't know how to cherish the opportunity, and instead repays the favor with revenge. Sohan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of Gods of Destruction Kampa's mouth. Goodbye Kampa. Saying that, Sohan quickly raised his arms without giving everyone a chance to react. The outstretched 5 fingers snapped violently. Brush. Then in the next second, the body of Gods of Destruction Kampa disappeared completely in place without any warning. Elephant, Kampa, disappeared. Gods of Destruction Vermit next to Kampa's eyes widened. Because Kampa was still alive in front of my eyes a second ago, but now it has completely disappeared. And there are no signs of witnesses. And Vermit was stunned in place, and he didn't recover for a long time. The expressions of Gods of Destruction Jin and Gods of Destruction Rumshi who were also beside him were the same. All of them looked incredible. Gilo. Yes, this is the erasing supernatural power. How is this possible? Didn't Kampa say before that this place cannot use the erasing magic? Gods of Destruction Jin said excitedly. Since the other party can erase Gods of Destruction Kampa so recklessly, it is possible to erase them at any time. So the panic in all of them was inexpressible, but none of them dared to say a single word. Because Gods of Destruction Kampa was erased by the other party under the condition of Angel's intercession. And under such circumstances, the other party dared to erase Kampa so recklessly. So erasing them is naturally not impossible. Kampa, Master Kampa, was erased. How can that be? Angel Vados came to his senses at this moment, and was even more stunned when he turned to look at Gods of Destruction Kampa. Gods of Destruction Kampa, who was still behind him, actually completely disappeared at this moment. No, it should be said that it was completely erased. But how is this possible? You must know that this place was made by the talented officer himself. As long as the level of control over the erasing magic power is lower than that of the Grand Priest, all of them will not be able to use the erasing magic power in this area. But how could Sohan use the erasure magic power in this place? Could it be? Thinking of this, Angel Vados' pupils shrank suddenly. The whole person froze in place. Since Sohan can use the erasure power in this place, there is only one possibility. Sohan's mastery of erasing magical powers has surpassed Grand Priest. My Lord Law Enforcement Officer. Don't wait for Vados to continue asking. The body of Grand Priest appeared between Sohan and Vados like a shooting star. Being able to use the erasure magic power in this place, it seems that I still underestimated you, Mr. Law Enforcer. But isn't it inappropriate for you to directly erase an official gods of destruction like this? Grand Priest narrowed his eyes slightly, seeing a sudden coldness appear on Sohan's face. Boom. Then that terrifying godly breath, like a tide, was instantly released from the Grand Priest's body. And at this moment, all the gods of destruction, including Angel Vados, knelt on the ground. Even Sohan on the other side, the situation is still not very good. His legs were trembling a little. But the Sohan at this moment is no longer the Sohan of a few years ago. He will not fear the power of the Grand Priest at all. Haha. Just raising the aura of the body is to offset all the coercion brought by the Grand Priest. Mr. Grand Priest. Gods of Destruction Compa not only did not do his own job well, entered the 7th universe many times, but also repeatedly shot 0.4 against me, the law enforcement officer. And now he has summoned 6 gods of destruction, including him, to ambush me. So I don't think there's anything wrong with me erasing Compa. Sohan looked at Grand Priest with a relaxed expression, as if the coercion he released at this moment did not put any pressure on him at all. Humph. Don't think that your strength has improved, so you can ignore me. Compa deliberately murdered the law enforcement officer. There is nothing wrong with being wiped out. But Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, you must not have forgotten that before you complete the last assessment, your identity is just a trainee law enforcement officer, not an official temple law enforcement officer. Grand Priest's tone was cold, and the tension between the two was even more tense, as if they might have a big fight at any time. Then as long as I complete this last assessment, there will be nothing wrong with me killing Compa. Facing Grand Priest's threatening tone, Sohan still said flatly. Sohan is confident that even if his current strength is not as good as that of Grand Priest, it will definitely not be too bad. And now I have an immortal body, so there is no need to be afraid of the Grand Priest. Besides, that guy Compa deserved what he deserved, so no one else is to blame. I erased his pigtail before, just to remind Compa to be more honest in the future. But if the other party seeks his own death, there is nothing he can do about it. That's right. As long as you can complete this last assessment, then there is nothing wrong with your previous removal of Gods of Destruction Compa. And Compa took action against an official temple law enforcement officer, and he deserved to be wiped out, and even if you don't take action, I will not forgive Compa. After hearing Sohan's words, Grand Priest's gloomy face actually calmed down again. Then he said with a smile on his face, ha 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 ha. Then since 27 is the case, then please, Mr. Grand Priest, start my last assessment directly. Although I don't know why the other party's expression changed so quickly, but for Sohan, this final assessment is the same sooner or later. If so, start early. Because as for the other 5 gods of destruction, although Sohan won't erase them directly, he won't make them feel better either. Haha. It's worthy of being the law enforcement officer that I and Mr. Zeno have, extraordinary courage. Since you want to start this last assessment now, I will prepare it for you. Just after Grand Priest's voice fell, he immediately stretched out his palm to the sky. Then the whole space changed rapidly, forming a gigantic arena. And as for the 5 gods of destruction who had been terrified, they were directly removed from the ring. For a while, only Sohan and Grand Priest were left in the entire ring. After Sohan saw this scene, he also couldn't help frowning. I thought this last assessment should be for myself to deal with the angel behind the 6 gods of destruction, but now look at the posture of the Grand Priest. This last assessment should be for him to fight the opponent. Play against the Grand Priest? This really surprised Sohan. Haha. Master Law Enforcement Officer, you guessed right, the content of this last assessment is to fight me. And beat me, Grand Priest said with a smile. It seems that he is also looking forward to the battle with Sohan. After all, the strength Sohan showed before was too strong, and he could even use the erasing magic power in the area he arranged. You must know that there are conditions for wanting to do this, and since the other party can do it, this means that Sohan's control over the erasing supernatural power has at least reached the point where he is not weaker than himself. In addition, when Sohan faced the coercion he unleashed before, he didn't show any panic. This made Grand Priest want to fight Sohan even more. Is it really a battle with Mr. Grand Priest? Although it is a bit challenging, this kind of thing is really exciting. Saying that, Sohan opened his legs and assumed a fighting stance. And Sohan's eyes became extra serious this time. Even more serious and cautious than when fighting the 6 gods of destruction before. Because Sohan is very clear that the enemy he will face next is not an ordinary person, but a Grand Priest whose strength can be ranked among the top 5 in the entire network temple. Even Sohan, who has an immortal body, still dare not be careless in the face of the Grand Priest. Haha. Master Law Enforcement Officer, I know that your strength has become much stronger over the years, so there is no need to hide in front of me. Use all your strength to fight me. After all, neither of us wants the battle to end too soon, isn't it? Grand Priest raised the corner of his mouth for me and said with a smile. Although Sohan's current Super Saiyan God is very grey and white, it is still good enough in the eyes of Grand Priest. At least not enough to take myself seriously. As expected of Mr. Grand Priest, I seem to be able to see through my shades at a glance. If that's the case, then I won't continue to hide my strength. Hearing this, Sohan also responded with a light smile. At the same time, Sohan lifted the grey state of Super Saiyan God and changed back to Saiyan's normal state. Is this? Seeing this, Grand Priest frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. He actually gave up the state of God. He didn't quite understand what Sohan was trying to do. Take it easy, Mr. Grand Priest. Just look carefully. A smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth as he spoke. Then he put his legs into a horse stance and clenched his fists in front of his chest. Then a deep roar came from Sohan's throat. Ha! Ah! For a moment, Sohan's roar resounded throughout the area. However, at this moment, Sohan's hair began to gradually turn golden yellow, and at the same time, his body was enveloped by a burst of golden arrogance 783. But the changes in Sohan's body did not end there. The aura on his body increased exponentially. Call out. Accompanied by the soaring golden flames rising into the sky, Sohan's body immediately turned into Super Saiyan 4. But even so, Sohan's aura still didn't stop, still continuing to improve. Boom. At the same time, dark clouds covered Sohan's head, and Lei Mang rolled back and forth in the dark clouds. Boom. In the end, it fell directly on Sohan's body. Along with Lei Mang, he entered Sohan's body. Immediately, the red hair on Sohan's whole body began to mutate. The hair also turned silver gray at this time. Boom boom boom. With the continuous sweeping of the powerful aura, the rock-solid battlefield under Sohan's feet centered on Sohan's body, and cracks like spider webs appeared. It looked extremely scary. Even the Grand Priest not far away was stunned after seeing this scene. This, human power, no. This kind of power has completely surpassed the gods. It really makes me more and more excited. Looking at Sohan, who was exuding silver-gray flames in the distance, the priest's eyes were ablaze with excitement. Grand Priest is looking forward to Sohan's next performance. Moreover, the explosive power of Super Saiyan 5 surprised Grand Priest. Originally, he thought that Sohan's strength was stronger than the previous gray-white energy, but Grand Priest didn't expect that Sohan actually displayed two completely different states. Crackling. When Sohan clenched his fist, thunder and lightning visible to the naked eye danced in Sohan's fist. Seeing this scene, Sohan couldn't help showing an excited expression on his face. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 5? It's really powerful, as if it has endless energy. After Sohan waved several punches in the air, the expression on his whole face was extraordinarily excited. Although I know that the Super Saiyan 5 in the original book is very powerful, but when I become a Super Saiyan 5, Sohan still has a shocked expression on his face. His body really has no limit. He has become stronger again. Vados looked at Sohan blankly. He was so shocked that he couldn't describe it in words. When they first met years ago, the other was just a human kid who couldn't even beat the Lord Gods of Destruction Kampa. But now it has grown to be as powerful as the Grand Priest. At this moment, Sohan's handsome face is all in Vados' mind, and the Gods of Destruction Kampa, which was erased by Sohan before, has long been forgotten. To be honest, although she and Kampa have been in the 6th universe for an unknown number of years, she doesn't have any liking for Kampa at all. It's fine to be lazy, and he is very small-minded. I have already reminded him not to offend the law enforcement officer, but Kampa didn't listen at all. He also took his own words as the liver and lungs of a donkey, which made Vados not have any good feelings for Kampa. And the reason why she rescued Kampa just now was entirely because the Grand Priest didn't want to lose a Gods of Destruction just like that. Can you really win the Grand Priest? This stop is really exciting. Vados exhaled slowly. As for Son Goku, who was watching the battle on the other side, his expression was directly frozen in place. Although I am used to all kinds of powerful energies on Sohan. But when Son Goku saw Sohan turned into Super Saiyan 5, he felt as if all the energy in his body became active. The whole person became even more excited at this moment. Master Sohan, was transformed into this powerful state by Super Saiyan 4 just now. Could it be this state? It's the powerful form after Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 5. Looking at Sohan's white hair and silver gray hair, all of these seem to be in line with Son Goku's inner guess. It's so strong. I can definitely become like this too. Saying that, Son Goku couldn't help but clenched his fists. His whole face was full of excitement and excitement. The other side. De Guanshan saw that Sohan was moving in place, and couldn't help frowning slightly. The doubt in his heart made him ask, "It seems that this is the first time you have become like this." Grand Priest said in a puzzled tone. Sohan stopped her legs dancing in the air, and nodded. "You're right, Mr. Grand Priest. It's also my first time becoming a Super Saiyan 5, so I'm also a little surprised." Sohan continued with a smile. However, after the simple activities just now, Sohan now has a certain understanding of the energy of Super Saiyan 5. Haha, breakthrough in battle, it's interesting, then let me test how strong your newly acquired power is. As he spoke, the smile on Grand Priest's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a serious face. "Are you serious? If that's the case, then I'll be serious too." After seeing that Grand Priest was serious, his real expression also became serious. "Call out." Then the body flashed, turning into a stream of silver light, rushing towards Grand Priest. At the same time, Sohan's right hand clenched into a fist, and lightning visible to the naked eye hovered over Sohan's entire right arm. There was a crackling sound. After coming in front of the Grand Priest, Sohan punched out without hesitation. But facing Sohan's fierce attack, Grand Priest just smiled and stretched out an arm. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of the collision of fists and palms, a powerful shock wave immediately swept across the entire field centered on the bodies of the two of them. Even Angel Vados in the distance deployed a protective barrier because of this, on the one hand to protect himself from being hurt by the shock wave, and the other way protects the destruction of the five. The few of them are so frightened now, basically there is no difference, because they dare not say a word when they see such a powerful battle. One is the Grand Priest. One is a temple enforcer who has the same theocratic authority as the Grand Priest. And from Grand Priest's attitude towards the temple law enforcement officer, it is not difficult to see that the position of the temple law enforcement officer is solid. And the Grand Priest wouldn't be bothered about erasing Compa at all, because they now feel that all of this is just a test to train each other. They were before, and so are the battles with the Grand Priest now. So the only way for them to survive now is to honestly not make any noise. Otherwise, their fate might really be like gods of destruction Compa. There is not even scum left of the dead. The strength of the Grand Priest is really strong, and he took my attack so easily. Seeing that the opponent caught his fist with a palm, Sohan also had a look of astonishment on his face. But soon it disappeared. Since it's all expected, how could the super subhuman V beat the Grand Priest? Besides, I didn't use my full strength just now. However, your strength has improved rapidly compared to a few years ago. And I remember that you seem to be able to become stronger in battle, so let's take a good look at Zhao's today to see if you can become stronger in the process of fighting me. As he spoke, the corner of Grand Priest's mouth curled into a smile. Then the other arm suddenly came out. A palm hit Sohan's chest. Boom! The moment Grand Priest's palm fell, Sohan felt as if his body was weightless, and instantly flew upside down. Like a fired bullet. Boom! After shooting down countless meteorites in succession, they were finally deeply imprinted on the rock wall of the arena. Ahem! Grand Priest. The strength is really strong, but I can gradually become stronger in battle. Ha ha ha! A low growl came from Sohan's throat. Silver grey flames gushed out from Sohan's body again. Like a silver spear, it pierced straight into the sky. Because of his immortal body, the sunken sternum in Sohan's chest instantly returned to its original shape. Grand Priest come again. After Sohan roared, his body rushed towards Grand Priest again. However, it can be seen that Sohan's speed became faster this time, and even his entire body was wrapped by the power of lightning. How come you have recovered so quickly, and the momentum is even stronger than before? It's really interesting. Grand Priest frowned slightly, and then a look of astonishment appeared on his face. But it was only for a moment, and in the next moment Grand Priest's expression became relaxed again. Since the attack just now can't hurt you, then I will attack in another way. As he spoke, the head of the Grand Priest clenched slightly. Facing Sohan's heavy punch, he stretched out his arm and punched it. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, a powerful energy wave swept the entire venue. The originally indestructible stone slab on the ground was directly blasted out of a deep hole by the energy wave at this time. And Sohan's body retreated more than 100 meters away, and finally stabilized his body. On the other hand, the Grand Priest on the other side still had a calm expression, and even more so, he didn't even take a half step in place immediately. Grand Priest's strength is really strong. The attack just like 623 did not cause any damage to Grand Priest. Sohan clenched his fist slightly, naturally feeling a little upset in his heart. I thought that the power of Super Saiyan 5 was enough to fight Grand Priest, but the result still surprised Sohan. He didn't expect that the blow that he almost exhausted just now not only did not hurt the opponent, but even failed to make the opponent take half a step back. My Lord Law Enforcement Officer, your strength should be more than that. There is really no need for you to keep hiding from me. Grand Priest looked at Sohan who was knocked back by him in the distance, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. However, facing Grand Priest's words, Sohan did not respond, and the moment he clenched his fists, an excited smile appeared on his face. My strength is indeed more than that, said Sohan, put his hands on his chest quickly. Powerful energy gathers quickly. In a blink of an eye, the energy of the Big Bang Kamehameha wave gathered in Sohan's palm. Big Bang Destruction Key Blast. The moment the sound came out of Sohan's throat, a burst of purple energy instantly poured from Sohan's right arm into the destructive energy wave in the palm of his hand. Chia. Then the originally white energy wave instantly turned dark purple at this moment. Oh, the power of destruction. I didn't expect to use the power of destruction to this extent. But even if such an attack wants to hurt me, it is still unrealistic. Grand Priest opened his mouth lightly. Then the arm stretched out a star-like energy wave and immediately blasted towards Sohan's direction. Let me go. At the same time, under Sohan's anger, in his hand, the key blast, which had already assembled and destroyed the Big Bang, directly blasted towards the oncoming star energy. Boom! After the two streams of energy collided together, a huge circular energy ball instantly appeared at the position where the two energy waves collided. And the two energies of different colors are attacking each other without giving in. For a moment, they were deadlocked in midair. It's really interesting to be able to resist my star energy head-on. I really like this law enforcement officer more and more. Seeing that the energy wave released by Sohan actually resisted his own attack, Grand Priest's whole expression changed a lot. But it is not difficult to see that Sohan's performance made Grand Priest very satisfied. It's just stalemate looking at the midair. How can there be such a simple thing? The corners of Sohan's mouth raised slightly as he spoke. Then the divine breath of Super Saiyan God gushed out of his body immediately. And almost in an instant, Sohan completed the switch back and forth between Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. From Super Saiyan 5, it became Super Saiyan God Grey in an instant. Boom. Then the energy wave released by Sohan instantly more than doubled in size. In the end, it actually directly repelled the star energy released by the Grand Priest completely. Even Devour? What? The breath of God, he can switch between these two powers freely. A look of astonishment appeared on Grand Priest's face. But soon, he frowned slightly, and then immediately used his other arm to directly blow away the energy wave that hit him. Cut, is it still a failure? Seeing that his attack was knocked away by the Grand Priest, Sohan let out a little breath. Although he expected such a result a long time ago, when he really saw his energy wave being knocked into the air, he still felt a little disappointed in his heart. Don't be discouraged. Actually, it's not easy for Mr. Law Enforcer to repel my star power. At the very least, if this can be achieved in the entire temple, it is also one of the few. Seeing the disappointed expression on Sohan's face, Grand Priest immediately spoke to comfort him. Discouraged. Hehe, Mr. Grand Priest, you may have made a mistake. I won't be discouraged by this, on the contrary, I will become more excited because of this, because only by facing a powerful opponent like you can my strength continue to grow stronger in battle. As he spoke, a look of excitement appeared on Sohan's face. Then powerful energy burst out from Sohan's body. Ha ha ha. The moment the roar came out of Sohan's throat, grey-white gas flames spewed out from Sohan's body, and under the continuous strengthening of grey energy. At this moment, Sohan's grey and white short hair grew even faster, and finally fell on Sohan's back. Crackling. Thunder and lightning lingered around his body, and there was a crackling sound at this moment, which looked extraordinarily domineering. Super Saiyan Grey and White 3, this is my last hope, you can go and not let me down. Sohan clenched his fist slightly, feeling the powerful energy of Super Saiyan Hui Bai-san. Although Qi and God's breath, they are two completely different concepts, and they cannot be compared well. But after changing from Super Saiyan 5 to Super Saiyan Grey 3, Sophie can still feel both her physical strength and the energy in her body. They all rose to the top in an instant. This incomparable energy is indescribably powerful for Sohan. This should be his last hidden power, I have to say it's really good. But if it's just like this, it's still not enough to watch. Although a look of astonishment appeared on Grand Priest's face, it was only for a moment, and he quickly returned to his original state. Because this kind of strength is indeed not weak, but if you face yourself, it is still not enough. Although the power of Super Saiyan God Grey and White 3 is very strong, Grand Priest thinks that it is not strong enough to threaten him. At best, it can only be regarded as slightly stronger. It wasn't strong enough to scare him. Don't say it too early. Grand Priest, I know that your strength is very strong, but my current strength is not weak either. As he spoke, a confident smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth. Although he knew that the Grand Priest was very powerful, Sohan still didn't think he would be easily defeated by the opponent. If even Super Saiyan God Huibai can't fight against Grand Priest, then Sohan can only use his last whole card to surpass the power of Huibai-san. Although Sohan has never used that kind of power, it is not clear how strong it is. But somewhere Sohan felt that the power was absolutely not weak. Confidence is good, but it also depends on strength. As he spoke, Grand Priest's eyes changed slightly. Then in an instant, Xia's whole body suddenly rushed towards Sohan. This is the first time Grand Priest has taken the initiative to attack Sohan. But it surprised Sohan, who didn't expect the speed of Grand Priest to be so fast. Last second, the other party was still hundreds of meters away from him, but in less than a breath, the other party had naturally appeared in front of him. And the fists have been clenched, and the whole body is exuding endless terrifying energy. My first attack. After the voice came from Grand Priest's mouth, his right fist slammed towards the opponent. Damn it, the only way to defend. Sohan clenched his teeth, he didn't expect the opponent's speed to be so fast. In a hurry, he can only cross his arms in front of his chest to defend, at least this can ensure that his important parts will not be injured too seriously. Next second, boom, there was a loud noise. Although Sohan dispelled most of the power, his whole body was still blown out. His feet plowed two parallel ravines on the extremely hard ground. It's interesting to be able to defend myself. Seeing that the opponent successfully blocked his attack, he only retreated a distance of more than 100 meters. Immediately, a smile appeared on Grand Priest's face. Crack, crack, shout. What a powerful force. Fortunately, I obtained the immortal body in advance. Otherwise, this move may have made my arms immobile for a short time. Sohan twisted his dislocated arms, which had been struck by the Grand Priest's force. The punch from the Grand Priest just dislocated Sohan's two arms, but luckily because of his immortal body, Sohan's two arms returned to their original state in just a split second. The time of embarrassment is over, and it's time for me to fight back. Saying that, Sohan twisted his neck, and immediately made a crackling sound. Then Sohan's right foot slammed on the ground. The body suddenly disappeared into the distance. Call out. The body appeared directly in front of Grand Priest like a gust of wind. Then blast out with a punch. Grand Priest also waved his fist in response. At the moment when the two fists collided, a powerful energy wave swept the entire field again. But this time Sohan's body was not sent flying like before, but stood on the spot without moving at all. This time, you have changed a lot in terms of speed and strength. Seeing that Sohan was actually standing there, Grand Priest showed an appreciative smile on his face. It's not over yet. The corner of Sohan's mouth twitched. Then the body flashed to the side of the Grand Priest. Boom. He punched out violently. Facing this punch, Grand Priest couldn't react for a while, and hurriedly twisted his neck to avoid Sohan's sudden punch in the last 0.001 seconds. Don't be surprised, the wonderful things are yet to come. Saying that, Sohan once again spewed out a powerful breath of God. Then his arms were like machine guns, and he launched a stormy attack on the Grand Priest. And in the face of such intensive attacks by Sohan, Grand Priest's expression changed from being dismissive at the beginning to becoming serious gradually. The fast-moving bodies of the two made everyone outside the arena stunned. Especially Son Goku, just using magma can no longer capture the bodies of the two. It's just that they can barely feel the position of the two of them by sensing the breath of God. As for the 5 gods of destruction on the other side, although the situation is much better than that of Son Goku, they still cannot see the figures of the two clearly. He could only vaguely see 2 rays of light of different colors colliding continuously in the sky. Then there were sonic circles one after another in the sky. It's amazing, it's only been a few years. This guy has grown to the point where even the Grand Priest needs to take it seriously. It's really hard to see. If you give her a period of time to let him grow, how strong will he be? Ask for flowers. The way Angel Vados looked at Sohan also changed a lot during this battle. For this human man, Vados even began to worship him. The first time they met each other was when she and Master Kampa stole the Super Dragon Ball in the 7th universe. At that time, Sohan was able to confront Lord Kampa head-on with his own strength without losing. Although Master Kampa at that time did not use his full strength because he was afraid of being discovered by Beerus. But even such a gods of destruction who didn't use the power of destruction, the power that erupts is definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary human being. A few years later, when I met this guy again, the other party had already changed his identity. Xeno Enforcer? Even the strength shown now makes Grand Priest take it seriously. If such a guy is allowed to grow for a while, he still doesn't know how strong he will be in the end? Call. What's wrong with me? Why do I want him to win all of a sudden? Angel Vados patted his chest, trying to calm himself down. But for some reason, even Angel Vados didn't realize that her heart, which had been dusty for tens of thousands of years, was bumping around like a frightened deer at this moment. Sohan, you must not be defeated like this. Vados exhaled, and then looked at the battle between the two again. At this time, the two had been engaged in a high-frequency battle in the air for more than 10 minutes. Although the situation on Sohan's body looks much worse, the clothes are tattered and not even one part is intact. But the Grand Priest on the other side is still the same. Originally, the very green suit of the Great God was worn, but at this moment it became equally tattered. You can see Grand Priest's muscular muscles from the upper body. Is there really no limit to this guy's body? It doesn't matter if his strength can become stronger in battle, but his body's recovery ability is also abnormal. Grand Priest frowned. The whole person's expression is not as relaxed as before, but extremely serious. Because in the past 10 minutes, Sohan has hit his body many times when he was not expecting it. Although it didn't cause any substantial harm to him, it made him look a little embarrassed. Hey, Mr. Grand Priest, I seem to be able to see your movements clearly. And at this moment, a smug smile suddenly appeared on Sohan's face. Mr. Grand Priest, I seem to be able to see your movements clearly. At this moment, Sohan suddenly spoke. On the other side, the Grand Priest was stunned after hearing Sohan's words. Obviously he didn't understand what Sohan meant. Then Sohan was stupefied at the Setsuna at the Grand Priest. He clenched his fist violently, and then slammed into the left half of Grand Priest's face. Brush. Although Grand Priest reacted at the last moment, and hurriedly dodged. However, the fist wind driven by Sohan's punch still left a scar on Grand Priest's face. Grand Priest glanced at the scars on his face. Then he showed an incredulous expression. Could it be that what the guy in front of him said is true? He really saw his actions clearly. Phew, you dodged it. 350 saw that his punch missed. Sohan was not surprised but smiled and said. Because he didn't use all his strength for the punch just now, but it left a scar on Grand Priest's cheek. This has been very successful. At least Sohan thinks so. If his punch just now hadn't shown any mercy, Grand Priest would have been unable to avoid it no matter what. Moreover, during the 10 minutes of fighting with Grand Priest overclocking just now, Sohan had already seen clearly the attacking method of Grand Priest. It seems that I still underestimate you a little bit, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. You can actually hurt my face. But in this case, I can let go of all my worries. I believe that the law enforcement officer should also want to see how I look when I use my full strength. The corners of Grand Priest's mouth raised slightly as he spoke. Then clenched your fists. Drink Then a deep roar came from Grand Priest's mouth. Boom boom boom. And at this moment, Grand Priest released an unparalleled powerful energy. Circle after circle of energy ripples spread under Grand Priest's feet. The ground shook violently in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind caused by powerful energy swept across, and even Sohan, who was not far away, took 2 steps back at this moment. Ho-ho! Accompanied by the sound of energy flowing, the clothes on Grand Priest's upper body burst open in the end. And not only that, Grand Priest's body became taller at this moment. From a dwarf less than 1.5 meters to a strong man of 1.9 meters in an instant. The muscular body exposed is even more jaw-dropping. Hiss. It turns out that fan comics are real, Grand Priest will really explode. But this power is too terrifying. Seeing the enlarged Grand Priest, Sohan couldn't help but gasped. Because the energy released from Grand Priest at this moment is too powerful. But Sohan has already thought of this point. After all, since Grand Priest's strength can be ranked in the top 5 of the entire temple, his strength is naturally more than that of the previous fight against Sohan. And presumably the current appearance is the real appearance of the Grand Priest. Father, actually turned into this form. Sohan, can he still win? Angel Vados became tense after seeing his father Grand Priest's suit exploding form. Because he clearly understood what his father's appearance like this represented. That's the display of all the dusty power of one's physical fitness. Originally, Vados thought that Grand Priest should only remain a child in the assessment of this battle between Grand Priest and Sohan. After all, the strength of the grown-up Grand Priest cannot be described in words. But what Vados didn't expect was that his father, Grand Priest, had actually become an adult at this moment. And in this case, Sohan's chance of winning is basically 0. Kim, have you ever seen a Grand Priest look like this? Gods of Destruction Quitella cautiously asked beside Gods of Destruction Jin. They have been gods of destruction for tens of thousands of years, and they have dealt with Grand Priest for tens of thousands of years, but they have never seen Grand Priest become like this. However, it is not difficult to see that after becoming this Grand Priest, both his strength and his melee fighting ability have been greatly improved. After all, how could a young body be compared with an adult's? No, it's the first time I've seen Grand Priest look like this. This terrifying energy, I'm afraid it can easily kill us even if we don't need to erase the supernatural power. Gods of Destruction Jin swallowed his saliva, his whole expression froze. Although Gods of Destruction Jin has been Gods of Destruction a little longer than Quitella, but Jin still hasn't seen Grand Priest become like this. The momentum is too strong. The energy emanating from the body is too terrifying. Damn it, it's all the fault of that bastard Kampa. I wouldn't have come to this muddy water if I knew it. Gods of Destruction Quitella clenched his fists. If the Gods of Destruction Kampa hadn't been erased by Sohan at this time, it is estimated that they would have been stripped alive by a few of them. The real battle begins now. After the Grand Priest changed form, even the way of speaking has changed. But I have to say that after becoming like this, Grand Priest's feeling has changed a lot in an instant. After all, his body was like a child before, but now he is a real adult. Wait, if Grand Priest can change appearance, then Zeno can also. Thinking of this, Sohan seemed to understand something. Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, now is not the time to be distracted. As he spoke, Grand Priest's body appeared in front of Sohan in a flash. Call out. In the next instant, he punched Sohan in the chest. The speed was so fast that it didn't give Sohan any chance to dodge the defense at all, and Sohan didn't even notice until the moment the fist landed on him. But it was too late. Boom. Sohan's body flew out like a shell. However, Grand Priest seemed dissatisfied with 0.6, and his body flashed again and appeared behind Sohan. Then put your hands together. A heavy blow hit Sohan's back directly. Call out. Sohan's body instantly turned into a flash of white light, and finally smashed hard on the ground of the field. There was a puff of smoke. The end, it's over. Gods of Destruction Jin watched this scene in shock, and then his mouth grew wide. Knowing Sohan's strength, they are very clear, they can't help but easily beat their 6 Gods of Destruction, and they also played back and forth with the young Grand Priest. And now he was punched twice by the adult Grand Priest without any power to fight back. No, the battle is not over yet. At this time, Angel Vados frowned slightly and said, because he found that Sohan's aura has not disappeared, not even weakened at all. At least Sohan's aura has not weakened, which can fully confirm that Sohan has not been defeated at all. Not even hurt? Boom. However, at this moment, with a burst of powerful energy blowing away the smoke, Sohan's body stood intact in the middle of the deep pit. Although Sohan looked a bit embarrassed at the moment, it was not difficult to see that Sohan had not suffered any serious injuries at all. Not even any scars can be seen on the body. And this is naturally the benefit of being immortal. Sohan possesses almost inexhaustible energy and stamina. Even if the body is smashed, it can recover quickly in an instant. Stronger than Majin Buu's recovery ability. Sure enough, I haven't been defeated yet. At this time, the Grand Priest naturally noticed the intact Sohan. I feel the energy of Salama, so it's like this. It's no wonder his body has such a powerful recovery ability. It seems that he used the super wishing beads left by Sarama. 27 so good. Looking at the completely unharmed Sohan in the deep pit, the priest thought to himself. No one knows better than Grand Priest how strong his shot was just now, and under his own attack, even a real Gods of Destruction would be killed in an instant. But what he didn't expect was that after sustaining his attack just now, Sohan was not without serious injuries. Even the body is actually intact, not even the slightest weakening of physical fitness. This made Grand Priest more firm in his inner guess. Mr. Grand Priest, the strength of your attack just now is really merciless. My old waist is still hurting now. Saying that, Sohan symbolically rubbed his back. Immortality can indeed give Sohan a super recovery ability, but the pain will still feel pain, which is unavoidable. How can I force out your full strength if I don't shoot hard? I should be right, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. Grand Priest looked at Sohan on the ground, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although Sohan's current strength is already very strong, but Grand Priest can guess the relaxed expression on the other side. The opponent didn't use his full strength at all. Force Sohan to use all his strength. Could it be that Sohan hasn't used his full strength yet? After hearing Grand Priest's words, Angel Vados was stunned, because she never doubted Sohan's strength. Even in his opinion, the strength that Sohan erupted just now is already very strong. How could there be hidden strength? This makes Vados feel a little weird. But Angel Vados believed in his father. He believed that his father would never guess wrong, since his father said that he would force out Sohan's full strength. That's enough to prove that Sohan, at least not yet, is using his full strength. Grand Priest is really amazing. I can't hide anything from you. Hearing this, Sohan doesn't intend to keep hiding his last resort anymore. Sohan is also looking forward to how strong the grey power of Super Saiyan God is. But Sohan believes that he will definitely not be weak. But whether he can beat the current Grand Priest, Sohan has no confidence. After all, the Grand Priest in adulthood is really too powerful. Sohan of Super Saiyan God Grey and White 3, in the opponent's hands, was abused within minutes. This is enough to see how terrifying the strength of the Grand Priest in adulthood is. Let me see how many surprises you can bring us. Seeing Sohan without any hesitation, he readily agreed. Immediately the Grand Priest became even more excited. For some reason, Grand Priest felt that the hidden power of Sohan should be very strong. Even very powerful? But as for whether the other party can make him excited, that's another matter. Give me beyond the limit. Haha. Under Sohan's low growl, endless powerful energy began to spew out from his whole body. Srustling. At this time, the aura of God emanating from Sohan's body gradually evolved from grey-white to silver-white. Moreover, Sohan's hair and eyebrows also underwent similar changes at this time. Boom, boom. Bursts of powerful energy gushed out from Sohan's body. Bull-sized thunder and lightning rolled in the sky again. And these lightnings fell on Sohan's body again and again, as if not only did not cause any harm to Sohan's body, but also seemed to make Sohan's body gradually strengthen. This powerful aura lasted for 3 minutes before it stabilized. At this moment, Sohan also completed the limit transcendence of Huibai, the super subhuman god. The strength has once again been promoted to a class. Swipe, swipe. Sohan answered several punches continuously in the air, feeling the flow of powerful energy in his body, and at this moment his whole body became agitated. Because at this moment Sohan could clearly feel the powerful energy in his body that was almost overflowing. Is this your last strength? You are worthy of being the temple official I value. It brings me unexpected surprises every time. But as for how far you can fight me, it can be revealed now. The corners of Grand Priest's mouth raised slightly as he spoke. Then his feet stepped into the void, and his body shot towards Sohan like an arrow. Grand Priest's fist seemed to be wrapped in the power of the stars, and it contained an extremely powerful punch that quickly hit Sohan 32. If Sohan was still himself a few minutes ago, then facing an attack like Grand Priest, he would definitely be helpless. But at this moment, when Sohan faced the attack of Grand Priest, he acted extraordinarily calm. There was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It's just the right time, just let me see how far my strength is from yours, said Sohan clenched his right hand. Then a burst of silver-gray energy instantly enveloped Sohan's right arm, and a huge fist phantom appeared on Sohan's right arm. Boom. Then their fists collided violently. Powerful energy Bolton once again swept the entire venue. As for the ground under Sohan's feet, cracks like spider webs immediately appeared. However, Sohan still stood on the spot without moving a muscle. Perfectly defended the punch from Grand Priest. Haha. Happy, only this kind of battle can make my blood boil? A smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth as he spoke. Then Sohan stomped on the ground. Then the other arm blasted out quickly, colliding with Grand Priest's other arm fiercely. For a moment, the entire venue was enveloped in a burst of smoke and dust. My Lord Law Enforcement Officer, your performance did not disappoint me, but your strength is more than that. Grand Priest is very satisfied with Sohan's performance. You can actually push yourself to this point. It has to be said that Sohan already has the strength to become a qualified temple law enforcement officer. But at this time, the Grand Priest is obviously over the top. So he had no intention of stopping the fight between the two for a while. Instead, he wants to have a good fight with Sohan. He really wanted to see where Sohan's limit was. Or is it that Sohan's body has no limits at all? Drink. With a deep roar, the power of Grand Priest was once again enhanced. Then punched violently. But this time Grand Priest didn't simply use his fist to attack Sohan, but used his fist to mobilize the powerful power of stars to attack. In the end, it turned into a huge star fist shadow, blasting towards Sohan's body. Boom. Unprepared, Sohan received the punch abruptly. Even the body retreated more than 10 times suddenly at this time to stabilize the body. Fortunately, Sohan only retreated a certain distance, and soon stabilized his body, and there was no major problem. My attack is not over yet. As he said that, An excited smile appeared on Grand Priest's face. He hadn't experienced such a battle for a long time, so this time Grand Priest also wants to exercise his body well. Then his fists hit the air in front of him again. But with the waving of Grand Priest's fist, the power of the stars on his body turned into fist shadows again. Boom towards Sohan's body. The boxing shadows are extremely fast, and there are many of them. Even Sohan didn't react for a while, and was repelled by the oncoming fist shadow again. Blanche. This move actually doesn't give me any strength to fight back. Looking at the excited expression on Grand Priest's face, Sohan knew that Grand Priest must have become excited because of the power he displayed. But it's not my style to be beaten all the time. After saying that, Sohan thought. Immediately teleported behind the Grand Priest using instant transmission. Then he punched out like a silver angry dragon. It hit Grand Priest straight in the back. And Grand Priest didn't expect Sohan to be able to get away from his trick at all. Without any precautions, he was directly smashed to the ground of the venue in the end. Boom. Looking at the Grand Priest who was sent flying by his own punch, Sohan didn't hesitate at all. Immediately reach out your hands and alternately unleash the powerful ki blast. Boom boom boom. For a time, the whole area was enveloped in a puff of smoke. And Sohan took this opportunity to quickly gather energy in his waist, and then a powerful Kamehameha wave was gathered in Sohan's hands. Kamehameha wave infused with Super Saiyan silver grey energy, let me see how strong you are. Saying that, Sohan immediately pushed out the gathered Kamehameha wave in his hand. The powerful Kamehameha wave dragged its long tail like a comet, and finally slammed towards Grand Priest fiercely. Boom. Accompanied by a huge explosion caused by the Kamehameha wave. Immediately, the entire arena was severely festered. In the end, it fell off piece by piece. The arena actually collapsed. How powerful should the energy he gathered be? Vados looked at the field in disbelief. Although this field looks very ordinary, it is not as ordinary as imagined by Vados. You know this is made by Grand Priest himself. And the hardness of the field under their feet is no less than the protective barrier arranged by Vados. But even so, it is still festering now. I haven't enjoyed such a battle for a long time, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. I should really thank you. And at this moment, the voice of Grand Priest came softly from a part of the venue that was being bombarded by Sohan Kamehameha waves. From the other party's voice, it is not difficult to hear that the other party seems to have no pressure at all in the face of Sohan's almost exhausted Kamehameha wave. However, the result was exactly as Sohan expected. Finally, with a low growl from the Grand Priest, a stronger force of the stars instantly repelled Sohan's Kamehameha wave, and then completely swallowed it. In the end, even Sohan's body was enveloped by the star power released by the Grand Priest. Then it was slammed and flew out of the field. After smashing more than a dozen mountain peaks, it was finally embedded in one of 3 peaks. Cough cough. Too strong. Sohan wiped the stain from the corner of his mouth. A look of surprise appeared on his face. I used almost all my strength in that blow just now, but Grand Priest still didn't suffer any injuries. Even in the end, it was repelled by the power of the stars of the Grand Priest. Such a result made Sohan a little disappointed. Because Sohan has already shown all his whole cards. If there is still a hidden one, it may be Sosai's last backhand, Kaioken, who has 20 times no side effects. But this last whole card, Sohan naturally didn't plan to take it out unless it was absolutely necessary. And Sohan felt that even if he used 20 times Kaioken, he might not be able to defeat Grand Priest. What? My Lord Law Enforcement Officer, are you planning to give up? After noticing that Sohan's mood seemed to be a little depressed, Grand Priest spoke. Haha, give up? Are you kidding me? How could I give up? Mr. Grand Priest, your strength is indeed very strong. Even so strong that I can't beat you with all my strength. But don't think that I will give up and admit defeat. This is something that is impossible for the Jedi to happen to me. Sohan raised his chin. Although his strength was indeed great, it was absolutely impossible for him to give up. And Sohan, Li Wangzhao, will never give up. Crack. After saying that, Sohan immediately took out a fairy bean from his pocket and swallowed it in one gulp. Sohan is not a rigid person. The previous battle with the Grand Priest had consumed a lot of his energy, and the last blow had almost exhausted all his energy. So if you want to continue fighting now, you need to recover energy first. Sohan doesn't think it's a shame to eat fairy beans in battle, because the opponent he is facing now is not an ordinary person, but the Grand Priest. You must know that Sohan is the fairy bean with X999999. So there is no need to worry about running out of jelly beans. Is it something that instantly restores stamina and energy? It's interesting. But if you don't have strong strength, even if your energy recovers countless times, then you will never be my opponent, said Grand Priest's fists clenched slightly, and then powerful energy was released from his body again. Although the Grand Priest has become an adult at this moment, this is not the full power of the Grand Priest. Even the Grand Priest has a lot of power left undone. Damn it. The aura on his body has actually become stronger again. Feeling that the aura on Grand Priest's body became stronger again, Sohan clenched his teeth unconsciously. I thought that the power I have now should be able to fight the Grand Priest. But the reality is cruel. Sohan's current strength is no match for Grand Priest. The last Kaioken, is it really necessary to use the last whole card here? Sohan clenched his fists, thinking even more in his heart. Is he really going to use the last whole card Kaioken in this place? and Sohan is very clear that using Kaioken can indeed make him stronger. But even that still wasn't enough to beat the Grand Priest, and maybe not even have the strength to fight the opponent. However, after Sohan struggled in his heart, he finally chose to use Kaioken. Even if you know you are losing to the Grand Priest, Sohan will never give up easily. If you don't give up, you will have a chance, but once you give up, you will never have another chance. Are you kidding? How could I admit defeat? 20 times? Kaioken. After the roar came from Sohan's mouth, a burst of powerful energy instantly swept across the entire venue. 603 and Sohan's body, at this moment, was even more enveloped by a red arrogance. Although 20 times Kaioken will not bring me any side effects, but even so this form cannot be maintained for a long time. So I must make a quick decision. Sohan frowned, and his expression became extremely serious. Even if 20 times of Kaioken is used by Sohan, it means that Sohan no longer has any means of hiding. It would be great if the Grand Priest could be defeated at this time, or the Grand Priest could be severely damaged. But if it can't be done well, and if Kaioken's energy is over, then Sohan really has nothing to do. So now he must earnestly re-authenticate and must not make any mistakes. In the case of similar strength, as long as Sohan makes any mistakes, he will lose in a very short time. This point was very clear in Sohan's heart, so he didn't dare to be careless. Oh, the strength has actually improved again, but it seems that this strength is not stable, it should only be temporary. However, it is not easy to be able to improve your strength so much in an instant. Then let me see what kind of surprise you can bring me. As he spoke, a smile of anticipation appeared on the corner of Grand Priest's mouth. Although he knew that Sohan might be at the end of his rope, but even so, Sohan was fully equipped to become a temple law enforcement officer. Grand Priest knew this very well. And in fact, according to Grand Priest's previous judgment, it started at the moment Sohan forced himself to become an adult. Sohan has already won this assessment. However, after the Grand Priest became an adult, he was also a little bit impatient. Seeing an opponent with such potential as Sohan, he couldn't help but want to have a good fight with him. And Grand Priest also wants to see if Sohan's body has no limits. And in the process of fighting with him next, whether he can bring him any unexpected surprises. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by a deep roar coming from Sohan's mouth, immediately a mixed silver gray and red energy flame spewed out from Sohan's body. However, at this moment, Sohan's body suddenly disappeared into the distance in a flash. The body is like a silver-red angry dragon, quickly attacking Grand Priest's body. As for the Grand Priest on the other side, his legs were also slightly bent, and then his whole body shot out instantly. The energy of the stars is also like an angry dragon, which looks very domineering. Boom. The moment the two fists collided. Powerful energy release. The field under their feet was instantly reduced to ashes. But Sohan and Grand Priest stood still, and neither of them took half a step back. Perhaps I misunderstood it. I thought your strength improvement this time would bring me some unexpected surprises. Check. But now it seems that I was wrong, you don't have that ability at all. Grand Priest looked at Sohan with a disdainful smile on his face. Although Sohan's current strength has indeed improved a bit, to the point of being able to hold your own. But such a result is not what Grand Priest wants to see. The reason why he said such a thing was because he wanted to see Sohan's behavior and reaction. Second, if Sohan's strength is really only like this, Grand Priest is indeed a little disappointed. At least with Sohan's strength, he still doesn't have the ability to make his blood boil. Are you kidding me? Do you think my strength is only like this? Stop joking. Sohan, will never stop here. Sohan's voice was almost roaring. Didn't I go through any impossible things along the way? So Sohan will not believe it at all, this time he will stop here. Even if the final result can't beat Grand Priest, then Sohan will definitely not make it easier for him. Ha ha ha. Under Sohan's roar, the aura of God on his body rose again. The strength of Sohan's fist became even stronger at this moment, and then he repelled Grand Priest's fist abruptly. Boom. One final punch landed on the Grand Priest's chest. Crack. Then the sound of bones breaking was heard immediately, and Grand Priest flew out quickly like a kite with a broken string. What? He knocked off the Grand Priest. How is this possible? How can the Grand Priest who has become like this be defeated? After seeing this scene, the 5 gods of destruction who were watching the battle from a distance immediately became overwhelmed. They couldn't even believe what they saw before their eyes. How is this possible? You must know that Grand Priest is very powerful. Even the status in the entire temple is second only to Zeno, but it is such a powerful god. Now it was punched by a human being and flew away. Damn it. It's just that if this is the case, there is no way to defeat the Grand Priest. If you want to defeat the Grand Priest, Song has 10 ways, that is to let my strength get a qualitative leap. Since the power of Super Saiyan is not enough, then I'll put the power of Super Saiyan into Super Saiyan 5. Ha! At this moment, Sohan's eyes were bloodshot. How could he stop there? There must be more powerful enemies waiting for him behind the Grand Priest. So I absolutely can't stop there. Haha. Sohan roared out again. And at this moment, silver hair grew from Sohan's back. At the same time, Sohan's violent aura that belonged to Super Saiyan also broke out at this time. The powerful aura of Super Saiyan God is mixed with the violent aura of Super Saiyan 5. It made Sohan seem to have undergone a huge transformation in an instant. And this change is not just a change in momentum, even the powerful aura emanating from his body has increased by more than 100 times at this moment. It can even be said that the current Sohan has become unparalleled. What is going on with this violent aura, the aura of the gods? How did it become like this? Angel Vados looked at Sohan in the distance with a look of astonishment. And she was also shocked by the powerful energy emanating from Sohan. Such a powerful energy made Vados completely stunned. For some reason, Vados felt that the energy emanating from Sohan's body was not weaker than that of Grand Priest. Even stronger. On the other side, Yin Priest also showed an extremely shocked expression on his face. What? His strength has been improved again. How is this possible? There is such a thing. Two utterly different energies have actually been fused by him. This guy. Thinking of this, Grand Priest couldn't help clenching his fists, ready for the next battle at any time. Because Grand Priest knew that this battle would definitely not end easily. Of course, the result was exactly what Grand Priest expected. At this moment, Sohan's body shot towards his direction like a sharp arrow. Call out. In just one breath, Sohan's body appeared in front of Grand Priest. Boom. Then punched violently. Although Grand Priest reacted at the critical moment, he also punched him with his fists. But at this moment, Sohan is no longer the previous Sohan, and Sohan's power at this moment is beyond imagination. Even the Grand Priest was forced back by 3 steps under the power of Sohan's punch before he stabilized his body. And just when Grand Priest stabilized his body, Sohan's body reappeared, and then he threw out 2 punches quickly again. This time Sohan punched faster than before. And these 2 punches were not made by Sohan's 2 arms, but by Sohan's right arm in a short period of time. Although Grand Priest reacted quickly, he crossed his arms in front of his chest to defend against Sohan's attack at the last moment. But Sohan's second punch didn't give Grand Priest any chance to react at all. Boom. It directly and abruptly fell on Grand Priest's chest. No mercy at all. And this is Sohan's strength at the moment. Under the power of Sohan's punch, Priest Yin flew upside down for more than 100 meters. Then the whole person rolled on the ground several times before stabilizing his body, shouting, "It seems that rashly integrating the power of Super Saiyan God into Super Saiyan 5 will make me lose control." Sohan stabilized his body and looked at his hands. Although his consciousness is not out of control. However, Sohan could clearly feel that his efforts to go abroad and the energy he used were in some disorder. But this is also normal. After all, it was the first time for Sohan to conduct such a super fusion. If 2 completely opposite energies are completely fused together, I am afraid that most people would already explode and die. Not only did Sohan not explode, but he persisted and completed the fusion of 2 energies. And now the form that Sohan has become, can be said to be the 5 gods of Super Saiyan. The strength is even more powerful than ever before. Just now Sohan's casual punch can hit Grand Priest hard. This is the best proof. Ahem. Forcibly integrating 2 completely opposite energies into my body, not only did I not have any problems, but I actually completed fusion. I have to say, because you really brought me unexpected Jingzi once again, Your Honor. But this time, I can also fight with you passionately. Speaking of the powerful star power erupting from Grand Priest, then the upper body of the whole person began to gradually become somewhat translucent. On the body of the Grand Priest, various star patterns emerged. Although Sohan can't directly feel the strength of Grand Priest, but Sohan's directness told himself. The strength of Grand Priest in this state cannot be underestimated. Even Sohan feels that this kind of Grand Priest may be the most powerful existence of Grand Priest. Call. No matter how strong you become, I will not be defeated in this state. Come on. Let us both have a good fight. At this time, Grand Priest suddenly said with a smile. At this moment, the powerful energy erupting from Sohan's body has completely ignited the Grand Priest. So now the Grand Priest can't wait to have a sweaty battle with Sohan. As you wish. Sohan spoke slowly. However, the moment Sohan clenched his arms slightly, powerful energy burst out from his body again. Immediately afterwards, Sohan's body flashed, turning into a stream of silver light and attacking Grand Priest. Ask for flowers. And the Grand Priest at this time is also the same, frowning slightly. Then the body turned into star-like energy and rushed towards Sohan. Boom. At the moment when the 2 energies collide, the entire space seems to be collapsing. Became gradually distorted. Powerful shock waves swept through the entire space over and over again. How could this be? This space seems to be collapsing. If it goes on like this, it's over. Angel Vados' expression also became serious. Because he understands the seriousness of this matter. If the space they were in completely collapsed, they might be drawn into the turbulence of time and space. In this way, it will become very dangerous. The turbulent flow of time and space may be connected to the future, or it may be connected to the past. This is unpredictable. So if you really step into the chaotic flow of time and space, the result will definitely be very dangerous. Boom boom boom. Every fight between the 2 seems to change the surrounding space. At the moment when the detonation circle spread, space cracks completely appeared in the place where the space around them was severely distorted. Ho ho ho. Happy, really happy, this kind of battle is what I want to see. Grand Priest said loudly to Sohan while shaking his fist. But on the other side of the Grand Priest, Sohan's expression was a bit strange at the moment. Because of the relationship between 2 conflicting energies of forced fusion. At this moment, Sohan's body was already showing signs of rejection, and he even felt his head was a little befuddled. There is a flaw. Finally, in Sohan's trance, Grand Priest caught Sohan's gap, and then punched hard, directly knocked Sohan's body into the air. And Sohan's body completely lost consciousness under the power of Grand Priest's punch. Back to normal, then passed out. Fortunately, Vados hastily caught Sohan's fainting body, then hold it in your arms. Mr. Grand Priest, this space is about to collapse. Vados yelled anxiously. Call. Grand Priest didn't respond, and let out a slow breath. Then he opened his mouth and said, what a joyful battle. Because of the forced fusion, did you faint, but it has exceeded my expectations. Vados, this place is going to collapse, take all your identity and leave Guangzhou. The space they are in is already on the brink of collapse. Grand Priest knew this very well. Although this battle made Grand Priest feel a little unfinished, but his goal has been achieved. As for the battle that did not tell the winner, we can only continue after Sohan recovers. And even if Sohan didn't fall into a faint because of his physical energy just now, that's the end of their battle. The energy emitted by the two of them has exceeded the carrying range of this special space. If they continue to fight with this super energy, I am afraid that in less than a minute, this space will completely collapse. I see, Mr. Grand Priest. Vados nodded immediately after hearing Grand Priest's words. The moment her arm was stretched out, the angel staff appeared in her hand. 213. Then she tapped the ground lightly, and immediately a silver channel appeared in front of her. Masters of Gods of Destruction, if you don't want to be involved in the chaos of time and space, then please come with us. Vados glanced at the 5 gods of destruction, but ignored them, because this incident was originally caused by them. So Vados naturally has no good looks towards them. Then came to Son Goku's side, using the power of Angel to send Son Goku directly into the silver channel. Hey, what do you want to do to Master Sohan? Let go of me. Looking at the fainted Sohan, Son Goku became extremely nervous. Although intuition tells Son Goku, they will definitely not do anything to Sohan. But even so, Son Goku was still a little uneasy, and Vados seemed to see the worry in Son Goku's heart, and immediately explained, this gentleman, please rest assured. The law enforcement officer just had some physical problems and fainted, and he will wake up again in a short time. But before that, we need to take him to the temple. As for you, go back to the 6th universe and wait for us to come back. Vados said calmly. This is also something that Grand Priest told him a long time ago. Take Sohan away to the temple. This naturally crowns Sohan. After all, it is not a casual thing to become an official temple law enforcement officer. They still have some procedures that require Sohan to participate, and now it is determined that Sohan has enough strength to become an official temple law enforcement officer. Then of course you can take Sohan to the temple to be crowned. Okay, then Master Sohan will be counting on you. Saying that, Son Goku clasped his hands together and arched at Vados, and then he entered the passage without any hesitation. Although Son Goku still doesn't know exactly what Sohan's identity as a law enforcement officer is, but from the performance of all of them, Son Goku can guess that this identity should be very unusual. And now, after receiving Vados' explanation, Son Goku has also become relieved. After seeing everyone leave, Vados set his sights on Grand Priest again. What is different from before is that the Grand Priest has changed back to its original appearance at this time. Mr. Grand Priest is ready. Vados glanced at Sohan, who was still in a coma, in his arms, and then said, since everything is ready, let's take the law enforcement officer and leave. Saying that, Grand Priest's body turned in another direction. And at the moment Grand Priest turned his body, a colorful vortex of stars immediately appeared in front of him. This star vortex is naturally the entrance to the temple. Let's go, Vados. As he said that, the Grand Priest took the lead and entered the star channel. Vados followed closely behind with Sohan in his arms. Then there was a flash of white light. The 3 of them had already left that mysterious space, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived outside the temple. Ho ho. I don't know if Master Zeno will become very excited after meeting the law enforcement officer. Grand Priest put his fist to his mouth and said with a chuckle, it reminds me of the scene when Sohan came to the temple for the first time and they played Zeno hide and seek together. Grand Priest feels extra funny. Although he himself has long been immune to such things, but seeing the scene of Sohan, a newcomer playing hide and seek with Zeno, is still inexplicably funny. Hey, I guess this time it will definitely be necessary to play peekaboo with Master Zeno. Vados let out a helpless breath. No matter how dissatisfied I am in my heart, I can only proceed according to Zeno's arrangement. After all, for gods like them, making Zeno happy may be more important than anything else. As for the mentally retarded games like peekaboo, they have played it for a long time without knowing how many times. Even when they were young, Zeno would pull them over to play these retarded games together. Call out. At this time, a white light suddenly flashed in front of the eyes of the 3 of Grand Priest. The white light receded. The figure of Zeno and 2 guards appeared in front of him. Is the law enforcement officer back? Marshals, marshals. What? Grand Priest, my lawman is asleep. Zeno sensed Sohan's aura, and immediately asked his 2 guards to lead him to pursue him. Back to Mr. Zeno, Mr. Law Enforcer temporarily passed out because of the energy conflict in his body. It should take 2 more days of rest before I can wake up. Grand Priest looked at Zeno. Taguchi said calmly. Oh, So it looks like this, then Grand Priest, hurry up and wake up my law enforcement officer. I just want to play peekaboo with the lawman. Although Zeno heard Grand Priest's words, he selectively heard 0.6. In other words, he only heard that this person was a law enforcement officer. As for fainting and energy conflicts, Zeno didn't take it seriously at all. Okay, Master Zeno. Grand Priest had no choice but to put his arm on Sohan's forehead. Use your own star power to help Sohan quickly stabilize the restless energy in his body, so that he can quickly return to normal. However, this will consume a lot of money for him. But since Zeno spoke up, it was hard for the priest to refuse that day. Because Zeno is not asking for his opinion, but an absolute command. Asterisk drink. Accompanied by a deep voice came from Grand Priest's mouth. Immediately, Sohan felt a burst of energy flow into his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% of the power of the stars. What's going on? Sohan shook his drowsy head weakly. But this feeling soon disappeared, and was replaced by a very warm feeling. A minute later, Sohan felt his whole body was filled with a burst of powerful energy. Then Sohan's closed eyes suddenly opened. Vados. When Sohan woke up, he noticed that he was actually in Vados' arms, and there were two soft sensations in his chest. Ahem. Master Law Enforcement Officer, you are awake. Seeing that Sohan woke up, Vados hurriedly let go of Sohan's body, and coughed dryly. Enforcer, you are awake, that's great, so we can start the game. After seeing Sohan wake up, Zeno on the side also clapped his hands excitedly and said, Forward. Master Zeno, you are here. It was only at this time that Sohan noticed that Zeno was by his side. After Sohan looked around, he realized that they were already in the temple of Zeno. Why did I come here all of a sudden? Sohan frowned slightly, and said inwardly. He remembered that he was fighting the Grand Priest before, and Sohan remembered that there seemed to be some problems with his body during the battle. Because of the relationship between the two completely different energy fusions of the Forcible Master, Sohan's body was in a high-intensity battle with the Grand Priest. Something went wrong. Caused himself to faint in the end. But why is there nothing wrong with me? And I feel that my physical strength has become stronger. Even the power has also become stronger. By the way, just now I seemed to hear the voice of the system in a daze. At this time, Sohan recalled that when he was still in a daze, he heard the system's notification tone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% of the power of the stars. Soon Sohan found this message from the system. The power of the stars, is it actually the power of the stars of the Grand Priest? Could it be that? Thinking of this, Sohan immediately set his eyes on Grand Priest. Then the Grand Priest who turned into a child appeared in front of Sohan. But different from everything before, the look on Grand Priest's face at this time is obviously a little weak. It's like consuming a lot of energy. Looking at Grand Priest's somewhat weak appearance, coupled with the system's notification sound, Sohan can be sure. It must have been the Grand Priest just now, using the power of the stars to help him balance and restore the two energies in Tii's body. Otherwise, the energy in Yingzi's body should not suddenly return to normal. Master Law Enforcement Officer, Master Zeno has been waiting for you for a long time. If your body is fine, then we can start the game. Grand Priest looked at Sohan with a calm face and said. His face no longer had the small face that he could keep no matter what he encountered, and of course he had no other emotions. It's all right now, since Master Zeno has been waiting for me for a long time, let's start as soon as possible. Sohan said lightly. Now that we have come to the temple, it is natural to have a mentally retarded game with Zeno, and Sohan has long been aware of this. So naturally I won't say much. After all, if Zeno, who is mentally retarded, doesn't let me play games with her when he comes to the temple, then there will be a big problem. But because of the previous incident, Sohan has long been paralyzed. What can he do? Resist and can't resist, so blow back and don't dare to resist, enjoy it. Yes. Finally able to play games with the enforcer. After hearing Sohan's words, Zeno jumped up excitedly. As for the next step, the six of them started the peekaboo contest. Zeno is still the ghost. 3 days passed in a flash. And after 3 days of hide and seek, Zeno finally had a good time. It's great, how happy I am playing again this time. It's all thanks to the law enforcement officer. Every time I play games with the law enforcement officer, I feel very happy. Zeno sat on his throne, patted his palm and said very satisfied. Nothing. Master Zeno, as long as you are satisfied. Sohan let out a sigh of relief, although the peekaboo before had made Sohan a little numb. But these 3 days of peekaboo still made Sohan complain. But there is no way, who makes himself not as good as Grand Priest. But at the same time, Sohan has also secretly made up his mind to wait until the time when his strength surpasses Zeno's. Be sure to take Zeno's head off and kick the ball. Master Zeno has one more thing. At this time, Grand Priest spoke. Oh, Grand Priest, do you have anything else to do? Zeno looked at Grand Priest with some doubts, because it was time for him to sleep immediately after playing the game. Yes, Master Zeno, because Mr. Sohan was just seeing law enforcement officers at the moment. Not yet a real law enforcement officer, but after the final assessment before, I think Mr. Sohan has the qualifications to become an official temple law enforcement officer. So I think it's almost time for Mr. Huang to become an official temple law enforcement officer. In other words, Mr. Sohan can now be crowned. Grand Priest spoke quickly because he knew Zeno didn't like to bother with these things. so he is just a simple return. Do what you should do. Oh, coronation, that's it. Hearing this, Zeno nodded. Then he waved to Sohan. 857 Sohan was a little confused for a moment. He didn't quite understand what it meant to be fully open. But while playing Vados, he hurriedly put his arm on Sohan's waist. Then he said quietly, Master Law Enforcement Officer, Master Zeno is letting you go. Crown you personally. After hearing what Vados said, Sohan froze for a moment, then immediately nodded and said, Thank you, I see. Immediately Sohan stepped forward and came in front of Zeno. And Zeno's body slowly floated up at this time. Finally came to the place where Sohan's head was parallel. Then Zeno immediately stretched out his little hand, as if turning into a gun gesture. Aim at the center of Sohan's eyebrows. Boom. Then Zeno uttered the sound of a gun like a child. But at this moment, Sohan immediately felt endless and powerful energy pouring into his body like a tide. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 30% erasing power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40% of the power of the stars. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% Zeno powers. As the system prompt sounded in Sohan's mind, Sohan froze in place. Fuck. Really? Hardcore is crowned. The other 30% is Zeno powers, this is simply the uncrowned king. After flipping through the system prompts again, I really felt a storm in my heart. Alright. Next, I'm going to rest, I'm going to recharge my energy, and I'm looking forward to the next game with the law enforcement officer. After finishing speaking, Zeno came to his two guards. Then with a flash of white light, Zeno and the two guards beside him all disappeared in the same place. Ho ho. It looks like Zeno-sama is too tired. If that's the case, let me say what Zeno-sama didn't finish just now. Grand Priest looked at Sohan and said with a smile. My Lord Law Enforcement Officer, I think you should have felt it just now. That's right. This is the coronation ceremony of our temple. Master Zeno should have given you all these cultivation methods. As for how much you can master, it still needs your own efforts. However, I believe that with the talent of the law enforcement officer, it shouldn't take long to fully master it. As Zeno's steward, the Grand Priest is naturally very clear about the content of the coronation, because he has part of the energy, which also comes from this. Just now I felt some information pouring into my mind, so it is like this. Thanks Grand Priest for the pointer. Sohan symbolically clasped his fists and smiled. But he was already secretly happy in his heart. Because of the relationship between the system, the abilities transmitted to him can be easily mastered without much study. And just when Zeno imported those abilities into Sohan's mind, Sohan had already fully mastered those things. 30% Zeno ability, 40% astral power and 30% erasure ability. This simply made Sohan a little unbelievable. You must know that you have already mastered 40% of the erasing power, plus the 30% of the erasing power that Zeno gave yourself just now. Now I already have 70% of the erasure supernatural power. With 70% erasing supernatural power, Sohan feels that even Zeno may not be able to easily erase himself now. In addition, he has an immortal body. Don't thank me, practice hard and master all the things Master Zeno entrusted to you, this is what you should do most. Grand Priest nodded in satisfaction. Similarly, Grand Priest is looking forward to Sohan's next performance. When Sohan masters all these energies taught by Zeno, I am afraid that he can use his full strength to fight against the opponent at this moment. By the way, Mr. Grand Priest, Son Goku who came with me earlier. I don't know how he is now. That's when Sohan thought about Son Goku. And I have brought Son Goku's purpose to so many great battles. I guess if Son Goku is not dead now, his strength should have broken through a lot. Even Sohan himself is looking forward to the next battle between gods and gods. What will become of it? But it cannot be denied that if Gods of Destruction Beerus in the original book wants to easily defeat Son Goku, it may not be an easy task. Master Law Enforcement Officer, don't worry, Mr. Son Goku was sent to the 6th universe by me, there is no danger. At this time, Angel Vados spoke. Before the space collapsed, Vados sent Sohan into the passage to the 6th universe. So there must be no problems with Son Goku now. The 6th universe. Hearing this, Sohan couldn't help frowning slightly, because he is very clear about the current situation of the 6th universe. Gods of Destruction Compa has been erased by himself. It is estimated that this universe will choose a new Gods of Destruction next. Mr. Grand Priest, since we don't have anything to do here, I'll take a step ahead. After all, I am now an official law enforcement officer, so I still need to take my job seriously. Sohan looked at Grand Priest and said with a chuckle. The godly aura of the Zeno Temple is strong, so it would be a very good thing if one could cultivate in this place. But if the price of practicing here is to play those retarded games with Zeno, then Sohan will choose to refuse without hesitation. He is not mentally retarded, nor is he in the habit of being mentally retarded. So Sohan doesn't want to stay in this place for too long if he can. After all, no one knows if Zeno will wake up suddenly, and then pull himself to play those mentally retarded games. Ho ho, the law enforcement officer is really impatient. That's not enough, in fact, you don't have to worry too much, because the matter before you and the 6 gods of destruction has already spread in 12 universes. So I think that the remaining Shuoshin and Shenming who are on the cusp of this crisis are even more courageous. I should not dare to commit crimes against the wind at this time. Grand Priest said with a smile. because before Kampa started, he contacted all 12 gods of destruction, but only 5 of them agreed. And others are holding the mentality of watching a movie. So now after they learned that the 6 gods of destruction failed to kill a human being together, and even gods of destruction Kampa was killed by the opponent, it is estimated that all the gods and gods of destruction should be safe for a long time. After all, no one wants to provoke such a killing god. The opponent even dared to erase the gods of destruction, so what other gods did he dare not get rid of? And one more thing. You must be aware, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, that because gods of destruction Kampa of the 6th universe is no longer there, the current 6th universe has no suitable candidate to take over the position of gods of destruction. So I hope that Mr. Law Enforcement Officer can take the time to act as the gods of destruction of the 6th universe if he has time. But Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, don't worry, we will train a suitable candidate as soon as possible. Grand Priest looked at Sohan and smiled again. That's why he asked Vados to keep Son Goku in the 6th universe relationship. Because Grand Priest had already thought about how to deal with the next thing. A universe cannot exist without gods of destruction. And because Kampa did not cultivate candidates for gods of destruction before it was wiped out, this has led to the fact that it will not be possible to select a suitable candidate to be the gods of destruction for a while. Fortunately, Sohan, the law enforcement officer, happened to also master the power of destruction. It's only fitting that it will serve as gods of destruction for a while, temporarily serving as the gods of destruction of the 6th universe. Hearing this, Sohan frowned slightly. The words of the Grand Priest really made Sohan a little confused. No, Wang Li's, Sohan thought about it for a while and realized that this is also normal. After all, a universe as big as the universe, how could it work without gods of destruction? Moreover, Kampa did not cultivate candidates for gods of destruction like Vermit did, so it is natural that there will be no real gods of destruction in this period of time. And I have the destructive power of gods of destruction, so Grand Priest will think of me? I don't know what the law enforcement officer wants. By the way, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, you don't have to stay in the 6th universe all the time, you only need to go to the 6th universe occasionally to destroy those useless planets and complete the job of gods of destruction. Seeing Sohan thinking about it, Grand Priest spoke again. Yes, but I also have a request. It doesn't really hurt Sohan to temporarily act as gods of destruction of the 6th universe. And for Sohan with instant transmission, destroying some planets is a breeze. However, the request that should be mentioned must still be raised. Although there is no harm to Sohan in temporarily acting as the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, Sohan still has to raise the request that should be raised. And Sohan is not a very kind person. The 6 gods of destruction attacked him together, and currently only gods of destruction Kampa himself has been punished. As for the other 5 gods of destruction, Sohan naturally did not intend to let them go easily. Even if you don't kill them, it will definitely not make them feel better. Condition. Ho, I don't know what your conditions are, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. Grand Priest looked at Sohan and said with a smile. However, regarding the conditions mentioned by Sohan, Grand Priest already had some guesses in his mind. Since those 5 guys dared to attack the law enforcement officer, it was already a capital offense in itself. But if you deal with 6 gods of destruction at once, it may be a bit troublesome. Because it is not possible to train a qualified gods of destruction overnight. It takes a lot of hard work and a lot of testing. It is certainly impossible to pull someone out as gods of destruction. But now Sohan just killed a gods of destruction, and he has no way to find a substitute gods of destruction in time. If the other 5 gods of destruction are really dealt with together, I am afraid that the universe will be messed up because of the priest's feeling. Mr. Grand Priest, you should also understand that although I, Sohan, am not a bad person, I am definitely not a good person either. Although the mastermind of this incident, Kampa, has been erased by me. But if the other 5 people just let them go like this, wouldn't it be unreasonable? Sohan looked at Grand Priest and said calmly. And you must know that now you are the temple law enforcement officer. My duty is to supervise the work of the gods, and now someone dares to attack me. If Sohan forgives easily, how can I continue my work in the future? That's right, they rashly attacked the law enforcement officer, which itself should be a capital offense, but... My Lord Law Enforcement Officer, you should also be aware that the selection and training of the gods of destruction is not an easy task. Now it is only the 6th universe. The universe without the gods of destruction already needs you to come and act as a temporary. So if possible, I still hope that the law enforcement officer can spare them. When Grand Priest said these words, it was entirely in a negotiating tone. Because if Sohan is not the temple law enforcement officer now, then these things are naturally still up to him Grand Priest. But now it's different, Sohan has completed Zeno's coronation. Check, this also means that Sohan is now an official temple law enforcement officer. As for the problems that everyone needs to be punished, this should naturally be carried out by Sohan, the temple law enforcement officer. Sohan even has the final say on how to deal with those nonsense gods. Well, Grand Priest, don't worry, I understand your concerns, and this is also my duty. As you said just now, if the 6 universes are all without gods of destruction, I'm afraid it will really become very troublesome. However, the gods of destruction of the 11th universe has already cultivated a candidate who can use the power of destruction, so I think even if the 11th universe gods of destruction really disappears, the impact on the 11th universe will not be too great. As he spoke, a smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth. If the gods of destruction of the other 4 universes were only instigated by Kampa, then Vermit, the god of destruction of the 11th universe, undoubtedly knowingly committed a crime. But this is also normal. After all, I have taught the opponent a lesson in the 11th universe before. So Vermit will come to revenge himself, which is actually a very reasonable thing. But since Vermit has done such a thing, he will naturally have to bear certain consequences for it. Is that so? A candidate that has been trained by the 11th universe? If that's the case, then please do what you want, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. As long as it doesn't affect the normal operation of the universe. After all, you are the law enforcement officer now. Grand Priest looked at Sohan and said calmly. Now that Sohan has already made up his mind, there is no need for him to continue talking. And if you talk too much, it may not be a good thing. I still have my own things to prepare for. As for the life of 1 or 2 gods of destruction, if you die, you die. It's not a big deal. And gods of destruction is just a little difficult to cultivate, but it's not impossible to cultivate. In that case, Mr. Grand Priest, I'll take the first step. Saying that, Sohan nodded towards Grand Priest. Then he put his hand on Vado's shoulder. In this regard, Vados did not refuse. Instead, he smiled happily at Sohan. My Lord Law Enforcement Officer, let's set off now. As he spoke, the staff in Vado's hand tapped lightly on the ground. Then the two directly entered the Silver Passage. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the two returned to the 6th universe from the temple. Sohan can only say that the world of gods of destruction in the 6th universe is no different from the world of gods of destruction in the 7th universe. As expected, Kampa and Beerus are brothers, but they even have the same hobbies. The ground of the entire 6th universe is purple. Even the palace of the gods of destruction Kampa is a big tree very similar to Beerus. I can't agree with this aesthetic. Sohan shook his head helplessly. Master Sohan, Master Sohan. Great, so you've recovered. At this moment, Son Goku also sensed Sohan's aura, and rushed over immediately. But Son Goku at this moment is very different from a few days ago. At this moment, Son Goku's aura has changed a lot. The momentum has become stronger. It seems that Mr. Son Goku has been practicing here very well during this time. Vados looked at Son Goku and said calmly, Hey, that's because this place is simply too suitable for cultivation. The aura of God is very strong. I feel that if I practice in this place for a longer period of time, my strength can definitely be improved. Son Goku scratched his head and said with a smile, That's right Son Goku, it looks like I made the right choice to bring you out. And you didn't disappoint me. Sohan stepped forward and patted Son Goku on the shoulder and said, Okay. However, Master Sohan, the power you erupted in the end was too powerful. I feel like I'm about to suffocate in such a faraway place. It's really scary. Son Goku looked at Sohan adoringly and said, You're talking about infusing the breath of God into Super Saiyan's body. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Looking at Son Goku's adoring eyes, Sohan said with a smile. At the same time, Sohan already had an idea in his heart, to take Son Goku to the 11th universe, and by the way, he can see how this guy's strength has improved. Really. After hearing Sohan's words, Son Goku froze in place. Because he never thought that Sohan would say such a thing. This is something he never thought of. Although the energy Sohan used at that time was extremely terrifying. But Son Goku knew in his heart that it was definitely not an easy task to obtain such powerful energy. It can even be very difficult. Otherwise, Master Sohan wouldn't have passed out completely in a short time after using this energy. So from this, Son Goku can be sure that although this ability is against the sky, but the Jedi are not ordinary people, can easily master. Son Goku has self-knowledge, even a powerful existence like Master Sohan cannot fully control that power. Can it really be done if it is replaced by yourself? And this is why Son Goku's reaction after hearing Sohan's words was not excited and happy, but a little sluggish. Haha. Although it is difficult, but I believe Son Goku, with your strength, it should not be particularly difficult to achieve this. It's just that I can completely control that power now, don't you believe my words? Sohan naturally noticed Son Goku's reaction, and he understood that it was normal for Son Goku to show such a reaction. Although that energy is huge, but if you really want to overcontrol it, I'm afraid it's really not something that anyone can do. Even Sohan passed out directly before, so you can imagine how huge this energy is. But that's a thing of the past. Now Sohan has mastered 80% of the energy of the stars, so Sohan is very confident that he can perfectly control that energy. Even Son Goku can master it perfectly without a problem. Gilo. Master Sohan, are you serious? After Son Goku heard Sohan's words, although his heart was already turbulent, he still looked at Sohan suspiciously on the surface. If he hadn't seen the scene where Sohan fainted, then Son Goku would have believed Sohan without question. But now Son Goku doesn't think so, because he knows the horror of this energy, and he is also a little worried. If Master Sohan accidentally hurt himself while helping to master this energy, then Son Goku would definitely blame himself very much. So if there is no absolute certainty, Son Goku doesn't want Sohan to risk it for himself. It looks like you don't believe what I said, but that's normal. In that case, I'll let you take a good look at it. A smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth as he spoke. Drink. Then a deep roar came from Sohan's mouth. Srustling. The arrogance instantly enveloped Sohan's entire body. In the next moment, white hairs grew on Sohan's body, and the hairs also grew long and white rapidly. In the end it directly became Super Saiyan 5. Look out for Son Goku. This is exactly the Super Saiyan 5 you've been thinking about, but there's still a long way to go for you now. Sohan, who became the 5th queen of Super Saiyan, glanced at Son Goku with his piercing eyes. The moment Son Goku was stared at by Sohan, his back felt like he was falling into an ice house. Then, in a very unbelievable tone, he muttered to himself, Super Saiyan 5. It really is exactly what I thought. Such a huge power, if I can master it, I should have no problem defeating those gods of destruction. Thinking of this, Son Goku looked at Sohan with fiery eyes. Because he knows that the only person in the whole world who can turn himself into Super Saiyan 5 is his master, Sohan. Otherwise, no one in this world can help him. This is shocking. But it's normal, after all, the aura exuded by Super Saiyan 5 is still very strong. But as for Super Saiyan 5, it's still too far away for you now. But if you just integrate the power of God into Super Saiyan, I can help you do this right now. After speaking, under the shocked eyes of Vados and Son Goku, Sohan released the breath of God in his body. And these divine auras did not conflict with each other this time as Sohan did before. Instead, they depend on each other like a pair of lovers. In the end, the two energies gradually merged into one. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterwards, terrifying energies spewed out from Sohan's body. And how powerful are these energies? Ask for flowers. The indestructible gods of destruction world under Sohan's feet collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, then slowly turned to dust. He actually did it. This huge energy, now he may really be able to compete with Grand Priest. Vados looked in astonishment at the gods of destruction world that was slowly being reduced to ashes. But she didn't stop, because he knew that Sohan was at a critical moment now, and if he was interrupted, he might be in danger. And as for this being the gods of destruction world, Vados has long seen that Sohan doesn't seem to like it here. If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. At that time, you can use the power of Angel yourself to reshape a gods of destruction world. Although it is a bit troublesome, Vados believes that if Sohan can be satisfied, then it will be worth it. Good. So amazing. Master Sohan, you really have mastered this energy, if I can master it too. Gilo. Thinking of this, Son Goku swallowed subconsciously. The excitement in my heart. It can no longer be expressed in words. If I can also master it, even if it's not Super Saiyan 5 that incorporates the power of God, but Super Saiyan 4 that incorporates the power of God, then the power I got is enough to compete with gods of destruction. Son Goku looked at Sohan as if a raging fire was burning in his eyes. The whole person became a surge of excitement. It's not over yet. Seeing the astonished expressions of the two, Sohan smiled slightly. Then he clenched his fists again. The surging energy instantly crushed the festering gods of destruction world into powder. As for Son Goku and Vados, if it weren't for Vados' protection with Angel's power in advance, I'm afraid the two of them would be so close together. Even if he didn't die, he would probably be severely injured. Master Law Enforcement Officer. Please stop. If this continues, it will not only destroy the gods of destruction world, even the entire 6th universe will be hit hard. Seeing that Sohan was still raising his energy, even Vados became anxious at this moment. After Sohan heard the other party's words, his body also paused. Then he glanced around. When Sohan noticed all the dilapidated things around me, he immediately stopped the momentum of continuing to improve. Because Sohan also knew that if he didn't stop at this time and let himself release all his strength, then what would be destroyed later would not be just a gods of destruction world. Not even the entire 6th universe was spared. If it was Sohan before, maybe he wouldn't care much. After all, even if the 6th universe is destroyed, it has nothing to do with Sohan. But things are different now. The current Sohan is anyway the temporary gods of destruction of the 6th universe. Destroying the original gods of destruction world is not a big problem. But if the entire 6th universe is really destroyed, it will be really troublesome. Call. After exhaling, Sohan took back the strength into his body. This time, I really want to thank you for your reminder. If you don't remind me in time, I'm afraid I will use the power of the stars. Sohan glanced at Vados thoughtfully, then said with a smile. And there is nothing to hide about the fact that he has mastered the power of the stars. After all, not all of his star power is obtained from Grand Priest, but part of it is obtained from Zeno. So there is no doubt about it. The power of the stars. But even so, after hearing Sohan's words, Vados still froze for a moment. Although I know that Zeno's coronation ceremony is actually helping Sohan become stronger and giving him a stronger power zone. But those powers are just the method of cultivation, and will not directly improve your strength. So if you want to improve your strength and thoroughly master the resting ability, you still need to practice. But he didn't expect that in just half a day, Sohan had already mastered the power of the stars. The original gods of destruction world has become like this. Tisk tisk. Sohan shook helplessly. Then he looked at Vados with a smile and said, the world of Vados gods of destruction has become like this, there should be no need to restore it. I don't think it's better. How about rebuilding a gods of destruction world? For this gods of destruction world that is completely wrapped in purple, Li Han can't think of any favors at all. So if it is destroyed, it is destroyed. The repruning was done, and even without Vados' help, Sohan felt like he could make a whole new gods of destruction world from scratch. After all, he has 30% of Xeno's magical powers. Want to create a planet, a region, this is not too simple. Actually, if the law enforcement officer doesn't like this place, you can tell me directly, Vados said with a smile. But this also confirmed that her previous conjecture was indeed correct. In fact, it's normal to think about it. After all, Master Kompa and Master Beerus, the two gods of destruction brothers' aesthetics, really make people disagree. And now that tens of thousands of years have passed, Vados even feels that looking at it more is a hot eye. Now that it has been destroyed, it is a good time to take this opportunity to cultivate a gods of destruction world that you like. Haha, it looks like Miss Vados, you don't like the way it is here either. If this is the case, the construction of the new gods of destruction world will be entrusted to you, Vados. Since the other party doesn't like the style of the previous gods of destruction world, it's naturally the best. Just give it to the other party to build it. And now Sohan has other things to do. That is to help Son Goku regain his strength. In this case, when I go to the 11th universe next, I should not have to do it myself? Well, since the law enforcement officer entrusts this matter to me, then I will not let you down. Vados nodded slowly. He didn't expect that Sohan would let her design it directly, so that he could build the new gods of destruction world to his liking. Son Goku, you should believe it by now. Sohan glanced at Son Goku and spoke. In fact, without the help of the Grand Priest, Yinhan felt that it would not be an easy task for him to fuse those two energies. At least not in a short period of time. But with the help of the power of the stars, it will be completely different. Because the power of the stars can't help being powerful, but also has a more magical power, that is, he has a strong comprehensive ability. In the process of mutual fusion between the breath and the breath of God, only a part of the power of the stars needs to be released. It can come down the two energies that were originally hostile to each other, even become interdependent. So how can Sohan quickly fuse the two energies? And since Grand Priest can do this, then Sohan thinks he can definitely help Son Goku do it too. Aha! Master Sohan, I'm really surprised. I never thought that those two diametrically opposite energies are actually mastered by you. And I can feel that what you released just now is not all the power. I'm afraid your current strength has surpassed the time when you fought the Grand Priest. Son Goku looked at Sohan with a look of admiration, and the respect and admiration for Sohan in his heart was beyond words. Okay, you don't need to say more if it's useless, and what you say is not very good. If you want to learn it or not, I will teach you if you want to learn it. If you don't want to learn it, I can send you back to the 7th universe right now. Sohan also didn't bother to talk nonsense with Son Goku, because Son Goku's level of flattering is really not very good. So Sohan didn't bother to listen. Want to learn? Why don't you want to learn? With such a powerful energy, why would I not want to study? Not only do I want to learn, I also want to use this power to protect the earth. Son Goku looked at Sohan with firm eyes. At this moment, Son Goku's whole body became excited. As long as I can master these abilities, then I can definitely become stronger, and even if I face gods of destruction Son Goku in the future, I won't worry about it. Because of the relationship with Sohan, Son Goku naturally also knows 12 universes, and each universe has its own gods of destruction. And from the attitude of the previous gods of destruction towards Master Sohan, it can be seen that the gods of destruction are not good people. So Son Goku is also a little worried about this. What if the gods of destruction of their universe wants to destroy the earth one day? Are you capable of defeating them? But there is one thing Son Goku is very firm about, no matter whether he is capable or not. Son Goku won't give up on earth. Haha. Okay, if that's the case, let's start by becoming a Super Saiyan God. Sohan looked at Son Goku's determined expression and said with a smile. If you want to integrate the power of God into Super Saiyan, the first step must be to have enough breath of God. This is very important. Although Son Goku has learned the breath of God, he still has too little grasp of the power of God. The power of God is simply not enough. So if you want to improve Son Goku's strength to a greater extent and become Super Saiyan God, this is naturally a shortcut. And turning Son Goku into a Super Sailor is a no-brainer for Sohan. Just take Son Goku to the planet Sharda in the 6th universe. After all, there are many Saiyans in this universe, and it is not difficult to create 5 Saiyans with a heart of justice. And this is the quickest way Sohan can think of. In this way, let Son Goku quickly become Super Saiyan God, and then only need to stabilize the power of Super Saiyan God. Then Sohan can help Son Goku integrate the power of Super Saiyan God into Super Saiyan 4. Become Super Saiyan God. Master Sohan, the Super Saiyan God you are referring to is the state that you have become before I can't detect the breath. Son Goku looked at Sohan with some doubts. Although Sohan has turned into Super Saiyan God in front of him many times, but even so, Son Goku still doesn't quite understand what Super Saiyan God is. More or less. But you don't need to care too much, you just need to know that the first step needs to turn you into a Super Saiyan God. Sohan said lightly. Although Son Goku is the protagonist, he is not very smart. So Sohan didn't bother to explain too much to him. The world of Vados gods of destruction will be handed over to you. I will take Son Goku to practice elsewhere. While saying that, Sohan didn't wait for Vados to answer, and directly used instant transmission to disappear in the same place. Call. Let's go. Well, now I can concentrate on building the new gods of destruction realm. Vados exhaled helplessly, and then continued to use the power of Angel to build a new gods of destruction world. However, it is not easy to rebuild a Gods of Destruction world. At least with Veido's current efficiency, it will take about 3 days to complete. So Sohan took Son Goku to practice elsewhere at this time, so she could just concentrate on it. On the other side, Sohan and Son Goku have appeared above the planet Sharda. This is the planet Sharda? Master Sohan, are we going to embarrass us here? Son Goku asked Sohan with some doubts. Although the planet Sharda is a very good planet, if you practice here, the efficiency of cultivation cannot be compared with that of cultivation in the world of Gods of Destruction. Because the world of Gods of Destruction, whether it is gravity or the breath of God, is very strong. Where to practice, Son Goku feels that it is definitely much faster than in this place. So he didn't quite understand why Master Sohuang brought himself here. Don't ask too many questions, just follow me. Sohan gave Son Goku a blank look, and now he doesn't bother to explain to him. It's no use talking too much. Son Goku, this guy's comprehension is too low. Oh, alright. Hearing this, Son Goku just nodded, and then didn't say anything more. But just when they entered the planet Sharda, 3 Saiyans flew towards them. It was Saiyan Gabe, Saiyan Caulifla, and Carl who came. Master Son Goku, and Master Sohan. So you are here. Feeling a powerful aura approaching, Gabe originally thought some enemy was approaching. He breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that it was Son Goku and Sohan who came. But this is also normal. After the automatic universe pirates were wiped out by Sohan's group, their entire 6th universe was cleaned up a lot. Now basically can't even see any unfair things. Hi Gabby. Long time no see, has your strength improved? Do you want to fight me again? Son Goku looked at Gabe and said excitedly. Although Son Goku knows that the other party is just an ordinary Saiyan, his strength is definitely not comparable to his own. But seeing Saiyan Son Goku just like me, I still can't help but want to fight with him. Hehe, forget it, Master, I'm not your match. Gabe scratched his head in embarrassment. He naturally understands that he is definitely not Son Goku's opponent, and Gabe is not some fighting madman. Since he was invincible, it would be fine not to fight the opponent. Master Sohan, is there any important thing for you to come to planet Sharda this time? At this time, Caulifla, who had been silent next to Gabe, suddenly spoke. There's definitely something going on. I need you guys to do me a favor, Gabby. Saying that, Sohan set his sights on Gabe. Then, under the puzzled eyes of the other party, Sohan said again, Gabi, I need you to create 5 Saiyans with a heart of justice to help me. Of course, as for what is the heart of justice and what is the definition, I am not very clear about this. Is this, the heart of justice? Is it possible that it is Saiyan with a sense of justice? Regardless, since Master Sohan has spoken, this matter must be done no matter what made it. After all, if it wasn't for Lord Sohan before, the entire planet Sharda would no longer exist. Hearing this, Ping secretly said in his heart, Sohan saved his own life, and even the life of the King of Saiyan. Also saved the entire planet Sharda. So Gabe is very grateful to Sohan, and now that they have something to help each other, naturally, Nagabi would not stand idly by. He will definitely find a way to help Sohan no matter what. Master Sohan, please come to Hall 753 of our Saiyan Palace first. Just leave it to me. After speaking, Gabe led everyone into the Saiyan Palace. After everyone fell down, Gabe immediately found the elite members of his salad team. Of course, the 5 people Gabe found were not the most powerful, but the ones with the most sense of justice. A total of 25 people were found. It can be said that Jiabe is still very good at handling things, at least finding a few more is definitely not wrong. After all, some people are righteous on the surface, but whether they have a heart of justice is another matter. Then Sohan guided them, hand in hand and injecting heart power into Son Goku's body. As for your mysterious ritual, Son Goku is somewhat puzzled. But he didn't refuse, because he believed in Sohan, and he believed that Sohan would never deceive him. Since this is what Master Sohan asked him to do, he just needs to accept it. In the end, as expected. Although he failed in the first round, he completely turned Son Goku into a super evil god red in the second round. This is the Super Saiyan God. Although not as powerful as Super Saiyan 4, it feels amazing. The energy running in the whole human body has undergone some changes. And I feel like these powers can be improved. Son Goku looked at his hands in disbelief, turning into a superhuman god, a very miraculous experience. The power of God. You are right, Son Goku, the power in your body is the power of God. And these divine powers can be improved according to your cultivation. Sohan looked at Son Goku who had become a Super Saiyan, and then said lightly, as expected, can it really become stronger? No wonder Master Sohan can change into various states of color. Hearing this, Son Goku became excited again. Because what he has seen is the pink and rose purple that Sohan has turned into. There is also the gray and white used now. Haha, it's not easy to reach my state. What you should do now is to cultivate the power of God. Sohan looked at Son Goku and said again. Now that Son Goku has become a super sailor, it is only necessary to let Son Goku stabilize these first. And their next step is naturally to fuse the 2 diametrically opposite energies. Also only in this way can Son Goku's strength be improved. It is good. At this time, Son Goku was completely immersed in the wonder of the power of God, and did not repeat what Sohan said, but just nodded symbolically. Thank you Jake, our goal this time has been accomplished. Sohan looked at Gabe and said lightly. I have saved the other party before, so asking the other party to help me now is not too much strength. And in fact, he is not himself, but Son Goku. You're welcome Master Sohan, you have helped us before, this is what we should do. Gabby said with a smile. It is already an honor for them to help Sohan. Sohan nodded, said goodbye to Gabe, and left the planet Sharda with Son Goku. As for the method of making Super Saiyan God, even if Gabe and the others know about Sohan, they don't care. Because even if they have a few Super Saiyan gods on the Sharda planet, this will not have any impact on Sohan. Because in a place like planet Sharda that lacks the breath of God, even if they can really become Super Saiyan, at best, it can only make a small number of people become Super Saiyan. And only the weakest red. You can't compare yourself at all. So Sohan naturally has no need to worry. Because the gods of destruction realm of the 6th universe is still under construction, Sohan didn't take Son Goku directly back to the gods of destruction realm to practice. Instead, he started training in a place relatively close to the gods of destruction world. Sohan didn't want their practice to delay Vato's pruning speed. Sure enough, only the speed of cultivation in the world of gods of destruction is the fastest. After Son Goku practiced for a period of time, he spoke very excitedly. Because of the strength of the breath of God, the speed of 1 day of cultivation in the gods of destruction world is probably much faster than the speed of 1 month of cultivation in the world of salami. Okay, don't smear the ink, hurry up and practice, the power of God in your body is still not enough. Sohan tapped Son Goku on the back of the head very hard and said, Oh. After being hit by Sohan, Son Goku immediately entered into the practice again. Don't dare to be lazy anymore. 3 days later, under Sohan's guidance, the divine power in Son Goku's body was finally saturated a lot. While not surpassing Saiyan God Red, turned blue. But as long as you give Son Goku a while, it's probably about the same. But Sohan didn't have much time to waste. He is now going to help Sohan complete the energy fusion. Son Goku becomes Super Saiyan 4. Sohan looked at Son Goku and said. He had already wasted a lot of time on Son Goku, so Sohan naturally didn't intend to waste time on him. He's going to kill Vermit now. It is good. Son Goku nodded heavily without any hesitation. Haha. Then Son Goku let out a low growl, and powerful energy burst out from his body. Rustling. The arrogance instantly enveloped Son Goku's body. Then at this time, red hair grew rapidly on Son Goku's body. The red tail also swung deftly behind it. Sharp eyes. Very good. The next step is also the most critical. You don't need to have any psychological pressure, because I am here. There will be no surprises. Sohan looked at Son Goku very seriously, and then patted Son Goku on the shoulder. Next, mobilize the power of God to me and let them fusion. Son Goku still didn't have any hesitation, nor did he have any extra words. Close your eyes slightly and feel the flow of the breath of God in your body. In the end, he directly mobilized the power of God and the breath in his body to fuse. The body, it's so hot, they seem to be fighting inside. In the next second, Son Goku rolled on the ground in pain. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on the forehead of the whole person. And his whole expression also became ferocious. Okay, so painful. After seeing Son Goku's reaction, Sohan walked directly to Son Goku's side without any pause, then put his arm between Sohan's eyebrows. A force of stars flowed from Sohan's fingertips to Son Goku's eyebrows. Then Son Goku's whole face also softened at this time. Finally fell asleep. Haha, sure enough, as I guessed, in this way, Son Goku should not be affected in any way when he transforms next time. After inspecting Son Goku's body and finding that there was no problem, Sohan said with a smile. A moment later Son Goku woke up. Then Kazeo with a shocked face touched his body. He couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that he was actually intact. Because of the fiery feeling just now, Son Goku felt that his porn media was about to be ignited. Very painful. But now there is nothing at all. Wang Nyazeo. Don't get excited Son Goku, your shock is yet to come. Now you can try again to fuse the two energies. Sohan said with a smile. After Son Goku heard Sohan's words, he also didn't dare to have any hesitation. It quickly turned into Super Saiyan 4. Then immediately integrate into the power of God. Then a miraculous scene happened. The fusion of two completely different energies happened at this time. And there is no conflict, but they are interdependent. Finally, Son Goku's body also changed at this time. At this time, the originally black hair turned red like Super Saiyan, and the momentum on his body has also increased dozens of times. Finished. Sohan nodded in satisfaction. After seeing Son Goku become like this, Sohan became even more excited and became more and more curious. How does the current Son Goku compare to Beerus? This feeling. Master Sohan, this feeling is amazing. I feel like I have inexhaustible power all over my body. And I feel that my strength has definitely risen to another level now. Son Goku clenched his fists very confidently. The joy on his face was undisguised. Because at this moment, Son Goku's heart is extremely excited, even if there is no one who can fight with him. Son Goku is now eager to find someone to fight with himself immediately. Although Son Goku also wants to try with Sohan, but Son Goku is aware of his own strength, Master Sohan will not pay attention to it at all. And even if I let Master Sohan be my opponent, then he was definitely the one who was abused. But Son Goku has only just acquired a powerful ability, and he doesn't want to be brutalized by Sohan right now. Then he was hit hard by the opponent. That's right, this is the benefit of the fusion of two energies. Although the process of fusion is a bit painful, after the fusion is completed, your strength will become unimaginably powerful. And this is just the beginning. When your control over Super Saiyan God becomes stronger, your strength can continue to improve at that time. Sohan said lightly. Although there is little hope for Son Goku to become Super Saiyan 5 at the moment, if Son Goku's mastery of God Power 077 is enough, then it is still very possible to become Super Saiyan God Blue. And if Son Goku can really do it, then Son Goku's Super Saiyan 4 gods might be able to turn blue. But Sohan will not give Son Goku time to continue his practice. They've wasted a long time. But now the most important thing for them is to go to the 11th universe. Vermit, the Mediterranean Sea. Sohan has endured it for a long time. Son Goku, if I'm not mistaken, you should be very eager to bite and find an opponent to fight well. Seeing Son Goku's excited face, Sohan immediately spoke. Aha. Master Sohan, you are right, the energy in my body is simply too strong now, and now I have no choice but to find an opponent to fight well. This can also make me more aware of where my energy is now. After hearing Sohan's words, Son Goku became even more excited. With stronger energy, the most important thing for Son Goku is to fight against powerful opponents. Only in battle can one be more clearly sure of one's own strength, and how strong the rewind is. And only by fighting can you stabilize the energy zone you have obtained. Haha, sure enough, it's what I thought, but if that's the case, how about I help you find some real opponents? Sohan looked at Son Goku and said lightly. Okay. After hearing Sohan's words, Son Goku agreed without even thinking about it. There is no hesitation in such a thing as being able to fight against a powerful opponent. Of course, the sooner the better. Thinking of this, Son Goku became even more excited. Very well, since that's the case, let's set off. Saying that, Sohan smiled slightly, and Guo immediately put it on Son Goku's shoulder. Then the bodies of the two people disappeared into the distance in an instant. Call out. Accompanied by white light flashed. When the figures of Sohan reappeared, they had already arrived at the 11th universe. But Sohan didn't go to Gods of Destruction in the 11th universe himself. Instead, he directly looked for the breath of the strongest human Jiren, and found it. Not only that, Sohan also blocked all the auras of himself and Son Goku. In this way, let alone Gods of Destruction Vermit, even Angel Makarita would definitely not be able to sense that the two entered the 11th universe. After all, Sohan didn't want Gods of Destruction Vermit to take the opportunity to run away while he was still tasting the appetizers. Master Sohan, where are we? Son Goku looked at the strange things around him, and immediately asked with some doubts. But Sohan had a chad feeling that this place should not be the 6th universe? This is the 11th universe, didn't you say you want a suitable opponent to fight with you? Sohan didn't look at Son Goku, but looked into the distance instead. At the same time, Jiren, who was still practicing in the distance, also noticed the arrival of Saiyan and the other two, then immediately opened his eyes. It's you? You actually found this place. After Jiren saw clearly that the person who came was actually Sohan who had defeated him before, he immediately showed a surprised expression. The excitement made her immediately clenched her fists. I was extremely excited. Since being defeated by Sohan before, Jiren's whole person has changed a lot, although he has spoken a lot more than before. But he didn't see the severity of his cultivation at all, and even the content of cultivation became more harsh. I just hope that my strength can become stronger as soon as possible, and then when I meet next time, I can defeat Sohan with dignity. But I don't know why when Jiren really met Sohan again, Jiren's heart was shaken. How did the other party find this place? And what's the matter with the energy on the other side? It's incredible how much it has changed from the last time we met, which makes Jiren feel very incredible. It even made Jiren feel afraid of each other. What exactly is going on? Jiren clenched his fists, trying to calm himself down. Haha, Jiren has been gone for a long time, your strength seems to be stronger than before. Sohan looked at Jiren and said with a smile. Although Jiren's strength has become stronger than when he fought with him last time, but for Sohan, there is still no threat. Because Jiren's growth rate is simply incomparable to Sohan's. You can see through it at a glance. You guy, what kind of cultivation have you carried out these years, and your strength is so strong? Hearing this, Jiren gritted his teeth. At this moment, he has already determined that Sohan's strength must surpass his own, and it is more than a little bit, even crushed. Otherwise, the opponent would not see through his own strength at a glance, and he would still act so easily. I think this matter will be discussed later, and I have brought you a very good opponent this time. Why don't you try it? Sohan looked at Jiren, then glanced at Son Goku beside him. But at the moment, Son Goku doesn't look very good because it's just a normal relationship. Not interested in. Sohan, only a guy like you is worthy of being my Jiren's opponent. But Sohan was not angry after seeing Jiren's disdainful expression. Because Jiren is such a character, aloof. I don't like wasting time on people who don't have any strength. If you want to make Jiren serious, you have to show the strength that interests him. Only you are worthy of being my opponent. As for him, forget it, I don't want to hurt your friend. Jiren shook his head slightly, but there was still no expression on his face. As for Son Goku, he just glanced at it from beginning to end. Not taken seriously. Haha, Jiren, don't say it too early, Son Goku's strength is not limited to what you see. Saying that, Sohan glanced at Son Goku. And Son Goku naturally understood what Sohan meant, and immediately nodded slightly. His hands were clenched immediately. Powerful energy suddenly spewed out from Son Goku's body. Boom boom boom. This is where Son Goku's hair turns blonde, and eventually red hair grows straight out. The hair also turned black. Golden flames burst out from Sohan's body. Srustling. Wrapped in golden flames, Son Goku directly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku's sharp eyes only glanced at Jiren, and the other's disdainful eyes immediately disappeared. Then his expression became serious. Does it have the same transformation ability as you? This kind of strength is indeed not weak, but if it is like becoming my opponent, it is still a little bit worse. Jiren still said very proudly. Although he is already re-examining Son Goku at the moment, his arrogant character still prevents him from approving Son Goku so quickly. Son Goku is more than that. Sohan smiled slightly, and didn't say anything more. As for the next thing, it is up to Son Goku himself. And Sohan is still very confident about Son Goku's current strength. At least Jiren wants to defeat Son Goku. I am afraid it is really an easy task. Offended Mr. Jiren. Super 4 Son Goku glanced at Jiren, his eyes changing slightly. Then the whole person shot out like a sharp arrow. The fist wrapped in golden flames was like a golden holy sword, blasting towards Jiren's chest. But in the face of such a sudden attack from Son Goku, Jolien was very calm. The right hand stretched out quickly, directly blocking Son Goku's fist with the palm. The strength is too weak, but since Sohan said that your strength is more than that, then please use your strength to fight me seriously. After finishing speaking, Jiren didn't give Son Goku any chance to speak, clenched his left hand into a fist, and punched Sohan's chest. This punch? There was no warning, and the punching speed was extremely fast. Even Son Goku in the Super Saiyan 4 state, his eyes widened. But he didn't dare to have any hesitation. Subconsciously, he retracted his arm and cooperated with the other arm, crossing it in front of his chest. Although this may cause some injuries to the arm, but as long as it is protected and the important parts do not receive serious injuries, then it is worth it. Boom. With a punch, Son Goku's body immediately flew out like a flying kite with a broken string. Boom. The body pierced through 3 mountains in a series, and was finally buried in the rubble. If you can't bear this level of attack, I absolutely don't need to fight between us. This will only make you more painful. Jiren shook his head slightly, and then said in a slightly helpless tone. In his opinion, the Super Saiyan 4 transformed by Son Goku, although powerful, is still impossible to be his opponent. If Son Goku's strength is only like this, he really doesn't want to waste time on the opponent. After all, Sohan's strength has become stronger now, which stimulates Jiren's determination to become stronger even more. Only by continuing to practice and become stronger can he surpass Han. Boom. And at this moment, there was a loud noise in the distance. Son Goku's body also flew out of the gravel at this time. And judging from Son Goku's appearance, Jiren's punch just now didn't cause any damage to him. Even Jiren can clearly feel that Sohan's strength has become much stronger. It's interesting that your strength has actually become stronger, so I'll play with you more. Seeing Son Goku come out of the rubble intact, Jiren rushed up immediately. But it can be seen that red energy emerges from behind Jiren's body, and even his fists are covered by this red energy. Is this the opponent that Master Sohan found for me? The strength is really strong. *TT. If the energy is strong, my blood is already boiling. Saying that, Son Goku became excited, and immediately clenched his fists. Ha 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 ha. A deep roar came from Son Goku's mouth. The golden arrogance on Son Goku's body also became stronger and bigger at this time. Aha! Seeing Jiren attacking him, Son Goku turned into a golden light and flew out without hesitation. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, a powerful energy wave immediately swept across Jiren's entire training ground. Fortunately, Sohan had set up a protective barrier in advance, so they can fight in this place with complete peace of mind. No matter how big of a commotion it caused, Sohan was confident that no one else would find out. 0. Even Angel Makarita is impossible for the Jedi to find? Boom. One punch didn't tell the winner, and the two hit each other again. Powerful energy swept through again. Although Son Goku's body was still standing there without moving, it could be seen from the expressions of the two of them at the moment. Son Goku is obviously much harder than Jiren. It's over Son Goku. After Jiren highlighted a few words lightly, then he punched Son Goku in the chest. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was heard immediately. Boom. In the next instant, Son Goku's entire body was slammed into the air like a cannonball. Then it hit the ground hard. In an instant, a very regular semicircular pit appeared on the uneven ground. But even so, Jiren seemed dissatisfied and raised his hands again. A red energy ball immediately formed. Then hit Son Goku in the pit. But Son Goku dragged his injured body, stood up with difficulty, and saw the energy cannon that hit him head-on. The eyes of the whole person became serious. It seems that I can't continue to wave. If that's the case, then there's no need to hide it. After finishing speaking, Son Goku closed his eyes slightly, and the power of God in his body immediately merged into his body. And Son Goku's hair also turned red at this time. 10 times. Kamehameha wave. Under Son Goku's roar, the red Kamehameha wave in his hand immediately collided with Jiren's huge energy ball and died. Boom boom boom. Between the collision of two powerful energies, the shock wave immediately swept like a flood. Has it become fusion god power? It seems to be much smoother than before. Sohan looked at Son Goku, who had become the four gods of Super Saiyan, and said with satisfaction. Although it is true that Son Goku in the Super Saiyan 4 state cannot beat Jiren, but it is different now. Son Goku, who has fused the power of God, may not lose to Jiren. What? This guy actually blocked my attack, could he still fight? Seeing that his attack was blocked, Jiren's expression immediately became surprised. Because of the punch that hit Son Goku's chest just now, he didn't hold back at all. So Jiren knew very well how powerful that punch was. He thought that punch would be enough to defeat Son Goku, and even if he couldn't, he would certainly be able to severely damage the 297 side. But now Jiren realized that he was still careless, and the other party not only resisted the power of his punch, and it still has the power to fight back. Wait, this guy's energy is actually increasing. Jiren looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise. He found that the energy cannon he fired just now was actually repulsed, and the speed was very fast. It won't even take long before it will be completely crushed and blasted towards itself. This guy actually hides such power, it seems Sohan is right. If that's the case, then I have to take it seriously. Saying that, Jiren frowned. The blue veins in the arm suddenly exploded. Then the next moment, the energy cannon actually doubled in size. But even so, he was still repelled by Son Goku's 10 times Kamehameha wave. There is such a thing. Jiren looked at Son Goku in shock. It was found that the other party had a calm expression on his face, as if nothing major had happened at all. Fusion has 10 times the power of the gods. The power of Kamehameha waves is far more than that. Now let me show you. Ha ha ha. Saying that, Son Goku growled again, and powerful Noki spewed out from Son Goku's body. Also at this time, the tenfold Kamehameha wave shot from Son Goku's hand actually doubled the hesitation. Boom. Not giving Jiren a chance to react at all. 10 times the Kamehameha wave actually swallowed it directly. In the end, even Jiren's body was slammed into the air. Boom boom boom. Jiren, who was hit by the Kamehameha wave, flew out like a kite with a broken string. In the end, he smashed more than a dozen mountain peaks in a series, and finally stabilized his body. Is this the energy of Super Saiyan 4 fusion with the power of God? It's really powerful. The opponent who couldn't win in Super Saiyan 4 is now so easily knocked into the air by me. Seeing Jiren, who was sent flying far away by him in the distance, Son Goku looked at his hands in disbelief. Son Goku, don't get too excited, Jiren hasn't lost yet. Sohan glanced at the excited Son Goku, who had forgotten about Jiren, and reminded. Now they are competing, this guy actually forgot about his opponent, and is admiring his own strength. Although Sohan expressed helplessness, after thinking that the other party was Son Goku, Yinhan felt that everything could be explained again. Cough cough. This guy's energy has undergone some changes and has become stronger. At this moment, Jiren looked a little embarrassed because he smashed more than 10 mountain peaks with his body. Even the clothes on his body have become tattered, with scratches everywhere. But such a battle is meaningful. During the conversation, the color of Jiren's view of Son Goku has changed. Taekwon Quan. Then with Jiren's roar, powerful energy erupted from his body. Crimson energy. The clothes on Jiren's upper body were burned instantly, completely exposing Jiren's muscular body. It was only at this time that Son Goku realized that Jiren was not defeated, and even his momentum had improved. It turns out that you are also hiding your strength, but it just so happens that I am already on fire. Son Goku clenched his fists excitedly. The whole person became excited. Because the blow just now was just for him to recognize his own strength of God's power, and didn't let Son Goku do it. But now that the opponent has not been defeated, then I can have a good fight. Son Goku, I have to say you're the second opponent I've taken seriously over the years. But that's all, I will never lose to anyone other than Sohan, no one can. Such a thing will never be allowed to happen. Saying that, Jiren seems to have become crazy. The roar was deafening. But the next moment Jiren's arm slammed into the air ahead. Immediately afterwards, a crimson angry dragon blasted directly at Son Goku's body. Amazing. Shocked, Son Goku also clenched his fists and blasted at the oncoming angry dragon. The moment Son Goku's fist landed on the angry dragon, his entire body was instantly pushed back more than 10 meters away. However, the angry dragon also completely dissipated at this time. But Jiren's attacks didn't stop there. Call out. At the moment when the red angry dragon dissipated, Jiren's body appeared in front of Son Goku without warning. He punched out again. Roar. Another angry dragon attacked. This time Son Goku was totally defenseless. He was directly blasted into the air by this powerful energy. Call out. Jiren's body flashed again and appeared behind Son Goku. Another angry dragon was thrown out under Jiren's heavy punch. Roar. For a moment, two angry dragons directly added Son Goku's body in the middle, one behind the other. At this time, Son Goku also let out a painful roar. The expressions of the witnesses became distorted. Sorry Son Goku, I was going to save this trick for Sohan. Jiren spoke to Son 0.8 Goku with a slightly apologetic tone. He has been practicing this move for 5 years, and the purpose is naturally to use this move to defeat Sohan in the next battle. But when Jiren actually met Sohan, he realized that he was not Sohan's opponent at all. But even if he is not Sohan's opponent, Jiren also absolutely does not allow anyone to defeat him. He doesn't allow himself to be defeated by anyone but Sohan. If I can't even win the first opponent, how can I defeat gods of destruction and protect the earth? At this time, Son Goku, who was squeezed in the center by two angry dragons, roared out. Then the red energy on his body actually changed at this time. Dots of blue light flashed. And the next moment Son Goku's hair changed from red to blue. At the moment when the powerful force exploded, Son Goku's red hair turned blue. And not only that, it can be clearly seen that Son Goku's strength has been greatly improved at the moment. Even at the moment when his breath erupted, the two red angry dragons surrounding him were completely shattered in place. What? His strength has actually become stronger again. Seeing that Son Goku broke through his own attack, Jiren's face instantly became gloomy. Although it wasn't his most powerful move just now, but Jiren thought that his move was definitely not weak. And what's even worse now is that Son Goku's strength has become stronger again. It's almost the same as the original Sohan. Strength can become stronger again and again. Haha, blue. As expected of the protagonist, Son Goku can break through in this situation. After seeing Son Goku turned blue, a smile appeared on Sohan's face. Because now that Son Goku has turned blue, there's nothing to look forward to in their fight. Fusion of Super Blue and Super 4, Jiren can't win? 27 Come again Jiren. Son Goku's face is serious, and now he does not regard Jiren as his opponent at all, but completely regards Jiren as an enemy threatening the safety of the earth. So in Son Goku's view, he must defeat the opponent, only in this way can he protect the earth. Shouting, it's possible to do this even after your strength has improved. In this competition, my Jiren is a Jedi and will not fail. Jiren gritted her teeth. The way he looks at Son Goku has also changed. Because Jiren absolutely does not allow anyone to surpass him. He will never allow it? Circles. Klein. If anyone can defeat you, Jiren, why would you go find the murderer who killed your people? A roar came from Jiren's mouth. And all of a sudden Jiren went berserk. Crimson energy gushes out from his body crazily. Even when the energy gushed out, Jiren's entire skin turned red. I will never lose. Roaring again, Jiren's body quickly rushed towards Son Goku. The blue veins on the right arm popped up, and the whole face became hideous. The same is true for Son Goku on the other side. Because they want to use their last strength to quickly decide the outcome. For the sake of the earth, I will not admit defeat. A deep voice came from Son Goku's throat, and then Son Goku's body turned into a blue light and rushed towards Jiren. Two strands of energy, one blue and one red, collided, and the shockwave of powerful energy instantly echoed in the entire barrier. If it weren't for Sohan's strength, the protective barrier he had set up would be strong enough. I'm afraid the barrier has been broken by this time. I will never lose. Jiren's expression has become distorted. He will never allow anyone to surpass himself again. Come again. After Son Goku uttered two words, the other arms of the two clashed together again. Then the arms of the two were like machine guns, and they launched almost crazy attacks towards their opponents. And it can be seen that the energies of the two seem to be on par at the moment. No matter how fast the other party punches, the other party can perfectly respond with their fists. Sorry, in order to protect the earth, I have to win, said Son Goku roared. Haha, 10 times Kaioken. Under Son Goku's roar, his body began to be enveloped by a layer of faint red light. And it can be seen that this faint red light is very unusual. They gave Son Goku a power boost. And Son Goku's strength has been improved tenfold at this time. What? He actually hides his power. There is such a thing. Jiren almost yelled. He couldn't believe that Son Goku's strength had improved again. How is this possible? You must know that you have exhausted all your strength, and thought that even if you can't beat Son Goku, you can only end up in a tie in the end. But Jiren never imagined that Son Goku was actually hiding his strength. In this case, even if I want to become a tie, I am afraid I will not be able to do it. 10 times Kamehameha wave. Son Goku didn't hesitate at all. Because using 10 times Kaioken can allow him to gain powerful strength in a short period of time, but his body also has to endure 10 times overdraft. Very unsuitable for prolonged battles. So in order to avoid emergencies, it is natural that the sooner the battle is over, the better. Then I saw Son Goku's hands quickly placed on his waist, and then formed a calyx shape. Then the powerful energy looked and began to gather rapidly around Son Goku's waist. Finally blasted straight at Jiren. And even at this time, Jiren still did not give up the fight. Still doing his best, he unleashed his most powerful ki blast. Blast at Sohan. Boom. For a moment, two powerful energy waves collided together. Jiren's super energy wave only persisted for a short while before being swallowed by Son Goku's 10 times Kamehameha wave. In the end, even Jiren was sent flying by this powerful energy wave. Even in the end, if Sohan hadn't rescued Jiren in time, Sun King Kong's blow would definitely have a great impact on Jiren's body. Sohan. Seeing that it was Sohan hugging him, Jiren let out a deep breath at last, and closed his eyes listlessly. I thought you were the only human being in this world who could defeat me, hehe. But now it seems that I am still too self-righteous, even Son Goku is stronger than me 913. Jiren smiled self-deprecatingly. Incomparably humiliated. Jiren, you don't have to be too sad. Strictly speaking, there is really only one human being who can defeat you now, because I am no longer a human being, but a god. Putting Jiren on the ground, Sohan casually threw him a fairy bean. What? God? Sohan. After taking the fairy beans thrown by Sohan, Jiren became a little puzzled. God? What's going on? If I didn't guess wrong, when I met him last time, he was just a human being. At most, he could be regarded as a candidate for gods of destruction, but why did he suddenly become a god now? Master Jiren Sohan is right, he has indeed become a god now. At this time, Son Goku also rushed over. Finally, after an explanation from the two of them, Jiren finally understood what was going on. Hehe, I see, but anyway, Son Goku, I can't always be defeated by you. The next time we meet, I will definitely surpass you. It seems to be a relationship of being defeated continuously. Jiren is not as cold as before. It is good. Looking forward to the next fight with you, but I will never lose. Son Goku said with a smile. Jiren is not the only one who will improve, he himself will not stop practicing, he will let his strength improve rapidly. Absolutely will not lose to anyone. This time Jiren was defeated again though, but Sohan feels that Jiren has really changed a lot now. He is no longer as lonely and indifferent as before, and even asks some questions on his own initiative, so the relationship between the few people has naturally been greatly improved. This incident made Sohan feel extra pleasantly surprised, because in this way, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Although Jiren was defeated by Son Goku, it was because Son Goku used Kaioken relationship. If Son Goku didn't use Kaioken, then the strength of the two should still be indistinguishable. So this shows how talented Jiren is. And now that the relationship between me and Jiren has improved, maybe I can really pull Jiren into my camp in the future. Haha, almost forgot. If there is no Vermit, the position of the 11th universe gods of destruction will be vacant again. Thinking of this, the corner of Sohan's mouth raised a slight smile. Although Tokpo is currently the candidate for gods of destruction, but this guy's strength is not as good as Jiren at all. Even Sohan can be sure that even if Tokpo used his destructive force, he would definitely not be able to agree to Jiren. And for such a guy, even if he has mastered the power of destruction, so what? Can he really be qualified for the position of gods of destruction? I'm afraid this is not necessarily the case. Forget it, let's study this after waiting for that Vermit guy. Sohan exhaled. Even if the 11th universe wins without gods of destruction, Sohan can handle it. Because since I can act as the temporary gods of destruction of the 6th universe, I can also act as the temporary gods of destruction of the 11th universe. After all, I have instant transmission, and I want to enter the 11th universe from the 6th universe. For Sohan, it only takes a few seconds. There is no need to worry about it at all. As for the work of gods of destruction, it is just destroying some useless small planets. This is also very easy for Sohan. Master Sohan, what are you thinking about? Son Goku watched Sohan stand still for a long time without any movement, and immediately asked with some doubts. Forward. Nothing. At first, I thought that your current strength should be able to confront gods of destruction head-on or even defeat gods of destruction. But now it seems that I'm still thinking too simply. Although your strength has become a lot stronger, compared to the real gods of destruction, I'm afraid there is still a big gap. Sohan looked at Son Goku and said calmly. Although Son Goku's current strength has indeed become a lot stronger, and even Jiren can be defeated when using 10 times Kaioken. But even so, it is still impossible for Son Goku to defeat Vermit. Maybe Son Goku can really surpass Vermit in strength, but Vermit is not a fool. After all, he is gods of destruction, so it is impossible not to use gods of destruction. And once Vermit uses the destructive energy, Son Goku will have no chance of winning. There is even a risk of being destroyed. Oh, but Master Sohan, I feel that my strength can continue to grow stronger. As long as I stay in the gods of destruction world for a while, I feel that my strength can definitely be improved again. Son Goku still looked at Sohan very excitedly. He thought that his strength could be improved again. This feeling Son Goku feels very strong. Naturally, but there is no time for you to practice now. Okay, the opponent has been found for you. You have played enough now. It's time for us to get down to business. Sohan said lightly. Then he put his hand directly on Son Goku's shoulder. Then, using Angel's supernatural speed, it flew directly in the direction of the gods of destruction world. After a few minutes, the two of Sohan have come to the gods of destruction world of the 11th universe. The gods of destruction of the 11th universe is obviously much better than the gods of destruction worlds of the 6th and 7th universes. There are green flowers and plants everywhere. At this time, Angel Makarita is leisurely watering these flowers and plants. The expression on his face is also very comfortable. Long time no see, Makarita. Looking at Makarita's familiar back, and her unique double ponytail shape, Sohan said with a smile. Lord Law Enforcer. When Angel Marita heard Sohan's voice, the whole person was stunned. Then he turned around immediately and found Sohan, and the water bottle in his hand fell to the ground. Because she knew that Sohan would not leave so easily when he came this time. Don't be nervous Makarita, I'm here for Vermit. It has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to worry too much. Sohan stepped forward and patted Makarita on the shoulder lightly. They haven't seen each other for several years, but Sohan thinks it's really strange. Because when Sohan met Makarita a few years ago, although he really wanted to teach Vermit a lesson, but he was not Makarita's opponent. So in the end, I had no choice but to give up. But now the role is calling. Let alone Makarita at the moment, even if there are 12 angels together. Sohan can handle it with ease. So at this moment, Sohan's aura has naturally changed a lot. Yes. My Lord Law Enforcement Officer, I understand. I'm going to have Master Vermet come to see you. Margarita nodded heavily. Although she was very flustered in her heart, she could only do it at the moment. The other party is the law enforcement officer of the temple, a super god with the same theocratic power as his father Grand Priest. I am not on the same level as my angel, so I am in front of the other party. Even if Makarita wants to help gods of destruction, Vermet again. She was a little helpless. Hey, I'm sorry Lord Vermet, I really want to help you, but why are you messing with the law enforcement officer? Saying that, Makarita shook her head. Then it immediately turned into a streamer of light and flew in the direction of gods of destruction Vermet. And Sohan didn't waste any time, they also followed directly. Call out. A few seconds later, the three of Sohan came to a training place in the Gods of Destruction world. At the moment, in the training center, Gods of Destruction Vermet is conducting strict training entrustment with Gods of Destruction candidate Topo. On the one hand, it is to enhance the strength of the candidate Topo, and on the other hand, it is to stabilize his own strength by the way. After all, Sohan's strength is too terrifying, and Vermet has a hunch that Sohan will not let him go easily. Makarita, why are you here? Didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me during cultivation? Gods of Destruction Vermet said with a gloomy expression when he saw someone breaking into his training center. However, after hearing what the other party said, Makarita acted as if she didn't hear it. He said directly, Lord Vermet, the law enforcement officer wants to see you. Lord Vermet, the law enforcement officer wants to see you. Makarita ignored Gods of Destruction Vermet's displeasure, and directly stood on the spot and spoke. Because not everyone is very clear, since Vermet offended the law enforcement officer, the end will probably not be very good. Although the Grand Priest doesn't want to see the Gods of Destruction dead again, the god who is in charge of law enforcement is Sohan himself after all. And when such a situation occurs, as long as Sohan persists, even the Grand Priest will be useless. So Makarita's heart was already prepared. What? Vados, you said the lawman is here. After hearing Makarita's words, Gods of Destruction Vermet's whole body seemed to have lost his soul, and he became a little depressed. Even his legs were trembling a little. Before the battle between Sohan and Grand Priest, Vermet could see clearly. So he was very aware of how strong Sohan was, and that was completely unmatched by himself. Even as long as the other party is willing, his own fate will be the same as Gods of Destruction Kampa, being obliterated by the other party in a single thought. Gilo, Vermet, my lord? Is something wrong? Tokpo also noticed the change in Gods of Destruction Vermet's expression. No matter how stupid Tokpo was, he could easily see the expression of fear written on his face. Even 560 Tokpo had some doubts about what happened to make the mighty Gods of Destruction nervous like this. You must know that in Tokpo's heart, Gods of Destruction Vermet has always been the existence of the ceiling of the entire 11th universe's combat power. No one can defeat him at all, even the most powerful human being, Jiren, can only be obediently defeated in the end in front of Gods of Destruction. But what the hell happened now? Vermet would show such a frightened expression. Even Tokpo noticed that Vermet's legs were already shaking. To shut up. Gods of Destruction Vermet roared at Tokpo, then tried to calm himself down by venting his emotions. But he found that this was simply impossible, because it was impossible for anyone to remain calm in the face of the threat of death. The same is naturally true of Vermet as Gods of Destruction. Long time no see Vermet. Are you actually practicing? It's really uncommon. And at this moment, that voice like a god of death came to the ears of Gods of Destruction Vermet. Gods of Destruction Vermet became paralyzed after hearing Sohan's voice. Thump. The body subconsciously knelt down, Ched, on the ground. Executive, Master Law Enforcement Officer, long time no see. I don't know what orders you have for coming to the 11th universe this time. Gods of Destruction Vermet knelt on the ground, and cold sweat broke out instantly on his forehead. But even so, his heart was still beating wildly, because he is afraid. Afraid that Sohan would not give him a chance to speak at all, and just shook his little hand, and he would disappear directly in place. Lord Gods of Destruction. Seeing his own Gods of Destruction kneeling on the ground, Tokpo was stunned and even cried out unconsciously. But when he set his eyes on the man Gods of Destruction Vermet worshipped, Tianpo's eyes widened. Sohan? How could it be you? Tokpo's expression froze in place, and he couldn't even believe the scene in front of him. Because Tokpo naturally can't forget the man in front of him. Isn't that the human man Sohan who defeated him in the Supreme Kai world before? It is said that this guy's strength even defeated Jiren in the end, and this matter once became Tokpo's knot in his heart. And he also made up his mind to practice hard and strive to defeat Sohan when they meet next time. But what happened to this scene in front of him? The most powerful Gods of Destruction in the entire 11th universe, Lord Vermet. He actually knelt at Sohan's feet. Could it be that he was dazzled, or that the person in front of him just looks a little like Sohan? But soon Tokpo was sure that the man in front of him was Sohan who defeated him, because Tokpo found that the other party was also looking at him, and the look in his eyes is full of disdain. Tokpo, does it make sense for a Gods of Destruction candidate to chime in a place like Makarita? Sohan ignored Tokpo and instead looked at Makarita. Now I am the Temple Law Enforcement Officer, Xeno's Law Enforcement Officer. Naturally, there is no need to do everything yourself. Well, I understand, Lord Law Enforcement Officer. Hearing this, Makarita nodded slowly. Then he teleported to Topo immediately. Ms. Makarita, this is you. Topo was stunned. He felt that his brain was not enough. What the hell is going on? The gods of destruction of the own universe is fine if he kneels at the opponent's feet, but now even his master Makarita obeys Sohan's orders. How is this possible? This is not the place for you to talk, Topo. Go somewhere else to rest. After speaking, Makarita stretched out a finger and tapped on Topo's forehead. Call out. In the next second, Topo's body flew horizontally like a boring cannonball. Boom. Topo's body was rampaging all the way, although Topo also wanted to stop his body, but the powerful energy of Makarita did not give him any chance to break free. In the end, Topo's whole body crashed into more than a dozen mountains along the way, and he passed out. Seeing this, Son Goku's eyes widened and he took a deep breath. The lady with the twin tails originally thought that the other party was just a servant, but she didn't expect her strength to be so terrifying. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. I failed to discipline Topo. I am willing to bear your punishment. I just ask you to let me go, give me a way out. When Gods of Destruction Vermit said these words, he almost burst into tears. But there is still no way. He wants to live. He doesn't care about face now, he just wants to live now. As long as he can survive, Vermit is willing to accept even if he is dismissed from the position of Gods of Destruction. Haha, a chance to live. Vermit, are you still awake? When you chose to join Kompa's attack on me, didn't you expect this day to come? It's ridiculous, now you actually want me to let you go. The corners of Sohan's mouth rose slightly. A mocking smile appeared. The other gods of destruction can live longer, but Kompa and Vermit must die. But Kompa is dead now, so only Vermit is left. How can Sohan let him go? Yes, I'm sorry Lord Law Enforcer, I was really bewitched by Kompa, and he never mentioned your identity as Law Enforcer to me before. Seeing Sohan stretching out his small hand, Vermit's face instantly became disastrous. He is very familiar with this action. That's how Kompa is gone. Don't know I'm a law enforcement officer. Hihi, it doesn't matter, you just know it now. Saying that, Sohan stretched out 5 fingers, and was about to hold it down. At the same time, Sohan had to use the magic power of erasing. No, I don't want to just disappear like this, it's absolutely impossible. Under this extreme pressure, Gods of Destruction Vermit seemed to go berserk. The body instantly released endless destructive power. The destructive energy is flying all over the sky. However, Sohan had expected that Vermit would not submit obediently, so Son Goku was always behind Sohan. Even facing the destructive energy all over the sky at this moment, it is absolutely impossible to hurt Son Goku. Escape. This was the only thought on Vermit's mind at the moment. The only way to survive is to escape, as Vermit can see from Makarita's attitude towards herself and Tokpo before. At this moment, his angel is already on Sohan's team, so it is almost impossible to pin his hopes on Makarita. So now for Vermit, the only way to survive is to be determined. As long as he can escape from the 11th universe as fast as possible, even if Sohan is the temple law enforcement officer, it will not be easy to find him. But obviously he still underestimated Sohan's strength too much. Facing Vermit who was running away in a hurry, Sohan just smiled slightly, and then raised his arms quickly while raising the corners of his mouth. The open palm shook violently, and Gods of Destruction Vermit, who was fleeing in the distance, disappeared in place at a speed visible to the naked eye. Escape? Ridiculous. After finishing the solution, a satisfied smile appeared on Vermit Sohan's face. If I only have 30% or 10% mastery of erasing magical powers, no matter how far I have escaped from Vermit, I will definitely not be able to erase it directly. But no need now, Sohan has mastered 70% of the erasing power. Even if he escapes from the Gods of Destruction world, as long as he has not left the 11th universe, Sohan's erasing magic power can erase him in an instant. Hey, Master Vermit, if you had listened to my advice back then, perhaps you would not have ended up like this today. After seeing the disappearance of Gods of Destruction Vermit, Angel Makarita let out a sigh of relief. Although he didn't like Vermit very much, but what the other party said was also trained by himself. And the two have been in 11 universe for an unknown number of years. Now Lord Vermit has also disappeared. I don't know what you plan to do with the 11th universe, Your Honor. Now that Gods of Destruction Vermit is gone, they naturally have to think about how to manage the 11th universe next. After all, a universe cannot last long without Gods of Destruction. Otherwise, the universe will be out of balance, and a lot of troubles will arise. That's definitely a problem. Hearing this, Some just nodded slightly. Now that Vermit has been erased by himself, he really has to think about how he should manage this universe. Otherwise, if there is a problem with the 11th universe, I will definitely be to blame. Margarita, do you think Tokpo can take up the position of Gods of Destruction? Sohan looked at Makarita and said. For Tokpo, Sohan can't say he likes him, but he can't say he hates him either. Although this guy is full of justice, making Sohan feel a little hypocritical, but I have to say that this guy is at least a lot better than a real villain like Frost. But if you really want the other party to do this Gods of Destruction, Sohan thinks that you still need to think carefully. After all, Tokpo's strength is very average. Tokpo has now mastered the power of destruction, and it stands to reason that he does have the level to become Gods of Destruction. Although it can't become an official Gods of Destruction, it shouldn't be a problem to be a trainee Gods of Destruction and complete the duties of Lord Vermit. Speaking of this, Angel Makarita's voice suddenly stopped, then sighed and continued, actually, I don't really want Tokpo to be Gods of Destruction. Even now that Tokpo has mastered the power of destruction, I think his strength is still not satisfactory to me. At least compared to Jiren, it is not the best choice for him to be the Gods of Destruction. Makarita spoke out her inner thoughts directly. Although Tokpo currently has good destructive power, even so he may not be Jiren's opponent. And Makarita is confident that if Jiren is willing to be the Gods of Destruction, she can let her master the power of destruction in the shortest possible time. Ask for flowers. After all, Jiren was raised by Makarita, and Makarita never doubted Jiren's talent. That's why Makarita said such words, because he really felt that it was a bit of a seat for Tokpo to be the Gods of Destruction. For the development after the 11th universe, it will not do any good. It's just a pity that Jiren is obsessed with finding the murderer who killed his own people, and he is not interested in the position of Gods of Destruction at all. Otherwise, how could she have asked Tokpo to be the candidate? Ha 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 ha. Margarita has to say you went with me. Tokpo's strength is indeed average. Although mastering the power of destruction can complete the work of Gods of Destruction, it is not the best choice for her to be Gods of Destruction. 0. If Jiren is not here, maybe he can only do this Gods of Destruction. But since the 11th universe has a talent like Jiren, I don't think it is necessary for Tokpo to take office. Sohan looked at Makarita and said, the relationship between Jiren and himself can be said to be getting closer and closer now, and this guy Tokpo probably hates himself to death. So if Jiren can be allowed to take the position of Gods of Destruction, Sohan naturally agrees very much. It might even help me in the future. My Lord Law Enforcement Officer, that's right. We've tried to get Jiren to learn the power of destruction before as a candidate for Gods of Destruction, but he rejected it every time. There is nothing we can do. Makarita shook her head helplessly. She has said everything that should be said, but the other party is still unmoved. What can you do about it? This is actually not difficult. As long as you can help Jiren find the beast that killed his people, it should be fine. I think you should know something about that, Makarita. For example, who was the murderer who killed Jiren's parents? As he spoke, a smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth. Makarita as Angel of the 11th universe. You can clearly see every move of the entire 11th universe, so how can you not know who the murderer of Jiren is? Death. After hearing Sohan's words, Makarita froze in place. She didn't expect Sohan to ask herself this question. But there's one thing about Makaritas that can't be denied. As the Angel of the 11th universe, he knows what's going on in every corner of this universe. So it is natural to know who Jiren's genocide enemy is. Haha. It seems that I guessed right. You really know something. Seeing Makarita's hesitant expression, Sohan immediately confirmed his guess. This must be correct, otherwise, how could Makarita show such a hesitant look? I'm really sorry, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. Although I know some things, please forgive me and I can't report this matter. Speaking of Makarita, 670 shook his head helplessly. The Grand Priest has strict requirements on this matter, and no one is allowed to reveal a word, otherwise, how could Makarita not tell Jiren? Can't you tell me? It's interesting. It seems that the origin of the people who wiped out the entire Jiren clan is really extraordinary. But since you don't want to say it, I won't force you, because I'll find out for myself. Sohan nodded, a smile appeared on his face. Since Makarita is unwilling to say anything, even Sohan's threats are useless, Sohan knows this very well. However, it is estimated that only the Grand Priest has the ability to make Makarita dare not reveal a single word easily. What makes Sohan wonder is whether the Grand Priest has anything to do with the demons. After all, in the original book, Jiren's people seem to be wiped out by the demons. But as for whether there will be some changes in this world, Sohan can't guarantee it. But it doesn't matter, these things will naturally come to light when the time comes. Makarita, since you don't want Tokpo to do this Gods of Destruction, then you can keep this position of the 11th Universe Gods of Destruction. I will come here regularly to destroy those useless planets here, and I can be regarded as the Gods of Destruction of your 11th Universe temporarily. As for Jiren's matter, I will investigate and convince Jiren. Sohan looked at Makarita and said lightly, although being the Gods of Destruction of two universes at the same time, it may be a bit of a struggle for Sohan. But it is still not difficult for Sohan who owns instant transmission. Anyway, it would definitely be much better than letting Tokpo do Gods of Destruction in the 11th universe. Tokpo has a very good relationship with Vermit. Maybe they will follow Vermit's old path in the future, so Some naturally does not intend to make it the Gods of Destruction of the 11th universe. As for the Gods of Destruction of the 11th universe, who will fall on it in the end? Naturally, Sohan would strongly recommend Jiren, and as for the secrets of the Jiren people, although it would be much easier to get the news directly from Makarita's mouth. But since the other party is unwilling to say it, there is no other way. Since the other party is unwilling to say something, then Sohan can only use the Super Dragon Ball. As long as you make a wish with the 7 Super Dragon Balls, there is nothing that cannot be learned. Forward. Okay. After hearing that Sohan actually wanted to act as the temporary Gods of Destruction for their 11th universe, Makarita felt a little surprised. But he didn't say much. After all, that's what the other party's temple enforcer is responsible for. If that's the case, I'll give you Makarita the 11th universe time slot. Saying that, Sohan is about to leave with Son Goku and return to the 6th universe. Goodbye, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. Makarita arched her body in the direction of Sohan, and said very politely, "Goodbye." Sohan spat out 2 words, then took Son Goku directly, and disappeared into the distance using instant transmission. And wait until they return to the Gods of Destruction world of the 6th universe again. What they saw in front of them made them feel bright. The world of Gods of Destruction at this moment is completely different from the world of Gods of Destruction before. Not only the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers, but also green plants and streams everywhere. And there is actually a luxurious villa-like residence in the middle of them. It's almost the same as the Earth. Ho ho. The law enforcement officer showed such an expression. Was he stunned by the scene in front of him? At this time Angel Vados suddenly walked out. And the new Gods of Destruction world Vados in the 6th universe is almost built according to the aesthetic standards of people on Earth. That's why Son Goku and Sohan had a bright feeling. Of course, this was all planned by Vados, because he wanted to keep Sohan in the 6th universe. It can't be said to stay in the 6th universe all the time, at least you have to keep yourself by the other party's side. Although the time with Sohan was not very long, Vados became more and more fascinated by Sohan. This man is not only powerful, but also completely unlike other Gods of Destruction's stinky heirs. Allow yourself to do this and that. And Sohan is not only handsome, but also powerful. The most important thing is that every time Vados sees Sohan, his heart beats violently. So for some reason, Vados actually had the idea of letting the opponent stay by his side in the first battle, because the Grand Priest also told Vados before. Although the strength of the temple law enforcement officers is already very strong, they don't even need Angel's assistance at all. However, the temple law enforcement officers of the past generations still have the right to choose 2 angel servants. Of course, the angel here is just a simple servant, and does not have the duties of a mentor and supervisor. The role of angel is naturally to assist law enforcement officers in their work, making it easier for them to do things. Although this position may seem a bit low level, angels who can become the personal angels of the temple law enforcement officer will gain the glory and status above the angels around Gods of Destruction, even given new powers by the Grand Priest. It can be said that becoming an angel of law enforcement is simply the dream of all angels. However, under normal circumstances, an angel who already has Gods of Destruction is not qualified to become a law enforcement officer's personal angel. But now because Gods of Destruction Kampa has disappeared, Vados now just meets this condition. So Vados naturally didn't want to miss such an opportunity. As long as you can stay by Sohan's side, become Sohan's angel. Then she doesn't have to worry about the Grand Priest sending another Gods of Destruction who is as lazy as Kampa. I'm really surprised. I originally thought you'd build the new Gods of Destruction world to your liking. Sohan looked at Vados and smiled somewhat. He naturally also guessed that Vados built the Gods of Destruction world in this way for himself. After all, even if Vados doesn't like the style of Kampa before, Vados will definitely not like the style of the Earth. After all, Vados has never been to the Earth of the 7th universe, so how could he know what it looks like there? So the only possibility is that Vados deliberately reads some information in order to create a Gods of Destruction world he likes. In the end, the world of Gods of Destruction was built like this. Other than that, there is no other possibility? Because I have been living on the Earth, I naturally prefer the Earth style. Thank you Vados. I really like the Gods of Destruction world you built. Sohan looked at the other party and said with a light smile. What puzzled Sohan was that even though Vados didn't like Kampa, he erased Kampa directly like that. Not only did the other party not show any appearance of hating him, but he even helped him everywhere. And now, just to make myself happy, 27 purposely built the Gods of Destruction world into what I like. This kind of thing made Sohan feel a little suspicious. Could it be? Vados to himself. Thinking of this, Sohan subconsciously looked at Vados, and found that Vados heard his words of thanks. His cheeks turned a little rosy. Sohan was stunned. Because he can be sure that Vados is definitely not pretending. And it's impossible to pretend to have such an effect at all. Then the truth might really be what Sohan thought. Vados really means something to himself. Master Law Enforcement Officer, as long as you like it. Vados said with some excitement. The expression of joy on his face was undisguised. I also built the house inside according to the appearance of the most luxurious villa on Earth in the 7th universe. You may also like the appearance inside, Mr. Law Enforcer. In addition, I also built the most advanced gravity training room over there. You can enter the training room at any time. Vados looked at Sohan and laughed again. Gilo. Sure enough, it was built according to the Earth. It seems that I guessed it right. Sohan swallowed, and said inwardly. Then his eyes looked straight at Vados' tall body. I have to say that there is a certain reason why Vados can become one of the goddesses of Dragon Ball. Because of the skin color, Vados may not look as cute as size 18, but in terms of figure, even size 18 cannot be compared with Vados. After all, Angel's advantages lie there. This cannot be changed. Not even all, even the Angel Makarita of the 11th universe. A pair of proud and murderous aura ready to come out. Double tail. Hiss. Thinking of this, Sohan couldn't help but gasped. Then he quickly withdrew his thoughts. Ahem. It seems that Vados is not very good to enter the house now. It's still daytime. Let's talk at night. Let me see how the 7th universe is going. Sohan gave a dry cough and interrupted Vato's progress. Although Sohan really wants to go into the house to see the scenery inside, after all, there are other things to do now. As for the view from the room, anyway, sooner or later it is your own, sooner or later it looks the same. And Sohan feels that the time now is almost the same as when Beerus wakes up. Sohan didn't want to miss it. Okay. Although Vados was a little disappointed, he immediately took out his staff, then tapped the ground lightly. Then a light curtain appeared in front of the three of them. Through the light curtain mapped by Vados, the three can see that the earth has not changed at this moment, and it is as peaceful as when they left. Phew. Can Vados see what Beerus is doing now? Is that guy awake now? Sohan looked at Vados and asked tentatively. Although Angel's strength is very strong, not only can he monitor his own universe, but he can even take a rough look at other adjacent universes. But under normal circumstances, it is not allowed to view the affairs of other people's universes, which is also an iron law. But things are different now. This is Sohan, the law enforcement officer, who is doing inspection work, so I let Vados go to see it. So now Vados can safely and boldly look at things in other universes. I can't check this, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer, but judging from the strength of the divine breath of the 7th universe, Mr. Beerus should have awakened. At this time Vados spoke slowly. Although Beerus likes to sleep, he has a characteristic. Every time he wakes up from sleep, his strength will become stronger. And this is why Beerus likes to sleep. Even if he doesn't need to practice at all, he can be the best in Gods of Destruction only by sleeping. Vados guessed that Beerus had woken up through the breath of God that became stronger in the 7th universe. Because if Beerus hadn't woken up, the average God's breath of the 7th universe wouldn't have been improved. Call. As I guessed, if that's the case, then it's almost time to leave for the 7th universe. Vados also secretly informed Whis, don't tell Beerus about me. I don't want that fellow Beerus to find out now. As he spoke, a smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth. How could he have let Beerus know his identity so early? It is estimated that the other party would kneel on the ground as if seeing Grand Priest. Although that feeling is really cool. But Sohan didn't want to see Beerus with his tail between his legs anytime soon. In that case, Beerus would no longer be able to fight Son Goku with all his might. At the very least, let's talk about it after my plan is over. Shall I tell Whis the secret? Okay, leave it to me. Hearing this, Vados didn't ask much, and immediately nodded in response. Although Vados was also a little puzzled, he knew that now was not the time for him to ask. And she could feel that the way Sohan looked at her had also changed. So he didn't want to destroy his position in Sohan's heart. After Vados secretly notified Whis, the three of Sohan left for the 7th universe. But this time Sohan didn't use instant transmission, but asked Vados to bring the two of them together. Although it would be faster to use instant transmission, Sohan also wanted to experience the joy of being Gods of Destruction. Just after they entered the 7th universe, Sohan felt a very powerful breath of God. And the owner of this breath, Sohan can guess without thinking that Gods of Destruction Beerus must have left. Sohan and Whis have lived together for so many years, and they are quite clear about Whis' aura, so it is impossible for Sohan to get it wrong. Then, since this aura is not Whis, there is probably only one possibility. Gods of Destruction Beerus. It seems that Beerus has indeed awakened. Sohan smiled slightly and said in a flat tone, Gollum, is Beerus the Gods of Destruction of our universe? Is this guy going to attack the Earth? Thinking of this, Son Goku became a little anxious. Because Son Goku understands that the Gods of Destruction are very powerful, and from Sohan's mouth, Son Goku knows that he is the Gods of Destruction Beerus of the universe. Possibly the strongest of the 12 universe Gods of Destruction. If he really had to face such a powerful guy, even though Son Goku had gained extraordinary power now, he would still feel a little powerless. But no matter what, Son Goku will not let anyone harm the Earth. No matter how powerful Beerus is, as long as the opponent dares to attack the Earth, Son Goku will not let him go easily. Maybe it will. Sohan said lightly. If the plot doesn't change drastically, then Beerus will definitely find Earth anyway. So naturally it will also attack the Earth. Don't be nervous, I will give you some time to practice before that. Sohan whispered in Son Goku's ear. Okay. Son Goku nodded slowly. Thinking of Master Sohan by his side, Son Goku felt a lot more at ease. Because Son Goku didn't doubt Sohan's strength at all. Not to mention that Beerus is the most powerful of the 12 universes. Even if Beerus and the other 11 Gods of Destruction are added together, they may not be the opponent of Master Sohan. So Son Goku is naturally relieved. Let's go back to Earth. By the way, Vados, you probably haven't tasted the delicacies of the Earth yet. Don't be too surprised after a while. Sohan looked at Vados with a sudden smirk on his face. If we say that Beerus and Whis are the two big foodies of the 7th universe, then Vados and Kampa are the two big foodies of the 6th universe. They even collect Super Dragon Balls just to wish for the tastiest food. From this we can see how obsessed they are with food. But now that I have time, it's not a bad idea to take Vados to taste the food. Back to Earth? Then what should I do with my cultivation? Master Sohan. After hearing that Sohan was going back to Earth, Son Goku's expression immediately became tense. They returned to Earth to eat delicious food. Although Son Goku also wanted to follow them to taste the food, after all, he basically ate dry food every day when he was with Sohan, and Son Goku really missed the food of the Earth. But Son Goku knows that now is not the time to eat. If you don't take advantage of this time and practice quickly, then when Gods of Destruction Beerus destroys the earth, what will he do to stop him? Tisk. Almost forgot, Son Goku, go to King Kai to practice now. Remember not to use the power of gods, you just need to improve the strength of Super 4 as much as possible now. Besides, if Beerus asks you to fight, try not to expose all of your power, not even Super 4's power. Use Super 3 to test the opponent's strength, it won't do you any harm. Sohan patted Son Goku on the shoulder, and then repeated instructions in his ear. If you want the plot to follow the original, then naturally you should avoid different things from happening as much as possible. And now I just want to take Vados to taste the delicacies of the earth, so at this time, let Son Goku go to King Kai to practice a little bit, there is no problem at all. Okay, Master Sohan, I remember what you said. Son Goku nodded heavily, and his eyes immediately became serious. In the next second, he stretched out his finger and placed it between his eyebrows, using instant transmission to disappear into the distance. Master Law Enforcement Officer, will Master Beerus really go to Son Goku first? Vados naturally also heard the conversation between the two, and immediately said something inconceivable. Because he didn't know how Sohan was sure. I made a random guess. However, I think that Beerus fell asleep for a long time. Now that he finally woke up, he naturally wanted to find a real opponent to exercise his muscles and bones. And now among the humans in the entire 7th universe, Son Goku's strength should be the strongest. Forget it, let's not talk about it Vados. Where is the paper-wrapped fish? Take you to love how it tastes. Speaking of which, Sohan didn't give me Vados a chance to answer, and directly took the other party's hand and entered the restaurant on Earth. Then the two had a big meal. As for consumption, Sohan has never worried about it. Perhaps it was because Bulma deliberately explained the relationship between all the shops in the western capital. When Sohan proposed to settle the account on the capsule company, almost none of the shopkeepers refused. All of them showed flattery on their faces. I even wish that Sohan and the others could eat more before leaving. It's awesome. My Lord Law Enforcement Officer, I never thought that there would be so many delicious foods in your hometown. Not to mention the paper-wrapped fish, it's so beautiful. As he said that, Vados showed an expression of enjoyment on his face, as if he was enjoying the taste left in his mouth. Haha, what is this? We still have a lot of delicacies in China. What you ate just now is just the tip of the iceberg. Sohan raised his chin very proudly. My heart is naturally very proud. When it comes to gourmet food, Huaxia is number 1, and no one dares to be number 2. Tip of the iceberg. Gilo. Hearing this, Vados swallowed his saliva, and then continued a little excitedly, I can still eat, why don't we continue to eat in another place? Speaking of Vados, he looked forward to Sohan, hoping that Sohan could take him to the next place to taste the delicious food here. Although Vados does not know how many thousands of years he has lived, but for this kind of delicacy on Earth, it was the first time in his life that he tasted it. Haha, change the place, really should change the place. It is estimated that this is Bulma's luxury yacht, it should have been arranged, it's alright. A smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth as he spoke. Because just after they left the restaurant, Sohan felt the auras of Z-fighters gathering in the same direction. Apparently it's time for Bulma's party to start. Let's go. Saying that, Sohan took Vados' hand. Then he flew towards the place where the breaths of Z-fighters gathered. Under normal circumstances, Z-fighters have their own jobs, and if there is no emergency, they will not gather together. And now that all the Z-fighters have gone to one place, that's only one possibility. Which means Bulma's birthday party is about to begin. Naturally, Sohan also wanted to join in the fun. After all, there were a lot of delicacies at Bulma's birthday party. Just enough for the gluttonous Vados to have a good taste. Call out. Along with a flash of white light, Sohan and Sohan's bodies immediately appeared above a luxury cruise ship. See? Will there be anything delicious here? Vados looked at the cruise ship on the ground and the endless sea around him, and immediately asked with some doubts. Don't worry Vados, this cruise ship has all kinds of delicacies from the earth, only the ones you can't think of are not available here. Sohan smiled slightly, and then stopped explaining, and flew directly to the deck of the luxury cruise ship with Vados. Boom. The moment the two of them landed on the deck, all the Z-fighters who were still noisy around them became quiet. He looked at Sohan with a dull face. Sohan. The big bald Klin swallowed his saliva, and then said with a nervous face. Although 360 knows that Sohan is a good person and has saved the earth many times. But when seeing Sohan, all of them still can't help but tense up. Because Sohan's strength is too strong, and his temper is weird, so they are a little worried that they will accidentally anger this killing god. And just when everyone couldn't make up their minds how to communicate with this killing god, the protagonist of this queue, Bulma walked over slowly. Mr. Sohan, long time no see. Today is my birthday, and I thought Vegeta would invite you to participate, but now it seems that there is no need for it. Bulma walked to Sohan's side and said with a chuckle. Because Sohan has been using the name of the capsule company for consumption, Bulma naturally found out that it was Sohan who returned to Earth. Originally, he planned to ask Vegeta to take the initiative to invite Sohan to come. After all, Sohan has saved the Earth many times. But after Vegeta heard Sohan's name, his whole body became tense, and he was unwilling to go. In the end, Bulma had no choice but to give up. After all, I can't force Vegeta to do something he doesn't want to do. But it's fine now. Sohan actually came here on his own initiative. Vegeta, hee. Hearing this, Sohan smiled, and then set his sights on a part of the deck. Vegeta is hiding in that relatively hidden place. It seems that the Vegeta of Dragon Ball Super has really changed a lot from the Vegeta of Dragon Ball Z. Sohan shook his head and said. But this is actually normal, because Vegeta has lived on the earth for too long, and has changed from a Saiyan to a real earthling. So the personality will naturally change. By the way, Mr. Sohan, is this next to you? Bulma glanced at Angel Vados next to Sohan, although the other person looked not much different from the people on earth. But the smart Bulma can still find out even if he only looks at the other person's clothes. This tall woman is definitely not from their earth. This is Vados, she is the angel of the 6th universe. Sohan looked at Bulma and introduced Bulma. Because Sohan used the power of the stars to completely cover the aura of the two of them, Sohan didn't worry that Vados would be discovered by Beerus at all. As for Whis, Sohan has already made it clear. So naturally there is nothing to worry about. 6th universe. After hearing Sohan's words, Bulma froze immediately. 6th universe, does it mean that there is not only one universe? But Bulma quickly replied, and immediately grabbed Vados' hand, saying, Ched hi, Miss Vados, I'm glad you can come to my birthday party. There is a wide variety of food here. Soon Bulma became acquainted with Vados. And Vados also likes this earthwoman who invites herself to taste delicious food. Because of the delicacies on the cruise ship, whether it is takoyaki or cuttlefish balls, these things have never been tasted by her. Simply Badoki even used the power of Angel to help Buledin reach a few years old. Although this violated the Angel rules, Vados didn't care at all, because Sohan, the god who supervised them, would never punish her for these things. The wrinkles at the corners of the eyes really disappeared. Miss Vados, you are too amazing. Originally, Bulma still didn't quite believe what Vados said. After all, making people young is not something that humans can do. But out of yearning for beauty, Bulma couldn't hold back and took out the makeup mirror that she carried with her. In the end, she was pleasantly surprised to find that all the wrinkles around her eyes had disappeared. And not only that, her skin has become more hydrated and younger. Haha, I would also like to thank Ms. Bulma for inviting me to taste so many delicacies. As for getting younger, consider it my birthday present to you. Vados spoke while swallowing a takoyaki. For their angel, it is not difficult to increase a person's lifespan by hundreds of years in an instant, and it is even easier to make a woman younger, so Vados naturally didn't take this to heart. By the way, Miss Bulma, you must not let the law enforcement officer know about the gift I gave you, otherwise Vados will be punished. Seeing Bulma's excited face, Vados reminded him a little worriedly. What? Your Honor? Miss Vados, are you referring to Mr. Sohan? Hearing this, Bulma frowned slightly, feeling even more puzzled. Your Excellency Law Enforcer? Could this be the real identity of Mr. Sohan? That's right. The Mr. Sohan you mentioned is the law enforcement officer, but Miss Bulma doesn't care about these titles. Because you are all friends, the law enforcement officer will not pursue it. Vados tasted the dipping shrimp that the chef had just made, and immediately showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. Okay, I see, thank you Miss Vados. Bulma nodded heavily, but his heart was still very shocked. Even Miss Angel, who is as powerful as Vados, calls Mr. Sohan an adult. Then imagine how exaggerated Sohan's identity is. After tasting good food at Sohan for a while, Vegeta finally couldn't help but walk out by himself. However, it can be seen that Vegeta still looks at Sohan with a hint of fear in his eyes. It seems that Vegeta is a little worried at this moment, as if Sohan will suddenly attack him. Gilo. Coming to Sohan's side, Vegeta swallowed his saliva, and then asked excitedly, Susuran, gentlemen. Although Vegeta felt a little hard to say, he obediently said the last two words in the end. Vegeta, do you have something to do? Sohan didn't even look at Vegeta, and tasted the top-notch delicacies in the luxury cruise ship on his own. I have to say that Bulma really invited famous chefs from all over the West to this banquet. Any delicious food can be found everywhere. Mr. Sohan, you should know gods of destruction. When he saw Sohan, he didn't even look at himself. Vegeta's expression became even more broken. Gods of destruction? No, what's wrong? Sohan still responded lukewarmly. Since Vegeta asks himself this question, it proves that Son Goku may have been defeated. But King Kai was afraid of problems, so he told Vegeta that the gods of destruction Beerus would come to Earth. Hehe, that's how it is. No wonder Vegeta is so nervous, it's because of Beerus. The corner of Sohan's mouth raised slightly, and he said secretly in his heart, Vegeta, because he saw his father being stepped on by gods of destruction Beerus when he was a child. So for gods of destruction Beerus, the resulting psychological shadow, it's quite normal to be so scared. Great, then Mr. Sohan, are you sure you can defeat gods of destruction? After hearing Sohan's words, Vegeta became excited. Because Vegeta knows gods of destruction Beerus's style of doing things, since the other party is going to come to Earth, then the Earth will be destroyed 9 times out of 10. If he was still the previous Vegeta, Vegeta would not care whether the Earth would be destroyed or not. But it's different now. This place is home after all. So Vegeta doesn't want to see the Earth destroyed at all. If you want your own wife and children, they are still on this planet. Can. Sohan responded indifferently again. Great, Mr. Sohan, if Gods of Destruction Beerus comes to Earth later, can you protect the Earth? When saying this, Vegeta kept his tone low, in a completely begging tone. It was the complete opposite of Vegeta's tone of voice before. Haha, Vegeta, what are you kidding? Send me to deal with Gods of Destruction? How can such a thing come out of your mouth? Sohan sneered. Even if Vegeta didn't have to say it himself, Sohan would still make the shot. But not now. What's the point of doing it if you do it yourself? Please, Mr. Sohan. Vegeta's face was sincere, and even when he said these words, Vegeta directly knelt on the ground on one knee. I know that this request is a little too much, but please, you must take the Earth. Vegeta's nonsense is very sincere. Although I have been cultivating desperately these years, the improvement in strength is very limited, and I haven't even made a breakthrough in Super Saiyan 3. And the Son Goku guy could have become a Super 3 in many years, but even so Son Goku was defeated by Gods of Destruction. So this made Vegeta affirm one thing even more. Sohan is probably the only one who can compete with Gods of Destruction and protect the Earth now. No one can continue to protect the Earth except Sohan. So now even if Sohan makes things difficult for Vegeta, Vegeta will not refuse. Please, Mr. Sohan, please take action to protect the Earth once more. I will do whatever you want me to do. This time Vegeta lowered his tone, even kneeling on the ground with both legs. He almost kowtowed on the spot. Vegeta, what happened to that guy? At this time, all the Z fighters on the cruise ship also noticed Vegeta and Sohan. Ask for flowers. Although they knew that Vegeta had really changed a lot in these years, they still believed that Vegeta would kneel beside Sohan and beg for his favor. Gods of Destruction, what the hell is that? Even the old grandson can't agree to him. Piccolo frowned, and his expression became extraordinarily serious. Piccolo has super keen hearing, so naturally he discovered the conversation between the two at the first time. Call. Slowly exhaling, looking at Vegeta in front of him with such a sincere attitude, Sohan didn't know how to reject him for a while. Even Sohan himself didn't expect that Vegeta could do this. It seems that Vegeta has really changed a lot. Vegeta, don't you ever think about using your own strength to protect the Earth? Although I do have the strength to defeat Gods of Destruction, you should know that I have guarded the Earth many times. If I'm not here this time, the Earth is facing the threat of Gods of Destruction. What will you do? Sohan didn't agree to Vegeta immediately, but asked Vegeta instead. Because he wanted to hear what Vegeta had to say. What is this guy thinking in his heart? Use your power to protect the Earth. But, Mr. Sohan, the other party is Gods of Destruction, the most powerful existence in the entire universe. Even that guy Kakarot has been defeated. Even if I want to use my own strength to defeat Gods of Destruction, I'm afraid I can't do it. Arrived. Vegeta lowered his head helplessly. If he had the strength, then Vegeta would never pray to anyone. But he knew that he absolutely couldn't be the opponent of Gods of Destruction. If you haven't tried it, how do you know you can't do it? And don't you want to be stronger? Sohan put his hand on Vegeta's shoulder, and said softly, get stronger. Think. Of course I want to, but I haven't become Super Saiyan 3 until now. Thinking of Super 3, Vegeta's already inspired confidence immediately became depressed and died. That's right, I can't even transform into Super Saiyan 3. Talk about getting stronger. It is even more absurd to want to fight Gods of Destruction with your own strength. Super 3. Hearing this, Sohan was also a little ashamed. Super Saiyan 3, it is true that Vegeta cannot become Super Saiyan. But even if he can't become a Super 3, it doesn't mean that Vegeta's strength can't be improved. After all, even in Dragon Ball Super Original, Vegeta has no way to become Super 3. But isn't it still a Super Saiyan God? So it can be seen that wanting to become a Super Saiyan God has something to do with the power of God, and has nothing to do with being able to become a Super Saiyan God. Disheartened Vegeta, although you really can't become a Super 3, it doesn't mean that your strength can't be improved. 293. Sohan looked at the other party and said lightly, real. Vegeta looked at Sohan with some doubts. Its nature, say Super Saiyan God. Sohan looked at Vegeta with dull eyes, and said, Super Saiyan God. Is this also a form of Saiyan's transformation? Hearing this, Vegeta said with some doubts. This is the first time he has heard of the concept of Super Saiyan God. But Vegeta is strange. Could it be that this so-called Super Saiyan God is stronger than Super Saiyan 3? If this is the case, then if I become a Super Saiyan God, I may really have the ability to fight Gods of Destruction Beerus. Mr. Sohan, can I really become a Super Saiyan God? I don't know why at this time, Vegeta's tone of voice became a lot firmer. His eyes were no longer as depressed as before, as if his fighting spirit had been rekindled. Yes, but not now, because Beerus is here. Saying that, Sohan turned his eyes to the distance. And just now Sohan felt two powerful breaths of God rushing towards the earth. It shouldn't take long to reach Earth. What? Gods of Destruction Beerus, Gollum, has come. Hearing this, Vegeta, who was already quite shocked, became nervous again. The name Beerus really impressed him too much. Call out. Call out. At this moment, two piercing sounds sounded. Then Gods of Destruction Beerus and Angel Whis appeared above the cruise ship in the next second. For a moment, all the Z fighters cast their eyes on them. Then, Piccolo, who are they? When Kellen saw the two people suddenly appearing in the sky, his expression immediately became tense. Although he didn't feel too powerful aura from the two of them, Kellen still didn't dare to underestimate them. Being able to appear in the sky above the cruise ship without them noticing is enough to show that the strength of both of them is extraordinary. I don't know. Could it be the gods of destruction they say? Well, damn it, no matter what, everyone must not offend them. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Then he whispered to Klin beside him, Klin, tell everyone to be careful now, but you must not provoke these two guys. Have you heard clearly? You must not provoke these two guys. Piccolo repeatedly reminded Kling in the ear. Yeah, I got it, Piccolo. Hearing this, Kelin naturally knew the seriousness of the matter, and immediately stopped asking more questions and nodded heavily. Then he immediately came to Yamcha, Tian Xinyan and others, and told everyone what Piccolo told him just now. Yo, this is the Earth. It looks pretty good, it's really a pity to destroy such a beautiful place. Gods of Destruction Beerus looked around, and immediately a smug smile appeared on his face. Because of the relationship between the language fish and the prophetic dream, the first thing Beerus does after waking up is to find his fateful opponent, Super Saiyan God. But because it is not clear what Super Saiyan God is, and Whis can't help him find any clues about it, so Beerus thought of going to see if those Saiyans who survived would know something. In the end, they found Son Goku, who was practicing on King Kai, and wanted to learn some news about Super Saiyan God from him. But it also ended in failure. Although Son Goku became the explosive power of Super 3, Beerus felt very surprised, but still did not get any news, ended in failure. So they set their sights on another surviving Saiyan, King Vegeta's son. Hey, Whis, didn't you say that guy Vegeta is around here? Where is it? Why didn't I see it? Beerus glanced at Angel Whis beside him and said, Master Beerus, you might as well look at your feet. I think King Vegeta is on the cruise ship down there. Whis said with a slight smile, because he had already spotted Sohan on the cruise ship at this time. But because Sohan has already explained to him, he can't reveal his relationship for the time being, so Whis will naturally pretend not to know each other. Very good, go down and have a look. I hope this Saiyan prince won't let me down. The corners of Gods of Destruction Beerus raised his mouth slightly, and then landed directly on the deck of the cruise ship. Better than Lord Beerus. After seeing clearly that the person who came was indeed the Gods of Destruction from his childhood memory, Vegeta trembled a little when he spoke. Yo, isn't this our son-in-law King Vegeta? It's been a long time. Gods of Destruction Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Master Beerus doesn't know what you are doing on Earth this time. At this moment, Sohan beside Vegeta spoke up. However, Sohan has hidden his own tail and breath, so Beerus is a Jedi and cannot 0.4 realize that he is Saiyan. Huh? Human. Humph. This planet is really interesting. Didn't I think that even a small human being already knows my reputation as Beerus? Gods of Destruction Beerus said with a sneer. But with the smug expression on his face, it's not hard to say that Gods of Destruction Beerus should be in a good mood at the moment. Yes, Lord Beerus. While speaking, Sohan glanced at Angel Whis who was laughing behind Beerus. I have to say that the camouflage ability of this guy Whis is really too weak. Such behavior is simply too difficult not to be noticed by Beerus. Whis, where are you smirking? What the hell? Seeing Whis smirking behind him, Gods of Destruction Beerus immediately made a displeased voice. Heard? Whis, aware of his gaffe, immediately opened his mouth to change the subject. Master Beerus, have you forgotten the purpose of our coming to Earth? I'm looking for Super Saiyan God, you don't need to tell me about such things. Gods of Destruction Beerus snorted coldly. Then the originally somewhat smug smiling face became serious. Then he looked at Vegeta with narrowed eyes and said, How much do you know about Vegeta Super Saiyan God? What? Super Saiyan God? After hearing Beerus's words, Vegeta was stunned. What's going on? It's Super Saiyan God again. Because Sohan mentioned Super Saiyan God before, Vegeta is no stranger to this name. Vegeta, judging by your reaction, you seem to know something. Seeing that Vegeta's reaction was so strong, the corners of Gods of Destruction Beerus raised slightly, and looked at Vegeta with a smile. He was sure Vegeta definitely knew something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown that expression just now. No, Master Beerus, I've never heard of Super Saiyan God. It's just that I was a little curious after hearing what you said about Super Saiyan God just now. If Vegeta was replaced by Son Goku, maybe the other party would directly say that it was Sohan who said it. But Vegeta wasn't exactly stupid. Oh, Vegeta, are you sure? You should know what happens when you lie to me. Saying this, Gods of Destruction Beerus held out a finger. Then a purple destructive energy quickly emerged in his hand. Vegeta, I advise you to think it through before you speak. Otherwise I only need to shake my fingers a little, and I'm afraid the whole earth will disappear completely. Gods of Destruction Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Vegeta and said with a smile. Damn it. Hearing this, Vegeta's entire body became extremely tense, and even cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But he didn't dare to talk nonsense. On the one hand, he didn't know what Sohan was thinking. As for the Super Saiyan God matter, he really didn't know much. He only learned it from Sohan's mouth. But if you don't say it, what should you do if the other party really destroys the earth? So Vegeta at the moment is simply too tormented? Call out. And at this moment a figure suddenly appeared in front of Vegeta. It was Son Goku who had been defeated by Gods of Destruction Beerus on King Kai. However, because Sohan gave him some fairy beans in advance, Son Goku's injuries have now healed. And because of the relationship with the battle experience with Gods of Destruction, Son Goku now feels that his strength seems to be stronger than before. Kakarot. How did you come? Seeing Son Goku suddenly appearing in front of him, Vegeta didn't know why, and his heart suddenly became a little excited. How is this going? Why would I want to pin my hopes on Kakarot? And this guy was defeated by gods of destruction Beerus before, even if he came now, it would be of no use? Hey, sorry Vegeta, and Master Sohan. Next, I can use my full strength to fight. Son Goku came to Sohan's ear and whispered. Sohan nodded. Son Goku was not rejected, because what he wants to see is not such a scene. What? Master. Mr. Sohan actually became the master of that bastard Kakarot. Hearing this, Vegeta was stunned. How is this going? When did this guy Kakarot worship Sohan as his teacher, and he didn't know it at all? Kakarot, I finally understand. No wonder you came to my house and knocked me out, and took away so many dry food capsules. Yuan Shi has already worshipped Mr. Sohan as his teacher. Too cunning. You didn't even notify me. Vegeta's teeth itch. Clenched fists made a crackling sound. Hey, I'm really sorry Vegeta, but let's talk about these things later. The last thing we need now is to solve the matter of Lord Beerus first. Saying that, Son Goku set his sights on gods of destruction Beerus. The expression of the whole person became serious. Yo, isn't this the Saiyan kid I defeated before? I didn't expect you to come here again so soon. Seeing Son Goku suddenly appear, gods of destruction Beerus said with a smile of great interest. And the destructive power that had already gathered in his hand was taken back by him? Yes, Lord Beerus. Don't you want to know about Super Saiyan God? What did I suddenly think of after being beaten up by you just now? Don't you want to hear it? Saying that, the corner of Son Goku's mouth twitched slightly. Oh, you remembered something about Super Saiyan God. Then tell me quickly, where is the Super Saiyan God? Gods of Destruction Beerus was immediately intrigued after hearing Son Goku say that he knew about Super Saiyan God. Grandson. Strange, the breath on his body really seems to be different from before. At this time, Piccolo in the distance naturally also found Son Goku who came suddenly, and then frowned with some doubts. The people of Namek have keen insight. Although there are only some small changes, they still cannot be noticed by Piccolo. Hey, Master Beerus, have you ever thought that the Super Saiyan God is actually me? Son Goku smiled and pointed to his nose with his thumb. He made a gesture as if he was done and deflated in the Dragon Ball. Abbreviated as deflated gesture? What? Are you the Super Saiyan God? Ha. Son Goku, what are you trying to say? If you don't explain it clearly to me today, you and the Earth will disappear together. After hearing Son Goku's words, Beerus immediately felt that he was being played. It hasn't been long since he defeated this guy, so Beerus is very clear about Son Goku's strength. Although 270 is not weak, it is not on the same channel as my prophecy dream. And Super Saiyan God should be an existence that is evenly matched with him. Since you don't want to believe it, I'll have to show you, said Son Goku clenched his fists. Ha. Accompanied by the roaring sound from Son Goku's mouth, golden flames spewed out from Son Goku's body immediately. Srustling. The moment the golden flame burst out, Son Goku's hair turned golden yellow. TCH. The old one again. But in the face of Son Goku, gods of destruction Beerus, who had become a Super Saiyan, still curled his lips coldly. The momentum is good, but the strength is too hot. It's not over yet, Lord Beerus. Next is Super Saiyan 4. The corners of Son Goku's mouth raised slightly as he spoke. In the next moment, even greater energy spewed out from Son Goku's body. Boom. The powerful energy even shook the distant cruise ship back again and again. At the same time, the original battle suit on Son Goku's body suddenly disappeared. Has grown red hair. What is this? At this moment, Vegeta on the cruise ship was stunned. What is going on with this powerful energy? Is this guy really Kakarot? How could such a powerful energy erupt? Master Beerus? This should be the Super Saiyan God you want to see. Son Goku, who became Super 4, smiled slightly and said. It has to be said that after Son Goku became Super Saiyan 4, both his strength and the aura exuded from his body have undergone earth-shaking changes. Even the tone of the whole person's speech is very different from before. After hearing Son Goku's words, gods of destruction Beerus didn't speak immediately, but frowned slightly. A face full of doubts. Although Son Goku became like this, both his strength and momentum have been greatly improved. It has even surpassed the gods. But Beerus couldn't say why, he did feel that something was missing. Are you really the Super Saiyan God? Beerus took 2 steps forward, came in front of Son Goku, walked up and down a lot, and said in a questioning tone. It's only natural, Lord Beerus. And if you don't believe it, try it, and you'll find out. Saying that, Son Goku's mouth curled into a smile. Although he can still integrate the power of God into Super 4 to make himself stronger, Son Goku doesn't intend to use his whole card now. Haha, what you said seems to make sense. But I'm a little curious, since you have such power, why didn't you use it immediately when you were on Kaiwang? Gods of Destruction Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly and said. I don't know why, although Son Goku is exuding a strong aura at the moment, but Beerus still feels that this guy may not really be a super sailor. It's easy. Because I also wanted to test your strength, Master Beerus, but I didn't expect your strength to be so different. I was knocked out by you before I had time to use a stronger force. Son Goku said with a chuckle. Naturally, it is impossible for him to tell Beerus that this is something that Master Sohan has arranged in advance. And he's not that stupid. So strong. What kind of training did old Sun do during this time? His strength has actually become so strong. Watching Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku in midair, Piccolo clenched his fist in disbelief. But the hanging heart in my heart was also relieved at this time. Now that Son Goku has become so powerful now, he doesn't have to worry at all. No matter how powerful the gods of destruction is, it is absolutely impossible to be stronger than the current Son Goku. After all, the power emanating from Son Goku is simply too terrifying. No matter how far away, Piccolo felt as if an invisible big hand was pinching his body. Have you been defeated by me before you have used all your strength? Let's just trust you. But I hope you will fight with all your might. Because if you can't defeat me, I will directly destroy you and the earth under your feet. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of Beerus' mouth as he said gods of destruction. After hearing what Beerus said, both Son Goku and everyone on the cruise took a breath of air. All of a sudden, everyone cheered up. What are you kidding? Destroy the earth, they will never allow such a thing to happen? Don't worry, Master Beerus. I will not give you the chance to destroy the earth. Son Goku, who became Super Saiyan 4, looked directly at gods of destruction Beerus with sharp eyes, not daring to be careless. He has seen the power of gods of destruction, also aware of gods of destruction's style of doing things. And since the other party said that it would directly destroy the earth, it must be done. Haha. Come on, let me see how strong you, Super Saiyan God is. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, and hooked Son Goku lazily. Indicates that the other side will attack you. It is good. Then I'd rather be respectful than obedient. After speaking, Son Goku's breath changed suddenly. Call out. Like a flash of red lightning, his body rushed towards Beerus, the god of words. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he punched towards gods of destruction Beerus. How much faster the speed is than before, it's interesting. This guy might really be Super Saiyan God. The corners of gods of destruction Beerus's mouth were slightly the same, and he raised his arms with a smile. Snapped. In the next moment, Son Goku's fist was directly caught with the palm of his hand. Not bad. It's not only the speed that has become stronger, but also the strength has improved a lot. Not weak Super Saiyan God should be more than that. After catching Son Goku's fist, gods of destruction Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Son Goku in front of him and said with a smile. You don't need to say it. My strength is naturally more than that. Look carefully. Saying that, Son Goku's body flashed, and Tien stood behind gods of destruction Beerus in an instant. Then he raised it with a kick. Boom. Although Son Goku shot very quickly this time, it was a pity that gods of destruction Beerus still caught the opponent's attack. What? Is still blocked. After seeing this scene, both Vegeta and the Z fighters on the cruise ship all stared wide-eyed. Because they never thought that such a thing would happen. One must know the aura emanating from Son Goku at this moment, it has almost reached the level of terror. Even in their eyes, Son Goku defeating gods of destruction Beerus was a sure thing. But what's going on now? Son Goku's attack failed twice, and he was easily dealt with by the opponent with such an understatement. This made many people present unable to believe the scene in front of them. Vados, Miss Vados, can Jun's son defeat that cat-like guy? Even Bulma became tense at this point. Because she had never seen Vegeta so afraid of a stranger. This is enough to show that the cat-like alien is absolutely powerful. But because of the presence of Suhan, Bulma is actually not too worried. Because as long as there is Suhan, every crisis that the Earth encounters can be solved easily. This one, it's hard to say, but the chances of winning are not great. After all, Beerus-sama is really strong. Vados didn't care about the battle between Son Goku and gods of destruction Beerus at all, but was enjoying the delicious food by himself. And there was no fear of being discovered by gods of destruction Beerus and the others. Because Suhan had already set up a barrier on Vados, as long as the strength of gods of destruction Beerus did not surpass Suhan, then the other party would definitely not be able to discover that this person was Vados. Even Sun Jun can't agree to that guy. So, Miss Vados, what about Mr. Suhan? Can Mr. Suhan beat that guy? Hearing this, Bulma looked at Vados excitedly. Because Bulma will know that the guy just said that if Son Goku can't beat him, he will destroy the Earth himself. As the richest man on Earth, Bulma naturally does not want to see such a thing happen. Although this is the one who asked Vados anxiously. Miss Bulma, do you mean Lord Lawrence and Lord Beerus? Hearing this, Vados put down the food in his hands. Okay. Bulma nodded repeatedly. Of course it's a no-brainer. Although Mr. Beerus is very powerful, it cannot be compared with Mr. Law Enforcer. So no matter what happens, Lord Beerus cannot be the opponent of Lord Law Enforcer. After speaking, Vados picked up the food again and tasted it. Vados never doubted whether Suhan could defeat gods of destruction Beerus. Because let alone facing a Beerus, even if facing 12 gods of destruction, it is absolutely impossible for Suhan to be defeated. After all, Suhan is capable of fighting Grand Priest with all his might. Even in the entire temple, there are only a handful of people who can do this. So Vados didn't have any doubts about Su 723 hand strength at all. Gilo. Hearing this, Bulma swallowed excitedly. There was a turmoil in his heart. But it soon calmed down. Great, if that's the case then there's nothing to worry about. Suhan will definitely not let that bastard destroy the Earth. Bulma patted his chest, trying to calm himself down. On the other side, Son Goku of Super Saiyan 4 has been defeated by Beerus. There is no way to fight back at all. What's the matter Son Goku? Is Super Saiyan God's strength only like this? It should be more than that. I know you still have the potential to improve, but I advise you to seize the opportunity. Otherwise when you are defeated by me, they and the whole earth will be completely destroyed by me. Gods of Destruction Beerus looked at Son Goku with a sneer. While Son Goku did surprise Beerus, he wasn't even half as good. So naturally I am somewhat dissatisfied. And after the initial fight with Son, Chabe, Goku just now, Gods of Destruction Beerus felt that Son Goku's strength was definitely more than that. There is definitely room for improvement in his strength. Master Beerus, I will never let you hurt my friend or the whole earth. Hearing this, Son Goku became excited. No one can threaten their own relatives, friends, or even the earth. So I must defeat Gods of Destruction Beerus. Ha ha! After the roar came from Son Goku's mouth, golden flames spewed out from Son Goku's body immediately. And at the moment when the golden flames gushed out, thunder and lightning visible to the naked eye hovered above the golden flames. There was a crackling sound. The momentum is very domineering. Boom boom boom. The powerful energy is like a shock wave, impacting the entire area time and time again. Even the cruise ship below them shook violently at this moment. It was like experiencing a huge storm. Ho ho. Son Goku's strength has been improved again. It's really interesting. At this time, Angel Whis naturally noticed that Son Goku's strength had become stronger. As for the relationship between Son Goku and Sohan, Whis is naturally aware of it. So in Whis' eyesight, it is actually very normal that Son Goku's strength can be improved in this way. After all, the person who trained him is the temple law enforcement officer. If Son Goku's strength cannot be improved quickly under such circumstances, then there is a problem? And even now that Son Goku's strength has improved again, Whis still feels that Son Goku's strength may not be fully released yet. Has your strength improved again? Interesting. How long have you slept? Let's move around. Seeing that Son Goku's strength had improved again, Gods of Destruction Beerus said with a smile. However, at this moment, Son Goku's body appeared in front of Gods of Destruction Beerus like a ghost. Boom. Blast out with a punch. Even Gods of Destruction Beerus was stunned by Son Goku's speed. Although he avoided Son Goku's fist in time at the critical moment, the shocked expression was still written on his face. Very good. Strength has also improved a lot. But it's interesting, so let me see if you, Super Saiyan God, can become a strong opponent. Speaking of Gods of Destruction Beerus frowned slightly. Then the whole body also spewed out purple energy flames. Call out. Like a purple streamer, the body quickly flew towards Son Goku. And Son Goku also rushed towards Gods of Destruction Beerus again. Boom. In the end, their fists collided fiercely. The moment the two fists collided, a powerful shock wave swept across the entire earth. Even the mountain peaks in the distance were shattered by the shock at this time, and even cracks visible to the naked eye appeared on the ground. $3. What a terrifying energy. Is this Goku's current strength? This is really scary, and the cat-like guy opposite Goku seems to be stronger. At this time, Klin, with a big bald head, looked at Son Goku and Beerus in the distance with a look of shock. It's unbelievable. Damn it. Kakarot, how could you have become so powerful? What exactly is going on? Could it be the relationship between worshipping Mr. Sohan as a teacher? After thinking about what Son Goku said before, Vegeta immediately thought of something. The eyes are even more radiant. The heart became extremely excited. Then he put his eyes on Sohan, and said cautiously, Mr. Sohan, you said before that you can make me stronger. You probably didn't lie to me. Do you think I have to lie to you? And didn't you see it too? Isn't Son Goku the best proof right now? Sohan glanced at Vegeta, then said with a sneer. Kakarot. Mr. Sohan, can I become a Super Saiyan God like Kakarot? After hearing Sohan's words, Vegeta became excited. Super Saiyan God. Who told you Son Goku is now Super Saiyan God? Hearing this, Sohan said helplessly. The reason why Son Goku told Beerus that his current state is Super Saiyan God is just to confuse Gods of Destruction Beerus. After all, no one will come up and show all their whole cards. At least not Son Goku. What? Mr. Sohan? You mean that Kakarot guy is not in Super Saiyan God right now? Hearing this, Vegeta was stunned again. How is this going? Isn't Kakarot's current state Super God of Saiyan? But didn't Kakarot himself admit it? For a moment, Vegeta was puzzled. Haha, of course not, but it's not surprising that you think of Super Saiyan 4 as Super Saiyan God. After all, Super 4 is stronger than Super Saiyan God. Sohan said lightly. It can be seen from the battle between Son Goku and Son Goku from another time and space in the original book. The strength of Super Saiyan 4 definitely surpasses Super Saiyan God Red, and it is not even weaker than Super Saiyan God Blue, even a little stronger. So Super Saiyan 4 is stronger than Super Saiyan God, there is no problem in itself. Gilo. Super Saiyan 4. Is there really such a thing? Kakarot, what kind of cultivation has he been doing all these years? It has reached the point of Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta stared blankly at Son Goku who was fighting Gods of Destruction Beerus in midair, and then he clenched his fists nervously. Not being able to become Super Saiyan has made Vegeta very uncomfortable, and now Son Goku has surpassed Super Saiyan and become Super Saiyan 4. This simply made Vegeta doubt life and the world. Could it be that I, the Prince of Saiyan, can't really compare to Son Goku, a low-level fighter? Don't be nervous Vegeta, what Son Goku can do, you can do too. It just takes some time. Sohan said lightly. In fact, Vegeta just can't become a Super 3. If it is a single round combat talent, even if Vegeta is not as good as Son Goku, he will definitely not be weak. Otherwise, Vegeta would not be able to use his own strength to become stronger in despair in the original book. Reached the realm of Super Saiyan God Dark Blue. You know that level is something that even Son Goku can't reach. Sohan, Mr. Sohan, is everything you said true? Hearing this, Vegeta's originally dejected face suddenly showed a look of joy. Then the whole person became excited. What does Mr. Sohan mean? Can he also become Super Saiyan God? Or Super Saiyan 4? Thinking of this, Vegeta became excited. Nature is real. Although you can't become Super Saiyan 3 yet, it doesn't mean you can't become Super Saiyan 4. The corner of Sohan's mouth raised slightly, and then he patted Vegeta's shoulder lightly. So, great. After hearing Sohan's words, Vegeta became excited again. The eyes of the whole person are burning with the flame of hope. He longs to become stronger, longing to catch up in Son Goku's footsteps. He is a proud Saiyan prince, how could he be willing to be surpassed by a low-level fighter? Flew away. Son Goku is probably worried that the next battle will threaten the Earth. But that's fine. After Sohan looked at the Earth that Son Goku and Gods of Destruction Beerus flew out of together, he immediately smiled with satisfaction. Yo, long time no see, Lord Law Enforcer. Why haven't you seen me for a long time? I'm so sad. At this time, Angel Whis also came to Sohan's side and said with a smile. Hey, Whis, thank you for keeping this matter a secret. Sohan took 2 steps forward, came to Whis and spoke. Ho. Although I don't know what the law enforcement officer wants to do, but the strength of Saiyan named Son Goku has really become much stronger than when we met last time. The last time Whis saw Son Goku. Although when I met Son Goku before, Whis found that the opponent's strength is definitely not weak. But now it seems that the opponent has become stronger after being trained by Sohan. I just don't know if Son Goku can force Beerus to use Gods of Destruction with Son Goku's current strength. Ask for flowers. Sohan rubbed his chin and thought about it. If it is to deal with the Gods of Destruction who ranks behind in strength among the 12 Gods of Destruction, maybe Son Goku can really defeat the opponent. But it is different now. The enemy that Son Goku faces is Gods of Destruction Beerus, the most powerful among the 12 Gods of Destruction. So even if Son Goku has mastered the method of fusion God power now, it is not an easy task to defeat the opponent. But whether Gods of Destruction Beerus can be forced to use the Gods of Destruction pass, this is what Sohan cares most about. As long as Son Goku can force Gods of Destruction Beerus to use Gods of Destruction, then Son Goku can be said to have won. Is it possible to force Master Beerus to use Gods of Destruction? Maybe it's not easy. Whis responded lightly. 00. Hi. Whis, long time no see. At this time, Angel Vados, who was tasting delicious food in the distance, quickly waved his arm at Whis. Huh? How does that person know my name? Whis looked at Vados with some doubts. But because Sohan placed a barrier on Vados, Whis couldn't see Vados' true identity? Oh, almost forgot the protective barrier is still there. Saying that, Sohan waved his hand, and then the protective barrier on Vados disappeared. It's Sister Vados. What exactly is going on? The moment the protective barrier disappeared, Whis saw clearly what Vados looked like. Then he yelled out in surprise. He wasn't surprised that Sohan could disguise a person so that even he, the angel, couldn't find it. After all, Sohan's strength has already surpassed his angel. But what makes Whis puzzled is that Sister Vados is the angel of the 6th universe. How could she come to the Earth of the 7th universe? And it looks like they are still here with Sohan. Otherwise, Sohan would not deliberately pretend to be the other party. Whis, come here quickly, there are a lot of delicious food here. Vados didn't pay attention to Whis's thinking face, and immediately took out the delicious food in his hand and started to shake it back and forth. What food? Sister Vados, show mercy, I'll come right away. After seeing the delicacies in Vados' hands, Angel Whis put all doubts behind her, and hurried over. After seeing the food, Whis threw away all his doubts and scratched his head, and instead competed with Vados for the food. Sohan wasn't surprised at all, because in Sohan's opinion, this is too normal. After all, in the original book, if Whis is the world's second-ranked foodie in Dragon Ball, then Gods of Destruction Beerus may not even dare to rank first. Hey, I'm really curious now, is it true that Angel has no resistance to delicious food? If you have a chance, you must try it on Makarita. Sohan shook his head and said helplessly. Because the 2 angels that Sohan met were all foodies, this naturally gave Sohan an idea. Does it mean that all angels are big foodies? This thing might really be possible. June 43. But Sohan quickly let go of this thought, because if you want to confirm this matter, you have to wait until later. Because they have more important things to do now. Train Vegeta? That's right, training Vegeta. It is very necessary for Sohan to train Vegeta. Even now that Son Goku's strength has really become stronger, Sohan has no confidence in whether he can force Gods of Destruction Beerus to use the Gods of Destruction pass. But if it was Son Goku plus Vegeta, the result might be different. So Sohan naturally wanted to train Vegeta a little during this time. After all, Vegeta is also the protagonist in the world of Dragon Ball. Although it is not as good as the first protagonist Son Goku, the title of the second child of 10,000 years is none other than Vegeta. Vegeta, you should also really want to become a Super Saiyan God. Sohan looked at Vegeta and said with a smile. He believed that after seeing Son Goku's strength, Vegeta would never give up any chance to become stronger. That's right. Mr. Sohan, I also want to become a Super Saiyan God, because I don't want to be stepped on by that guy Kakarot. So please, Mr. Sohan, please guide me to become stronger. Saying that, Vegeta actually knelt on the ground again. The attitude is very sincere. No problem, I can guide you to become Super Saiyan God, but as for whether you can surpass Son Goku, hehe, this still requires your own efforts, and no one can help you with this. Sohan said with a light smile. Although he can train Vegeta, if Vegeta wants to defeat Son Goku in a short time, it is obviously impossible. Because the current Son Goku has surpassed Vegeta too much. Now Son Goku can't help but become Super Saiyan God, and even Super Saiyan 4. It is even possible to perfectly fuse these two energies together to erupt a more powerful force. Faced with such power, Son Goku even has the power to fight the official gods of destruction. So Vegeta wants to surpass Son Goku, it's not that easy. Mr. Sohan, don't worry, my effort in cultivation will never lose to anyone. As long as you tell me how to become stronger, I will work hard in that direction. I Vegeta say it and do it. Vegeta said in a very serious tone. There is even a kind of fire that can be seen from Vegeta's eyes. Fiery flames. A steadfast flame. Very good. Vegeta, I did not misunderstand you. Since you have already figured it out, then I will teach you how to become a Super Saiyan God. After speaking, Sohan put his hand on Vegeta's shoulder immediately. Call out. With the flash of white light, the bodies of Sohan and Vegeta disappeared into the distance immediately. And when they reappeared, they had already arrived at the planet Sharda in the 6th universe. Here. Mr. Sohan, what is this place? Vegeta looked at the strange things around him and asked with some doubts. Vegeta didn't know why, although this place seemed unfamiliar to the game, it brought him an inexplicable sense of peace of mind. It's as if I've been to this place myself. Don't be nervous Vegeta, here's the planet Sharda of the 6th universe. It is the predecessor of planet Vegeta in the 6th universe. Sohan looked at Vegeta's shocked expression and said with a smile. What? The 6th universe, the predecessor of planet Vegeta. Gilo. Hearing this, Vegeta was stunned. Even for a moment Vegeta felt that his mind was a little bit out of control. The 6th universe, is there a 5th universe? There is not only one universe? Don't be so shocked, the most important thing now is to help you improve your strength. As for other things, I will naturally explain to you later. Speaking of which, Sohan once again directly cared about Vegeta's body, and flew towards the palace of planet Sharda. When meeting Gabe again, Sohan found that Gabe's strength at this time has become stronger than when they met last time. Even a trace of divine power appeared in his body. It seems that they should also perform the Super Saiyan God ceremony, but it may be because Gabe's strength has not yet reached a certain level. So it has not directly become Super Saiyan God yet. Gabe, have you heard everything I told you clearly? After Sohan told Gabe to look for Saiyan, who has a heart of justice, he immediately questioned him again, feeling uneasy. Master Sohan, don't worry. This is definitely not the first time we have done these things, so we will definitely be more proficient than last time. Gabe patted his chest and said very confidently. Then after a while, Gabe came over with 5 Saiyans. Sohan. Mr. Sohan, what are we going to do now? Seeing these Saiyans in front of him, although Vegeta couldn't help but ask. But because Sohan said before that he would explain later, Vegeta didn't dare to continue asking. But after seeing the 5 Saiyans holding hands, they finally put their arms on their shoulders. Vegeta still asked nervously. Relax Vegeta, they are here to help you develop the energy in your body, just keep at it. You can become Super Saiyan God, don't think about other things, give me to feel the flow of God's power. Sohan reminded Vegeta. What, the ritual to become Super Saiyan God? Okay, Mr. Sohan, I remember. I will definitely succeed. Hearing this, Vegeta was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded excitedly. He didn't expect that this was actually a ritual to turn himself into a Super Sailor God. Since it is a ritual that can directly turn him into a Super Sailor God, Vegeta will naturally not refuse. Finally, after the 5 Saiyans injected all the energy in their bodies into Vegeta's body, immediately, a burst of strong white light enveloped the entire planet Sharda, and then the sky suddenly changed color. Finally, after the white light faded away, Vegeta has perfectly turned into Super Saiyan God Red. Originally black hair, turned into the red color of the Super Demi-Human God symbol. Is this Super Saiyan God? This should be the power of God, it really is amazing. I feel that my strength at this moment must have surpassed Kakarot in Super Saiyan 3. Thinking of this, Vegeta became excited. Because even the weakest Super Race God Red will make Vegeta's strength greatly improved on the original basis. So now Vegeta feels this way. The feeling of strength has been greatly improved in an instant. It looks like it's going well this time. Seeing that Vegeta succeeded all at once, a satisfied smile appeared on Sohan's face 27. Because this is a good thing for Sohan. At least I don't have to waste time anymore. It's amazing, it succeeded all at once. In this way, the only reason why we didn't have the hole before should be the lack of strength. Seeing that Vegeta succeeded all at once, Gabe immediately showed a trace of astonishment on his face. Although he also guessed that this would be the result, but when this really appeared in front of Gabe's eyes, he was still a little flustered. After all, they have tried this kind of ceremony many times, but without exception, they basically all failed. Fortunately, although it failed, it also made them feel the power of God. Although he can't become a super race god, he can cultivate the power of God at a slow speed. It can be considered a consolation? Thank you, Gabby. Now that Vegeta has perfectly transformed into Super Saiyan God, there is no need for Sohan and Suhan to stay in this place anymore. After all, they have more important things to do now. You don't need to thank Master Sohan. In fact, we should be the ones who should thank you. Because of your relationship, the strength of our planet Sharda has now increased by another level. Gabe scratched his head with a silly smile. Haha, very well, for the sake of your sincerity, let me remind you. If you want to become a Super Saiyan God, you don't just have to rely on rituals, you also have to work hard to improve the strength of the God. Only when your strength reaches a certain level, can you become a Super Saiyan God under the effect of the ceremony. After speaking, Sohan didn't wait for Gabe to respond, and directly used instant transmission to disappear in place. Great. Sure enough, it's exactly what I thought. It seems that our basic cultivation still needs to be strengthened. After hearing Suhan's reminder, Gabe's whole being was stunned. But when he came back to his senses, he found that Sohuang and Vegeta had already left. On the other side, Sohan and the two have returned to Earth. After all, Vegeta has become a Super Saiyan God. Vegeta, don't expose your true strength so early, it's best to cover it up now. Sohan opened his mouth to remind. Now Son Goku has not lost yet, so it is not yet Vegeta's turn to make a move. And at this time, it is obviously a very unwise choice to let Vegeta expose in advance. Okay, I got it, Mr. Sohan. Hearing this, Vegeta didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately returned to normal. Son Goku's breath has gradually become disordered, and it seems that he won't be able to last for too long. At this moment, the voice of Angel Whis suddenly came from behind Sohan and the two of them. Then Angel saw Angel Whis eating takoyaki with big mouthfuls and said with a smile. It's exactly what I thought, but it's pretty good that Super Saiyan 4 can push Beerus to this point. Sohan nodded. He naturally also found that Mr. Son Goku's breath was out of order. If you don't use stronger power, I'm afraid it won't be long before you will be defeated. At this moment, Gods of Destruction Beerus has at least used more than 5 levels of strength, so it can be said that Sohan's goal has been achieved. And the next thing to see is what will happen after Son Goku integrates the power of God into Super Saiyan 4. It would be even better if Gods of Destruction Beerus could be forced to use Gods of Destruction. Sohan really wants to see what kind of expression Gods of Destruction Beerus will show when he sees Son Goku transforming into the 4 gods of Super Saiyan. Just at this moment, a loud noise came out. Then Son Goku's body quickly fell from the outside of the earth like a kite with a broken string. Even the air around Son Goku started to burn because of Son Goku's sharp fall. It's time for Son Goku, there's no need to hide your strength. Give me all your strength and face it. Sohan shouted loudly to Son Goku, who was falling rapidly in the distance. And Son Goku, who seemed to have fainted, opened his closed eyes suddenly after hearing Sohan's words. Then he immediately stabilized his body. Ho ho. Master Beerus, the strength of your attack just now is really strong. My back still hurts. Looking at the Gods of Destruction Beerus in the distance, Son Goku smiled and scratched his back. Cut, this guy can hold 560 in my hands for a long time, and he has not been defeated yet. Although I haven't used my full strength. But what are you kidding? I can Gods of Destruction Beerus. Could it be said that even dealing with an ordinary human has reduced to the time to use all my strength? At this time, Gods of Destruction Beerus couldn't help clenching his fists, and the veins on his face jumped violently at this time. And from the blue veins on Gods of Destruction Beerus's face, it can be seen that the other party seems to be serious. Master Beerus, I know you didn't use your full strength to fight me, but it's just right. I didn't use all my strength to fight. Why don't we do this? What do you think of the two of us fighting with all our strength? After finishing speaking, a smile appeared on the corner of Son Goku's mouth. Then for the next moment, it didn't matter whether Gods of Destruction Beerus answered his own question or not. Immediately clenched his fists. Haha. With a roar, the divine power in Son Goku's body began to surge rapidly, and in the end it was actually fused with Son Goku's current body. What's going on here? It's actually the power of a god. Could it be that this is the real Super Saiyan God? That Son Goku guy was just teasing me. After seeing the changes in Son Goku, Gods of Destruction Beerus' eyes widened. Incredible face. In the eyes of Gods of Destruction Beerus, Son Goku, who just became Super Saiyan 4, is already very strong. Even when fighting the opponent, Gods of Destruction Beerus had to deliberately control his power, otherwise the powerful shock waves emitted by the two of them fighting would directly destroy the entire universe. From the perspective of Gods of Destruction Beerus, Son Goku's strength may only be so strong no matter how powerful it is. But he didn't expect that Son Goku's strength was not fully displayed. Instead, it became stronger again. Even this time it turned out to be stronger than before. What's more, Son Goku's body exudes a burst of divine aura. You must know that it is a special aura that only real gods can exude. Since Son Goku can exude such an aura, it means that Son Goku has now become a god. Damn it, could it be said that the language fish and my prophecy dream are real? This guy will really become my strong enemy. Are you kidding me? It's just a human being. How could it be my rival to Gods of Destruction Beerus? After watching this beat you, Gods of Destruction Beerus clenched his fists. This time he actually took the initiative to attack Son Goku. His body suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, his body had already appeared in front of Son Goku. The fist wrapped in purple energy slammed towards Son Goku's body. Well done, this kind of battle can make me stronger. Turning into the Son Goku of Super Saiyan God 4 Blue, the whole person became excited. Saiyan's battle-loving gene in his body was completely activated. Seeing the oncoming fist, Son Goku didn't hesitate. He raised his fist and slammed it towards the opponent. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, the powerful energy spreads around like a shockwave. The surrounding meteorites were completely reduced to ashes at this moment. But the bodies of the two of them seemed to be still. They all stood in place, and neither body took a step back. This guy actually resisted my attack. How is this possible? Gods of Destruction Beerus has already set off a stormy sea, because he never thought that Son Goku would be able to resist his own attack, and it is not only Son Goku who has improved his strength at this moment. He himself has now come up with more powerful strength to fight. Although it is said that it has not used all the power, it is almost the same. But he didn't expect that even so, he was still perfectly defended by Son Goku. Even the opponent's body didn't take half a step back. This made Gods of Destruction Beerus a little unbelievable at the scene in front of him. Hey, Master Beerus was taken aback. I was also taken aback at the beginning. But now I haven't used all my strength yet. At this moment, the corners of Son Goku's mouth rose slightly. Then the veins on the arm burst immediately. Immediately afterwards, powerful energy spewed out from Son Goku's body again. In the end, Son Goku unexpectedly repelled Gods of Destruction Beerus for a distance of more than 10 meters, and finally stabilized his body. Oops. You actually repelled Master Beerus. I didn't expect Son Goku's strength to be hidden so deeply. Even I didn't notice it at first sight. Ho. If my guess is correct, I think this should be the hand of the law enforcement officer. At this moment, Angel Whis laughed again and started talking. It's natural. But the current Beerus hasn't used his full strength yet. So it's hard to say what the outcome of this battle will be. Sohan glanced at Whis and said lightly. Although Son Goku seems to have some advantages now, Sohan is very clear in his heart that this is because Beerus did not use his full strength at all. Otherwise Son Goku wouldn't have had any chance at all. But even that is good enough. After all, Son Goku in the distance, in this battle, only forced Gods of Destruction to use less than 3 levels of strength. And now Son Goku at least let Gods of Destruction Beerus use about 8 layers of strength. But it is already very powerful. As for whether Son Goku can force Gods of Destruction Beerus to use all his strength to fight the opponent, Sohan is really not sure about this. After all, since Gods of Destruction Beerus can become the strongest among the 12 Gods of Destruction, he still has strength. As for how strong Gods of Destruction Beerus is, Sohan is not very clear about it. Because there are not many descriptions of Beerus fighting in the original book, and Surang himself has never fought Beerus. So the understanding of Beerus is still as described in the play. Mr. Sohan, is there anything I need to do? At this time, Vegeta, who was beside Sohan, asked tremblingly. Because just before Vegeta was still indulging in the joy of Super Sailor, but the next second Vegeta was dumbfounded. Nanny? What the hell is going on with this guy Kakarot? How did the strength suddenly become so powerful? Even Vegeta, who had just acquired such a powerful force, couldn't help but swallowed. Oh, almost forgot about you. Although the breath of God on the earth is a bit thin, it should be barely enough for you to learn the basic overcontrol of the breath of God. Saying that, Sohan put his finger on Vegeta's head. Then a burst of energy rushed into Vegeta's body quickly. When Vegeta felt this energy, his pupils shrank. Because he is very aware of the significance of the cultivation method that Sohan just gave him. It can even be said, good, that as long as Vegeta can fully master this method, then Vegeta's future cultivation will not only be much easier, even the transformation of the Super Saiyan God that I just obtained can be strengthened and become stronger. Gilo. Vegeta swallowed and looked at Son Goku gratefully. Okay, you don't have to thank me, just practice hard. I think when Son Goku can't hold on, there should be your claws when you appear on the stage. Son Goku glanced at Vegeta, and said, thank you so much Mr. Sohan. Nodding quickly, Vegeta didn't get any ink marks, and immediately entered the state of cultivation. Because he heard what Sohan said just now, Congress may have a chance for him to make a move. After hearing this sentence, Vegeta's whole body seemed to be ignited. Now that he has the opportunity to make a move himself, Vegeta will naturally perform well. After knocking back Gods of Destruction Beerus with one punch, Son Goku's confidence soared. There was even a confident smile on his face. He opened his mouth and said lightly, Master Beerus, I know that your strength is definitely more than that, so please use all your strength to fight me. Saying that, Son Goku punched Gods of Destruction Beerus. Unfortunately, this punch did not hit Beerus, but was easily dodged by the opponent. This bastard. How dare you say such arrogant words? You really don't take my Gods of Destruction seriously, damn bastard. But since you want to die anyway, then I can fulfill you. What is my rival? I want to see if you are qualified. After hearing Son Goku's words, the expression of Gods of Destruction Beerus became gloomy. Even at this time, the corner of the mouth made a creaking sound. Obviously Gods of Destruction Beerus was a little angry at this time. Boom. The moment Gods of Destruction Beerus clenched his fists, powerful energy was released from his body. Purple energy is like a gas flame, erupting from the body of Gods of Destruction Beerus. However, at this moment, the power of Gods of Destruction Beerus had an earth-shaking boost. 140. Bastard, don't you want to see how strong Gods of Destruction is? Then I'll let you take a good look at it now. Saying that, the body of Gods of Destruction Beerus suddenly flashed out like a purple arrow. In an instant, he appeared in front of Son Goku. What? So fast? Son Goku never thought that the speed of Gods of Destruction Beerus could be so fast. There was no chance of resistance at all. Not even a chance to defend. In the end, he was punched in the chest by Gods of Destruction Beerus. Then the body was shot out like a cannonball. Son Goku's body directly penetrated a small planet in the distance. In the end, he stabilized his body in embarrassment. Ahem. Is this the true strength of Gods of Destruction? It's really too powerful. Son Goku clutched his sunken chest, feeling uncomfortable all over. Then that punch can't be said to have seriously injured Son Goku, but it definitely had a big impact on Sun Wu. Even if it weren't for Super Saiyan God's strong recovery ability, it is estimated that it would be somewhat impossible for Son Goku to exert his full strength now. Hey, but this kind of battle is interesting. Son Goku gritted his teeth excitedly, and then his whole expression became extraordinarily excited. Master Beerus, don't show mercy, let's fight happily. Ha ha ha. Saying that, Son Goku roared again, and powerful energy was released immediately. Srustling. Blue-gold flames soared into the sky, piercing into the sky like a sharp blade. It looks very domineering. But Gods of Destruction Beerus on the other side also released purple arrogance, which also looked very mighty and domineering. You can still continue to fight. What an interesting kid. I'm starting to appreciate you a little bit now, Son Goku. If you continue to grow up, maybe you will really become a strong enemy of mine. But I'm sorry, I won't give you such a chance. Nobody can be my match for Gods of Destruction Beerus, not anyone. As he said Gods of Destruction, a chill appeared on Bai Liushui's face. Then his body disappeared in place in an instant, and rushed towards Son Goku. Good job, but this time I won't lose again. 10 times Kaioken. The corners of Son Goku's mouth turned up slightly. In the next moment, he used Kaioken 10 times without hesitation. Along with the rising red energy, Son Goku's skin also emitted a faint red light at this moment. Then Son Goku clenched his fist and blasted the fist of Gods of Destruction Beerus. But this time Son Goku's body was not knocked into the air again. Instead, they were deadlocked with each other. CHDJ, no compromise at all. What is actually blocked? Seeing that the opponent actually blocked his attack, Gods of Destruction Beerus widened his eyes and looked at Son Goku in disbelief. Only at this time did he realize how much stronger Son Goku has become. And it seems that it's not over yet. Son Goku's momentum is still improving. This guy, Gods of Destruction Beerus gritted his teeth. I was very upset. I have already used the strength of the 9th floor before. Could it be said that I am the Gods of Destruction, Beerus of the 7th universe? To deal with an ordinary human being, do you really need to use all your strength? I'm sorry, Master Beerus, the earth carries too many of my relatives and friends, so I will never allow you to destroy this place. This station, I must win, said Son Goku clenched his teeth. Then the red energy flames on his body spewed out more rapidly. Boom. 20 times Kaioken. With a roar from Son Goku, the red and blue energies converged into one mass. Then the energy in Son Goku's arm instantly became more than 20 times stronger in the next moment. In an instant, the body of Gods of Destruction Beerus was blown away. Call out. Then Son Goku didn't stop there, but continued to use instant transmission, moving behind Gods of Destruction Beerus. A heavy knock with both hands landed on the opponent's back. Boom. Under this powerful force, Gods of Destruction Beerus unexpectedly lost any ability to resist, and finally his body fell even more rapidly. To protect the earth. I absolutely can't lose this stop, said Son Goku put his hands on his waist. Powerful energy gathers quickly. 10 times. Kamehameha wave. Son Goku was afraid that Gods of Destruction Beerus would react and dodge his own attack. So Son Goku's attack speed is very fast, and the speed of gathering energy is also very fast, completely not giving Gods of Destruction Beerus any chance to react. Boom. The 10 times stronger Kamehameha carried almost all of Son Goku's strength, blasting towards Gods of Destruction Beerus like a bamboo shoot. When the hell? At this time, Gods of Destruction Beerus was stunned, because he never thought that Son Goku's strength could continue to improve. This made him never think of it. Damn it, bite the bullet. Speaking of Gods of Destruction, Beerus stretched out his arms to resist Son Goku's 10 times Kamehameha wave, but the effect was very obvious and had no effect at all. Immediately pushed away by Son Goku's attack. This bastard, did you focus all your energy on this one blow? There is no other way, now we can only use the power of destruction. Gods of Destruction Beerus gritted his teeth, and immediately a burst of purple energy appeared in his hand. Facing the tenfold Kamehameha wave unleashed by Son Goku with all his strength, even Gods of Destruction Beerus has nothing to do. So now he can only use the power of destruction to minimize the damage of Son Goku's attack. Otherwise, if the blow really landed on him, Beerus felt that even if he would not be defeated immediately, he would definitely suffer serious injuries. But I am the majestic Gods of Destruction Beerus, how can I get hurt when dealing with a human being? Destroy it for me. Under the roar of Gods of Destruction Beerus, a purple energy planet quickly gathered on his right arm. And this energy ball is what Gods of Destruction Beerus used to gather the power of destruction. It contains endless powerful destructive energy. Then the next second. At the moment when the two energies touch, The 10 times Kamehameha wave released by Son Goku close to his full strength actually completely disappeared in the distance. However, the destructive energy released by Gods of Destruction Beerus is like a bulldozer, unaffected at all, pushing wildly all the way. Finally, it attacked Son Goku's body. This destructive energy, too strong. Totally unable to cope, and I've run out of energy in my body. Son Goku supported his heavy eyelids weakly. The whole person's face looked extremely haggard. Even because of the relationship of attacking with all his strength just now, Son Goku can't even maintain the state of Super Saiyan 4 now. Directly into the most primitive form of Super Saiyan. Strong enemy. Ridiculous. Destroy it for me. Seeing that his destructive energy defeated Son Goku's energy with ease, Gods of Destruction Beerus not only has no intention of taking back the energy. Instead, he controlled the destructive energy again and launched an attack on Son Goku's body. Finished. It's really not reconciled. Son Goku was weak and I spread my hands, although I wanted to do my best to make the last resistance. But in the end, it was indeed impossible to maintain the state of Super Saiyan, and it directly changed back to normal Saiyan. Kakarot. Are you going to give up? What are you kidding? Just when the destructive energy was about to hit Son Goku's body, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Then, with great speed, he took Son Goku to dodge the oncoming destructive energy. This person is none other than Vegeta, who became Super Saiyan God. This is why Sohan insisted on turning Vegeta into a Super Sailor relationship, just to let the two of them work together to fight the enemy. Since a Son Goku can't defeat Beerus, then if Vegeta is added, the odds of winning should be much greater. Is it even possible to defeat Beerus, who uses the Gods of Destruction Pass? Sohan is also very much looking forward to this point. Bay Vegeta, it's you. How did you become Super Saiyan God? Only at this time did Son Goku realize that the person who rescued him was not his good friend Vegeta, but let Son Goku notice Vegeta's red hair, and instantly realize that the other party has also become a Super Saiyan God. Humph. Kakarot, do you think you are the only one who can become Super Saiyan God? Don't be kidding. I can be Saiyan's prince, since even you can do something, why can't I do it? Vegeta raised his chin proudly, then immediately threw the Potara earring in his hand to Son Goku. Potara earrings? Vegeta, how do you have this thing? Seeing clearly that the earrings Vegeta threw to him turned out to be Potara earrings for fitting, Son Goku's eyes widened. Because in Son Goku's memory, Vegeta has always been very disgusted with fusion. What happened this time? How dare you take the initiative? He even gave himself the Potara earrings. Cut. Kakarot, I advise you to stop being sentimental. If it wasn't for Mr. Sohan's request, I would never wear it. And I didn't say that I'm going to fuse with you right now, at least let me try my current emperor. Saying that, Vegeta put his eyes on the Gods of Destruction Beerus in the distance. Although he has now become a Super Saiyan God, his strength has been greatly improved. But for some reason, when Vegeta saw Gods of Destruction Beerus, he still couldn't help feeling a little afraid. It may also be because the power released from Gods of Destruction Beerus is really strong. Vegeta, even you have become a Super Saiyan God. Interesting. But even if you become a Super Saiyan God, you still seem to be very weak. Gods of Destruction Beerus raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a very disdainful smile. Although Vegeta turned into Super Saiyan God, Gods of Destruction Beerus was very surprised. But he still didn't take Vegeta seriously, because Vegeta's strength is simply weaker than the previous Son Goku. Cut. Master Beerus, we don't want to fight you, but if you still insist on destroying the Earth, then we have no choice. Vegeta looked at Gods of Destruction Beerus on the opposite side, and said in a very respectful tone. Ha 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 ha. No choice. Then don't choose. Since you are confident in your own strength, let's go together. Speaking of Gods of Destruction, the corners of Beerus' mouth slightly raised, and he hooked his fingers and said, then I won't be polite. Seeing the playful smile on the other side, Vegeta felt a little angry immediately. Are you kidding me? The current me is Vegeta, the super race god, and I don't know how much stronger than before. But Beerus, the bastard, dared to despise himself so much. Can't take it anymore. Call out? Vegeta's right foot stumped on the ground, and the powerful energy instantly ejected his body. Like a red arrow, it instantly appeared in front of Gods of Destruction Beerus. Then he punched out with all his might. Snapped. But the next second Vegeta was stunned. He punched with all his strength, but Gods of Destruction Beerus stretched out his palm and took it lightly. Yo, with only this little power, it seems that I really overestimated you. In the face of such an attack, one finger should be enough for me. Speaking of Gods of Destruction, Beerus raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Then he stretched out a finger and poked lightly on Vegeta's body. Boom. Vegeta's body flew upside down in an instant. In the end, the body was deeply embedded in a small planet. Ahem. Was defeated by a finger. Vegeta clutched his stomach, feeling like his stomach was overwhelmed. He never expected that Gods of Destruction Beerus would defeat him with just one finger. There is no other way. If you want to save the Earth, there is only one way. I don't want to merge with someone like Kakarot. But as long as I can defeat Beerus and protect Bulma and the others. Fight. Kakarot, National Cup. Vegeta, shouted she, to Son Goku in the distance. After hearing Vegeta's words, Son Goku naturally reacted immediately. Then he immediately took out the Potara earrings and put them on his ears. This is the Potara earring. These two guys, do you want to fit together against me? Interesting. Gods of Destruction Beerus naturally also saw the Potara earrings in both hands clearly. But Beerus didn't try to stop him, instead a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Beerus, who is Gods of Destruction, naturally knows what the earring is for, but he clearly knows that the strength of the two will increase after they use the Potara earring to fit together. Beerus still had no intention of stopping them, because although the battle with Son Goku just now was very exciting, it left him a little unsatisfied. And now that the two of them want to improve their strength through merging, Gods of Destruction Beerus naturally has no need to stop them. I even look forward to 657 in my heart. Maybe the two of them can bring themselves some unexpected surprises after fusion? On the other side, both Son Goku and Vegeta have already put on their earrings. Then, while wearing the earrings, both Son Goku and Vegeta seem to be attracted by their respective bodies. In the end they hit each other directly. Then with a flash of white light, the bodies of the two people gradually fused together. In the end, it became a brand new warrior. Vegito enters. After appearing on the stage, Vegito immediately had a confident smile on his face. Then move your neck. Because it is not the first time that Son Goku and Vegeta have used Potara earrings to fit together, so when they fit together this time, they are obviously much more skilled than before. You don't need to move at all, you have completely mastered your current body. Oh, the power is simply amazing. Vegito groped his arm very excitedly, and after feeling the huge energy in his body, an expression of excitement appeared on his whole face. At the same time, Sohan, who was watching all this from a distance, also had a smile on his face. Vegito, don't know Vegito after using Potara earring fusion with their current strength. How powerful can it be? I'm really looking forward to it. Sohan looked at the image projected by Veto's staff and said with a smile. As for the Potara earrings, it was Sarang who specifically asked Veto's for them. Because Sohan knows very well that even if Vegeta and Son Goku, who have become Super Saiyans, join forces, it is absolutely impossible to defeat Gods of Destruction Beerus. However, Son Goku was able to use his own strength to force Gods of Destruction Beerus to use the Gods of Destruction pass, which still surprised Sohan. Although he knew that Son Goku became much stronger after fusion got the power of God, but he never thought that Son Goku actually did it. That's why Sohan thought of letting Vegeta go with Potara earrings. Because in this way, the two of them can merge into Vegito. Although Sohan is not sure whether Vegito can beat Beerus. But what is certain is that Vegito's strength is definitely not weak. As for the result of the battle, it will only be known after they fight. Is that why the lawman asked me for the Potara earrings? Ho ho. But after the two of them merged, their strength really became much stronger. At this time Vados looked at Sohan and said with a smile. On the other side, Angel Whis is still looking for various delicacies in the food area. As for Angel Vados, he has been eating since he first arrived on this cruise ship. And now she can't eat anymore, otherwise she wouldn't have left so many delicacies for Whis to enjoy alone. It's true that the strength of the two of them has indeed improved a lot after combining, but Vados, do you think that the two of them can beat Beerus in their current state? Sohan looked at Angel Vados with a chuckle, and he also wanted to see what Vados thought. It's really hard to say. However, one thing is for sure, except for a peerless genius like the law enforcement officer, it is basically impossible for other people to defeat Gods of Destruction. Although Angel Vados did not directly say that Vegito will definitely lose, but what he wanted to express is almost the same, because in their eyesight, every Gods of Destruction exists at the ceiling level of the universe, and there is no strong enemy at all. Gods of Destruction has mastered Gods of Destruction. As long as the power of destruction is used, no one will be their opponent. Even Gods of Destruction can destroy anything up to a universe. So as long as you are still within the laws of the universe, it is really not easy to completely defeat the Gods of Destruction who has mastered the laws of destruction? Not even possible? Of course, except Sohan, a special member who also masters the power of destruction and the law of destruction. Haha, that is indeed the case, and since Gods of Destruction Beerus can become the strongest among the 12 Gods of Destruction, I believe his strength is definitely not limited to this, Sohan said with a smile. For Vados, there is naturally no need to argue, because that's how it is. They might be able to take on a Gods of Destruction that doesn't use the Gods of Destruction pass, but bumps into a Gods of Destruction that uses the Gods of Destruction pass. That is definitely a crushing existence. And now let's see if Son Goku and Vegeta, who are the protagonists, can bring any unexpected surprises to Sohan after they merge into Vegeta. Have the two of you finally fit together? It's really slow. Gods of Destruction Beerus plucked his ears, and looked at Vegito opposite him impatiently. But I have some expectations for the soldier in front of me, I hope the other party will not let me down. It's embarrassing, Master Beerus. It will take some time to fit together, but it's done now. Our fight, continue. Saying that, Vegeta clenched his fists violently. The originally black hair immediately turned red. Apparently Vegito turned into Super Saiyan God Red at this time. He wanted to test Beerus' strength with red. Call out? The body rushed towards Gods of Destruction Beerus quickly, then punched violently. 0.3 crack. In the end, it was easily defended by Beerus again with the palm of his hand. Is this your strength? I am so disappointed. Speaking of Gods of Destruction, Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a killing intent. Then clenched his right hand into a fist. Then the fist blasted out like lightning, and slammed into Vegito's abdomen fiercely. Boom. I saw that Vegeto's body instantly bent into a prawn, and then the whole person quickly fell and flew out. But even so, Vegeta didn't suffer serious injuries. Instead, he stabilized his body immediately after being knocked into the air for a certain distance. Wiping the stains from the corners of his mouth, he said, Master Beerus is really powerful. If that's the case, then I'll come too. Ha ha ha. Under Vegeto's low growl, red hair grew instantly on his body, and golden arrogance rose from the sky. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeto appears? Just after Vegeto became Super 4, the entire universe seemed to be shaken back and forth by a burst of powerful energy. Even the gods of destruction Beerus in the distance felt this huge energy. Then he showed a surprised expression. This guy, how much stronger after the fusion? Beerus looked at Son Goku not far away with solemn eyes, and the expression on his face also became serious at this time. It can be seen that Beerus is also serious. Because facing such an opponent, even gods of destruction Beerus did not dare to be careless. Master Beerus, let's start now. Saying that, Vegeto's body disappeared in place again in a flash. When Vegeto's body reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Beerus. Then he punched out violently. The punch was so fast that even Beerus didn't dare to be careless. He also greeted him with his fists. Boom. 27 The moment the two fists collided, powerful energy spread out. And the body of gods of destruction Beerus stepped back several steps in a row, and finally stabilized his body? Call. The strength seems to be pretty good. Vegeto looked at his fist with satisfaction, and then set his sights on gods of destruction Beerus again. Although his attack just now achieved a certain effect, Son Goku knew very well in his heart that it would definitely not be an easy task to defeat Beerus. Oh, there is such a thing. My majestic gods of destruction was repelled by a human. Having said this, gods of destruction Beerus narrowed his eyes suddenly. Then the whole person's body suddenly released a purple terrifying energy. The huge breath of God is like a gust of wind, sweeping crazily. Vegeto, who was relatively close to Beerus, was shocked by this powerful energy and retreated again and again. The strength has improved again. Is this the power of gods of destruction? It is really powerful enough. But I'm stronger. Speaking of which, Vegeto actually took the initiative to attack gods of destruction Beerus. But this time, Beerus, who has learned from the past, is obviously a lot more serious. Looking at the opponent's oncoming fist, gods of destruction Beerus snorted coldly at the corner of his mouth. Then he also responded with his fist. But this time, Beerus' body was not knocked out again, but Vegeto's body couldn't bear Beerus' powerful force. The whole body is retreating again and again. After retreating hundreds of meters, he stabilized his body. Amazing. Vegeto glanced at his numb arm from the shock, and immediately frowned. Hum. Looking at Vegeto, who was knocked back by his punch not far away, a smug smile appeared on the corner of Beerus's mouth. Then he said with a smile, although the strength of the two of you has become stronger after merging, such power is still not worth mentioning in the eyes of gods of destruction. Your strength is far behind mine. Want to beat me? Wishful thinking. Speaking of gods of destruction Beerus raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then his body disappeared in place in an instant. When it reappeared, Beerus' body had already appeared in front of Vegeto. Beerus's speed is so fast, even without warning. Appeared in front of Vegeto in an instant. Without giving Vegeto any chance to react, gods of destruction Beerus punched out violently. It directly hit Vegeto's abdomen, and saw that geek flew out like a kite with a broken string. In the end, the body smashed fiercely to the distant planet. At the moment when Vegeto's body fell, spider web-like cracks appeared on the small planet that was hit. Cough. Vegeto felt the sharp pain coming from his chest, and then suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth instantly. Is this the full power of Beerus? Vegeto smiled wryly. He originally thought that gods of destruction would be defeated after being combined, but now it seems that they are still too naive. Beerus is simply too powerful. Hey, are you planning to give up now? I feel that your strength should continue to improve. Haha, perhaps you should need some help. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Beerus's mouth as he said gods of destruction. Then the arm quickly stretched to the sky. The destructive energy increases rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it turned into a huge energy ball with a diameter of 3 meters. Since you have given up, I don't think it will be of much use to keep this earth. It's better to destroy it directly. Speaking of gods of destruction, Beerus did not give Vegeto any chance to speak, and then directly threw the destructive energy in his hand. Not good. Seeing this, Vegeto's pupils shrank slightly, and then his body instantly disappeared into the distance. When the earth appeared, it had already blocked the front of the earth. Damn it, there is no way to fight this power. Seeing the destructive energy coming head-on, Vegeto was helpless. Because the tenfold Kamehameha wave that Son Goku tried his best to use before was defeated by this move. So Vegeta is no stranger to destructive energy. But Vegeto soon thought of a way to deal with it. Since there is no way to repel him, it should be possible to change his course. Said Vegeto immediately became serious, and quickly put his arms around his waist. Start to gather energy crazily. After a while, 10 times the energy required by the Kamehameha wave is gathered. 10 times Kamehameha wave. With a roar from Vegeto, the red Kamehameha wave was immediately pushed out by him. However, Vegeto's goal was not to confront the power of destruction head-on. Instead, it blasted towards the bottom of the destructive energy. because he wanted to use 10 times the powerful energy of Kamehameha waves to change the direction of the destructive energy. Boom! At the moment when the 10 times the Kamehameha wave blasted out, the rapid blow hit the destructive energy. But it didn't cause any impact, instead it was slowly destroyed by the destructive energy and disappeared. Ugh, interesting. You can't fight against the destructive energy directly, so you thought of changing the attack direction of the destructive energy. What a good idea. But 1 damage can be something you can deal with, what if it's 10 or more? Saying that, Gods of Destruction Beerus stretched out his arms again. Then more than a dozen destructive energies of the same size as before gathered together in an instant. I'll see how you resist this time. Seeing the destructive energy gathered in his hands, Gods of Destruction Beerus threw it at Vegito without any hesitation. Even in the face of such an attack, Vegito can still use instant transmission to escape, but now he can't do so at all. Because behind Vegito is the earth, if even he avoids it now, then the earth may really be hopeless. Damn. Seeing more than a dozen destructive energies attacking head-on, Bajishi became panicked. Although Kamehameha was used just now to change the direction of the destructive energy and thus descend to the earth. But if it's just a few destructive energies, perhaps Vegito can bite the bullet and continue to try. But now it's not just a few simple things that destroy energy, but more than 10. For a moment, Vegito was completely helpless. But he can't give up either, because if he gives up, it means the earth will be destroyed. Shouting, there is no other way. We can only fight. Saying that, Vegito stretched out his right hand. The power of God spewed out from his hand in an instant, and then Vegito almost without any hesitation, immediately fused the power of God with the manic breath of Saiyan in his body. Ha 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 ha. Immediately afterwards, a miserable low growl was heard from Vegito's throat. Although the sound is a bit painful, but at the moment when the sound came out, the energy released by Vegito's whole body was greatly improved. Even the momentum has been raised several steps in a row. Originally Super Saiyan 4's black hair turned blue at this moment. Coupled with the sharp eyes of Super Saiyan SI, Vegito has become even more imposing. Humph. As expected, I knew this guy's strength is definitely more than that. But now it seems that my guess is indeed correct. After realizing that Vegito's strength had become stronger, Gods of Destruction Beerus also had a satisfied smile on his face. Now it's up to the opponent how to deal with the dozen or so destructive energies. But for some reason, Beerus suddenly felt that the dozen or so destructive energies would not threaten Vegito at all. It will even be easily dealt with by the other party. However, what happened next also confirmed Beerus' conjecture. As the tyrannical energy on Vegito gradually increased, his body flashed suddenly, and he rushed forward to a destructive energy that hit him head-on. Then at some point a powerful energy gushed out directly from Vegito's hand. God Ultimate Kamehameha Wave. The moment Vegito withdrew the energy from his hand, powerful energy swept like a gust of wind. Even Vegito himself retreated several meters at this time to stabilize his body. At the moment when God Ultimate Kamehameha Wave and the destructive energy that hits you face to face, a miraculous scene happened. The Kamehameha Wave wasn't immediately disrupted. Instead, he abruptly pushed back all the dozen or so destructive energies. Haha, it's getting more and more interesting to be able to ignore the destructive power of destructive energy. Earth, Sohan looked at the image projected on Veto's staff, and then smiled. Originally, Sohan was ready to make a move at any time. But I didn't expect that Vegito could still use the power of Fusion God in this situation, turning himself into the 4 gods of Super Saiyan. Even now unleashes the mighty Kamehameha waves that are immune to destruction? Even Sohan didn't expect this. I thought Vegito was able to do this, but it was actually pretty good. But looking at it now, Sohan still underestimated Vegito's strength a bit too much. Ho ho, things are really getting more and more interesting. However, although they can use this ability to resist the power of destruction, if they continue to use this trick, it will consume a lot of their physical energy. At this time Angel Vados spoke. Of course, he was a little surprised by the performance of Son Goku and Vegeta, because Beerus is at full strength now, and although they borrowed the power of Padara earrings, since they can do this step, it is not easy. It wasn't Shili who came to fight them. Besides, he is the strongest among the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus. Watch carefully, Vados. I always feel that the two of them will definitely bring us unexpected surprises. Sohan said with a light smile. He is now more and more looking forward to the next performance of Super Saiyan 4 God Vegito. Although it took a lot of energy to solve more than 10 destructive energies at once, Sohan thought that Beerus would not use such rogue attacks all the time. This guy, it actually resisted my destructive energy. Gods of Destruction Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression became gloomy. The slightly squinted eyes gave people a chilling feeling. Haha, I'm so sorry, Master Beerus, our battle doesn't seem to end anytime soon. Vegito looked at Gods of Destruction Beerus and said with a smile. Originally, Vegito also planned to give it a try, but he did not expect that he would actually perfectly fuse the power of God. Even now it is directly changed to Super Saiyan God Blue. You must know that it is not an easy task to do this. But since it was completed, it naturally gave Vegito a lot of confidence. After all, only Vegito himself knows how strong he is currently. Interesting. My rival, I admit it now, your strength is indeed very good. But if you think that's how you're going to be a formidable rival, sorry you're not qualified, said Gods of Destruction Beerus clenched his fist. In the next instant, the body of Gods of Destruction Beerus slammed towards Vegito, but Vegito seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and quickly crossed his arms to defend. Boom! Although the punch of Gods of Destruction Beerus was powerful, it was because of Beerus' timely defense. So he just retreated more than 10 meters, and he didn't get too badly hit. After completing the defense, Vegito even had a smile on his face. The real battle begins now. After speaking, Vegito's body suddenly flashed. Then appeared in front of Gods of Destruction Beerus to eat. A heavy punch slammed out. The same is true for Gods of Destruction Beerus, and then their fists slammed together. Boom! Under the action of the powerful energy shock wave, the surrounding meteorites were instantly and completely destroyed. Even some small planets are hard-pressed pulverized powder at this moment. I said Whis, don't forget that you are the angel of this universe. Now that this level of fighting has broken out in your 7th universe, are you guys really not planning to come forward and do something? Seeing Angel Whis, who was still eating and drinking, Vados shook his head helplessly and said, Hearing this, it was Angel Whis who immediately stopped tasting delicious food at this time. Then he hurriedly put down the delicious food in his hands, and his expression froze. Oops, I was so focused on tasting delicious food that I almost forgot about Master Beerus. Whis originally thought that the battle between Master Beerus and Son Goku would end soon, but at the end of the electric battle, Master Beerus would definitely compete with himself for food. That's why Angel Whis ate delicious food so desperately here, just to prevent their battle from ending too quickly. But what Whis didn't expect was that not only did their battle not end quickly, and now the energy used in the battle is getting stronger and stronger. If they are left alone and let them continue like this, then the entire 7th universe will be in trouble. Gods of Destruction Beerus, who is doing his best, and Vegito, who is comparable to Beerus, are very strong. In this case, if there is no way to quickly end the battle between the two, maybe the aftermath of their battle will really threaten the safety of the entire universe? Stupid Whis. You didn't realize it until now. Vados shook his head helplessly. My younger brother is really a big foodie. My Lord Law Enforcement Officer. At this time, Whis is also 640 looking at Sohan, because he knows that Sohan's strength is definitely much stronger than him now. If a protective barrier is set up, the protective barrier that Sohan sets up may be much stronger than him. Give it to me. Sohan nodded. Then immediately stretch out your palm. Immediately afterwards, a burst of star power gushed out from Sohan's hand. In an instant, a huge protective barrier was formed in the battle area between Son Goku and Gods of Destruction Beerus. This protective barrier is not assembled with the power of angels, but with the power of stars. Therefore, the power of wildness is much safer than the protective barrier arranged by Angel. Huh? It's actually the power of the stars? When did Whis become so powerful? Gods of Destruction Beerus said with some doubts after seeing them surrounded by a protective barrier formed by the power of the stars. But for this matter, Beerus didn't take it seriously, because these are irrelevant things to Beerus. Besides, Whis is his master, and he has some powers that he has never seen before, so there is nothing wrong with that. Drink. Immediately there was a violent shout, and then the body slammed towards CHDJ, Vegito's body again. Aha, the same is true for Babajit. Then the fists of the two hit each other in the face. Boom, then the bodies of the two flew out in corresponding directions. However, the two did not end the fight because of the pain on their faces just now. On the contrary, the more you fight, the braver you are. After stabilizing their bodies, the bodies of the two rushed out towards the distance again. But this time the speed of the two punches was actually faster than before. The arms of the two were like machine guns, attacking each other's body. The fist shadow blasted towards the opponent's body like stars and raindrops. And in the sky, one after another boom circles appeared. But it was still impossible to see where the bodies of the two were. After going on for more than 10 minutes, Vegito was sent flying by Beerus' punch. Because of the relationship between using God Ultimate Kamehameha Wave to resist more than 10 destructive energies before, Vegito's physical and energy consumption is very serious. And just now after fighting with Gods of Destruction Beerus for more than 10 minutes over frequency, Vegito's body is naturally a bit overwhelmed. And there's a downside to the fit of the Patara earrings, and that's once their energy runs out. The combined state of the two of them will immediately disintegrate. In this way, the two of them will not be able to reunite again. And if they were really separated, then it would be even more impossible for them to be Gods of Destruction Beerus opponents. Because they can't defeat each other even when they are combined, it is even more impossible to defeat their opponents after they are separated. Damn it, the physical exhaustion is too serious, and it is impossible to continue fighting. And if you cancel the combined state at this time, it will be terrible. Vegito covered his injured chest, looking at Gods of Destruction Beerus with a solemn expression. And the situation of Gods of Destruction Beerus at this moment is obviously not very good. Although Vegito was not seriously injured. But there are also colors on the body. Call. These two bloody bastards. Have you finally run out of stamina? But it's amazing how long it lasted in my hands. A sneer appeared on the corner of Beerus' mouth as he said Gods of Destruction. Since he was the formidable enemy in his prophesied dream, then he naturally wouldn't keep such a guy. Moreover, he is a Gods of Destruction, and he has to use destructive power to deal with two humans, and he has not even completely killed them in the end. If Gods of Destruction Compa knows about such things, he won't know how he will laugh at himself in the future. So at this moment, gods of destruction Beerus had already made a plan in his heart, that no matter what, Son Goku and Son Goku would never be allowed to live. At that time, by the way, the earth has been destroyed together, it's over, ended. I have to say that the strength of the two of you is really strong. I can't deny how much your strength can grow if you are given a period of time to grow. But I'm sorry, I won't give you that chance. Farewell to my rival. A sneer appeared on Beerus's face as he said gods of destruction, then slowly raised his arms towards Vegito. The destructive energy gathered quickly, and then a destructive energy with a diameter of more than 10 meters gathered instantly. Then blast at Vegito. What the hell are you kidding? I won't stop in this kind of place. Saying that, Vegito put his hands on his waist immediately. Then a powerful Kamehameha wave is released. But it is a pity that the Kamehameha wave in Vegito's hands has not yet converged. A white light flashed. Then the bodies of the two were directly forcibly separated. Wow, Vegeta. It's over, it's actually split. Seeing that Vegeta had separated from him, Son Goku cried out excitedly, ruined. Vegeta was not as violent as Son Goku's reaction. A booster was released at random, but it didn't work. The moment the afterburner touched the destructive energy, it disappeared out of thin air. And just when Son Goku and Vegeta thought they were going to die, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Then the arm stretched out slowly, and a destructive energy of the same size directly hit it. After the two destructive energies touched together, both of them were annihilated in the air. What? What? The power of destruction. Who the hell are you? Gods of destruction looked at this scene in disbelief. That is the power of destruction. I will never be wrong, that is the power of destruction. Otherwise, how can it resist its own destructive energy? Although there are some ways to resist the destructive energy, only the destructive energy can do it and counteract the destructive energy. Master Sohan. Seeing that it was Sohan coming, Son Goku became excited. I thought I was going to die at first, but now it's alright. There will definitely be no problem with Sohan taking the shot. Although he failed to protect the earth with his own strength, he defeated gods of destruction. But now Son Goku can't care too much, as long as he can protect the safety of the earth is enough. As for other things, it is not important anymore. You guys have done a good job. It's really difficult to defeat a gods of destruction who uses the gods of destruction pass. Sohan glanced at Son Goku, then said lightly, that's right. It is really difficult for ordinary humans to defeat gods of destruction using the gods of destruction pass. Not even possible. After all, gods of destruction can easily destroy anything in this world. But Son Goku and the others were able to force the gods of destruction Beerus to use their full strength, and now they are forcing the other party to use their destructive power. It can be said that if they can do this, they should be very successful. Mixed fish. How dare you ignore me? Gods of destruction Beerus clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The whole person's expression was unusually angry. He was very angry, this guy dared to ignore him, and he didn't even look at him from the beginning to the end. This made gods of destruction Beerus very unhappy. So what if I ignore you? The corners of Sohan's mouth raised slightly, and he said provocatively. To be honest, the current Sohan really doesn't take Beerus seriously. Because from Sohan's point of view, Beerus's strength is just that, at least it is completely incomparable with his current self. Even Beerus, in the battle with Vegito, if he hadn't used the power of destruction, maybe even Vegito might not be able to win. Bastard. Hearing this, gods of destruction Beerus was simply unbearable. Clenching his hands violently, his body rushed towards Sohan in an instant. Blast out with a punch. Well done. The corners of Sohan's mouth raised slightly, and then he responded with a punch as well. Boom! After the fists of the two collided violently, powerful energy immediately spread rapidly around the fists of the two. Immediately, the entire star protection barrier burst into buzzing sounds. What? Who the hell is this guy, who actually took my attack immediately? Seeing that Sohan's body was actually standing on the spot without moving half a step back, Beerus' face instantly became gloomy. Who the hell are you? Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly and asked again. But Sohan's performance was still flat, and he said with a smile, I am the one who can beat you. Sohan said with a smile, beat me? It's really arrogant. Although I don't know how you master the power of destruction, as long as you haven't become an official gods of destruction, then the power of destruction you possess cannot be stronger than mine. Saying that, gods of destruction Beerus clenched his fists violently. Purple destructive energy spewed out of his body instantly. With the blessing of destructive energy, the strength of gods of destruction Beerus has been greatly improved in an instant. Even Son Goku, who were not far away, was shocked by a powerful energy and moved back a certain distance. As expected of the strongest among the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus has to say that your strength is indeed much stronger than the average gods of destruction. Seeing that Beerus' strength became stronger again, Sohan still said with a smile. It seems that even though the strength of gods of destruction Beerus has become stronger, Sohan still doesn't take him seriously. What did you say? How do you know the strength of the 12 gods of destruction? Who are you? And do you mean you've fought other gods of destruction? Hearing this, gods of destruction Beerus's expression froze. He doubted his ears, whether he had heard it. How could this guy know about the 12 universes? And from the way the other party spoke just now, it seemed that the other party had already fought other gods of destruction. But how is this possible? Beerus, I don't need to answer your questions. Ask for flowers. But if you can beat me, I can answer you. Sohan smiled faintly. Then he clenched his fists violently. The hair instantly turned rose-red. Srustling. Rose-red flames burst out from Sohan's body instantly. A huge burst of divine breath spewed out from Sohan's body in an instant. Such a huge breath of God, are you also the god of Ascension? After noticing some changes in Sohan's appearance, gods of destruction Beerus sent out doubtful inquiries again. However, Sohan still did not respond to the other party. As I said, if you can defeat me, I will answer all your doubts. But if you're scared, so be it. 0. Sohan spread his hands and said very disdainfully. Cut, arrogant guy. Although I don't know what's going on with you, but since you want to fight me, then I'll satisfy you. As for who you are, you will tell me yourself when I beat you down. Gods of destruction Beerus gritted his teeth, his body burst out suddenly. He kicked Sohan's neck violently. But in the end, Sohan relaxed with his arm. Then grabs Beerus by the ankle. It was directly thrown out fiercely. Is this the only strength you have, Beerus? If that's the case, then you really let me down. Saying that, the corners of Sohan's mouth rose for me, and then he grabbed Beerus' arm and swung it violently. It directly threw Beerus' body away. But because Sohan only used the power of ordinary rose red, this blow didn't have any impact on Beerus. Cut. You have said so many big words, in fact, your strength is not limited to these. Although Beerus was a little surprised, he couldn't lose to the other party in his verbal skills. Haha, since you've said that, if I don't come up with some real skills, it seems that I really can't justify it. The corners of Sohan's mouth raised slightly as he spoke. Then the powerful breath of God instantly filled the entire protective barrier. Sohan's hair grew even more rapidly at this time. After gradually stabilizing with strong energy, Sohan finally directly turned into Super Saiyan God Pink 3. As for Sohan, why didn't he just turn into Rose Purple 3 or Grey White? This is because Sohan doesn't want to end the fight anytime soon. If you come up directly, use Super Saiyan God Rose Purple 3 or Grey White. I'm afraid that even gods of destruction Beerus won't last long in Sohan's hands. After all, Sohan used Rose Purple to defeat 6 gods of destruction in a row. Such a huge breath of God. Could it be that you are the Super Saiyan God in my dream? After seeing the enormous energy released from Sohan, gods of destruction Beerus froze in place. In Beerus' view, Son Goku and Vegeta are already very strong, especially after the two 760 are combined with Padara earrings, the strength shown is even stronger. But Beerus never thought that although their strength is strong, if they are compared with Sohan in front of them, they are completely different. At this moment, the aura of God released from Sohan's body, let alone Son Goku and Vegeta, cannot be compared. Even Beerus felt that he was not weaker than himself, and even surpassed himself. Damn it, there really is such a thing. Gods of destruction Beerus looked at Sohan, his clenched fists made a crackling sound. The veins on his forehead popped out. Even if your strength becomes stronger, it's absolutely impossible for me, Beerus, to lose. Gods of destruction Beerus clenched his fists, then jumped up again facing Sohan. Like an arrow, his body quickly struck Sohan. Seeing gods of destruction Beerus attacking head-on, Sohan smiled slightly. Then it also turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the gods of destruction Beerus who was attacking on the face. Boom! The fists of the two collided violently. A powerful shock wave swept everything around in an instant. In the distance are Son Goku and Vegeta, if it weren't for Sohan's anticipation of this early on and the protective barriers placed on them in advance. It is estimated that even if they do not fight, their bodies will suffer a certain degree of damage. Too strong, is this Mr. Sohan's strength? Why do I feel that he is stronger than Lord Beerus? Vegeta is different from Son Goku, he has never seen Sohan make a move, so although he knows in his heart that Sohan is very strong, but after seeing Sohan's formidable strength erupt with his own eyes, he was still a little shocked. Hey, Vegeta, though I know it's hard to believe that you're saying it like that, but there are some things I still want to tell you. After hearing Vegeta's words, a wicked smile appeared on Son Goku's face. Kakarot, what are you trying to say? Vegeta frowned slightly. Son Goku has become so mysterious at some point. Vegeta, in your eyesight, Master Sohan's strength should be about the same as Lord Beerus. Son Goku looked at Vegeta with a smile and said, it should be like this, although I don't know Mr. Sohan's strength, but since he can easily turn me into a Super Saiyan God, so I think that even if Mr. Sohan can't defeat Lord Beerus, then he must be defeated by Lord Beerus so easily, Vegeta said in a flat tone. It's not because he doesn't trust Sohan. It's because in Vegeta's world, gods of destruction is everything. The strength of gods of destruction is the strongest in the universe, and it is impossible for anyone to defeat gods of destruction. Although he also knew that Sohan was very powerful, even so Vegeta still didn't believe that anyone could truly defeat gods of destruction. What's more, Sohan is not a god, but a Saiyan like them. To be able to grow to this stage is already very against the sky. As for surpassing gods of destruction Beerus, this is indeed a bit unrealistic. Vegeta, I knew you would say that. But unfortunately, all of what you said is wrong. Master Sohan's strength is not as strong as you can imagine. Although Master Beerus is also very strong, he is not even as strong as Master Sohan's hand. Son Goku shook his head proudly. He has witnessed Sohan's shots many times with his own eyes, and each time he faced the powerful gods of destruction, even the Grand Priest, an existence that surpassed gods of destruction. But no matter which opponent it is, Sohan can deal with it calmly. Even in the face of the 6 gods of destruction teaming up, Sohan didn't use his full strength to completely defeat them. If this kind of strength is not enough to defeat a gods of destruction Beerus, this matter is not justified? Kakarot, are you talking about Ni? I also know Mr. Sohan's strength is very strong, but your claim that Mr. Beerus is not even as good as Mr. Sohan's hand, isn't it a bit too exaggerated? After hearing the words of the part-time worker Son Goku, although Vegeta's heart has already set off a storm, but now he is still working hard to stabilize his emotions, not to let himself be too surprised. But for some reason, when Vegeta looked at Sohan's confident little face, his heart suddenly seemed to freeze. How is this possible? Facing Mr. Beerus who is at full strength, Mr. Sohan's expression is so calm, as if he didn't use his full strength at all. Gilo. Thinking of this, Vegeta couldn't help swallowing. Then he looked horrified. I knew you wouldn't believe it. But it doesn't matter, you'll find out in a short time, and I said that Master Sohan's hand is too tall for Master Beerus. Because not long ago, Master Sohan defeated the 6 besieging gods of destruction with less than half of his strength. Son Goku spread his hands, seriously full of longing. It was as if the powerful guy in his mouth was himself. Hiss. Hearing this, Vegeta gasped. But this time he didn't continue to refute. Because he knows Kakarot, this guy can't lie. Since the other party has said this now, what he just said is probably true. With less than half the power, defeat the 6 gods of destruction, Sohan, too really human. Vegeta looked at the gods of destruction Beerus who was slowly losing ground in the distance. The heart is even more shocked. How long has passed? The mighty Lord Gods of Destruction Beerus has fallen into a passive position? This. For a moment Vegeta was so shocked that he was speechless. Now, 2 people in midair. Gods of Destruction Beerus was launching a stormy attack on Sohan with his machine gun-like fists. But in the end, without exception, all of them were avoided by Sohan. Not only did it have no effect on Sohan, it didn't even touch Sohan's clothes. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta, you should believe it now. I said that as long as Master Sohan makes a move, then this battle will be over. Master Beerus is very powerful, but he is still not comparable to Master Sohan. Seeing Vegeta's shocked look, a smug smile appeared on Son Goku's face immediately. And he naturally noticed that the current situation of the battle has become one-sided. The attack of gods of destruction Beerus had absolutely no effect on Sohan. Can't even touch Sohan's body? Beerus, do you only have this strength? It really disappoints the game. Sohan shook his head for me and said with a smile. Sohan didn't use the free extreme intention 27 skills, but even relying on Sohan's astonishing speed, it was still very difficult for gods of destruction Beerus to touch Sohan's body. How is this possible? Who are you? How could it be possible to have such a fast speed? At this moment, Beerus' eyes were bloodshot with dissatisfaction, and his mood was also very unstable. You must know that he, gods of destruction Beerus, has never met opponents other than Grand Priest and the others. Even against the remaining 11 gods of destruction, Beerus was not as embarrassed as he is today. To be played by a human like this makes Beerus almost collapse. Blanche, the language fish is your rival. When I go back, I must stew you. Beerus gritted his teeth as hard as he could, roaring secretly in his heart. Whether it's my prophetic dream or the language of the language fish, they are all talking about Super Saiyan God, and they are just my own rivals. And now here's what's going on. You call this a rival? There is no way to fight back in the opponent's hands, and now I am exhausted and out of breath, and I haven't even touched his clothes. Moreover, Beerus could tell from the expression on Sohan's face that the other party was not serious about fighting at all. As for the strength, I am afraid that it has not been fully displayed. Do not fight. Beerus snorted, then folded his arms around his chest. Why did you give up so quickly? Beerus, that's not your style as far as I know, Sohan said with a light smile. Now tell me who you are. He simply couldn't figure out what the origin of this guy so is. The strength can actually be so strong. Apart from Whis, Beerus has never felt it in anyone else who can make him feel this way. By the way Whis. Thinking of this, a smile suddenly appeared on the face of gods of destruction Beerus, then shouted loudly in the direction of the earth. Hey, Whis, hurry up and catch up. And just after Beerus' voice fell, Angel Whis' figure turned into a colorful streamer, and quickly came to the side of gods of destruction Beerus. Is there anything I can help you with? Master Beerus. Angel Whis looked at gods of destruction Beerus with a smile and said, oh. Seeing Whis' smiling face, Beerus couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. Then he said, Whis, you should know this guy. Saying that, Beerus pointed to Sohan not far away, but when Whis looked at Sohan, he fell into an awkward situation. Wiped the sweat from his brow. She said affectionately, do you really know Sohan before? Haha, sure enough, let me tell you why this guy can master the power of destruction. You taught him, right? But Whis, I have to criticize you for this matter. When did I cultivate such an excellent candidate for gods of destruction? I don't even know. But for the sake of how well you have trained this gods of destruction candidate, I won't punish you. Gods of destruction Beerus squinted his eyes slightly, looking at Angel Whis. The face is not red and the heart is not beating. Duh. Son Goku in the distance couldn't help but gasped after seeing this scene. Embarrassed, I'm already picking my toes. Gods of destruction candidate. Could it be true what Kakarot Beerus-sama said? I see. No wonder Mr. Sohan is so powerful. It turns out that he has been secretly trained as a candidate for gods of destruction. At this time, Vegeta also touched his chin. It's like I suddenly figured out something? Gods of Destruction candidate. Hearing this, Son Goku scratched his head in doubt. He had never heard of Master Sohan having such an identity. Should not be. Son Goku said somewhat uncertainly. Master Beerus, actually. Whis looked at Gods of Destruction Beerus with a wry smile on his face, helpless. When did Master Beerus's imagination become so powerful? I didn't say anything. This guy actually imagined the other party as his subordinate. If it wasn't for Sohan's confession in advance, he wouldn't be able to reveal his identity. Whis really want to say something now. Master Beerus, are you thinking of farting? That's the law enforcement officer? 923. Hi, Sohan. I am very satisfied with your performance. I approve of you as a candidate. Gods of Destruction Beerus waved to Sohan, signaling him to come over quickly. At this moment, Sohan's expression was even more dull. This guy Beerus actually considered himself a candidate for him, but Sohan seemed to think of something funny suddenly, and then smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. He came directly to the side of Gods of Destruction Beerus. Haha, Beerus, what else do you have to do? Sohan said with a smile. Well, Sohan, although your strength is indeed good and you have been recognized by me, it doesn't mean that you can speak freely. Hearing that Sohan is still calling himself Beerus at this time, and Lord Beerus Gods of Destruction or Beerus Heavenly Man, the face of Gods of Destruction Beerus instantly became gloomy. Then he said in a threatening tone, Haha, presumptuous. Beerus, do you want me to call you Lord Beerus or Lord Gods of Destruction? Sohan almost laughed out of anger. This guy Beerus is really interesting enough. You can call these two names whatever you want. Beerus obviously didn't notice the abnormality, and immediately raised his chin proudly. Shall I call you Master Beerus? Beerus, are you sure you can afford it? Hearing this, Sohan's face instantly became gloomy and cold. What do you mean by that? Hearing this, Gods of Destruction Beerus couldn't help but tremble, because even he didn't expect Sohan to say such words. But why can't I bear it? Beerus was a little puzzled. What's so unbearable? Don't forget that I am the official Gods of Destruction Lord of the 7th universe. Even if your strength is very strong, and you have even reached the point where you can become an official Gods of Destruction, but as long as I have not resigned, then you need to call me Master Beerus. Saying Gods of Destruction Beerus crossed his hands in front of his chest, his chin couldn't help but slightly raised. With a face full of arrogance. Master Beerus, I think it's better for you not to talk now. Angel Whis shook his head helplessly. I felt even more sympathetic to Beerus. Wait until Master Beerus knows that Sohan's identity is not a candidate for Gods of Destruction, but a law enforcement officer. I don't know what expression Beerus-sama will show, but no matter what expression Master Beerus shows, Whis thinks it should be fun. Thinking of this, Whis actually laughed a little wickedly. Oh, Whis you bastard, why are you giggling at this moment? And when you cultivated this guy, didn't you teach him how to respect Gods of Destruction? Gods of Destruction Beerus glanced at Angel Whis with displeasure. It's fine for this guy to keep such a strong candidate in the dark. He didn't tell himself at all. And not only that, what's even more damning is that this candidate doesn't take himself, Gods of Destruction, seriously at all. Although Beerus has already recognized Sohan's strength, even the opponent's strength is much stronger than his own. But I haven't resigned yet. The other party doesn't respect me like this. Isn't it a bit unattractive? Ho ho. Master Beerus, I admit that I have indeed guided Mr. Sohan's cultivation, but I have never said that Mr. Sohan is your candidate. Angel Whis covered his mouth and laughed. It looks extraordinarily beating. But after hearing Whis' words, Gods of Destruction Beerus on the other side was not calm. His eyes widened sharply, and then he showed a horrified expression. For some reason, cold sweat broke out on Beerus' forehead. Then he lowered his voice and said, Wait, Whis, what an important matter, why didn't you tell me earlier? And since this guy is not my candidate, then you can tell me what his identity is. After saying Gods of Destruction Beerus couldn't help swallowing, because he was extremely flustered. You must know that Angel generally only teaches the cultivation of Gods of Destruction and Gods of Destruction candidates, and since Whis has taught Sohan's cultivation, and the other party is not a candidate for Gods of Destruction. So what is the identity of the other party? For some reason, Gods of Destruction Beerus panicked when he thought of this, because he felt that this guy Soha must have some other identity. While speaking, Angel Whis glanced at Sohan silently, and after seeing Fang Mo's recognition, Whis immediately showed an embarrassed expression. This is really embarrassing, Lord Beerus. Because the law enforcement officer told me before that I can't reveal his identity, I can't tell you, Lord Beerus. As he said Whis, a smile could not help but appear on his face. On the other side, Gods of Destruction Beerus' eyes widened after hearing Sohan's words. Then he looked hard to be careful. Wait, Whis, you just said, law enforcement officer. What do you mean? Could it be Xeno's enforcer, Lord Temple Enforcer? Speaking of Gods of Destruction Beerus swallowed his saliva, his whole expression became a little horrified. He didn't even dare to look back at Sohan. That's right, Lord Beerus. Although this position has been vacant for a long time, but during the time when you were sleeping, Master Beerus, Xeno has re-elected as the new temple law enforcer. Whis looked at Beerus' already horrified look, and a smile could not help but appear on the corner of his mouth. It had been a long time since he had seen Lord Beerus show such an expression. Only when it is Xeno or Grand Priest will the mouse see the cat's expression. Gilo. Hearing this, Beerus swallowed again. Wait, Whis, you mean? Sohan is Xeno's new law enforcement officer, my lord. When these words were spoken, Gods of Destruction Beerus was completely stunned. It's as if the body is stiff. Then slowly moved his gaze to Sohan. AHH, you guessed all of this, Mr. Beerus. Ho ho, but I don't think the law enforcement officer will blame me for slipping the tongue. Whis laughed, then arched his body towards Subo. Long time no see, my lord law enforcement officer. Hearing this, Sohan also let out a sigh of relief. Whis is really bad at acting, especially when he smiles. He really deserves a beating. Sohan nods. Lawrence officer. Lord Lawrence officer. Beerus froze in place by this time. Although the game was still unacceptable for a while, Beerus knew that it was impossible for Whis to play such a boring game with the other party. And the title of Law Enforcer is not something that can be called casually. After all, it is an existence with the same strength and divine power as the Grand Priest. So as Angel Whis, naturally it is even more impossible to bark indiscriminately. How? Beerus, you still want me to call you Master Beerus? As he spoke, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth. No, dare not. Master Law Enforcement Officer. I am blind, so I didn't recognize you at the first time. This, you bastard, I'll settle the score with you after we're gone. Gods of Destruction. Beerus knelt down on the ground cursing. Now that the identity of the other party has been confirmed, Beerus thinks there is no need to worry about face. Temple Enforcer, that's Xeno's enforcer. Responsible for overseeing all the claws of the 12 universes. He even has the power to execute in situ. The Temple Enforcer has the same erasure power as the Grand Priest. It only takes one thought to erase a god of bad words. So Beerus thinks that he has no face at all in front of such a big man? This. What happened? Beerus actually kneeled at Mr. Sowang's feet. Am I blind? At this moment, Vegeta's jaw is about to drop to the ground, because the appearance of Beerus and Sohan is very similar to the appearance of his father when he was a child when Beerus stepped on his feet. Humph. How about it, Vegeta, aren't you very shocked? Actually, I was not much better than you when I saw this at the beginning, but after seeing this kind of thing a lot, you will gradually get used to it. Son Goku looked at Vegeta's shocked expression, and immediately started talking with a smile. It was the same shock when I saw other people kneeling at Sohan's feet, but after seeing it a lot, I got used to it. Although Son Goku is still a little unclear about what the law enforcement officers do and what kind of rights they have. But it's not hard to see from the shocked expressions on the faces of those gods of destruction after seeing Sohan. Those gods of destruction are very afraid of Master Sohan, afraid of the identity of the law enforcement officer. Therefore, it is certain that the priesthood of law enforcement officers is definitely higher than that of gods of destruction. Gilo. After hearing Son Goku's words, Vegeta didn't have any rebuttal this time. Instead, he swallowed with horror. The shock in my heart can no longer be expressed in words. Although Vegeta didn't want to say anything more at this moment, because he was afraid that he would be slapped in the face by reality in the next second after he finished speaking. My Lord Law Enforcement Officer, I really didn't figure out your identity, and I hope you can forgive me for my mistakes. Gods of Destruction. Beerus said 883 with a trembling tone. Kneeling in front of a human makes Gods of Destruction Beerus feel very uncomfortable. But Beerus knew that the guy in front of him was definitely something he couldn't offend, so he didn't dare to provoke him easily. If this guy is irritated, things will definitely become more troublesome by then. Haha, Beerus has to say you're way smarter than that guy from Gods of Destruction compa. Know what role to play when. Sohan looked at the Gods of Destruction Beerus kneeling at his feet, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But I have to say that the feeling of being kneeled at the feet of Gods of Destruction Beerus is really cool. What? Compa? That dead fat pig. Hearing this, Beerus was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Sohan in astonishment. But from the other party's words, it's not hard for Beerus to guess that Sohan must have been in contact with Compa. And that dead fat pig Compa probably offended the other party? Lawrence officer, my lord. That dead fat pig Compa disrespected you? Beerus asked with a puzzled look on his face. For some unknown reason, Beerus suddenly trembled when he heard the other party mention Gods of Destruction compa. But as for the reason, Beerus himself is not quite clear. That's right. But now he has no chance. Sohan exhaled lightly, and then showed a smug smile. And Sohan said that on purpose. The purpose is to let Gods of Destruction Beerus focus on Gods of Destruction compa. And Sohan wanted to see Beerus after he learned that his younger brother, Gods of Destruction compa, was killed by him. What kind of expression will it show? Thinking of this, Sohan became a little excited. Your Excellency the Sheriff? What do you mean? Seeing Sohan's smug expression and adding the other's words, Gods of Destruction Beerus' eyes widened. There was an inexplicable nervous feeling in my heart. Haha, what's the meaning? Why don't you let Whis tell you? After finishing speaking, Sohan subconsciously set his eyes on Angel Whis. If so, let Whis speak for itself? Then Whis also exhaled slowly, and then said with a slightly hurt face, Mr. Beerus, because he was protecting your emotions. So I didn't tell you for the first time that Mr. Compa has repeatedly violated the majesty of the law enforcement officer, and also conspired to unite with other gods of destruction to kill the law enforcer. So the current Master Compa has completely left this world. CHDG, Angel Whis' tone was very low. Although Whis is also aware of the ins and outs of this incident, he knows that there is some discord in Beerus's big delivery system. But the two are brothers after all. So he also took care of Beerus' emotions in this way. After all, his own brother disappeared like this, even if Beerus didn't like him on the surface. At this moment, he will definitely not feel better. But the result is also the same as Whis thought. After Beerus heard that Kampa had disappeared, he stood up instantly. His face instantly became a little hideous. Whis, what did you say? Kampa. Kampa, that dead fat pig, disappeared. Gods of destruction, Beerus almost roared when he spoke the last words. Although the superficial relationship between myself and that immature brother Kampa is very bad, but Beerus has been giving way to his younger brother Kampa. Even in the original book, the Super Dragon Ball was abandoned, helping Kampa restore the decayed earth of the 6th universe, just so that Kampa can also taste the food of the earth. So it can be seen from this that Beerus actually doesn't love his younger brother very much in his heart. It's just that Beerus' love is the kind of selfless love that doesn't show on the surface. This also led to a very bad relationship between the two in the eyes of outsiders. Master Beerus, you'd better control your emotions first. I know you're feeling very uncomfortable right now. My heart is as heavy as yours, but there is no way to do it. After all, Master Kampa has disappeared. This is something that can't be changed, and this kind of thing can't be blamed on others. It's entirely because of Master Kampa's own fault. 6 gods of destruction were secretly summoned and besieged the law enforcement officer. You must know that this is a serious mistake. Don't talk about erasing a single Lord Kampa. I think even erasing the entire 6th universe is a very normal thing. Angel Whis frowned slightly, and said in a serious tone, things have come to this point, no matter how much persuasion is useless. So Whis wants to make one thing clear to Beerus, Kampa is erased. That's his own reason, no one else's fault. It's all because of his own fault, otherwise how could he end up being wiped out? And Sohan has given this guy a lot of chances. So there is nothing to sympathize with being erased in the end? Lord Beerus, things are indeed as they are, and we hope to mourn. At this time, Angel Vados also flew over, looked at Beerus and said, Vados, why are you here? Hearing this, seeing Angel Vados suddenly appearing in front of him, Gods of Destruction's tone instantly became icy cold. How is this going? Kampa's character is well understood by himself, he must retaliate. He offended the law enforcement officer, and later joined forces with other gods of destruction to take revenge on Sohan. This is not impossible. But even so, after learning the news that his younger brother disappeared, Beerus still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Unacceptable for a while. And now, after seeing Angel Vados suddenly appearing in front of him, Gods of Destruction, Beerus' emotions have directly reached the verge of explosion. Because Master Kampa is no longer here, I am not bound by anything now. Seeing Gods of Destruction, Beerus' questioning tone, Vados naturally felt a little uncomfortable. Immediately speaking, he naturally did not leave any sympathy. Hehe. Kampa is gone. So you can go wherever you want without restriction. Very good. Saying that, Gods of Destruction, Kampa clenched his fists violently. The tyrannical destructive energy spewed out from his body in an instant. Then, without any warning, he punched directly at Vados' body fiercely. And this punch, Gods of Destruction, Kampa didn't hold back any hands. It can be said that all the anger in his heart was hid in this punch. Boom. Although Vados noticed the oncoming fist at the last moment, it was too late to make any defense. He could only passively block Beerus' fist with his forearm. But even so, under the power of Beerus' almost full blow, Vados was still knocked back more than 10 meters away. Although I stabilized my body, my arm felt a little dull pain. Lord Beerus, what are you doing? You can't blame others for Master Kampa's disappearance. Why did you attack Sister Vados? Seeing this, Whis immediately stopped in front of Beerus. Then he frowned tightly and looked at the other party with displeasure on his face. Although he has a good relationship with Beerus, Vados is his own sister. So from Whis' point of view, even if Master Beerus has a good relationship with him, he must not be compared with Sister Vados. And Sister Vados has done nothing wrong. Whis, you get out of the way. I would never believe it if the good thing about Kampa's disappearance had nothing to do with Vados. As an angel, your duty is not only to guide the gods of destruction, but also to assist the work of the gods of destruction. Vados, Kampa and other gods of destruction set up an ambush against the law enforcement officer. I don't think you don't know about it. Gods of Destruction, Kampa opened his bloodshot eyes and roared angrily. Okay, I know. Without waiting for Whis to refute, Vados directly admitted it. Because of such a thing, in Vados' view, there is no need to hide it at all. And I do know. Haha, Vados. If you know, why didn't you stop Kampa? If you stop Kampa, how can you cause Kampa to disappear? So you can't get away with this matter. Saying Gods of Destruction, Beerus clenched his hands again. There was a crackling sound. A powerful destructive energy spewed out from his body. Seems like an attack on Vados is going to happen the next moment. But at this moment, Sohan's body flashed, and suddenly appeared in front of Gods of Destruction. Beerus. Executive, my lord law enforcement officer. Without waiting for Beerus to finish, Sohan landed on the left side of Beerus' face with a big bid. Boom. The body of Gods of Destruction, Beerus, who was hit hard, flew upside down in an instant. And there was a red palm print on his face. My lord law enforcement officer. Beerus covered his already raised left cheek with both hands, and his whole body was sluggish. How could the opponent's speed be so fast? You must know that when the opponent fought with him just now, the strength displayed was not so fast. Moreover, the power Sohan used to hit him just now was more than a little bit stronger than before. Shut up, Beerus. Who gave you permission to do it to Vados? What dog thing in Compa isn't clear to your mind? Do you think Vados didn't come forward to stop something like that? Do you think Compa's character would listen to him? And you also said just now that Angel's job is to assist gods of destruction. Do you think that since Compa has made a decision, what can Vados, as an angel, do? I'm afraid the only thing he can do is obey. *1. With Sohan's series of questions, gods of destruction Beerus was speechless. The whole person was sluggish in place, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Also, because of the disappearance of the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, I temporarily act as the gods of destruction of the 6th universe. Vados is my personal angel. Do you think Vados can leave the 6th universe and come here with me to inspect the work? Although Sohan was asking about gods of destruction Beerus, his tone didn't mean to ask the other party at all, instead it was a slow deterrent. A deterrent that the other party has to admit. 0. Seeing Beerus, he froze in place, unable to react for a long time. Sohan snorted coldly. Then make a fist slightly. Powerful star energy burst out from Sohan's body in an instant. Everyone present at the moment felt a little difficult to breathe. Even the protective barrier that Sohan had set up before was crackling and shattering at this moment. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. I know I was wrong. I didn't control my emotions. Sorry, Vados. When these words were spoken, gods of destruction Beerus immediately knelt on the ground. Because of the powerful coercion, the voice of gods of destruction Beerus became trembling at this moment. Court death. Facing the sincere gods of destruction Beerus, Sohan had no intention of letting him go. The body stepped forward again. Facing the other half of gods of destruction Beerus's face, he slashed up again. Boom. Crackling. Only the sound of heavy impact and broken glass was heard, mixed together. Gods of destruction Beerus was blown away for an unknown distance. The whole person passed out. Whis, bring him back to me. Sohan glanced at Whis, and said in a flat tone. Yes. Whis also nodded slowly, and then quickly followed in the direction Beerus flew out of. Then, thinking about the gods of destruction Beerus who had passed out, he flew back to Fan. Master Law Enforcer. Master Beerus seems to have fainted. Looking at the fainted gods of destruction Beerus in his hand, Angel Whis suddenly felt dumbfounded. No matter how you say it, Master Beerus can be regarded as the ceiling level combat power of the entire 7th universe. And it is the strongest among the 12 gods of destruction. But such a super strong man is so vulnerable in Sohan's hands. He was knocked out by a slap from one side. From this, it can be seen how strong Sohan's current strength is. He can actually knock out the strongest gods of destruction Beerus with a single slap. I'm afraid that Sohan's strength has already caught up with Grand Priest. Thinking of this, Whis couldn't help but look at Sohan with a touch of awe. The youth that even he couldn't beat a few years ago has grown to the point where even he can't catch up. Wake him up, Whis. Sohan's tone was very cold. After the end of 207, there is no room for negotiation at all. Although Beerus' attack just now didn't hurt Angel, but no matter what, Vados followed him to the 7th universe. And if gods of destruction didn't implement it, this guy dared to attack Vados. What's more, Compa's death was entirely due to his own fault, and I gave him a chance, but the other party can't blame me for it? Yes. Whis nodded slowly. Then he took out the staff in his hand and tapped it lightly on Beerus' forehead. Then, after a light green light entered the body of gods of destruction Beerus, the swollen cheeks of gods of destruction Beerus eased a bit. And at this moment, gods of destruction Beerus slowly opened his heavy eyelids. Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Law Enforcer. One of the good things about Beerus after waking up was to kneel beside Sohan. Just now, Sohan's shot has made Beerus clearly understand Sohan's strength, which is not something he can compare with at all. Even Beerus felt, let alone himself. Even if I call all the gods of destruction over and concentrate their energies in my own body, it is absolutely impossible for me to defeat Sohan. The power of the stars? Beerus is not unfamiliar at all, and so far, Beerus has only seen one person except Sohan. That's Grand Priest. So when Beerus saw Sohan using the power of the stars, his whole body suddenly fell into an ice cellar, and his whole brain shut down instantly. Sohan looked at gods of destruction Beerus kneeling in front of him with an extremely sincere expression, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he said, I understand your feelings, but Compa deserved what he deserved, so no one else is to blame. Also if you want to take revenge on Compa, hehe, I will accompany you at any time, and you can also try to unite the 10 gods of destruction who are still alive, and let them cooperate with you to ambush me like Compa. But I think they don't have the guts now. Sohan's tone of voice was full of vigor without any taboo. In the face of absolute strength, any fancy tricks are all futile. Sohan who has 80% erasure power. Now the strength is probably second only to Zeno. So he didn't care whether gods of destruction Beerus was honest or not. If the other party is dishonest and wants to play tricks, Sohan can erase it with just one thought. So there is no need to waste time on the other party. That's a complete waste of fearlessness. Moreover, Sohan thinks that Beerus is smarter than Compa, so he might be able to use it for other purposes in the future. In addition, Sohan is now the temporary gods of destruction of 2 universes. If there is another universe, even if Sohan has the peerless ability of instant transmission, it can also feel a little overwhelming. After all, no matter how fast your instant transmission is, if you need to shuttle back and forth between the 3 universes, it will consume a lot of energy. No, dare not, you are right, Mr. Law Enforcement Officer. What happened to Kampa is entirely because of his own reasons. It was his own fault, and now he is wiped out. This is the best result. When speaking, Gods of Destruction Beerus' forehead was almost on the ground. The attitude of the whole person is very low. Even Gods of Destruction Beerus was more flustered when he saw Zeno in the original book. 10 Gods of Destruction? How could Beerus fail to understand the meaning, that is to say, Gods of Destruction of the original 12 universes? Now he has erased 2 of them. Thinking of this, Gods of Destruction Beerus swallowed hard. It's unbelievable that such a thing can happen. Even a law enforcement officer can't erase a Gods of Destruction at will like this. In the end Beerus got the answer that both Zeno and Grand Priest are on Sohan's side. Then let me ask, in such a situation, if you fight with the opponent, what will happen? Obviously impossible. And Beerus felt that Zeno was the only one who was really capable of dealing with Sohan. Even the Grand Priest probably couldn't do it. After all, both sides have mastered the power of destruction. You're right Beerus, I'm sure I read you right. However, I hope that you are not the kind of guy who is superficial and secretive, otherwise I can guarantee that your end will definitely be 1,000 times worse than that of Kampa and Vermit. As he said that, Sohan stepped forward and pulled Gods of Destruction Beerus up, and then patted him on the shoulder lightly. Just when Sohan's palm landed on the shoulder of Gods of Destruction Beerus, Sohan could clearly feel the body of Gods of Destruction Beerus trembling violently at this moment. In the end, Beerus nodded fiercely, and then said, "Just don't worry, I will never let you down. My Lord Law Enforcement Officer, I will definitely work hard and fulfill the duties of Gods of Destruction." Then Gods of Destruction Beerus said a lot more in a row, but Sohan didn't bother to listen, because what he wanted to do has now been done. Call. You two should be exhausted no matter how long you have been fighting. There are still a lot of delicacies at the Bulma banquet, how about taking this opportunity to relax? Saying that, Sohan set his sights on Son Goku and Vegetas 0.1. However, the two did not immediately respond. Instead, he stared at Sohan dumbfounded. The scene that happened in front of them made the two of them speechless in shock. However, since it was not the first time Son Goku had seen such a thing, he quickly came to his senses. Then nodded quickly. Okay, I've been fighting for so long, I'm already starving. Son Goku scratched his head and said with a smile. Sohan nodded and looked at Beerus and Whis. Master Beerus too. After finishing speaking, a smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth. No need, my Lord Law Enforcement Officer. Enjoy the banquet. I suddenly remembered that I still have some work to do. I don't think I should finish the work first and talk about it. After speaking, Gods of Destruction Beerus pushed Whis hard with his arm. Then the two quickly disappeared in place. After seeing the two people disappear, Sohan didn't stop any longer, and directly brought Vados, Son Goku, and others back to the cruise ship. Now that the crisis on Earth is over, then, of course, it's time to celebrate. Because Vados had already eaten a lot before, this time he just quietly followed Sohan, and did not compete with others for food. On the contrary, Son Goku, who has consumed a lot of energy and stamina fighting Beerus, is now wolfing down. As for Vegeta, he ate something casually, and then set his sights on Sohan again. Because Vegeta has been completely convinced by the strength shown by Sohan. Although before Sohan turned Vegeta into Super Saiyan God, Vegeta has become very respectful to Sohan. But because of Vegeta's proud personality, he was still somewhat dissatisfied. But now when Vegeta looks at Sohan again, there is no feeling in his eyes like before. 27 On the contrary, it is full of awe. Temple Sheriff? Although Vegeta doesn't know what this title means, it is not difficult for Vegeta to guess from Beerus' performance before. I am afraid that this position is not for everyone. And even the mighty Gods of Destruction would respect Sohan when he saw him. He would even kneel at Sohan's feet just like his father knelt in front of Gods of Destruction. Such a gap has even made Vegeta start to admire Sohan. Gilo. Swallowing, Vegeta clenched his fists. Then he walked towards Sohan slowly. Without any hesitation, even though there were many people present, Vegeta still knelt down beside Sohan without hesitation. Then he said firmly, "Mr. Sohan, please accept me as a disciple." After finishing speaking, Vegeta directly put his head on the ground. The tone was very firm, as if telling Sohan that if you don't agree, I won't get up. But when Sohan saw Vegeta's move, he didn't show any surprised expression on his face. Instead, he smiled. Because he already expected Vegeta to do this. Although the current Vegeta can already become a Super Saiyan God. But the gap with Son Goku is still very large, and faced with such a perception of strength, how could a proud guy like Vegeta give up? So it is very correct for Vegeta to want to worship himself as a teacher. As for Sohan's request to Vegeta, Somei naturally would not refuse. Besides, for Sohan, whether it is Son Goku or Vegeta, they all have great potential. If you cultivate it well, you will definitely be able to become a great help to yourself in the future. Then, just when Sohan was about to say yes, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! The system task has been updated. Please host to help Vegeta become Super Saiyan 4, and fight against Super Saiyan 4. Sukang's body froze for a moment when he heard the system prompt sound suddenly in his mind. Because Sohan hasn't heard the sound of the system for a long time, but he didn't expect the system to release the task at this time, but since it was a system task, Sohan naturally wouldn't refuse it. After all, although Sohan's current strength has become stronger, there is still a big gap compared to Zeno. So since there is a way to improve his strength, Sohan naturally has to work hard to get it. Please, Mr. Sohan. I want to become stronger, I want to follow in your footsteps. Seeing that Sohan didn't respond to him, Vegeta immediately became anxious and shouted out. Although knowing that this may alarm more people to see their current appearance. But Vegeta doesn't care anymore. Face or something is nothing compared to strength. Only improving strength is the most important thing. As for whether others will laugh at themselves? Haha, when I have absolute power, who would dare to say one more word in front of me? Vegeta, are you sure you want to worship me as a teacher? Sohan still didn't answer directly, but asked instead. Yes, Mr. Sohan. Hearing this, Vegeta nodded excitedly. I can accept you as an apprentice, but you have to be clear about one thing. My apprentice must be absolutely loyal to me, and with me, your so-called pride of Prince Saiyan may no longer exist. If you can't even accept this, I don't think there is any need for us to talk. Saying that, Sohan waved his hand. Signal Vegeta to give up the plan of apprenticeship as soon as possible. But in the end, this guy agreed without hesitation, and even his eyes were extremely firm. I do. Mr. Sohan, I can accept any conditions you mentioned. I just ask you to accept me as an apprentice. Saying that, Vegeta's forehead was heavily printed on the ground. For a moment, the entire cruise ship shook violently. When Sohan saw this scene, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he said, yes. However, you have a probationary period for a period of time. Only after you pass my test can you truly become my apprentice. After his face returned to calm, Sohan spoke again. Although Sohan's heart is already happy, but surface work still needs to be done. Otherwise, if Vegeta became his apprentice so easily, wouldn't it make other people on the cruise ship and 1440 feel that they are too cheap? No problem. Master Sohan, I will definitely pass your application period. Although Sohan didn't agree immediately, Vegeta became excited after hearing that Sohan gave him a chance. Then a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Vegeta, you guys are really cunning. After seeing my strength, don't you want to join Master Sohan's school a long time ago? At this time, Son Goku came over and said jokingly. However, it is not difficult to see from Son Goku's expression that he has no objection to Vegeta becoming his fellow student, because he and Vegeta have always been in a competitive relationship. Now that Vegeta has also joined in, then Son Goku's future practice will definitely be more vigorous. Shout. Kakarot. Don't get carried away, even though you joined Master Sohan's school earlier than me, you really want me to call you something. Saying that, Vegeta hurriedly stood up, folded her arms around her chest, and turned her head in disgust. You're too cunning, Vegeta, how can I say I joined Master Sohan before you? Call me senior brother anyway. Son Goku also scratched his head and said in displeasure. Sohan wasted no time. Now that the system has released a new round of missions, there is no need for Sohan to waste them. After Vados packed the rest of the food, Sohan said goodbye to Bulma directly. Then they left the Earth with Son Goku and Vegeta. Of course, the place they went this time was naturally the Gods of Destruction realm of the 6th universe. Sohan can also go to Gods of Destruction in the 7th universe to train the Son Goku people. But Sohan didn't do that, because Sohan was worried that Beerus would be tortured to death by himself. And Beerus might have other uses in the future, so Sohan didn't go directly to the Gods of Destruction world of the 7th universe. Instead, it went to the Gods of Destruction world of the 6th universe. And because this place has been remodeled by Vados, it looks extraordinarily comfortable now. It's infinitely more beautiful than the purple everywhere in the 6th universe. So Sohan also likes this place even more. Master Sohan, when will my test start? As soon as he came to the 6th universe, Vegeta asked impatiently. Although Sohan has brought himself to the 6th universe, Vegeta still has some worries in his heart. After all, the current self can't be regarded as Sohan's apprentice, so Vegeta naturally has a sense of crisis. So as far as cultivation matters, there are other things. Let's wait until I finish the test that Sohan gave me. But Sohan wasn't surprised at how anxious Vegeta was. After all, this is normal, and it would be strange if Vegeta wasn't like this. Immediately, Sohan said directly, Vegeta, I didn't expect you to be so anxious. But since you are so anxious to pass my test, then I will satisfy you. Great. Thank you Master Sohan. Hearing this, Vegeta became excited all over. Only by completing the test as soon as possible can you truly become Master Sohan's apprentice. So after hearing Sohan's words, Vegeta was naturally excited. The content of the test is to become Super Saiyan 4. Sohan spoke slowly. What? Super Saiyan 4? Hearing this, Vegeta was stunned, but he himself has never heard of Super Saiyan 4. So what the hell is this thing? Could it be that there is really a Super Saiyan 4 behind Super Saiyan 3? For a moment, countless question marks filled Vegeta's heart. But on the other side of Vegeta, Son Goku looked extraordinarily calm. Son Goku, cover up for Vegeta. Let him see what Super Saiyan 4 is first. After hearing Sohan's voice fall, Vegeta almost subconsciously cast his eyes on Son Goku. Then he said with a surprised face, Kakarot, you can actually become Super Saiyan 4. Of course, and you should have seen this state. But since Mr. Sohan said it, I'll let you see it. Saying that, Son Goku clenched his fists fiercely, accompanied by the golden dazzling light flashed. Immediately, Son Goku's original orange battlesuit suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was covered in red hair and those incomparably sharp eyes. The temperament of the whole person at this moment has increased more than 10 times in an instant. This is Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta looked at Son Goku in surprise, but he had seen this state before. And now Vegeta suddenly remembered that Master Sohan seemed to have mentioned this matter before, but Vegeta forgot it after seeing the powerful energy released from Sohan. How about it, Vegeta, this is Super Saiyan 4, isn't he very handsome? Son Goku glanced at Vegeta, and said very proudly. And because of becoming Super Saiyan 4, at the moment Son Goku's speech seems a little light. After seeing Son Goku's expression, Vegeta was naturally a little upset. Then he curled his lips and said, well, Kakarot, stop putting on airs. What Super Saiyan 4, in my opinion is not as good as my Super Saiyan God, said Vegeta immediately clenched his fists, and then spurted from his body with the breath of God. Immediately Vegeta immediately turned into Super Saiyan God Red. Come on, this is the power of Super Saiyan, which is much stronger than your Super Saiyan 4. As he spoke, Vegeta pointed his thumb to his nose, showing the most typical deflated gesture in the Dragon Ball world. Vegeta, I advise you that it's better not to be arrogant. Super Saiyan God I can't change, but I still want to remind you. The strength of Super Saiyan God is definitely not as strong as the Super Saiyan 4, otherwise why do you think Master Sohan wants you to become a Super 4 too? Said Son Goku looked at Sohan. And Sohan also nodded. He didn't expect that after Son Goku became a Super 4, his brain seemed to be much better than before. Sohan, Master, I'm sorry I didn't question your meaning, I just can't get used to Kakarot. At this time, Vegeta realized that he seemed to have done something wrong. But Sohan didn't get angry because of this, instead he said with a smile, it's okay. Vegeta, since you don't believe in the power of Super Saiyan 4, let you fight Son Goku's Super Saiyan 4. Also Son Goku, you can't use any power other than Super Saiyan 4, understand? Sohan looked at Son Goku and Vegeta and said, I understand, don't worry, Master Sohan. I understand what you said. Now that I understand that Zhaoran is your arrangement, I will naturally not use the power of God. Son Goku nodded. They absolutely carried out Master Sohan's orders. Very good. What about you, Vegeta? Saying that, Sohan looked at Vegeta at the side. Me too. Everything is under the arrangement of Master Sohan. Vegeta, who did something wrong, didn't dare to make any rebuttals at this time, so he nodded and said, very good. If that's the case, Vados, find a quiet place for the two of them to fight, and don't destroy the beautiful gods of destruction world. Sohan looked at Vados and said with a smile, okay, leave it to me, Lord Law Enforcement Officer. Saying this, Vados nodded. Then the staff in his hand tapped the ground lightly. Immediately, the two of them were directly transferred to a small, barren planet. Alright, Lord Law Enforcement Officer, fighting in this place will definitely not destroy the Temple of Gods of Destruction. Vados looked at Sohan and spoke. Although it was only a few seconds, but with the blessing of Angel's speed, they are already far away from the temple, so there is no need to worry that their battle will affect the temple. Sohan nodded. Then he looked at Son Goku and Vegeta again. He said, okay, the battle between the two of you can begin. Hearing this, Son Goku and Vegeta also nodded at the same time. The next moment, the bodies of the two quickly flew into the air, then quickly pull away. Kakarot, it's been a long time since we had a real fight. Cut. And when you were fighting with this guy, you actually released water. What Super Saiyan 3? When the battle between himself and Son Goku was heard, Vegeta suddenly became angry. This guy was fighting with himself and actually released water. And it also hides a powerful state like Super Saiyan 3. Hey, that can't blame me Vegeta, I just don't want Majin Buu to absorb too much energy. Son Goku said with a smile. Cut. Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to show you the power of 200 Super Saiyans right now. Vegeta responded coldly. Then the body instantly disappeared in place. When his body reappeared, it had turned into a stream of red light and rushed towards Son Goku. One punch mercilessly hit Son Goku's forehead, but the next scene completely stunned Vegeta. Snapped. Faced with Vegeta's sudden punch, Son Goku didn't seem to pay attention at all. With a very calm face, he stretched out his palm, and then directly caught Vegeta's sudden fist. And it is not difficult to see from Son Goku's expression at the moment, facing Vegeta's attack just now, Son Goku didn't take it seriously at all. It seemed that he was determined in his heart that he could easily take the opponent's attack. What? How could such a thing happen? How strong is your strength, Kakarot? Seeing that Son Goku blocked his full power blow with the palm of his hand very easily, Vegeta was stunned for a moment. He didn't actually have such a thing. Although Vegeta didn't think he could beat Son Goku, but he never realized how great it would be before the strength of the two. And you must know that Master Sohan warned Son Goku before that he cannot use powers other than Super Saiyan 4. But now the opponent is only using the power of Super 4, and he is no longer an opponent. So what would happen if the other party tried his best? I'm afraid I have been defeated just now. How about it, Vegeta? As I said before, the power of Super Saiyan 4 is definitely greater than that of Super Saiyan God. Now you should believe it. Son Goku looked at Vegeta in front of him and said with a smile. Of course, he didn't mean to mock the other party. Son Goku just wanted to tell the other party that Super 4 is stronger than Super Saiyan, that's all. Cut. Don't get carried away, so what if you're a little stronger than me? My Vegeta's strength is absolute, and that's not all. A smile appeared on the corner of Vegeta's mouth as he spoke. Then the body suddenly appeared behind Son Goku in a flash. Kicked out violently. Snapped. But the result was still very easily blocked by Son Goku. It has no effect at all. Hey, Vegeta, it seems that you still haven't figured out the current situation, but if that's the case, then I'll let you be clear. After finishing speaking, Son Goku smiled slightly, then grabbing Vegeta's hand and throwing it suddenly. What a strong force. Vegeta gritted his teeth and tried to stabilize his body, but after working hard, Vegeta found that his efforts were completely useless. 10 times. Kamehameha wave. At the same time, Son Goku gathered enough energy with his hands on his waist. Then it slammed into Vegeta's body. At this time, Vegeta has no way to control the relationship between the body. In the end, Kamehameha took the blow 10 times abruptly. Fortunately, Son Goku kept his hand in the end, otherwise Vegeta would have been seriously injured even if he survived this blow. Ahem, so strong. I am no match at all. Vegeta clutched his chest and coughed violently. There was even blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. But fortunately there is no major problem. Although it returned to normal, it soon stood up again. How about it, Vegeta? Now you know how powerful the Super Subhuman 4 is. Looking at the distressed Vegeta, Son Goku said with a smile. Although he already knew in his heart that Son Goku was right. But Vegeta still couldn't admit it personally. Haha. Vegeta, don't have to be embarrassed to admit it. I can tell you very clearly that the reality is like this. Super Saiyan God is indeed not the opponent of Super 4. Besides, your Super Saiyan God is just the weakest form. At this time, Sohan also came over. If Vegeta can turn into Ultra Blue or Deep Blue, that might be able to beat Son Goku's Super 4 all attack rate. But as far as Vegeta, who is only in the early stage of Super Red, has a Super 4 full attack rate against Son Goku, that is undoubtedly crushing. Vegeta has no chance of winning at all, not even capable of fighting back. This is the reality. What? Master Sohan, what do you mean? Could it be that Super Saiyan God can become stronger? Hearing this, Vegeta's emotions seemed to be instantly aroused. The tone of the whole person's speech also immediately became urgent. That's right. Son Goku, turn into Ultra Blue and show him. Sohan glanced at Son Goku and said with a smile, okay. Son Goku nodded slowly, then cancelled the Super 4 transformation. Immediately afterwards, the powerful breath of God spewed out of Son Goku's body. Immediately afterwards, blue flames spewed out from Son Goku's body. At the same time, Son Goku's hair turned blue. This is Super Saiyan God Blue. Son Goku looked at Vegeta and said, Super Saiyan God Blue, so powerful, if I can become like this, maybe I can have the power to fight against that guy Kakarot. Hearing this, Vegeta immediately became excited. Vegeta, I know what's going on in your heart. Do you feel that you can defeat Son Goku once you become Ultra Blue? I can tell you very clearly that this is impossible. Sohan looked at Vegeta's excited expression, and said mercilessly, although Chao Ian's strength may be on par with Chao Si, but if Super Blue can beat Super 4, this is impossible for the Jedi. Besides, Son Goku's Super 4 is no longer an ordinary Super 4, but the full attack rate of Super Saiyan 4. And facing such Son Goku, unless Vegeta can turn into Super Saiyan God Dark Blue, otherwise, there is no possibility of defeating Son Goku. Yes, it is Master Sohan. Seeing Sohan's serious expression, Vegeta didn't dare to say anything more, because he believed in Sohan, and believed that Sohwang would never deceive himself. And now that Sohan said that Super Blue is not as good as Super 4, then he has nothing to worry about. Master Sohan. But I can't even reach Super Saiyan 3, can I really become Super Saiyan 4? Thinking of Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta instantly became depressed. It's not that he hasn't practiced hard these years, but no matter how hard he cultivates, the result seems to be useless. Although his strength has been improved to a certain extent, there is still no sign of becoming Super Saiyan 3. This even makes Vegeta feel that if he is the limit, can he only reach Super Saiyan 2? What? Vegeta, you still can't become Super Saiyan 3. It's been so long, I thought you could become a super subhuman long ago. After hearing Vegeta's words, Son Goku said with a surprised face. Because in Son Goku's view, the strength of the two of them is about the same. And it has been a long time since he became a Super Saiyan 3, and this guy Vegeta is still unable to become a Super Saiyan 3, which really makes Son Goku feel a little unbelievable. Super Saiyan 3. Hehe. But in fact, this is not a big problem. Hearing this, Sohan just smiled faintly. Because this kind of thing Sohan had expected a long time ago, and this is not a rare thing. Even in the original book, the guy Vegeta couldn't turn into Super Saiyan 3 from beginning to end. However, as to why this is, it is unknown. But it is said that the old bird is too lazy to spend. After all, Chao San's hair is too long. Fortunately, even if Vegeta can't become a Super 3, it will not affect any subsequent transformations. So does Super 4. Just because you can't become a Super 3 doesn't mean you can't become a Super 4. Sohan, Master Sohan, you mean I can cross Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta swallowed with some excitement. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. That's right. At least for you, not being able to become Super Saiyan 3 should not affect your ability to become Super Saiyan 4. Sohan nodded and said calmly. In fact, whether it can become a Super 3 is not a big problem. As long as Vegeta can control his consciousness in the state of the Great Ape and not lose control, it will be enough. And as for the question of energy, with Sohan here, there is no need to worry at all. Sohan can directly inject the moon's super burst light into Vegeta's body. The principle should be similar to Bulma's machine. So it is not difficult to make Vegeta a Super 4. Great. Vegeta clenched his fists excitedly. Master Sohan, so what do I need to do next? The excited Vegeta asked again. But at this time, Sohan didn't respond to Vegeta immediately, but instead asked. Even if Vegeta turns into a giant ape, you shouldn't lose control. Sohan looked at Vegeta and said calmly. Why did Master Sohan suddenly ask this? However, we Saiyans who are high-level combatants have been trained in Great Ape since childhood, so even if we become a giant ape, we will not lose control. Master Sohan, you can rest assured. I'm still very confident. Vegeta patted his chest and said. Very good. Now that you can control the consciousness of the Great Ape, then we can start. After speaking, the corner of Sohan's mouth smiled slightly. Then a white light suddenly shot out from the arm. As the white light gradually entered Vegeta's body, immediately Vegeta's entire forehead began to burst with blue veins. Oh. Then under Vegeta's roar, Vegeta's mouth immediately began to protrude. The battle suit on his body was also shattered at this time. The black hair grows rapidly. Roar. Boom boom boom. With a roar, Vegeta's body directly turned into a black giant ape. Very good. Next is the golden giant ape. Seeing that Vegeta successfully transformed into a great ape, Sohan didn't stop the Super Bolt's light in his hand. Then the Super Bolt's light was released again, accompanied by powerful Ultraburt's rays injected into Vegeta's body. Roar. Vegeta roared again, and then his whole body emitted a golden light. And within the golden light, the body of Vegeta's black giant ape gradually became smaller. Finally turned into a golden giant ape? I didn't expect Saiyan to transform in this form. It's really interesting. Angel Vados is also very curious about Sohan's method. He didn't expect it to be possible. Makes a Saiyan more powerful. Are you kidding me? Vegeta, is the Prince of Saiyan. How could I lose control just because I turned into an ape? Saying that, Vegeta roared out again. Boom. Then powerful energy spewed out from his body immediately. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta's body was enveloped by a burst of golden light, and finally his body shrank rapidly. Then it became humanoid size. Super Saiyan 4. Red hair, black leather pants. It is almost exactly the same as the Super Saiyan 4 that Vegeta transformed into in the original book. Haha. It looks like it really succeeded. After seeing Vegeta successfully become Super 4, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of Sohan's mouth. But Sohan doesn't plan to let him and Son Goku fusion now. After all, at this time, Vegeta became a Super 4 by external force, and there is still a certain gap in strength compared with the real Super 4. Although the tasks you can do in the system must be completed, but for Sohan, if he wants to fight, he must fight against a formidable opponent. So before that, we need to improve Vegeta's strength. I succeeded, Master Sohan. Great. Now I have officially passed your test, Master Sohan. Vegeta, who has become a Super 4, looked at his hands with excitement. Don't be too happy, Vegeta. I just gave you the chance to experience Super 4 now. As for whether you can become Super 4 permanently, it still needs your personal efforts. Looking at the excited Vegeta, Sohan directly opened his mouth and hid it for a long time. What? Hearing this, Vegeta was stunned for a moment. Then there was no response for a long time, because he didn't figure out what was going on. Haven't I perfectly become Super Saiyan 4 now? But why would Master Sohan say that he has not fully mastered Super Saiyan 4 yet? Don't be too surprised. Although you can be said to have become a Super Saiyan 4 now, the Super Saiyan 4 you are currently turning into is nothing more than the relationship between me using the Super Buzz Light to force you to become a Super Saiyan 4. Once the energy of the Super Bolt's ray is exhausted by you, you will instantly change back to your original self. As for whether you can become a Super Saiyan 4 next time, it depends on your personal ability. Sohan looked at Vegeta and said with a smile. I can indeed turn Vegeta into a Super Ray 6974, but if I only rely on external forces, it will be temporary after all. So if Vegeta wants to use his own power to become a perfect Super 4, then he still needs to practice. If you don't practice enough, it is absolutely impossible to become a Super 4. So it is. But Master Sohan, don't worry, I will definitely do my best. And with the experience of becoming a Super 4 this time, I believe it shouldn't be too difficult to become a Super 4 next time. Although he felt a little surprised, Vegeta did not become depressed because of this. Because Vegeta knew it in his heart. There will be no pies in the sky, and although I have become a Super 4, I basically have no effort at all. So it is also reasonable that it will not be able to continue to become a Super 4 next time. However, the reason why Vegeta also feels excited is that Vegeta feels that he only needs to practice hard. In the future, it will definitely be the same as Son Goku, with only one becoming Super 4. Very good. If that's the case, then go and dry up the energy in your body. By the way, improve your own strength. Only in this way can you continue to become a Super 4 next time. Sohan said in a flat tone. Although the rewards for each system task are very generous, Sohan is not in a hurry. After Vegeta's strength becomes stronger, let the two use fusion to become Gogeta. This way the battle will be more interesting. Okay. Vegeta nodded, and then followed Son Goku and Vados to other places to practice. As for Sohan, he returned directly to his small villa in the Gods of Destruction world. I have to say that Vados must have spent a lot of effort on this villa. The facilities in the villa can be said to be all-inclusive, and everything is available. And there is also a high-tech gravity training room on the Earth. It is simply a perfect residence. Call. After taking a simple bath, Sohan immediately felt relaxed. Finally, I can have a good rest. Then after waiting for half a month, Vegeta at this time not only could completely master the transformation of Super Saiyan 4, but even improved some of his strength. It can be said that the speed is already very fast. After all, Vegeta directly surpassed Super Saiyan 3. Being able to become a Super 4 within half a month is already very strong. Master Sohan, I did it. Vegeta, who became Super 4, looked at Sohan excitedly, hoping to get the other party's approval. Very good. Now that you have done it, you will be my official apprentice from now on. In addition, I hope you will keep in mind what I told you before. My apprentice must be absolutely loyal to me. Sohan looked at Super 4 Vegeta, and said lightly. This is naturally Master Sohan. Without any hesitation, Vegeta knelt down on the ground again with a sincere expression on his face. Very good. Son Goku, the next step of your cultivation, listen clearly, fusion technique cultivation. Next, I need you to give the fusion technique to Vegeta, and then the two of you will complete the fusion. Sohan looked at Son Goku and said. What? Master Sohan, do you want to fuse with this guy Vegeta? Hearing this, Son Goku said with some embarrassment. This is not because Son Goku doesn't want to fusion with Vegeta, but Son Goku knows that Vegeta hates abilities like fusion very much. So I will definitely not obediently fuse with myself. Stop talking nonsense, do what you are asked to do. I know the posture of the fusion technique is weird, but I have to say that this is indeed a way to quickly improve your strength. So you must master this ability. Sohan looked at Son Goku and the two spoke. Yes. Kakarot, what are you still inking on? Hurry up and give me the method of using the fusion technique. At this time, Vegeta took the initiative to speak. Although Vegeta did not want to use that awkward position with Son Goku, but Vegeta knew in his heart that he had just become Master Sohan's apprentice. All you can do now is obey. Vegeta, it turns out that you don't mind. If that's the case, it's fine. We can start anytime now. Son Goku looked at Vegeta suspiciously. Because Son Goku thought that the other party would be very resistant, but what Son Goku didn't expect was that the other party not only did not have any resistance, and he actually urged himself to hurry up, which made Son Goku feel unreal for a while. Son Goku wasted no time, though, just stunned for a moment. Then he quickly came to Vegeta's side, demonstrated one side for Vegeta, using himself as an example. Oh, this pose is really weird. But since you can improve your strength, let's fight. Saying that, Vegeta gritted his teeth, and immediately started doing it with Son Goku. 0.0. Then it was launched with the strange steps of the two of them. A white light flashed. The bodies of the two instantly turned into a brand new warrior. But this warrior is not Gogeta, but the product of fusion's failure, can be. Ah, did it work? While talking, Kong Bei's big belly even started shaking back and forth in the air. Failed. Sohan looked at Son Goku who had turned into a little fat man in front of him, and couldn't help but let out a pig cry. Wait 30 minutes later. Sohan shook his head helplessly. Wait until 30 minutes later. The two used fusion again. Because of the lessons learned from the past, the two of them had a lot of tacit understanding when using the fusion technique this time. Along with a white light flashed again. The two got their wish and became the most powerful fighter, Gogeta. But Gogeta at the moment is not Super 4 Gogeta, rather the most ordinary normal Gogeta. So it looks like he is just handsome, without the sharp eyes of Super 4. Gogeta is handsome anyway. This Sohan does not deny. Great, this time it's finally a success. Gogeta looked at his hands, felt the majestic power in his body, and became excited all of a sudden. Because at this moment, he felt as if he had inexhaustible power in his body. Very excited. Yes, this time you have succeeded perfectly. Sohan looked at Gogeta and nodded slowly. At this moment they have indeed completed the fit, there is nothing to say about this. But even so, Sohan still didn't pay attention to the power they exploded at this moment. Because Gogeta at this moment may be stronger than Vegeto who fought Beerus back then. But not too strong. So Sohan didn't take it to heart at all. As far as the current Sohan is concerned, only facing a formidable opponent like Grand Priest will make her blood boil. 27. Others, at best, just have some expectations. What a huge force. Haha. Feeling the majestic power in his body, Gogeta clenched his fists fiercely, and powerful energy spewed out of his body immediately. Thrustling. The golden arrogance rose, and at this time Gogeta directly turned into Super Saiyan. Thunder and lightning visible to the naked eye lingered around the golden arrogance, which looked extremely domineering. Ho ho. Their strength has really become stronger again, it's really interesting. At this time, Angel Vados also cast a curious gaze. Because I have to say that the strength of the two of them has indeed improved a lot after fusion. This point Vados can clearly feel. Not bad. But this is not enough, let's try to become a Super Saiyan 4. Sohan looked at Gogeta and said slowly. Super Saiyan 4, okay. Let's try it now. Hearing this, Gogeta was stunned for a moment, but soon came back to his senses. Then he clenched his fists excitedly. Ha ha ha. In the roar, the energy in Gogeta's body became stronger again. Golden flames soared into the sky. It can be clearly felt that Gogeta's strength has been improved again at this moment. At the same time, red hair began to grow on Gogeta's body. Even the hair has changed from normal black to a kind of dark red. Boom. After a burst of powerful energy, Gogeta finally got his wish and became Super Saiyan 4. Great. Super Saiyan 4, I really made it. Gogeta, who became Super 4, looked at his hands with some excitement. At the same time, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground centered on Gogeta's body. And this deep pit was caused by the powerful force erupting from Gogeta's body. Seems pretty good. Sohan nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Vedisk suddenly walked up to Sohan and said, I think you want to fight him. Hehe, I was discovered by you. That's right. I also want to see how strong the two of them will become after fusion. Sohan glanced at Vados, then said with a smile. Regardless of whether it is for system tasks or not, Suguo will do this. Because of this idea, Sohan had it a long time ago. In the original book, Son Goku and Vegeta are in the Super 4 state. Fusion becomes the Super 4 Gogeta. You can perfectly defeat the evil dragon. Then Sohan can also take this opportunity to use Gogeta's power to measure how strong the evil dragon is. After all, the performance of the evil dragon in Dragon Ball GT is still very strong. Gogeta, use all your strengths to work here. Sohan smiled and pointed to his forehead. However, Sohan didn't plan to use his full strength, but only planned to use the strength of Super 4 to deal with the enemy. After all, if he tried his best, even if he didn't move here, Gogeta might not be able to break through his defense. So Sohan naturally wouldn't do that. And just after Sohan's voice fell, it changed from normal to Super Saiyan 4 in an instant. Master Sohan. After hearing Sohan's words, Gogeta was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted immediately, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll let Master Sohan show our Wanchi, said Gogeta without any hesitation. The body quickly disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it had already appeared in front of Sohan. Then he punched out violently. In the face of such a sudden attack, Sohan's performance also appeared to be extraordinarily calm, and the waves on his face were calm. Immediately stretched out his palm to block the oncoming heavy punch. ZZ. Although Sohan blocked Gogeta's fist with his palm, his feet plowed a half-meter 810 deep pit on the ground. It actually made me retreat. It seems that Gogeta's strength has become a lot stronger after Super 4. Sohan smiled and nodded. But that's what makes it interesting. If there is no challenge at all, then what's the point of fighting the opponent by yourself? Hey, Master Sohan, my strength is more than what you see now. Speaking of Super 4, Gogeta quickly withdrew his hands. Then put his hands in front of him immediately. Big bang. Kamehameha wave. Accompanied by the powerful energy gathered in the hands of Super 4 Gogeta, immediately there was a big explosion. Kamehameha himself bombarded Sohan's body violently. Hiss, it's actually a big bang Kamehameha. Before Sohan could finish speaking, a powerful energy wave directly hit him, and his body was slammed into the air. I have to say that the power of the Big Bang Kamehameha wave is still very strong, even more than 10 times stronger than the Kamehameha wave of Super 4. So no matter how close Sohan was, he didn't reflect it. Then the body was knocked out like a cannonball. Then it slammed into the mountain in the distance. Boom. The moment Sohan's body fell, the huge mountain was flattened instantly. Cough cough. It's really careless. Sohan shook off the gravel around him, and coughed dryly. And at the moment, he looked extremely embarrassed. But it's just a mess. Although the clothes on his body have become tattered, his body has not suffered any substantial injuries. There's nothing wrong. This is my strongest blow. Although Gogeta had already expected that his attack might have no effect on Sohan, but when he saw Sohan being knocked away by his strongest blow at such a short distance, nothing happened at all. There was still a look of shock on Gogeta's face. Although there is a big gap between my own strength and Master Sohan's, it is my strongest blow after all. I have to say that your attack just now was already very strong, but it's a pity that your opponent is me. Winning to win is naturally not an easy task. Sohan smiled slightly. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and powerful energy was released from his body immediately. Srustling. At this moment, Sohan directly released the full power of Super Saiyan 4, because he wants to see who is stronger against the Super 4 Gogeta. Call out. Sohan's body disappeared almost instantly, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Gogeta. The speed is so fast that it happens in an instant. Even Gogeta was a little taken aback. What? How is this possible? How could someone be so fast? Gogeta's face turned pale, but Sohan's fist had already struck, giving him no chance to fight back at all. Even at this moment, Gogeta couldn't even do the means of defense. Can only be passively hit by the opponent's attack. Boom! Punch in the belly. Gogeta's body instantly turned into the shape of a prawn. The golden energy seems to have penetrated Gogeta's body, and then spread from Gogeta's back. Call out. Gogeta's body instantly flew out like a kite with a broken string. Boom. In the end, his body stabilized after smashing 3 mountains in succession. But at the moment, the embarrassed appearance is even worse than that of Sohan. It's so strong. Master Sohan is already so powerful just by being a Super 4. It looks like you can't underestimate the enemy. Speaking of which, Gajata's face also became serious. Because the punch just now made Gajata feel a dull pain in his abdomen. Although the opponent deliberately opened his vitals, it still had a great impact on Gajata's body. So Gajata knows that if he doesn't show some strength in the next battle, then the result waiting for him will definitely be severely defeated by the opponent, and there is no room for it at all. I'm Gajata, there's absolutely no way I'm going to be defeated like this. Saying that, Gajata's body exploded with powerful energy again. Golden flame soared into the sky. It pierced into the sky like a golden holy sword. Interesting, the strength has improved again, but this kind of battle is interesting. Sohan said with a faint smile. Although the energy emanating from Gajata became stronger again, Sodion never took it to heart. Because even so, the opponent is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. Sohan's punch just now has been tested, so Sohan's heart is very relieved. Of course, if the opponent can fuse the power of God, then the result may be another situation. But Sohan thinks that's unlikely. After all, their first fusion became Gajata, and it was not easy to successfully become Super Saiyan 4. If you want to make any major improvements, I'm afraid it's really not an easy task. Master Sohan, here I come. As he said that, Gajata's body flashed, and he quickly rushed towards Sohan's direction. And this time Gajata was even faster. It is good. Facing Gajata's attack, Sohan didn't choose to evade, but also rushed over. Then stretch out your fist. Then the fists of the two collided fiercely. Boom. After the fists of the two collided together, powerful energy spread throughout the entire area. For a while, the surrounding meteorites were crushed into fine powder one by the powerful energy. Then their fists collided again. A huge explosion circle suddenly spread in the air. However, the battle between the two was not over. After their bodies collided again, they released more powerful energy again. However, in such a high-intensity battle, Gajata's body could not keep up with Sohan's speed after only a few minutes of support. Because of Sohan's special sexual relationship with his body, he can become stronger as he fights. So Sohan's strength can continue to become stronger during the battle. Boom. After a loud noise, Son Goku's body was slammed into the air. Then it sank into the ground. But Sohan's attack didn't stop. He concentrated his energy and released the same big explosion Kamehameha wave. Boom. Directly blast Gajata in the deep hole into a normal appearance. Call. Ended. Looking at Gajata who has become normal in the deep pit, Sohan nodded slowly and said, "Hiss, it hurts." Gajata clutched his chest with a distressed expression on his face. "This is for you." Saying that, Sohan threw 2 fairy beans to Gajata. Although this battle did not really satisfy Sohan, the performance of the two was already very good. However, they did not have the breath of fusion god in the end, which made Sohan feel a little disappointed. But it's normal to think about it. After all, that kind of ability is currently only available to me, and Son Goku. As for Vegeta, because he did not use the power of the stars to help him transform, Wang Dihao, the relationship between the body. Therefore, it is understandable that he cannot fuse the breath of God. At the same time, Son Goku and the two also separated because of the time and the fusion technique. Hiss. Vegeta, if you can also achieve the power of the fusion god, we will definitely not lose so badly just now. After contacting the fit, Son Goku scolded Vegeta. During the battle, Son Goku wanted to try fusion god's breath, but unfortunately they didn't succeed. Cut. Kakarot, you dare to blame me? If it weren't for you, you have always dominated, we wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Vegeta also folded his arms around himself, and said with an expression of disbelief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, and fighting Super Saiyan 4 Gajata. Reward, 30% time power. Just when Sohan was about to come forward to adjust, the system's notification sound suddenly came out. What? It's actually the power of time. Sohan couldn't believe it for a while after hearing the system prompt sound in his mind. Because the power of time is too special. It is different from the power of destruction and the power of angel, although it is not as good as erasing magical powers. But the power of time is definitely a very rare ability in the Dragon Ball world. Because you must know that even a powerful angel can only reverse the time for 3 minutes. But it's different when you have the power of time to play. It is possible to reverse even more time. So this shows how mysterious the power of time is. Even in the original book, the only one who has mastered the power of time is Supreme Kaikain of Time. It really is the calendar of time. After repeating and confirming that there were no mistakes, Sohan let out a long sigh of relief. Then he came to the side of Son Goku and said, "Stop arguing. You two performed very well this time. As for the matter of not being able to use the power of the fusion god, there is actually no need for you to be too concerned. Because this is normal, without my star power to help you, it is really not easy to have the perfect fusion god power. However, don't be discouraged. The first time fusion succeeds, you can achieve this level. After you continue to work hard, I believe that your strength will definitely be able to succeed." 673 Sohan looked at the two of them and said earnestly, "This, Master Sohan, is everything you said true?" After listening to Sohan's words, both Son Goku and Vegeta became excited. because they understand that it is not easy to get compliments from Sohan. And now that Sohan has praised them, it proves that they have indeed done a good job. That's right. I can't blame Vegeta for not being able to fuse the power of God, because I have never left the power of stars in Vegeta's body, so it is difficult for you to fuse the power of God. This is the right thing. Sohan spoke again. But Vegeta, you don't have to worry. When you cultivate Super Saiyan God to Super Blue, I will naturally help you with the power of Fusion God. As for now, let's forget it, because the power of God in your body is not particularly strong, and you still need a certain degree of training to be able to do it. I hope you understand this in your heart. Sohan stepped forward, patted Vegeta on the shoulder lightly and said, "Well, thank you Master Sohan, I understand. I will definitely cultivate the power of God in the future." Hearing this, Vegeta became excited all over. After saying goodbye to Sohan, without looking back, he found a place with a strong aura of God, and began to practice the aura of God. Vegeta clearly understands that Son Goku is much stronger than him. So now Vegeta dare not waste a moment. I just want to quickly improve my control of the power of God, so that I can achieve the power of Fusion God. And at that time, the gap between me and Son Goku will definitely become smaller and smaller. This point is very clear in Vegeta's heart. This guy Vegeta, how can you practice in such a hurry? Son Goku scratched his head. He didn't follow up immediately, because Son Goku knew that this way of cultivation was suitable for Vegeta now, but not for himself. So even if he followed up, I'm afraid it would be meaningless. So it's better to stay here and see if Master Sohan has anything to say to himself. Son Goku, don't you go to practice. Sohan naturally saw what was going on in Son Goku's mind, and immediately began to speak. Master Sohan, you also know that I have already mastered the power of God very well, and I have encountered a bottleneck, and now I don't know what I should do to maximize my strength. So I'm a little curious, and I want to see if Master Sohan has any new arrangements for me. Son Goku looked at Sohan and scratched his head with a smile. That's it. Sohan nodded. Instead of rejecting the other party, there was a joyful smile on his face, because Sohan felt Son Goku did nothing wrong. On the contrary, his choice is very smart, because his own strength is strong, and only when the other party obeys his arrangement honestly, can his strength be further improved. It was like this before. If it wasn't for me, I took Sun Wukong, CHDB, to watch the battle between myself and gods of destruction. I believe that the current Son Goku would definitely not be able to become so powerful. Regarding this point, Sohan was very clear in his heart. And it is precisely because of Son Goku's relationship with me that all have these opportunities. He is now on the way of cultivation and has encountered a bottleneck. If you want to test your own strength and get a huge improvement, this is naturally possible. But how long it will take is hard to say. But it's different from being by my side, because my own strength is strong, so the opponents I meet are also very strong. Then as long as the opponent watches the battle between himself and those powerful opponents, Son Goku's strength may be greatly improved. Even help the other party break through the bottleneck. I'm going somewhere now. But I don't know where this place is. This place may be dangerous, but it may also be full of many opportunities. Would you like to go with me? Sohan looked at Son Goku seriously, and said, I do. After listening to Sohan's words, Son Goku agreed without any hesitation. As for the place that Sohan said might be dangerous, Son Goku didn't take it to heart at all. Because in Son Goku's view, his current strength is already very strong. Even if he meets an opponent who is not inferior to him, then Master Sohan is still there. Master Sohan is one of the few superpowers in the entire world. Son Goku doesn't think there are any enemies in this world that even he can't solve. Haha, how clean and neat the answer is, don't you worry about any danger. Sohan looked at Son Goku and said with a smile. Although Sohan also expected that the other party would definitely agree to go with him. But Sohan didn't expect that the other party would agree so readily. Do not worry. There's nothing to worry about, and I'm kind of praying I'll be in those dangers. Maybe those dangers can help me improve my strength and break through the bottleneck. Son Goku scratched his head, looked at Sohan very seriously and said, It is good. If that's the case, let's go. Saying that, Sohan stretched out his hand and drew out the Void Scythe. Because of the increase in strength, Sohan's use of the Void Scythe has also become much more convenient and quicker. This is. Son Goku looked at the Void Scythe in Sohan's hand with astonishment. Because Son Goku feels that this thing may not be simple. The Scythe of the Void can lead us to another world, but I don't know whether the other world is heaven or hell. Said Sohan quickly twitched the Void Scythe. In the distant air, a space crack was torn. And there were bursts of wailing sounds from the torn space crack. Especially Liao people. Let's go, Son Goku. I want to see where the Void Scythe leads to. Where is it? Looking at the space crack that was torn apart by the Scythe of the Void in front of him. Without any hesitation, Sohan directly led Son Goku in. After the white light faded, Sohan and Son Goku appeared on a planet. This place looks very normal on the surface, and there is basically no difference from the Earth. But when Sohan raised his head and looked into the sky, his eyes, which had been slightly closed, suddenly opened. Chain. Looking at the looming chains in the sky, Sohan was stunned. Because this scene is very similar to the Dragon Ball fan work Dragon Ball Hero. Could it be that the Scythe of the Void opened a passage leading to other parallel time and space? Sohan said to himself with a puzzled attitude. However, when Sohan flew into the air and saw that this was indeed the prison planet of the dragon hero, he was relieved. Sure enough. Sohan exhaled, although it felt a little unbelievable. But now it can only be settled as it comes. After all, although these things are a bit unbelievable, but since I have come here, I should take a good look at them. After all, if this is really the prison planet of the Dragon Ball heroes, then Time Patrol Super 4 Son Goku and Vegeta, and Super Blue Son Goku and Vegeta, and the Evil Saiyan, Kamba should all come here. Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Thinking of these, Sohan became excited. Master Sohan, where is this place? Why does it feel a bit strange here? Son Goku scratched his head, looking at the chains in the sky. For some reason, he felt imprisoned. If I'm not wrong, we should have come to a parallel time and space now, and this place should be a prison planet where prisoners are held. Forget about this, Son Goku, put this on first. Saying that, Sohan took out a black cloak and threw it to Son Goku. Because if Sohan's guess is correct, then there should be two other Son Goku in this time and space. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble for the time being, let Son Goku disguise himself first. The cloak, do you want me to wear this? Sohan looked at the black cloak in his hand and said with some doubts. That's right. It's a little troublesome to explain, but Son Goku, put it on first. This may save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Sohan looked at Son Goku and said lightly. At this time, I went to tell Son Goku that there might be two more of you in the future. I guess Son Goku himself would not believe it. Boom. After a loud bang, a burst of powerful energy fluctuations came instantly. The faces of Sohan and Son Goku also became serious. Because the energy in the distance cannot be said to be very strong, but it is definitely not weak. Boom boom boom. Then there was another loud bang in the distance. Master Sohan. Son Goku behind the cloak on the boat looked at Sohan and asked. Sohan nodded slowly. Then the two flew out in the direction of the breath. Finally, as expected, two Saiyans were found fighting. Battle of Ultra Blue Son Goku and Ultra 4 Son Goku? Is this me fighting me? Gilo. Son Goku swallowed a little excitedly, and his voice trembled when he spoke. Because the two people who are fighting not far away are the self in the Super Blue state and the self in the Super 4 state. What the hell is going on? How did I become 3? No fuss Son Goku. Now you know why I asked you to wear a cloak, because of the parallel time and space of this place, and one of these two should be you in this time and space, and as for the other one, it is also from other parallel time and space like us. Sohan glanced at Son Goku and began to explain. Parallel time and space, so what's going on? I said, why do they look exactly like me? Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief at this time. The expression of the whole person has also become a lot more relaxed. As long as it's not a problem with your own body, it doesn't matter. Watch their battle well. Sohan spoke again. But just after Sohan finished speaking, he quietly opened the star barrier and wrapped their bodies in the grandmas. Because Sohan knew that it was not suitable to expose the two of them at this time. Ask for flowers. Although Sohan thinks that with the strength of those two Son Goku, it is definitely impossible to detect Son Goku and his aura. But this does not mean that the very mysterious reason for that strength cannot be discovered. So of course one has to be cautious. After all, the absolute god Zamasu in the original book should have been directly erased by Zeno, but even in this case, Zamasu still survived. So there is a great possibility that Zamasu was saved by Fuyo. And since Fuyo can go to Zamasu under Zeno's erasing magic power, it can be seen that Fuyo's strength is still terrifying. At least it is definitely not weaker than Grand Priest, this is not in dispute. As for how strong it is it strong enough to surpass Zeno? At this point, Sohan believes that it is absolutely impossible to surpass Zeno. Because of known combat power, Zeno's strength is stronger than anyone else. So absolutely no one can surpass Zeno. Kamehameha Wave. At this time, the two Son Goku who were fighting in the distance each released a powerful Kamehameha Wave. Boom. However, after the collision of the two strong Kamehameha waves ended, the two are still on equal footing. Call out? But at this moment, a purple-skinned man wearing glasses appeared in the sight of the two of them. Fio? That's right, this person is Fio. Yo, do you want to use the power of the two of you to destroy this prison planet? Haha, don't think about it, I have counted your combat effectiveness. So it is absolutely impossible for you to break through the prison planet. Fio giggled. Fio, you bastard, I will definitely catch you. Super 4 Son Goku looked at Fuyo with an angry face. When you want to rush over to catch the other party, you realize that the other party has disappeared before you touch the other party's body. What the hell happened? Super Blue Son Goku looked at Super 4 Son Goku suspiciously. But the other party didn't want to pay attention to his meaning, but left directly. Ho 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 ho. It's almost time for you to play with them. At this moment, Fuyo, who returned to the control room, looked at the evil Saiyan Kanbashuan in the cultivation tank with a relaxed expression. Let me take a good look at your performance. I hope the data of your battles will be very helpful to me. Saying that, Fuyo pushed his glasses frame, a gloomy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then activate the switch, opening the cultivation tank of the evil Saiyan Kamba. I saw Kanba slowly walking out of the training tank. Just took a look at Fuyo and flew out in the direction of Super Blue Son Goku. Master Sohan, I feel a powerful energy coming towards us. After feeling the powerful aura coming from a distance, Son Goku's expression immediately became dignified. Well, I feel it too. Sohan nodded slowly, and looked at the black light in the distance. The owner of this black light and shadow is the evil Saiyan Kampa. Just from the aura of 700 exuding from his body, Sohan can feel that Kanba's strength is definitely going to surpass Super 4 Sun Goku and Super Blue Sun Goku. As for who is stronger or weaker than this Sun Goku beside him, Sohan is not sure. Although the strength of Sun Goku is already very strong now, the strength of the evil Saiyan Kampa is still very strong. Can't help but be able to become a golden giant ape, and even control his own consciousness in the golden giant ape. It can be said that Kanba's strength is still very strong, but the current Son Goku's strength is also not weak. Because Son Goku has now fused the power of God, his strength has really reached the same level as gods of destruction without using gods of destruction. So if there is a real war between the two, it should last for a long time. Here we come. This guy has such a powerful evil energy, and he is also Saiyan. After seeing the tail belonging to Saiyan behind Kanba, Son Goku's expression became serious instantly. But since this is a parallel time and space, then nothing is impossible. After all, even two of himself appeared, so even if there was another evil Saiyan, Son Goku felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Yes, this guy is evil Saiyan. The whole body exudes evil power, the strength should not be weak. Sohan nodded and said. However, Super Blue Son Goku, who attacked Kampa at this time, was directly infected by the evil energy emanating from Kampa, and immediately lost consciousness. The whole person has become like an out-of-control gorilla. Damn, bastard. Kakarot, you bastard, wake me up. Saying that, Vegeta punched Super Blue Son Goku in the face, hitting him directly. However, the effect is also very obvious, and it has no effect at all. Even Son Goku is still out of control. Damn, is it because of the evil energy on that guy? Vegeta clenched his fists and glared at the evil Saiyan Kampa in the distance. Trunks, you came just in time. You come to deal with Kakarot. I will defeat that guy first. As he said that, Vegeta directly turned into Super Blue, and then rushed towards Kampa in the distance. As for the out-of-control Son Goku, it was handed over to Trunks to deal with. Super Booster. Under Vegeta's roar, the powerful energy gathered by his hands directly blasted towards Kamba's body. Boom. The powerful energy cannon instantly set off a burst of smoke and dust. But after the smoke and dust cleared, Kampa stood intact on the spot. As if he hadn't suffered any injuries at all, he didn't even look at Vegeta. What, this guy? How can there be such a thing? Seeing this, Vegeta couldn't help clenching his fists, and his heart became even more excited. Although he didn't use all his strength in the blow just now, Vegeta knew that the power was definitely not weak. And the other party can block it so easily, without even stretching out his hand. This is what terrifies Vegeta. Horrible. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and his face also became serious. Because Vegeta knew very well in his heart that if he wanted to win against such a powerful guy, he had to take it seriously. However, at this moment, a burst of powerful energy came out. The gold cooler appeared in front of Vegeta. Then a golden energy bomb blasted towards Kamba's body. Boom. Under the attack of powerful energy, Kanba stretched out his hands. However, the powerful energy bomb that hit the head was still easily blocked by Kanba. What? This guy is so powerful. Seeing the powerful fighting power displayed by Kampa in the distance, even Son Goku besides Sohan couldn't help swallowing. Although he has encountered many strong people, but those are the existence of gods. And the opponent is just the same Saiyan as himself, and it is really unbelievable for Son Goku to be able to erupt with such a powerful combat power. There is no need to make a fuss, he hasn't used his full strength yet. If I'm not mistaken, this guy's strength is beyond what we've seen. Sohan spoke again. The current Kampa is just a normal Kampa, and his strength is naturally the most ordinary. Even Kampa can become a Super 3, or even a golden giant ape, so the strength of this guy is just the tip of the iceberg. Hiss. Can Saiyan really cultivate to this level? Son Goku said in disbelief. Although Son Goku is confident that he can defeat Kampa, he must know the power he has gained because he has a relationship with such a powerful existence as Master Sohan to guide him. That's why one's own strength will become so powerful. But what is going on with this guy? He can actually reach the point where he is as powerful as himself. This is where Son Goku feels incredible. Damn, not at all a match. At this moment, Vegeta was panting heavily, and his complexion turned bad. Because the strength of the opponent is too strong. It is simply not something that can be compared by itself. Dad, this is for you. Saying this, Trunks threw 2 Padara earrings to Vegeta. However, at this time Son Goku also returned to normal. Cut, there is no other way. Kakarot, unite first and defeat this guy. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Then immediately threw the other earring to Son Goku. After Son Goku received the earrings, he put them on his ears without any hesitation. Then, with a burst of white light receding, the two of them became one. Sure enough, Jiren just glanced at Son Goku, and a look of disdain immediately appeared on his face.